Eternal life is truly lonely as snow. A young man lay reclining on a small hillside, a blade of dogtail grass between his lips, gazing into the distance. A gentle breeze blew, bending the myriad trees. But from his tone it seemed not a sigh of loneliness, but a deep secret joy. Moo beside him sat a black ox with a broken horn. Indeed, it was not standing, but sitting on its hind legs, its black back held straight. The youth was called Sun. A year ago he had transmigrated to this world, vast, boundless, infinite, where countless cultivators moved mountains and seas, sitting high above the clouds, overlooking the mortal realm. When he first arrived, he even had a system. At that moment, Sun was truly grateful. Countless stories of protagonists flashed through his mind. However, Sun's system was not some overpowered physique or invincible technique. He had gained immortality. The laws of heaven and earth could no longer limit his lifespan, but he could only increase one attribute per year: strength, speed, defense, mana, and myriad essence. He understood strength, speed, defense, and mana, but the concept of myriad essence eluded him. He put it aside, for living was the most important. The system was also quite considerate. On the long road of immortality, it gifted him a spirit beast for companionship. Though it could not speak, it understood his words, and he could grant it one attribute point each year, without consuming his own. Though we are immortal, we can still be killed. Let's keep a low profile from now on. Sun sighed deeply. Half a year ago, he and the Black Ox had planted a rice field in a small mountain village and raised some chicks. But one dark, windy night, old Wong from the neighboring village led a group and stole everything. When Sun found out, rage consumed him. Was there no law in this world? No justice? He sharpened an axe, took the Black Ox, and marched to the neighboring village to demand answers. But the other side had more people. Sun was brutally beaten, and the ox's horn was broken off. They fled in disgrace and spent days recovering. Moo. The Black Ox snorted heavily, its eyes filled with resentment. Those people were truly despicable. This incident left a deep shadow on Sun, influencing him greatly. Ding. Host can now allocate points. Sun smirked. A year had passed. Add them. Without hesitation, he allocated it to strength. When he was beaten, it was because his strength was too weak to push away those holding him. Holy crap. Sun's face turned purple. A surge of power erupted in his body, veins bulging on his arms. He punched the ground, startling the Black Ox so much it jumped on two legs. My fate is up to me, not heaven. Bang! Newton's third law. Sun broke his hand. He and the Black Ox spent days recovering again. He also added a point of strength for the ox, though its appearance didn't change. Seeing Sun's fate, the ox casually tested its new power and found it quite satisfactory. They lived in a thatched cottage in a small mountain village, aloof from worldly affairs. But the laws of this world seemed engraved in every bone. Even in this remote hamlet, everyone knew that mortals must bow and show respect to cultivators, never offending them. Sun Gear. A boy's voice came from outside the hut. It was Xiao Haizi from the village, named so for his dark skin at birth, a humble name. What's up, Xiao Haizi? Sun, now recovered, opened the door slowly. The village chief told me to bring you some rice. Xiao Haizi held a bag of rice and smiled innocently. Thank the chief for me. Sun received it, deeply moved. He and the ox had been starving on wild herbs for days. An immortal about to starve to death. What an absurdity. Sun's heart burned with resentment. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. 100 years is fine. He'll dig up your ancestors' graves. Sun Gear, I'm leaving now. Mom's calling me home for dinner. Okay, go ahead. Sun smiled, looking at the rice in his hands. Tears of gratitude streamed down from the corner of his mouth. There were still many good people in this world. Moo. The Black Ox called impatiently from inside. It didn't like grass, it wanted rice too. With smoke curling up, fragrant rice was ready. One man and one ox sat on the ground, wolfing down the meal, their eyes alight with dreams of the future. Old ox, we have to live well. No more impulse. Sun chewed rice and swallowed hard. This world is big. When we make it big, you'll find you some cows. Moo. Hurdle. The old ox's eyes showed disdain, as if saying, wasn't it you who grabbed the axe and stormed into the other village? They outnumbered us. We need strategy for people like them. Sun said mysteriously. The ox's eyes lit up and it scooted closer to him. When they're old and frail, well, knock out their teeth and dig up their ancestors. Damn it, mess with an immortal. Sun spoke with righteous indignation, a sharp glint in his eyes, supremely proud. Moo. Moo. The Black Ox's bell-like eyes sparkled, it nodded repeatedly. Good. Is something burning? Sun sniffed, then looked toward the kitchen, his eyes wide. Our thatched hut. Moo. The ox also snorted in alarm. Fire. Sun's house is on fire. Help. An hour later, the fire subsided. The thatched cottage was nearly burned down. One man and one ox knelt outside, eyes empty, life utterly hopeless. Sun, an orphan in the village, had suffered one disaster after another. The villagers comforted him briefly and dispersed. It's over. No home. Sun said dejectedly. He didn't know how to build a house. It truly never rains, but pours. Life was bleak. But heaven never seals off all exits. The black ox through regurgitation had saved some rice, enough for a few more days. Old ox, I noticed some caves on the eastern slope. Let's live there. Chun Sun shook his head dejectedly. He needed to learn some skills in the village. In the past, he only knew farming, now he knew nothing. Moo. The black ox didn't mind. Wherever Chun Sun went, that was its home. Outside the village, the ox carried bundles of dry grass on its back. Chun Sun collected firewood, and they moved into a cave. Over the next year, Chun Sun apprenticed as a carpenter in the village. The black ox helped carry things. The villagers said it was intelligent, urging Chun Sun not to slaughter it for food. Chun Sun scoffed at that. He would rather starve to death and jump off a hillside than betray a friend. So delicious. Chun Sun laughed and ate beef heartily. At year's end, the villagers slaughtered a few cows for a feast, inviting everyone. He wouldn't miss such a good thing. But the black ox's pupils contracted. It hesitated to eat even the beef Chun Sun offered. After the feast, they packed leftovers so nothing was wasted. Life required thrift. Inside the cave, the black ox ate with relish. Chun Sun finished the beef the ox wouldn't touch. Ding. The host may now allocate attribute points. A voice echoed in his mind. As always, he added a point to his own strength and another to the black ox's strength as well. Chun Sun soon discovered the immense benefits of increasing strength. His legs were steady and powerful, when working his gaze sharper and more agile, his whole being bursting with ferocity, one man worth two. The village's 40-year-old spinster Tsuehua was often casting flirtatious glances at Chun Sun. Perhaps he thought this is simply the nature of men. Gazing at his own muscles, Chun Sun let out a deep sigh. This charm of his, with nowhere to be properly displayed, had likely already bewitched who knew how many village girls. Hey, old ox. Eat more slowly. Chun Sun cried out in alarm. While he had been lost in sentiment, the black ox had actually eaten his portion of the late-night snack. Moo. The great black ox reacted swiftly, swallowing everything in a single gulp. Chun Sun stared dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. The following year, he and the black ox became apprentices to a blacksmith. His raw strength amazed the smith, who repeatedly praised Chun Sun as having the makings of a true blacksmith. He did not ask for wages. Having the smith feed him and the black ox was enough. The blacksmith agreed readily. The next month, however, because Chun Sun stepped into the smithy with his left foot first, violating a grave taboo, they were unceremoniously thrown out. Chun Sun could only feel helpless. Perhaps this was the burden of the strong. They then found a good plot of land and began planting rice. The great black ox pulled the plow, man and beast working in perfect harmony, laboring diligently toward prosperity. This is our own little realm, he said. Moo. Chun Sun gazed at the lush green paddies before him, eyes filled with joy. He gripped a mountain-cleaving axe in his hand with two more tucked at his waist. The great black ox was equally delighted, its 4 legs strapped with blades and an axe bound to its horns. If those ruffians dared to steal from us again. Chun Sun's eyes turned cold as he looked at the black ox. The latter met his gaze and nodded heavily. We run. We never fight, Hedon. With this gear on us, I'd like to see who dares give chase. This year passed fairly smoothly. Rumor had it some major incident had occurred in the neighboring village, and everyone was gathered there, so no one spared a thought for Chun Sun's fields. He added another point of strength to himself and the black ox, then happily began harvesting the rice. In the cave, the great black ox dug a pit. Chun Sun understood at once and placed countless sacks of gleaming white rice into it. He still set some aside to return to the village chief, several times more than what he had borrowed back then. Ding, dong. The sound of a gong echoed through the village and spread in all directions, faintly audible even inside the cave. It was the summons issued whenever something major happened in the village. Chun Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and hurried out of the cave. Perhaps it was a village brawl. With his current strength, knocking down a burly man would be no problem at all. They crouched stealthily on a small slope, observing the situation. Reality, however, was quite the opposite of his expectation. The village was brimming with festivity, everyone gathered outside the village chief's house. Come on, old ox, let's go take a look. Moo. In the village, more than 1,000 people, eyes filled with hope and excitement, held chickens, ducks, fish, and meat in their hands as they bowed toward the 2 figures standing at the center. Yintian sect is recruiting disciples. Those with spiritual roots shall have a chance to tread the path of immortality. One of the men wearing a Taoist robe stood atop the village chief's roof, looking down from above with overwhelming arrogance. Immortal, how can we tell whether we have spiritual roots? Yes, my boy He has been strong as an ox since childhood. The fortune teller said he was an immortal reborn. The villagers were beside themselves with excitement, their questions firing like a barrage of arrows, making the 2 cultivators frown deeply. Silence. The cultivator seemed angered. He activated a talisman in his hand, and a raging fire suddenly burst forth in midair, terrifyingly intense, its heat warping the very air. The villagers fell instantly silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Their eyes were wide with horror as they thought to themselves, so this is an immortal. The great black ox walking a dog. From beginning to end, it's the ox leading, Chun Sun muttered, arriving with the ox at the edge of the crowd, his eyes filled with genuine admiration. This world truly did have cultivators. Hearing his words, the great black ox's eyes filled with confusion. When had it ever taken a dog for a walk in the village? Spiritual roots are divided into 5-element mixed roots, 4-element inferior roots, 3-element middle roots, 2-element superior roots, and single-element heavenly spiritual roots. The cultivator explained with his hands folded behind him. A token flashed in his hand. Do not be nervous. Those under the age of 20 shall begin testing their spiritual roots. Beams of light rose from the ground, 5-colored and dazzling. The villagers burst into another uproar, even the elders eager to step forward and try. Young people and children of the village could barely wait, stepping into the light one by one, yet the pillars remained utterly still. Impossible, I dreamed that I was an immortal that very night. A villager muttered to himself, eyes full of disbelief. Suddenly, he turned, fell to his knees, and cried out, Immortal, I beg you to take me as your disciple. Leave. You have 3 breaths time, came a cold voice. Immortal, please, the villager sobbed, refusing to step away from the light pillar. I truly dreamed of it. A sword light hissed through the air, blood blooming in its wake. The villager's eyes still held disbelief as he slowly collapsed. The sound of countless knees hitting the ground rang out. The villagers trembled like chaff in the wind, eyes filled with terror. Chun Sun's pupils contracted. He hurriedly dropped into a squat, fine beads of cold sweat breaking out upon his forehead. These cultivators truly acted as though there were no law above them. The great black ox also lay flat on the ground. Heads lowered, their eyes met, and some of the beautiful fantasies in their hearts quietly shattered. Continue, the cultivator said coldly, his gaze no different from how one might look at livestock. There was no more commotion after that. The villagers passed through the light pillars in an orderly line, yet hope stubbornly lingered in their eyes. Chun Sun also shuffled forward to try. His result was 5-element mixed spiritual roots, utterly unworthy of the cultivator's attention. Not bad, there is actually a 3-element spiritual root among you, the cultivator said, with a faint smile, looking at a little girl. Go and bid farewell to your family. Yes, Immortal. Torn between reluctance and secret delight, the little girl said goodbye to her family. The cultivator even gave her family several dozen taels of silver. Those with 5-element mixed spiritual roots may enter the sect as handymen. You too have a chance to step onto the path of immortality, the cultivator said, casually glancing at several people. Immortal, I'll go. The few with 5-element roots were overjoyed, dropping to their knees at once. The cultivator's gaze swept past Chun Sun. By then, foam was already spilling from his mouth and sweat soaked his entire body. Even the black ox beside him looked half dead. Clearly, they had been frightened out of their wits by what had just happened. A mind lacking fortitude. No hope on the path of immortality. Be on your way. The cultivator shook his head. A celestial sword flew out from his storage pouch, carrying the group away on its blade in a flight as ethereal as drifting clouds. The villagers watched with a hollow sense of loss, their gazes lingering on the immortal's departing backs, hearts filled with envy. Damn you, old ox, I told you to just lightly kick me so we could fake being dead. Were you trying to kill me? Chun Sun lay on the ground, seriously injured, his chest heaving. That single hoof, full of affection, had nearly sent him to reunite with his long-departed parents. Moo. The black ox nudged Chun Sun gently, but had not expected its strength to be so immense. It carried him back to the cave where he nursed his injuries for several days until his complexion finally improved. We absolutely must not go to any of those sects. Seeing the black ox's puzzled gaze, Chun Sun explained sects are far too dangerous. Killing is no crime there, and they eat beef, ox organs included. The great black ox's pupils trembled as it shook its head frantically. It did not understand the part about killing without consequence, but it understood all too well about eating beef. The incident with the cultivators that day did not stir in Chun Sun any longing. Instead, it filled him with a profound sense of insecurity. They had a grudge with old Wang's family in the neighboring village, but that had only ever led to fistfights. These cultivators, however, killed at the slightest disagreement. Chun Sun etched that look in the cultivator's eyes deeply into his heart. It was exactly the way he himself looked when slaughtering a chicken. Let's live a good life and not get involved in those fights and killings. Chun Sun patted the big black bull and said earnestly, to which it nodded in agreement, as they were currently living in utmost comfort. Old bull, let's go to the village and look for some work. In this world, how can one survive without various skills? Chun Sun stood up with a smile, fastening the mountain axe to his waist. Now that they had rice, there was no need for free meals, and they could afford to avoid being driven out by others. A man and a bull began to diligently seek masters and learn skills in the village. They learned everything from funeral services to playing the swana, and their endeavors flourished. The big black bull's skills in carrying coffins surpassed even Chun Sun's. Villagers gave a thumbs up to anyone who saw it. Nowadays, whenever there was a celebratory or mourning event, locals would personally invite Chun Sun, 2 words professional. Chen Sun was naturally an optimistic person, and with many skills at his disposal, he felt a sense of hope for the future, due to his longevity feeling fulfilled every day. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Chen Sun's eyes bore traces of age, while the village welcomed many newborns. Being invincible is indeed lonely. Chen Sun stood in the cave grinning as he assumed a fighting stance in front of a giant rock. Boom. He punched out, and upon contact the giant rock shattered into countless pieces, his hand unharmed. The big black bull sat on the ground watching Chen Sun, with a proud expression, astonished that he hadn't broken a bone. Old bull, how's that? Moo. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun laughed heartily, his eyes reflecting a disdainful look at the world. This is merely 1/10 or 1/12 of my strength. The big black bull genuinely believed him, its confidence growing even stronger, much to Chen Sun's amusement. Over the past decade, Chen Sun had invested all his longevity points into strength, making him capable of withstanding immense weight, surpassing the strength of ordinary people. Even the young boy from the village who had once challenged him to an arm wrestling match was easily overpowered with just 3 fingers. Chen Sun. Chen Sun. Urgent shouts came from outside the cave, and the big black bull perked up. Oh, work was calling. It quickly used its horns to gather its gear, raising its head slightly. Now it was the divine bull of the village. Even the village's big yellow dog would call it brother bull when it saw it, though this was merely its own thought. What's wrong, fellow villagers? Chen Sun stepped out of the cave and was surprised to see dozens of people. Is it a wedding or a funeral? I need to prepare my attire. The old village chief has passed away, a few villagers said sadly. Chen Sun was taken aback. The old chief had always taken good care of him, and the old bull, suddenly feeling empty inside, he said, let's go. Outside the village's spirit hall, villagers gathered as Chen Sun played the swana. The autumn wind was bleak and leaves floated down. With a sigh in his eyes, he reflected that mortals ultimately cannot withstand the separations of life and death. A mere 100 years pass in an instant. The big black bull carried several bells ringing along with Chen Sun's swana, complementing each other like an autumn funeral song that led the old village chief away. On the country road outside the village, Chen Sun's expression was emotionless as he personally carried the coffin, with a long line following behind and yellow paper flying everywhere. Burial. Chen Sun and a few others carefully placed the coffin into the ground. He stood aside watching all the villagers bid farewell. Some prayed for blessings, some prayed for wealth, and others prayed for immortality. After everyone left, Chen Sun silently bowed 3 times and murmured with a smile, "Old village chief, thank you for your care. May you travel well." Moo, the big black bull, feeling downcast, also imitated Chen Sun and bowed its head 3 times. Back in the village, the young boy had now grown into a young man. Seeing Chen Sun, he smiled and said, "Brother Sun, you still look so young, not old at all. It's mainly about having a good mindset." Chen Sun chuckled, patting the young boy on the back. "You are quite impressive, strong as an ox with 1/3 of my former strength." The young boy smiled bashfully. "My dad used to dig up some things in the mountains, giving me a great boost. Be careful when hunting in the mountains, your parents are getting old too." "I know, brother Sun. Why not come to my house for dinner?" "No need, I have things to do." Chen Sun quickly shook his head. Given his current appetite, he feared he would eat the young boy's family out of house and home. "All right then, brother Sun, I'll take my leave first." The young boy waved goodbye, holding a wild chicken in his hand. "All right." Chen Sun smiled as smoke began to rise from the households preparing to serve meals. A man and a bull walked through the myriad of lights, heading towards the cave outside the village, leaving only their solitary figures and the cold light of the mountain axe at the waist. As spring came and autumn, when another 10 years rushed by, the young boy now had 2 children. One boy named Zi by Chen Sun, often making him cry during play, which made the big black bull nearby laugh heartily. Now Chen Sun was quite a respected figure in the village, yet he still showed no signs of aging. Many villagers began to regard him with peculiar looks. Due to his bachelor status, there were even some rumors suggesting he was impotent. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun was furious. As a strapping 7-foot man, strong and robust, how could he be accused of impotence? He sought out Aunt Wang from the village, engaging in a fierce debate, filled with spittle flying, his face flushed red, nearly revealing his big treasure to prove himself, but ultimately lost due to the big black bull's lack of eloquence. In the cave, Chen Sun was fuming, still complaining about the big black bull, which had stood behind him, utterly speechless. "Forget it, they are many, and we are few." Chen Sun sighed, deeply suffering such a great humiliation, bearing an unjust accusation. "Old bull, it's not your fault, it's just that we have lived too long." Moo. The big black bull nodded vigorously. It had revealed its big treasure at the time, only to be ridiculed and criticized by that group of ants. "Why has my strength been capped at 20 points? Chen Sun wondered, feeling as though he had hit a bottleneck, and even the big black bull agreed. 21 points and 20 points felt completely different. Helplessly, he allocated his longevity points and his speed, and gave a bit to the black bull as well. Their current longevity points: strength 21, speed 1, They could clearly feel their walking speed doubling, their feet swift as the wind, and after adding points, Chen Sun had an epiphany. Old bull, it's time for us to leave. Chen Sun sighed, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. This village can no longer accommodate us. Aside from the young boy's family, more and more familiar faces were gradually disappearing. To mortals, not aging appeared too terrifying. After all, there were no skincare products or hormones in this world. Moreover, the big black bull seemed too extraordinary. Many villagers were eyeing it, hoping to catch it and kill it to supplement their children. Chen Sun had also picked up various wilderness survival skills, mastering them all, if not perfectly. Moo. The big black ox anxiously looked towards the farmland, the field it had plowed with immense effort. It's all right, we'll find another fertile field later, several times bigger than this. Moo. Moo. The big black ox nodded frantically as Chen Sun began to paint a grand picture, dazzling the ox with his promises. But we still have a great vengeance to exact. It would be unbefitting of a true gentleman to let it go. Chen Sun rose abruptly, spinning his mountain-cleaving axe a few times. Those people must be old and frail by now, old ox. Strike while the iron is hot. Let's take back our rice. Moo. The ground trembled and gravel flew as the big black ox grew enraged. Its horns had only just begun to grow back. Who knew how many years it would take to fully recover? Even the village heifers paid it no mind. Inside the cave they packed up. The Swana horn and other such instruments were indispensable for traveling the world, so they loaded them all onto the black ox. With their current strength, handling pots and pans was child's play. What they couldn't take they left for little Blackie's family, including the fertile field. The next day, outside the homes of little Blackie the blacksmith, the carpenter, and others who had helped Chen Sun, piles of rice appeared. Their eyes shone with overwhelming joy, thanking the heavens for their blessings. Little Blackie's wife was still counting the goods, a smile blooming on her face. What a stroke of luck. Inside the house, little Blackie, now middle-aged and more mature, held a letter. He had learned to read from Chen Sun and could understand it well. Little Blackie, am leaving the fertile field outside the cave to your family. Take good care of big Blackie. This journey might mean we never see each other again. The world is vast and splendid, one must go out and see it. Remember to always stay optimistic. Yours forever, the dashing Sun Gu. Little Blackie read every word, a mist forming in his eyes. He had followed Sun Gu since childhood, always regarding him as an elder brother. Memories flooded his mind, the stolen rice, the burned, thatched hut, being chased out while working in the fields. Though bleak, Sun Gu always seemed to harbor a passion for life. Sun Gu, safe travels. Little Blackie smiled warmly, looking out the window at the clear, boundless sky. A perfect day to set off. 3 months later, in a pit outside the neighboring village. 1 man and 1 ox, weathered and dusty, their robes caked with dirt. Chen Sun held a large flatbread, took a fierce bite, then handed it to the black ox for a bite. Just as I thought, we've scoped out this village. We'll start with old Wang's family. Chen Sun's eyes were sharp. Patience and time were his greatest allies. The Wang family ancestral graves, their fields, and everyone who had ever wronged them. He had investigated it all. Old ox, let's move. Chen Sun donned a bandit's hood, revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth. He had even prepared a similar outfit for the big black ox. On a dark, windy night, the man and the ox stood atop a mound. The gale howled past, but they stood unmoving, exuding the aura of true bandits. They ascended the mountain path under moonlight, surrounded by eerie winds. The graveyard was grim, but compared to the grievances they had suffered, it meant nothing. The tomb of Wang Defa. A glint flashed in Chen Sun's eyes. This is it. Old ox, dig. Moo. The big black ox trembled with excitement, let out a roar, and dug furiously with all 4 legs. Chen Sun kicked the tombstone to pieces, roaring with exhilaration. Countless clods of earth were thrown up, revealing the coffin. They flipped it open, exposing a skeleton. Then man and ox bolted, vanishing in an instant. In the Wang family fields, the big black ox plowed madly, churning the soil as it vented its fury. Chen Sun's eyelids twitched. This old ox held grudges even longer than he did. The entire field was a mess, utterly ruined. Chen Sun and the big black ox surveyed their handiwork with satisfaction, their hearts brimming with contentment. The next day, Chen Sun charged into old Wang's house with the black ox. Who goes there? Cried an old man over 50, leaning on a cane, shocked to see a hooded figure. I'm your long-lost father. Chen Sun roared, instantly recognizing the man, Wang Tianming, the one who had beaten him the hardest back then. Chen Sun kicked out, snapping the cane in 2. He stepped forward, controlling his strength, and slapped the man across the face, knocking out his few remaining teeth. Mercy, good sir. Mercy. Wang Tianming spat out a mouthful of blood. This was a bandit attack. 20-odd years ago, you stole our rice. Today I've come to collect. Huh. Wang Tianming was stunned. 20 years ago, he had nearly forgotten. Glancing at the black ox outside, something stirred in his memory. Moo. A yellow dog trotted past the Wang house. The black ox charged, ramming the dog, which flew through the air, hit the ground with a yelp, and scurried away. Chen Sun showed no mercy. He scrambled the yolks of every egg in the Wang household, and used his mountain-cleaving axe to cut every earthworm in the yard into 8 pieces. Wang Tianming sat on the ground weeping and shouting for help. "Father, who are these ruffians? How dare you cause trouble at the Wang residence?" Shouts of outrage erupted outside as a crowd of young men armed with hoes and cleavers rushed in. "Old ox, retreat!" Chen Sun yelled, and man and ox vaulted over the wall, Chen Sun giving the ox's rump a push. "Stop, you thieves! Come back and fight fair! Don't let them get away! Cowards! Despicable!" The entire village was stirred. Hundreds of people brandishing weapons set off in hot pursuit, raising clouds of dust. "Haha, you can't catch us!" Chen Sun laughed, looking back as he and the ox fled wildly. He sneered at the dust cloud behind them. "Is that all you've got?" Roar! Roar! The insult was too much. The men growled, quickening their pace in a furious chase, but they could never catch up, watching helplessly as the pair grew distant. Most absurdly, even the black ox outran them. Moo! Moo! A thunderous fart, as if the ox had been saving it for days, filled the air with a suffocating stench. Chen Sun's face twisted in disgust. "Ugh, so foul! Damnation! Gag!" The pursuing villagers went weak, collapsing to their knees and retching, unable to believe such a vile odor existed. Wang Tianming arrived, furious beyond words. Had he been 20 years younger, he would have torn the man limb from limb. "Old Wang, your family's ancestral grave has been dug up." The coffin lid was ripped off. "Huh. Old Wang, go check your fields. They look like a herd of pigs got to them." "Huh." Wang Tianming heard the shouts behind him. The world spun, and he collapsed in a dead faint. Meanwhile, the man and the ox had vanished into the distance, leaving behind a legend of banditry in that village. Half a month later, in a mountain forest with rolling peaks and a vast sea of trees, the roars of wild beasts echoed from the depths. Swish! With a single swing of the cleaver, several streams of blood spurted forth. A brown bear lay dead on the ground. Sparks flew. A large pot was set up, water boiled, and the feast began. "Old ox, what do you think of my peerless axe technique?" Chen Sun flicked the axe in his hand and looked at the big black ox. "Moo." The big black ox replied perfunctorily, using its hooves to dig up dirt and cover the bloodstains. When out and about, safety comes first. Truly inhuman strength. Chen Sun clenched his fists, marveling incessantly. In an unknown fight with the brown bear, a single punch had sent it into shock, breaking several of its ribs. The man and the ox gathered around the pot, feasting heartily. Wild game was truly fragrant and satisfying to eat. "Old ox, though we possess inhuman strength, you've seen it too. Damn it, there are cultivators out there," Chen Sun said while gnawing on a bare paw, smacking his lips. "Don't act rashly. Those who seem unremarkable might just be some old monsters." "Moo." The big black ox responded, understanding, and ate with relish. "Even if we kill just a chicken in the wild, we must destroy the evidence and leave no trace for others." "Moo." Because behind it might be a flock of chickens, and they'd track us down by the scent. "Moo." The big black ox still didn't understand. A piece of meat fell from its mouth, and it quickly picked it up from the ground. "What do you think a flock of chickens amounts to? Just kill them." Chen Sun sneered, his mouth full of grease. "Moo." The big black ox nodded. "What if that flock of chickens is raised by a cultivator?" Chen Sun said with an air of mystery. "Wouldn't they come looking for trouble?" "Moo." "And if we beat those cultivators, wouldn't their master come after us?" "Moo." The big black ox was stunned. That made perfect sense. In the end, a single chicken could spark a sect war. How many people can we fight? Chen Sun raised an eyebrow, tearing at the bear meat. "If we get careless and die, think of all the heifers we'd miss out on." "Moo." The big black ox had an epiphany. Its bell-like eyes stared at Chen Sun with an admiration that flowed like an endless river. "The student is teachable." Chen Sun laughed appreciatively. He loved that expression on the big black ox. "So from now on, be cautious. Not a single slip-up is allowed." "Moo." The big black ox nodded. "Now hey, raise the question." Chen Sun's expression turned serious. "If a heifer and a cultivator were locked in a standoff over a spirit herb on the verge of a great battle, how would you handle it?" Option 1, a heroic rescue, duty-bound, no one else but me. Option 2, side with the stronger party, bully the weak, and ensure your own survival. Option 3, act as if nothing happened, pass by quietly, and avoid any entanglement. Option 4, with me around, no one survives. The herb is mine. Please answer. Chen Sun's deep eyes fixed on the big black ox, which began to sweat. Such a difficult question. The black ox's eyes wavered in inner turmoil. How could it watch a heifer fall into enemy hands? It made its decision. Moo. Option 1. Wrong. Chen Sun sneered coldly. How could a heifer contend with a cultivator? If you charged in, you'd just add another corpse. Moo moo. Choosing option 2. Utterly wrong. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes and explained. You already know they're fighting over a spirit herb. The more who know, the greater the risk. The cultivator won't spare you after eliminating the enemy. The black ox's pupils shrank, cold sweat pouring. It had already died twice in its mind. Moo moo moo. Haha, choosing option 3. Even more wrong. Chen Sun laughed arrogantly, a chill in his eyes. This world has no laws. Without strength, you can never be sure you won't be discovered. They'll just kill you too, thinking you're a freeloader. The black ox went limp, trembling from Chun Sun's intimidation. A heavy snort hit the ground. Moo 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 moo. I never expected you to choose option 4. Chun Sun slowly rose, a shadow covering his face. The big black ox suddenly felt utterly insignificant, paralyzed with fear. Had it died again? Congratulations. Moo. Hearing this, the big black ox felt strength return to its body. Its legs slowly lifted, hope kindling in its eyes. Had it finally gotten it right? Was it about to be resurrected? Chun Sun's pupils gradually widened as he looked down at the big black ox, laughing deeply. You chose the most tragic death, old ox. Die. Moo. The big black ox's pupils went vacant. With a thud, it collapsed in a cloud of dust. It had been wrong all along. After a moment, the black ox thought something wasn't right. How could all the answers be wrong? The more it thought, the more suspicious it grew. It looked at Chun Sun, still gnawing on a bare paw. Tricked. Moo. Holy shit. Chun Sun was instantly sent flying into the sky, still clutching the bare paw tightly. He felt the wind and saw a group of people fighting in the distance. His eyes focused. He landed steadily on both legs, creating 2 large craters. The big black ox was devouring the bare meat and slurping the soup with a vengeance, clearly intending to leave none for Chun Sun. Old ox, pack up quickly. There's a fight in the distance. Chun Sun said, seriously patting it. Moo. The big black ox responded. Whenever Chun Sun had that expression, he never joked. They packed the meat, dug a pit, and buried the traces with practiced skill. Chun Sun led the big black ox, looking like a simple farm boy, silently walking in the opposite direction without a word. From above, 3 figures darted through the trees, rustling the leaves. Below, Chun Sun and the black ox strolled along, their eyes vacant and utterly unremarkable. One figure suddenly stopped. His black hair flowed behind him as he squinted at the young man. Hold on. A voice came from the tree. Chun Sun's entire body tensed, and the big black ox's breathing slowed. Its hooves were poised to strike. The man jumped down from the tree, sizing up Chun Sun. Did you see what happened up ahead? Chun Sun startled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He clasped his hands and said, Greetings, senior. What's the matter? He couldn't tell if this man was a cultivator or a martial artist, and he had no idea how many others were nearby. Caution was the best policy. The man glanced at Chun Sun's hands. No calluses, definitely not a martial artist. He said, I see. Leave the ox behind. The big black ox was stout and sturdy, its flesh would greatly benefit a martial artist. Senior, this is my only ox. You're clearly a martial arts expert. There's no need to stoop to stealing livestock. Chun Sun's face twisted in distress, his fingers trembling slightly. His expression and gestures were perfect. Clang. The man drew his sword, his gaze sharp. He sneered, I, a member of the Baishian sect, would never stoop so low. I won't repeat myself. Ah, very well. Chun Sun dropped the ox's rope, looking dejectedly at the big black ox, thinking to himself, definitely not a cultivator. The man took the rope and suddenly smiled. You did see something, didn't you? This is no place for grazing. Suspicious. You are just unlucky. The man turned his back to the black ox and spoke to Chun Sun. He had seen through everything. If this man was likely a spy. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he was just about to raise his hand. Bang! At that moment, the big black ox suddenly stood up and kicked him in the back with both hooves, like boulders crashing down, the sound of cracking bones echoing. The man was greatly alarmed. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was dazed from the kicks, and his body pitched forward. Chun Sun's chest heaved, his adrenaline surging, yet he became eerily calm. He pulled a hatchet from his waist and swung it fiercely, burying it into the man's neck. Though he controlled his strength, the wound was still deep enough to reveal bone. The hatchet was lodged in the bone. Chun Sun's face was splattered with blood, and he panted heavily. Old ox, get to work. Chun Sun's pupils trembled slightly. He took out a flint. Dry firewood was scattered all around. The big black ox dared not dawdle and began digging a pit nearby. A blazing fire raged on the ground, burning the corpse to erase all traces. Even the ashes were scattered. The man and the ox swiftly destroyed all evidence, even staging the scene. They dared not take a single item from the dead man. They broke into a run faster and faster. Chun Sun swore that in all his life he had never run this fast. The big black ox was even outpacing him. 2 hours later, several people arrived at the crime scene, frowning. Sect Master, this is where Lu Tian stopped. Why, oi? A young man was leading a big black ox. It seems senior brother Lu wanted to buy the ox to nourish the new disciples. Humph. The sect master stood on a branch with his hands behind his back, observing the ground. There are signs of burning. The footprints are chaotic, making the direction impossible to discern. Sect master, could Lu Tian have been killed? The man was startled. Lu Tian was an expert of the Baishian sect. If something had truly happened to him, there would have been some reaction. Whoever did this was meticulous, leaving few traces. That young man is the key. The sect master frowned. Did you remember his face? Reporting to the sect master. No. The man bowed with cupped hands. Who would bother to remember the face of a cowherd, especially while on a mission? Useless. Calm your anger, sectmaster. The few men beside him also bowed with cupped hands. Lu Tian's death was indeed too suspicious. Let's go. There's nothing more to find here. Take good care of his family. Since we haven't seen a corpse, he may not necessarily be dead. The sectmaster sighed softly. Though there were burn marks on the ground, he could not believe that someone would commit murder and burn the body in such a short time. Yes, sectmaster. They stepped lightly, as agile as swallows, darting through the trees and vanishing in the blink of an eye. By a riverside, Chen Sun lay flat in the river, washing the blood from his body. He gazed at the sky, slightly lost in thought. The big black ox was also playing in the water nearby. Suddenly, it splashed water onto Chen Sun's face. The latter jolted instantly, snapping awake. Old ox, well done this time. Remember, when you ambush someone, don't utter a single unnecessary word. Chen Sun said coldly. He who kills will be killed. He was no saint. We don't provoke anyone, but if anyone harbors murderous intent towards us, we'll grind their bones to dust. Moo, moo. The big black ox snorted fiercely. Whoever dared to touch Chen Sun, it would kick them to death. They burned all their clothes by the river. Chen Sun changed into new garments and spent the night there. The night passed without incident. They continued their journey, heading for a large city. It was said that many cultivators resided there, making it much safer than the wilderness. Half a year later, it was the end of the year. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow on the horizon. A young man leading a black ox appeared on the skyline. In the distance lay a colossal city, crouching like a ferocious beast, glaring at the passers-by. Panning City, weathered by countless ages, had a long history. The city gate was bustling with people, lively and bustling. Fighting was forbidden within the city. It was a well-ordered metropolis with a thriving economy. Nestled against the Ningyun mountain range, the townsfolk often ventured into the mountains to gather spirit herbs and sell them to cultivators. The Ningyun mountain range was vast and endless. It was said that a celestial sect was nestled deep within the mountains, hidden in the mist, never revealing itself to the mortal world. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a majestic city wall. Chen Sun exclaimed in admiration, gazing at the slightly weathered giant city from afar, a smile spreading across his face. Old ox, our new life is about to begin. Moo. The big black ox pranced with joy. It too was astonished by the giant city, which was far larger than the few fences in their village. Such a magnificent world, to traverse mountains and rivers, to experience the splendor of the mortal realm. This is the true meaning of immortality. Chen Sun's eyes brimmed with eager anticipation. Old ox, charge. Moo. The man and the ox broke into a trot, kicking up clouds of dust. Chen Sun, holding the ox's rope, burst into laughter, while the big black ox let out a series of gleeful moos. The passers-by shook their heads with a smile, though a hint of envy flickered in their eyes. Youth was truly wonderful. The city gate of Panning was enormous. Countless carriages and common folk leading cattle and sheep passed in and out, showing no signs of crowding. Chen Sun's eyes were wide with wonder, looking around. Anyone who met his gaze received a friendly smile in return, which could not help but endear him to others. He stared at the guards at the city gate, clicking his tongue in amazement. It was the first time he had seen ancient soldiers. They were truly imposing and valiant, radiating an aura of youthful vigor. A guard frowned. A young man seemed to be scrutinizing them. Just as he was about to step forward, the young man unexpectedly gave him a thumbs up and a nod of approval. The guard stopped, smiled, and nodded back. I understand your meaning. Entering the city, a vast panorama unfolded before them. The man and the ox stood frozen in place as a scroll of a prosperous age slowly unfurled. The streets were incredibly wide. Countless street vendors hawked their wares and acrobats performed in the streets, drawing crowds that cheered loudly and tossed copper coins. Countless pedestrians in silk robes passed by, their every gesture imbued with an ancient charm, exuding an air of grandeur. Looking up, pavilions and towers lined the streets, adorned with lanterns. Talented scholars and beauties composed poetry on the upper floors, their charm intoxicating the senses. Chen Sun and the big black ox were utterly captivated. Bravo, Moo. Chen Sun and the big black ox stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the acrobatics, acting as the cheering section. Suddenly a pang of guilt struck Chen Sun. A freeloading didn't feel right. He fumbled at his waist for a long time before tossing a copper coin into the gong. The acrobat, hearing the sound, immediately turned to Chen Sun and breathed a jet of flame. A spectacular sight. Bravo. Chen Sun laughed heartily and clapped. The big black ox was startled, thinking the man was a cultivator performing for them. Truly, this was a great city. After watching for a while, they withdrew from the crowd and bought 2 sticks of candied hawthorns. Chen Sun took a bite, then the black ox took a bite, drawing giggles from the passing young ladies. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Chen Sun's eyes were opened wide as he looked at the street stalls, all handmade. These people relied on this trade for their entire lives, leaving no room for deceit. Young man, see anything you like. The stall owner greeted him warmly. Just looking. They'll definitely come back to buy when I have money. Chen Sun replied with an embarrassed smile, his words sincere. No worries. I have a flawed wood carving here. You can have it if you like. The stall owner pulled out a tiger statue from the side. It was lifelike, except the tail seemed to be carved wrong. Boss, let me trade you some rice for this. I really like this statue. Deal. The stall owner handed the statue directly to Chin Sun, who gave him some rice in return. Back on the street, Chin Sun held the statue in both hands, unable to put it down. The big black ox was green with envy. Why didn't the stall owner give it one too? It's all right, old ox. When we have money someday, they'll get you a little cow figurine. Moo moo. The great black ox's mind was suddenly at ease, and it let out two happy calls. It was the end of the year. By the river, lanterns resembling sky lanterns drifted slowly upward, carrying the people's wishes for the coming year, illuminating the entire city of Panning with a warm glow. This was a tradition of Panning City known by the locals as wishing lanterns. Chun Sun looked up at the sky, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Old ox, shall we set one off? Let's splurge this once. Moo, moo. The great black ox's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Only a fool would refuse. It had many wishes in its heart. The riverbank was crowded with people, perhaps even cultivators among them. In a secluded corner by the river, Chun Sun bought 2 wishing lanterns. He and his ox had no intention of squeezing into the throng. Old ox, what's your wish? Let's write it down. They say it's more effective that way. Chin Sun picked up a piece of charcoal and looked at the great black ox. Just hold it in your mouth and write. Didn't I teach you how to write? Moo. The great black ox snatched the charcoal with its mouth, a thoughtful look in its eyes, and began to move on the lantern. Hey, it's not about a little cow, is it? Chin Sun smirked slyly, watching the great black ox's lantern. If that were the case, it would truly be a little cow riding a wishing lantern. Absolutely legendary. Forever. What? Chin Sun frowned. The great black ox's characters were crooked and messy. Follow. Chun. His heart trembled. He cast a deep glance at the great black ox as the 2 lanterns slowly ascended, merging into the sea of countless wishing lanterns and gradually vanishing from sight. Moo. The great black ox nudged Chin Sun. If you say the wish out loud, it won't come true. Understand? Chin Sun said mysteriously. The great black ox's eyes widened in surprise, and convinced it stopped nudging him. The man and the ox resumed their night stroll through Panning City. Chin Sun took the opportunity to look for work in the city. He was now skilled in all manner of trades. Having experienced the benefits of speed, Chin Sun allocated this year's longevity points to agility once more, and also added a point for the great black ox. The next day, Chin Sun strode into a blacksmith shop in the city, putting on an air of immense bravado that left the owner utterly bewildered, half believing he was there to cause trouble. Young man, we don't take an oxen here. I'm naturally strong. I think your smithy might be missing something without me. What do you mean? Boss, are you hiring? Chin Sun suddenly broke into a broad grin, rolling up his sleeve. I can do the work of 2 men, and my family's heirloom ox can help too. I guarantee your business will thrive. Bang. Chin Sun was thrown out. The blacksmith spat. Do you think I take in just anyone off the street? Moo. The great black ox was furious. How dare the owner insult them? It spat back in defiance. Chun Sun quickly stopped the ox and said coldly, if there's no place for us here, there's always another. The owner crossed his arms, and several blacksmiths emerged behind him. The message was clear: if Chin Sun said another word, they would resort to violence. Chin Sun silently took the ox's rope, said nothing more, and bolted away, pulling the great black ox with him. TCH. The group scoffed, waving their hands, and went back to their forging. On the road, the great black ox nudged Chin Sun, urging him not to be angry. It's fine. I heard there's another smithy on the next street. Business isn't doing well there. Let's give it a try. Moo. The great black ox nodded. When they arrived at the smithy, Chin Sun was astonished. It looked like it was on the verge of closing down. An old man was dozing off in a chair. Old sir. Chin Sun led the black ox inside. There wasn't a single customer. Oh. The old man sprang up, his eyes bleary. Young man, what would you like to buy? Hem, naturally strong. Are you hiring? Chin Sun smiled. Huh. Yes, I am. The old man nodded eagerly. But all the blacksmiths have left. There's no wages to pay. That's fine. Just give us a place to stay, boss. That works. The old man said cheerfully. The backyard of the smithy is yours to use as you please. The two quickly reached an agreement. Chin Sun and the great black ox organized their pots and pans while the ox searched everywhere for a place to hide the rice. This world really is vast, Chin Sun remarked. The shop was so spacious that even the great black ox could move around freely. An hour later, he and the ox began forging in perfect coordination. The clanging sounds from the smithy made the old man's eyelids twitch. Such immense strength. Young man, judging by your technique, have you forged before? The old man's eyes gleamed as he clasped his hands behind his back. But your method is a bit crude. Of course, old sir. To be honest, I have 5 years of experience. Anyone who hires me is getting a steal. Chin Sun boasted. He enjoyed forging. It was a way to master control over his strength, but he had yet to achieve the realm of meticulous precision. Forging like this won't do. The old man shook his head, noting the wasted effort. Let me show you how it's done. Oh, a master indeed. Chen Sun watched the old man's forging technique, completely different from the village blacksmiths, but soon the old man was panting heavily. Old too old. Your turn, young man. The old man waved his hand and glanced at the great black ox, such a spirited beast. All right. Chen Sun imitated the old man's method, and surprisingly it worked. He felt his control over his physical strength gradually improving. Over the following year, Chen Sun and the great black ox forged daily with the old man, offering guidance, even instructing the ox from time to time. Whether cultivators or mortals, everyone has their own brilliance and wisdom. Chen Sun benefited greatly from this smithy. Grandmaster Sun, our business is getting better and better. Chen Sun grinned bare-chested. The shop was now turning a profit, and he and the ox had saved some money which the latter had buried in the backyard soil. The old man's name was Sun Kale. He once had a son who perished while seeking immortality in the Ningyun Mountains, and he had lived alone ever since. Oh, that's good. Sun Kale smiled gently. Since Chen Sun had come to the smithy, a smile had appeared on his face more often. Chen Sun's forging speed and quality far surpassed those of other smithies. Word spread, and people often came to order custom ironware, leaving with satisfied looks. Chen Sun. A loud shout came from the street. A burly man approached with two others, a long blade in hand. Brother Zhang is here. Chen Sun greeted him with a smile. What do you need forged? He'll take care of it for you. Brother Zhang, named Zhang Jiang, was the senior disciple of a martial arts school known for his generosity. He often visited the smithy and recommended it to his fellow disciples. Zhang Jiang stepped forward and announced, 100 broadswords. Can you handle it? A big order. Chen Sun's eyes lit up as he continued forging. I can handle it. When do you need them, Brother Zhang? Within 2 months. If you finish in 1 month, they'll pay extra. Zhang Jiang grinned. No need for extra pay, Brother Zhang. You're being too polite. He'll have it done in a month. Chen Sun shot Zhang Jiang a reproachful glance. What were brothers for? Come pick them up this time next month. Excellent. See, Brother Chen Sun here really knows how to do business. Zhang Jiang bellowed, looking at the two behind him. They nodded appreciatively. Martial artists like Chen Sun's straightforward style. Brother Chen Sun, don't go eating that big black ox of yours. Such a spirited old beast is rare. He's a family heirloom. Can't eat him. Chen Sun quickly waved his hands. All right, I'm off. If anyone causes trouble at the smithy, just let me know. Zhang Jiang laughed heartily, glancing at the great black ox. Black ox, see me off. Moo. The great black ox turned its head and let out a call. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jiang departed with his two companions, Chen Sun's farewell echoing behind him. He raised a hand in a brief wave, and his figure disappeared down the street. Chen Sun, you shouldn't forge iron for too long. Sun Kale frowned slightly. Not only was Chen Sun incredibly strong, but his endurance was also formidable. It will harm your body. When you get old, you'll end up like me. Master Sun, it's fine. I'm naturally strong and incredibly tough. Chen Sun was unconcerned. He wasn't even using his full strength for this task, and barely felt tired. He was now continuously controlling and increasing his strength. In the past, a single forceful strike might have ruined the metal, but now with his mastery over power and technique, one hammer blow was equivalent to several of his previous ones without spoiling the work. To outsiders, he seemed to be merely forging iron, but Chen Sun was actually cultivating. One could never have too many skills, and time was the one thing he had in abundance. Hell right. Sun Kale shook his head with a smile. It seemed that over this past year, influenced by Chen Sun's optimistic attitude, he felt he had grown younger himself. At night, Chen Sun and the big black ox returned to their courtyard. He once again added that year's longevity points to his speed. The man and the ox huddled together stealthily. Old ox, dig. Moo. Clods of earth flew up, gradually revealing an earthen jar filled with copper coins and a piece of silver. Chen Sun sighed with deep emotion, heaving long and short breaths. They were rich. Moo. Moo. The big black ox nudged Chen Sun, its eyes filled with anticipation. Once we finish Brother Zhang's order, well, go by the wood carving. Don't worry, I remember. Moo. The big black ox hopped with joy. Its happiness was that simple. Chen Sun moved to another spot, burying the earthen jar in the ground. Went out, and about one could never let down their guard. The next month, Zhang Jiang did not come. Chen Sun was puzzled. Brother Zhang had never missed an appointment before, so why hadn't he shown up today? Maybe something came up. Chen Sun didn't dwell on it and continued forging iron. He was still far from achieving perfect control over his strength. Diligence could compensate for lack of talent. The following month, someone finally came to pick up the knives, but it wasn't Zhang Jiang. Hey miss, where's Brother Zhang? He said he'd come last month to collect the knives. Chen Sun asked casually as the big black ox hauled the long knives from the back. Senior Brother Zhang died in a fight with the Baixin sect. The woman said in a low voice, her spirits low. Off. Shock flashed in Chen Sun's eyes, and he quickly changed his tone. I spoke out of turn. He'll get your knives right away. All right. The woman nodded. Shortly after, the woman paid and took all 100 long knives away with her sect disciples. Chen Sun sat in the back letting out a soft sigh. He said to the big black ox, Brother Zhang is dead. Moo. The big black ox nudged Chen Sun in surprise. Brother Zhang was still so young. I heard he died in a fight. In the martial world, it's common for people to die in battles and conflicts. Chen Sun shook his head and lamented, even cultivators, if they get involved in conflict, can die. The big black ox nodded emphatically. It was still safest where they were. Our path to longevity is inherently invincible. We don't offend, we don't participate. Within our ability, we just help our friends around us. Chen Sun said calmly, his gaze deep and distant. There is nothing left in this world that can stir waves within you or me. Keep a peaceful heart. Moo. The big black ox looked at Chen Sun with profound admiration. He was so cultured it couldn't express such things. Chen Sun. The iron or vendor heard our business is good and raised the prices. Sun Kale hurried in from outside looking anxious. He had always been the one to purchase the iron or for the shop. Oh, what? Chen Sun shot to his feet, rage burning within him. They had only just started making some money. Isn't this bullying honest folks? Old Ox grabbed the tools, damn it. Chen Sun instantly drew his 2 axes from his waist, his bare torso, revealing 16-pack muscles. Let's go have a word with them. Moo. Moo. The big black ox bellowed in anger, lowering its horns. Its custom-made bandit gear instantly covered its entire body. No one could reason with them now. They were specialized in having a word with people. The iron or vendor was a few streets away. Chen Sun and the big black ox charged over with great fanfare, their presence intimidating, their steps swift. The vendor was startled and shouted, Good sir, what is the meaning of this? No special meaning. We just came to have a word. Why did the price of iron ore go up just for us? Chen Sun roared, gripping his double axes. This isn't fair, you know that. Moo. Moo. The big black ox bellowed twice behind him, full of vigor. What the hell? The vendor broke out in a cold sweat. This man had a fierce look, 16-pack abs, and was followed by a huge black ox covered in blades. And he said he came to have a word. Hey, good sir, don't be hasty. Are you from Sun Kale's household? That's right, boss. Give us an explanation. This smithy is under the protection of Brother Zhang Jiang. Chen Sun enunciated each word. If he didn't put on a show of force, people would only take advantage of the kind. It was the same in every world. All right, please wait a moment and have a seat. The vendor cupped his hands with a smile. Fine. We're reasonable people, not here to cause trouble. Chen Sun's tone softened. He sat down, placing his axes on the table, his mind at ease. Before long, the vendor stepped out, smiling broadly and cupping his hands. It's this man and his ox causing trouble at the official's place. Arrest them. A troop of soldiers surged forward, instantly detaining Chen Sun and the big black ox. We came to have a word. We're innocent. Chen Sun shouted, struggling slightly. I really did come just to talk. Save your breath. You are here creating a disturbance, disrupting the peace of Panning City. Who are you trying to scare? An officer barked coldly, taking the 2 criminals away. Chen Sun kept shouting his innocence. 5 days later, Chen Sun and the big black ox emerged from the jail, seeing the light of day again. But their axes and blades had been confiscated, so they had to return and forge new ones. Back at the smithy, Sun Kale had prepared a fire pan for them to jump over. The man and the ox hopped back and forth, laughing and joking as if nothing had happened. Nevertheless, after Chen Sun's disturbance, the iron or vendor didn't dare raise the prices. It was a small gain. Time passed, and another 5 years went by. The smith's business was booming, even stealing a lot of business from the neighboring shop. When that owner saw it was Chen Sun, he was deeply regretful, lamenting that he had failed to recognize a true hero. He even invited Chen Sun to a feast at a restaurant, and their past grievances dissipated. However, Chen Sun's appetite shocked him. He even packed food to take home, costing the owner a small fortune. Now they addressed each other as brothers. Chen Sun was always proper in matters of social etiquette. But today Chen Sun was sprinting down the street, his speed so great it kicked up a strong wind. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Over these 5 years, his control over his strength had become masterful. He had added 5 longevity points to his speed. Currently, Chen Sun and the big black ox's longevity points were strength 21. Speed 8. Chen Sun held several bags of medicinal herbs in his hands. Sun Kale's body was failing. For the past year, he had been kept alive solely by these herbs, which had drained all their savings. But so what? To Chen Sun, wealth was like passing clouds. The people by his side were what truly mattered. He would forever cherish the present and live life to the fullest. Moreover, humans are not made of wood or stone. Who can be devoid of emotion? He had already reached the ultimate destination of all cultivators, immortality. There was no need to cast aside emotions to pursue some so-called supreme Tao. This was his final bastion as an immortal being. Chen Sun forever adhered to one principle: within his power, help his friends; beyond his power, never force it. Please let me through. Chen Sun frowned and shouted as he dashed past, drawing surprised murmurs from those he passed. What astonishing speed this young man possessed. In the smith's backyard, the great black ox tended a fire to brew medicine, unwilling to let old Sun die. It let out low, mournful bellows, its head drooping low. By the bedside, Sun Kale was in the throes of the 5 decays of heaven and man, alternating between lucidity and forgetfulness. Yet today his complexion was unusually ruddy. He called Chin Sun and the great black ox into the room, slowly rising to lean against the wall. A black ox head poked and gazing at him with concern. Sun Kale patted the great black ox, smiling kindly. I'm fine. Everyone has this day coming. Old Sun, it's all right. I asked the city doctor, if you take your medicine every day you can live at least 10 more years. Chin Sun forced a carefree smile. I'm really strong and business is great every day. We're not short on silver. I still remember the day you first came to the smithy. Sun Kale's face crinkled into a smile as he looked at Chin Sun, like a country boy, all loud and boisterous. Chin Sun managed a weak smile, but said nothing. I have nothing left to teach you. You've learned it all. From now on, this shop is yours. Sun Kale smiled faintly, taking Chin Sun's hand. Save up some silver, find a wife, and don't waste it on medicine. Old Sun, you underestimate me. How much can these herbs cost? Chin Sun waved dismissively. Old Sun, didn't you hear me? I asked. No need to comfort me. I know my own body. Sun Kale coughed, cutting Chin Sun off. I have something for you. He pulled a manual from behind his pillow and smiled weakly. My son once read this and went off to seek immortality. Old Sun, I have no interest in immortality. Chin Sun showed no concern for the manual. Living well is what truly matters. If only my son had a mind like yours. Sun Kale's eyes grew distant as he sighed softly. I have nothing else to leave you. Just take it. All right. Chin Sun nodded. Great black ox, he stay close to young Chin Sun. Sun Kale looked at the great black ox, his eyes full of affection. I've seen so many beasts, but you are the most spirited. Heaven has compassion for all life. It will watch over you both. Moo, moo. The great black ox stirred its head. Old Sun, don't talk like that. The doctor says a good attitude leads to a longer life. Chin Sun gripped Sun Kale's hand tightly in return. So cold. A piercing chill slowly seeped into Chin Sun's heart. Chin Sun, my boy. I'm here, old Sun. Thank you both. Sun Kale smiled warmly, gazing deeply at Chin Sun and the great black ox, as if to etch their faces into the depths of his memory, never to be forgotten. Go on. He'll rest for a while. All right, old ox, let's brew the medicine. Moo. Chin Sun and the great black ox rushed out, frantically brewing the herbs in the yard according to the prescription, a bit flustered. The next day, a chilly wind blew and countless yellow leaves fell from the plum tree outside the yard. Sun Kale passed away peacefully in his room, departing with serene tranquility. On the street, the great black ox pulled a cart bearing a coffin. Chin Sun walked behind, pushing it, his face expressionless. Passers-by frowned, finding it inauspicious, and kept their distance. Unfazed by the stares, the man and his ox slowly pulled the cart toward the city outskirts, moving with care to avoid any jostling. Chin Sun found a feng shui treasure spot to bury old Sun. The tombstone was engraved with the words, "Tomb of my master Sun Kale." The cold wind swept through, scattering paper money in the air, a somber atmosphere enveloping heaven and earth. Chin Sun offered incense and bowed. Then man and ox slowly walked back toward the city, their figures gradually fading. Back at the smithy, they stared blankly for a long time. That empty chair seemed to have lost the little old man who once dozed there. It's okay, old ox. We should be happy. Moo. If it weren't for us, what would have happened to old Sun? There wouldn't even have been anyone to handle his funeral. Moo. At least we've run the smithy well these past few years, and old Sun lived happily, didn't he? Moo. See, we did a great thing. Come on, cheer up. Ha ha ha. Moo. Moo. But their laughter was more painful than crying. The shop gradually fell silent again. Chin Sun didn't know if his words were meant to comfort the great black ox or himself. Chin Sun suddenly slapped his head. The more he thought, the more something felt off. Moo. The great black ox's eyes were filled with confusion. What's wrong? Old ox, we've been cheated. Chin Sun declared firmly, his eyes resolute. That doctor must have seen we were desperate and overcharged us for the herbs. He was deeply regretful. Why hadn't he studied medicine with all his skills? The small mountain village had no real doctors, only folk remedies for injuries. He never imagined a day like this would come. A miscalculation. The great black ox was startled and nudged Chin Sun. Why didn't you learn medicine? Let's focus on smithing to earn money first. We still owe quite a bit to the neighbors from this past year. A blazing fire ignited in Chin Sun's eyes. The medical profession was outrageously lucrative. Besides, traveling the world inevitably brought bumps and bruises. Learning medicine was essential. A new goal took root in his heart. Moo. A sharp glint flashed in the great black ox's eyes. It thought to itself, if Chin Sun learned medicine, could he cure illnesses himself, so no one else would have to die from sickness? Seeing the approval in the great black ox's eyes, Chin Sun smiled faintly. The gloom from moments ago vanished. Life was full of the unknown and challenges. That was what made it exciting. Old ox, let's get to work. Moo. The clanging of hammers once again echoed from the smithy. By now, Chin Sun's control over his strength was so precise that he could crush an ant's head with a single finger without harming its body. The ant nest in the smithy had suffered a great calamity, forcing the colony to migrate en masse, leaving behind only headless corpses. Chun Sun's smithy had gained a reputation throughout the surrounding streets for fair prices, superior quality, and good relations. Many matchmakers came to propose marriages. Even they could barely resist his 16-pack abs, their eyes glistening with allure. Chun Sun only responded with a cold sneer. He told the matchmakers, "After years of smithing here, my heart has become as cold as the hammer in my hand. Women will only slow down my forging speed." When this got out, countless lovelorn maidens were heartbroken, secretly thinking that their beloved was truly extraordinary. Even the way he spoke was so heroically dashing. A year later, Chun Sun finally paid off all his debts and had some savings. He continued to allocate his longevity points to speed. At the break of dawn, the streets were sparse with only a few passers-by. They cleaned the smithy and packed everything, pots, pans, and all, hanging them on either side of the black ox. Old ox ready to go. Moo. They carefully sealed the shop, but the deed was still theirs. As long as they didn't sell it, they could always come back to visit. Let's go. Chun Sun took one last look at the surrounding streets and smiled freely. Moo. Moo. The great black ox bellowed joyfully. Chun Sun had promised to take it to buy wooden carvings and release wish lanterns today. Rituals in life were essential, otherwise everything would be too dull. Jingle jingle. The crisp sound of clashing ornaments came from the great black ox as the two figures gradually faded into the distance. As the sun rose, someone passing by Chun Sun's smithy found it closed with no sign of him. They sighed inwardly, regretting not having had more tools forged there. The closure of Chun Sun's smithy delighted the other smithies on the nearby streets. It was a cause for universal celebration. Raise prices, they must raise prices. Who would dare not raise them? It was the end of the year once more, and the night in Panning City was as vibrant as ever, just like when they first arrived. Chun Sun, his eyes filled with wonder, walked slowly along the street, leading the big black ox. He stopped here and there to look, holding various foods in his hands. Now that they had money, it was only natural to spend some. As before, they shared bites with each other, drawing laughter from the passers-by who remarked that this young man was quite amusing. But this time an unexpected incident occurred. While watching a street performance, Chun Sun couldn't budge the big black ox no matter how hard he pulled. Only after the ox had its fill of the show did they continue on their way. The big black ox, convinced that cultivators were putting on a show for them, watched in rapt fascination, letting out a continuous stream of contented moos. Chun Sun approached a vendor's stall, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Boss, remember us? We've come to buy wood carvings." The vendor had changed spots, though not far from his original location, and now a child sat beside him, playing with a carving. "A young man, it's you." The vendor was taken aback for a moment before a look of sudden realization dawned on him. It was the youth who had traded rice for his carvings. "You really haven't changed a bit. Do you have any ox carvings?" "Well, take two. Coming right up." The vendor chuckled, rummaged around, and produced two lifelike ox carvings, flawless in their craftsmanship. He handed them to Chun Sun. "Here you go, young man." After paying, Chun Sun waved the carvings in front of the big black ox, teasing it until it grew frantic with excitement, and Chun Sun burst into hearty laughter. They went to the river to release prayer lanterns once more, but the big black ox adamantly refused to let Chun Sun see its wish, blocking his view with its entire body. Chun Sun led the big black ox towards the southern part of Panning City, where numerous medical clinics were located. The blacksmith's forge was in the northern city, but it was far too distant, requiring several days of travel on foot. 2 days later, they arrived before a shop whose sign read, Ping Tai Medical Hall, flanked by couplets. The left read, "May the world be free of illness," and the right, "Why fret over dust gathering on the medicine shelves?" The horizontal scroll bore the words, "Peace under heaven." The medical hall was bustling with people, their faces etched with worry. The physicians of Ping Tai Medical Hall had an excellent reputation among the locals, hailed as saviors who dispensed medicine to heal the world. The attendants inside were extremely busy, constantly dispensing medicine to the stream of visitors, while several physicians tended to the wounded and sick, their work punctuated by agonized groans. "Old ox, I'm going in to take a look. They'll tie you up outside. You're big enough now, you need to learn to protect yourself." Chun Sun said seriously, "If a stranger tries to lead you away, bellow loudly, then give him a kick, but don't use too much force." The big black ox nodded, giving him a reassuring look that said, "I know my limits." "Are you here for a consultation or to buy medicine?" an attendant asked casually. "I'm looking for Dr. Ning Si." Chun Sun clasped his hands in greeting. He had inquired and learned that Ning Si, the owner of the establishment, was a man of gentle disposition and a healer's heart, widely praised by the common folk. "Young friend, you're looking for me." Ning Si emerged from another hall. He had thick raven black hair tied up, a handlebar mustache, and a melancholic look in his eyes. He was a man in his middle years. Yet in Chun Sun's estimation, this man knew how to take care of himself. His actual age might be greater than he appeared. "Dr. Ning, I've come to learn medicine." Chun Sun clasped his hands again, and as his sleeve slipped inadvertently, it revealed his firm, sinewy muscles. Ning Si's eyelid twitched at the sight. Such a robust physique. Him not taking on any apprentices for now. Young friend, you should try elsewhere. Ning Si spoke calmly. He had no intention of taking a disciple at the moment. Dr. Ning, I am sincere in my desire to learn medicine. I can endure great hardship. Chun Sun's eyes held a glimmer of hope as he pleaded earnestly. Even if it's just doing odd jobs here as long as I can learn something. Ah. A struggle flashed in Ning Si's eyes, but then a series of loud moos erupted from outside, startling everyone. A gust of wind swept by and Chun Sun had already dashed out. What swift reflexes! Ning Si thought a note of admiration in his mind as he hurried out to see what was happening. Ah, this black ox of mine has such a stubborn temper. I just can't get it to move. A local thug grinned, explaining to the gathered onlookers, though his expression was sour. It was the first time he had experienced the true meaning of being as strong as an ox. The big black ox bellowed in fury, about to raise its hoof, when it saw Chun Sun emerge, and immediately let out a loud call. What do you think you're doing? That's my ox. Chun Sun's eyes blazed with anger as he roared, let go. You say it's yours, so that makes it yours. The thug sneered, looking Chun Sun up and down dismissively. Just a naive young lad. So you're saying you don't want to be reasonable? How preposterous. This is my big black ox. You wouldn't dare start a fight, would you? The thug spat on the ground, put down the rope, slowly rolled up his sleeves, and even brandished a dagger. He had ruled this street for years. Dealing with a greenhorn like this would be a piece of cake. Everyone heard that right. This man refuses to be reasonable. Chun Sun frowned slightly, then shouted to the surrounding crowd, casually revealing the 3 hatchets tucked into his belt. The thug halted mid-step, his pupils contracting. A real weapon. What was going on? Chun Sun took a step forward and slowly unbuttoned his shirt, inadvertently revealing his 16-pack abs. His body looked as if it had been forged through countless trials, incredibly robust. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This seemingly ordinary youth was actually a trained fighter. Wait, young man, I suddenly realized I was mistaken. This isn't my ox. Heh, heh. The thug's pupils trembled. This youth was far too formidable. He began to edge backward, realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew. They'll be going now. They'll just go. Go to hell. Take this. Chun Sun let out a sudden roar and charged forward with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. A fist the size of a sandbag loomed in the thug's vision. Off. Grandpa, stop hitting me. The thug's screams filled the street as he rolled on the ground, begging for mercy. The big black ox kept spitting in disdain before finally butting him away. The thug lay there utterly defeated, his body feeling like it was falling apart. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose, and he was covered in the foul stench of saliva. This youth had a 16-pack and an iron-like body. Even if he called a few of his buddies, it wouldn't do any good. They'd just get beaten up for nothing. From now on, head, give this guy a wide berth. Well done. That thug deserved it. A good for nothing who loafs around all day. We've had enough of him. The surrounding crowd cheered in approval. Truly a hero emerges in youth doing what they dared not do. Chun Sun snorted coldly. If anyone dared to touch old ox, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash his full fury. The big black ox nudged Chun Sun, finding comfort only by his side. It's all right, old ox. I'm here. Chun Sun wrapped an arm around the ox's head, his gaze still coldly fixed on the direction the thug had fled. He suddenly turned his gaze to Ning Si, making the latter's hair stand on end. This youth carried 3 hatchets, had a 16-pack. Was he really here to learn medicine? Please take me in, Dr. Ning. Let me work as a helper at Pingtai Medical Hall. My family's big black ox can also lend a hand. Chun Sun bowed his head with clasped hands, his words filled with profound sincerity. The big black ox also mooed in supplication to Ning Si. Take him in, Dr. Ning. A young man with such a sense of justice is rare. Indeed, Dr. Ning. This young man is pitiable, coming to the city with his ox to make a living. The surrounding crowd also spoke up for Chun Sun, who seemed to come from a life of hardship. Very well, I will take you in. Ning Si nodded in agreement. The youth truly seemed pitiable, and if left to wander the streets, he might face retaliation from those thugs. At least within the medical hall, no one would dare touch him. Thank you, Dr. Ning. Overjoyed, Chun Sun clasped his hands in gratitude to the surrounding crowd for their support. Come along. Ning Si smiled, hands clasped behind his back, and led them into the courtyard behind the medical hall. The art of medicine was profound and vast, allowing no room for negligence. One had to begin by identifying medicinal herbs. Ning Si handed him a book on herbs, instructing Chun Sun to match and memorize each one against the herbs in the backyard. Otherwise, Chun Sun wouldn't even be qualified to run errands at the clinic. However, he considered himself quite sharp-witted, teaching Big Black Ox to identify them while solidifying his own knowledge. Yet the harshness of reality taught Chun Sun a profound lesson. With countless herbs, precise identification could not be achieved through rote memorization alone. At night, candles were lit in the backyard as the man and the ox pored over their books under the light. Old ox, I didn't realize you weren't so bright either. Chun Sun burst into laughter, feeling instantly balanced. They were evenly matched. For Chun Sun, the most painful thing in the world wasn't failing to learn, but that the old ox had learned while Chun Sun had not. Moo, moo. Big Black Ox grew angry, its eyes wide as it nudged Chen Sun. Some obscure characters it couldn't recognize and had to rely on Chen Sun to decipher. Yet it had already devised a plan to overtake him while Chen Sun was away relieving himself, thereby dampening his arrogant spirit. Time slipped away as they studied herb identification. Another year passed, and Chen Sun officially donned the attendant's uniform of Pingtai Clinic. He even began to walk with a slight swagger, a smug smile curling at his lips. Over the year he had come to recognize most of the herbs, yet Dr. Ning did not praise him for natural talent, merely noting his hard work and ability to endure solitude. He had once again allocated his longevity points to speed, believing that in the world of martial arts speed was the key to invincibility. As long as he ran fast enough, disaster would always be one step behind him. Attendant 1 Qian of Ilex, 2 Qian of Senancum, 3 Qian of Mirabolite. Right away, Chen Sun replied, moving with practiced ease. He swiftly retrieved the herbs from several cabinets, wrapped them up, and handed them to the customer. After resting at night, Chen Sun munched on melon seeds, and with Black Ox by his side, continued studying the herb book. However, a hint of suspicion gradually crept into his eyes as he sized up Big Black Ox. "Old Ox," he said softly. "Moo." Big Black Ox shuddered, its eyes betraying everything. "Have you been secretly studying? I've been watching you for days." Chen Sun raised an eyebrow. This ox had committed a grave offense, laughing and joking with him at night, then sneaking in studies while he worked as an attendant during the day. What audacity! "Moo, moo." Big Black Ox broke out in a cold sweat, refusing to admit it, but its eyes had already deeply betrayed it. "As punishment, you're not allowed to read tonight." Chen Sun turned away and continued munching his melon seeds. "I won't read with you until you realize how despicable this behavior is." "Moo moo." Big Black Ox grew frantic, circling Chen Sun and accidentally knocked him over with its rump. Chen Sun had no choice but to yield, reasoning with it through emotion and logic about the dangers of studying in secret. "Understand? What if you misidentify something when I'm not around? You still can't read all the characters, and these are medicinal herbs. A mistake could cost lives." "Moo moo." Big Black Ox nodded repeatedly, comprehending at last, vowing never to sneak study again. "Come, let's continue. I'll explain the effects of this herb." Chen Sun pointed at the book and Big Black Ox leaned in. Man and Ox resumed their studies, their hearts filled with passion. The second year arrived. Chen Sun had memorized all the common herbs in the clinic. Every night he and Big Black Ox tested each other, pulling out a herb and naming it. Dr. Ning merely offered a "not bad" with little reaction. Whenever he had free time, Chen Sun would sneak over to the doctors, watching them consult patients with eager eyes, picking up whatever knowledge he could. Time was something he had in abundance. Returning to the courtyard at night, Dr. Ning handed Chen Sun a pharmacology book detailing which herb combinations treated which ailments and which herbs clashed with each other. Truly profound and vast, Chen Sun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with insight as a new world opened before him. "Old Ox, we've only just begun." "Moo moo." Big Black Ox was already engrossed, its eyes wide with wonder. Chen Sun also allocated his longevity points to speed and continued his studies. Seasons came and went. Chen Sun had changed into a senior attendant's uniform. 5 years had passed in a fleeting blur. They had been at Pingtai Clinic for 7 years now. Chen Sun had witnessed immense pain, helplessness, and wails. Yet his optimistic and uplifting spirit had brought a measure of solace to many of the common folk who came there. Each year brought changes among the clinic's attendants, yet everyone remembered this ever-smiling youth and the cleaver at his waist which he never put down. In a main hall of the clinic, Ning Si sat upright, his expression solemn. If one could misjudge a person at first glance, 7 years would never deceive. Chen Sun, dressed in formal attire, performed the ritual to honor the founder, then offered tea to Ning Si and his wife. "Master Mistress," he said, bowing with his hands clasped, his gaze filled with respect. "Chen Sun, what is a healer?" "One whose duty is to treat the sick and save lives. But virtue holds even greater importance." Ning Si narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Chen Sun. "If you encounter a bandit on the road, one who robs homes and commits every evil, yet is gravely wounded and begs for your help, what would you do?" Chen Sun paused briefly, then replied earnestly, "Master Ning, if I may speak honestly." "You may. If he were severely injured, I would certainly spot him first, but I would not save him." Chen Sun hesitated, his expression flickering. "I would cover my face and pass by to avoid future retaliation." Ning Si and his wife were both taken aback. He had even thought through the aftermath. "Good, very good," Ning Si said, sipping his tea with a faint smile. "A healer must not do evil. Staying true to one's heart is enough. I merely wish to hear your honest answer." "This child is indeed fine, upright in character and of excellent temperament," the mistress added with a smile. Had Chen Sun claimed he would save the bandit just to please them, they would have thought less of him for lacking sincerity. "Very well, you are now formally initiated. In my life, I have taken only 2 disciples. You are the third." Ning Si's expression grew serious. He had observed Chen Sun for a long time. Though you may not be the most naturally gifted, I believe you will undoubtedly become the most skilled physician. The mistress' eyes flashed with astonishment. It was the first time she had heard Ning Si offer such high praise to anyone, not even their daughter. Master Ning flatters me, Chen Sun replied, his gaze calm as he bowed with clasped hands, though the corners of his mouth began to curl into a smug grin. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Chen Sun returned to the clinic's backyard. Munching on melon seeds, he regaled Big Black Ox with the day's events, his eyes radiating nothing but sheer pride. He spun tales of how the master praised him as having the bearing of a medical emperor, with purple chi stretching 30,000 li and celestial sages descending to herald Emperor Chen's return. Moo moo moo. Big Black Ox believed every word, its eyes wide with excitement as it ran around in circles, occasionally nudging him. It was truly overjoyed for Chen Sun. Ha ha ha. The courtyard echoed with Chen Sun's laughter and Big Black Ox's continuous, joyful mooing. All his longevity points were still being allocated to speed. In the following 3 years, Chen Sun began accompanying Ning Si on house calls, traveling among the common folk to treat various difficult and complicated ailments. Occasionally, when encountering minor troubles, he would inadvertently reveal his 16-pack abdominal muscles. Chen Sun always carried a small notebook filled with countless questions. Ning Si was remarkably patient, continuously answering Chen Sun's queries. Such an eager disciple was indeed a rare sight. However, on one occasion when they went to diagnose a wealthy landowner's family, Chen Sun accidentally exposed a battle axe tucked at his waist. Everyone was utterly astounded. Was this man truly a physician? Chen Sun merely offered an embarrassed smile at the time. Surely it was only natural to carry a battle axe when traveling abroad. He calmly adjusted his robe to conceal the axe, only to inadvertently reveal 2 more. All the servants braced themselves as if facing a formidable foe, their long staves at the ready. This young man was clearly no virtuous soul. Chen Sun maintained a gentle smile, repeatedly explaining that it was perfectly reasonable to bring a couple of extra weapons while roaming the martial world. Had Ning Si not been present, a fierce battle might have erupted at any moment. While Ning Si was diagnosing the patient, the landowner's family members kept breaking out in cold sweats. If an incurable illness were discovered, wouldn't this youth simply split the patient with an axe to solve the problem? Chen Sun looked at their expressions with confusion, smiling and nodding repeatedly to reassure them. These people quickly returned his smile, nodding like chicks pecking at rice, beads of cold sweat constantly trickling down. At the Pingtai Medical Hall, the sun shone brightly that day, and the spring scenery was radiant. Chen Sun had now donned the physician's robe, and every passing assistant respectfully addressed him as Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen, please save me. A commoner supported a man with a darkened face into the medical hall, his expression filled with panic. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes, observing the patient's appearance from afar. The poison had already seeped deep into his blood. Had he arrived any later, it would have been time to prepare the funeral feast. Was he bitten by a venomous snake? Chen Sun laid the man on the nearby bed. 2 tiny wounds on his hand clearly indicated fang marks. No, Dr. Chen, he ate poisonous mushrooms. What? Chen Sun was startled and began to take his pulse, his expression shifting dramatically as he looked at the commoner. After eating poisonous mushrooms, he was also bitten by a venomous snake. Thud. The commoner fell to his knees, sobbing loudly. Doctor, please save him. He'll write you a prescription. Go get the medicine first, there might still be a chance to revive him. Chen Sun took a piece of paper, scribbled something on it, and handed it to the commoner. The latter's expression changed upon seeing it. He didn't have enough money to buy the medicine. No worries, I'll cover it for you first. Pay me back when you have the money, Chen Sun said calmly. He believed in helping wherever he could, and he had earned quite a bit from treating wealthy families over the past year. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. The commoner was overjoyed, tears streaming down his face. Chen Sun nodded. In this world, if a man fell, his entire family would collapse. Helping within his means seemed harmless. But gradually he realized he had been mistaken. Chen Sun's reputation for benevolence began to spread. The other doctors at the medical hall all had families to support, so naturally they couldn't spend their own money to treat the poor like Chen Sun, who was unattached. He was completely elevated in status. Rumors spread everywhere that he was a divine healer who treated patients for free and even allowed them to buy medicine on credit. All that was missing was someone sending him a banner of gratitude. Countless impoverished patients flocked to him. Chen Sun's funds gradually dwindled, but he would never trouble others or morally coerce the medical hall staff into following his charitable deeds. Only a handful of those indebted patients came to the medical hall to repay their debts. He was truly out of money. The tide turned. Some patients cursed him for refusing to help, calling him hypocritical. Even those he had once assisted now looked at him with disgust when they visited the medical hall. Some who had come seeking him after hearing of his reputation, upon learning that Chen Sun no longer offered credit, spat in front of the medical hall, grumbling about wasting their time traveling so far. Good deeds stay within doors, but bad news travels far and wide. It was said that the Pingtai Medical Hall harbored a physician of questionable character who always carried 3 battle axes. Clearly not a good person. In the backyard of the Pingtai Medical Hall, Chun Sun no longer dared to see patients in the front hall. Well, the fool was me all along. Chun Sun laughed heartily, though his laughter carried a hint of desolation. Even the assistants and doctors now looked at him with changed eyes. Weren't you fond of showing off? Still showing off now. Many in the medical hall secretly mocked him, for he had once stolen much of their limelight. Moo, moo. The great black ox pressed its head against Chun Sun's face. It had recently learned of the matter as it was being talked about everywhere. Old ox, you see, I told you before. We should only help our friends nearby. Now you understand what I meant, right? Moo. The great black ox looked at Chun Sun with deep sympathy. It had never seen him so dejected. In its eyes, Chun Sun had always been an optimistic, cheerful person. You underestimate me. All of this was within my expectations. I just wanted to prove the meaning of that saying to you. Chun Sun forced a smile, wrapping one arm tightly around the ox's head, their faces pressed close together. Moo. The great black ox nuzzled Chun Sun, its mood exceptionally low, but deep within it was seething with rage. Old ox, let's leave. This place isn't for us. Ilgo bid farewell to Master Ning. Chun Sun patted the great black ox. His presence here had already severely impacted the medical hall's business, and he didn't want to hold anyone back. Moo. The great black ox leaped up. It didn't want to stay either, immediately scurrying off to pack their pots and pans. Chun Sun watched its busy figure, warmth filling his heart, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At Ning's residence, Chun Sun had changed back into his original blue attire, no longer wearing the medical hall's physician robe. I already know about this matter, and I understand your predicament. Ningxi sat in the seat of honor, a trace of world weariness in his eyes, and said slowly, human nature is inherently evil. That is a conclusion I have drawn from years of practicing medicine. I hope it will be of help on your future path. Master Ning's teachings Chun Sun shall never forget. Chun Sun solemnly cupped his hands. He had learned so much in these 10 years. Ningxi picked up a nameless book from the table and explained, this contains my years of experience. I give it to you. Off. Chun Sun was startled. With a single stride, he swiftly caught the book. Master Ning, this is too generous. Ningxi gently tugged at it, his expression changing as he found it wouldn't budge. The book seemed clamped in an iron vice. Hey, it's nothing. Take it. Thank you, Master Ning. In a flash, the book appeared at Chun Sun's waist. The speed was so astonishing that Ningxi's pupils widened slightly. Go on. Come back to visit when you have time. Master Ning, thank you for taking me in. If the Ning family ever faces trouble, I will return even from 1,000 miles away. Chun Sun's expression turned serious as he bowed with utmost respect. Ningxi nodded with emotion, saying, I observed you for years. You appear foolish, but are truly wise. You are no ordinary being. Just stay true to your heart. Chun Sun slowly raised his head, took one last look at Ningxi, and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Ningxi smiled faintly. Sun, may your future be bright and full of promise. The next day, before dawn had broken, Chun Sun and the big black ox set out on their journey, heading westward until they gradually vanished into the depths of the street. When the townsfolk awoke and took to the streets, word spread that Chun Sun had left the medical clinic. Some felt an inexplicable joy, as if they themselves had driven away a villain. Others, however, felt a pang of loss, believing Chun Sun to be a good physician who had committed no wrong. Yet after a few days, everyone had forgotten the matter. Whether Chun Sun stayed or left, not a single copper coin more would find its way into their homes. In this world, no one had the energy to spare for a stranger. The Ningyun mountain range stood tall between heaven and earth, a timeless monument that inspired all things, having weathered countless ages in silent majesty. Its dark, boundless cliffs rose like chiseled blades, piercing the firmament. The winding mountain ridges coiled and spiraled like a slumbering dragon. Gazing down, white clouds shrouded the depths, a looking around mist enshrouded the peaks. On a mountain path, a young boy carrying a bamboo basket searched for herbs, followed by a large black ox. Over these 3 years, Chun Sun had continued to allocate his longevity points to speed, curious to see if it would again cap at 20 and refuse to increase. Their current longevity points: strength 21, speed 18. Possessing such extraordinary speed, if Chun Sun sprinted with full force, the naked eye could barely track him. A truly astonishing feat. Old ox, let's search carefully. Chun Sun's basket was filled with herbs. Maybe we'll find that legendary panacea that cures all ills. The Ningyun Mountains often yielded miraculous herbs to the locals, some centuries old, which sold in the city for a fortune. Moo, moo. The big black ox frolicked about, recognizing many herbs. It marveled at the power of knowledge, which had sharpened its mind considerably. But don't go too deep. I've heard there are demonic beasts. They're nothing like ordinary wild animals. Chun Sun said nervously. If we run into some cultivator who takes a disliking to us, we're done for. Moo. The big black ox answered, understanding. Off. A miserable scream echoed from the jungle, startling flocks of birds into flight. Chun Sun instinctively pulled on his bandit hood and the ox halted mid-step. Their eyes met. A demonic beast. Several villagers came running in panic. They paused at the sight of Chun Sun's headband, then shouted, "Run! A demon! A demonic beast! Old ox, run!" Chun Sun's heart pounded with terror. He bolted with the ox, and behind them a beast, half wolf, half tiger, charged with furious roars. Its body was larger than a tiger's, and its eyes burned crimson. What the hell is that thing? So terrifying. Moo! Moo! Chun Sun and the ox screamed in fright. After all these years, they had never seen anything like it. Man and beast sprinted with all their might, snapping dry branches underfoot and moving like twin gales. The villagers behind them were astonished at their speed. The demonic beast grew enraged, its eyes turned bloodier, and saliva flew from its jaws. It relished fast prey. Off! It's coming! The villagers screamed in terror, one fainting from fright. Yet the beast bypassed them, chasing after the man and the ox. What are you doing? Are you insane? Chun Sun's eyes widened. The beast was directly pursuing them, far faster than any ordinary animal. Moo! Moo! The big black ox charged madly, sweat beading on its forehead. This beast was too terrifying. Moo! A thunderous crash. In its panic, the ox slammed headlong into a massive tree. The trunk splintered and began to lean, its roots nearly torn from the earth. Old ox! Chun Sun stopped and shouted, his eyes filled with worry as he rushed to check its head. Moo! The ox was dazed but unharmed, save for a few scrapes. It nuzzled Chun Sun. Roar! The beast was nearly upon them, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It had never encountered prey so swift. Chun Sun and the ox were cornered. They stood together, trembling in terror at the beast's horrific visage. This is the end, old ox. Chun Sun's voice quivered as he clutched the ox's head. The ox's pupils trembled, its hooves shaking. Would their path to immortality end here? The beast drooled, continuously circling them. Their cowardice made it drop its guard entirely. Suddenly the beast lunged, bloodlust in its eyes. A drop of saliva fell to the ground as it charged fiercely at Chun Sun. Its eyes blazed with murderous excitement. They were inches apart when its expression shifted. The human no longer seemed afraid, but eerily calm. A fierce whirlwind erupted from the ground. Chun Sun became a blur, moving with such impossible speed that the beast's eyes could barely track him. Dread filled its gaze. Impressive as you are, you're not worthy of a second blow from my axe. Chun Sun now stood behind the beast, his back to it, a blood-stained axe in hand. His bandit hood revealed only a cold, piercing gaze. A searing pain erupted in the beast's belly. It collapsed in agony, blood pooling beneath it. The big black ox leaped high, black ox crush. Thud! The ground cratered and the beast's entrails were crushed out. It was dead beyond any doubt. Chun Sun struck again without mercy. Slash. Blood splattered once more. Is that all? How is that all? Moo! Moo! Scared your daddies, did you? Why aren't you barking now? Moo moo! Man and ox vented their fury on the corpse, spitting and cursing, still shaken from their terror. They set up a large pot, boiled water, and began to feast. Old ox, we got lucky this time. Those beasts can use magic, fire, ice, all sorts of tricks. Chun Sun recalled the tales of demonic beasts he'd heard in town. Only cultivators can kill them. But damn, this meat is delicious. Moo moo! The big black ox let out happy sounds. It had never tasted such savory meat. After their meal, they quickly buried all traces, packed the leftover meat, and filled in the pit. Chun Sun was meticulous, arranging the scene like a proper crime. The beast's ashes scattered in the wind. Everything appeared untouched. They fled far away, finding a wooded area with fewer wild animals. Old ox, even a wily rabbit has 3 burrows. We can't be weaker than a rabbit. Start digging. Moo! With their great strength, Chun Sun expertly dug a burrow, laying a foundation and mixing clay. He refused to sleep on the surface. Finally, he carefully moved a massive boulder to seal the top, leaving a tiny gap, and covered it with grass and leaves. No one would ever suspect a hidden cave beneath. A candle flickered in the burrow, and the world felt safe. Comfortable. Moo moo. Chun Sun leaned against the big black ox, lost in thought. This world was fraught with danger, especially after today's encounter with the demonic beast, which had nearly scared them senseless. After a long hesitation, he pulled out the book given by Old Sun, the Chi Refining Art. Between heaven and earth lies spiritual energy. The sensation of Chi connects to the heavens, drawing it into the body. Chun Sun continued reading, his mouth growing wider and wider. He kept wanting to utter 2 words, but hesitated for the next sentence, always elevated his feelings to a higher plane. He swallowed hard, shock flickering in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Awesome! Moo! Moo!" The big black ox jolted upright in fright, turning its bovine head toward the Chi Refining Art, utterly bewildered. Old ox, a cultivation manual. Chun Sun said excitedly, reveling in the joy of getting something for nothing. Cultivation, the kind where you can fly without having to slave away in some sect. Moo! The big black ox grew excited too. Years ago, they had witnessed cultivators soaring through the skies on flying swords, traversing heaven and earth, and they had always envied that sight. The Qi refining stage has 10 levels. At the 10th one can achieve foundation establishment, breaking the limits of lifespan, to live 400 years. Reading this, Chen Sun and the ox both smirked secretly. They exchanged a glance and let out an oddly lecherous low chuckle. But the manual only went up to the foundation establishment stage, or what lay beyond remained unknown to them. Old ox, let's try it together. Follow its circulation path and sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen Sun sat cross-legged, even teaching the big black ox how to do the same, laughing so hard his whole body shook. All beings with spiritual roots can feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moo. Don't worry, you definitely have one. You're a spirit beast. Moo, the big black ox grinned, reassured. Come on, spiritual energy of heaven and earth, heed my command, enter my body. Moo 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 moo. Man and ox began following the manual circulation path, striving to capture the sensation of qi from the surroundings. They closed their eyes, calmed their minds, and an hour passed like this. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chen Sun's eyes snapped open. He looked at the big black ox and asked if fake. Moo moo. The big black ox hesitated, then nodded. It seemed they had felt nothing. Damn it. Chen Sun's face twisted in pain as he propped himself up with his hands. I never expected old Sun's son to be duped by a fake. He must have discovered the problem after starting to cultivate and left it behind. Moo moo. The big black ox nodded, finding Chen Sun's reasoning impeccable. But Chen Sun shifted his tone, frowning slightly. After cultivating, there is indeed a faint sensation in my abdomen. Moo. Probably from eating too much beast meat. I'm going out to relieve myself. The big black ox. Chen Sun went outside, found a secluded spot, dug a pit, and squatted down, his mind wandering in thought. Could my spiritual root be too weak? Chen Sun strained his face and then relaxed. No way, the big black ox is a spirit beast. Could it be as useless as me? At this thought, Chen Sun couldn't help but chuckle slyly, his body shaking more and more. Suddenly his expression changed as he looked at his feet. Oh damn. Back in the cave, he said, Old ox, there's another possibility. Our spiritual roots might be too weak. The big black ox didn't respond, but kept sniffing, catching a foul odor on Chen Sun. Old ox. Chen Sun frowned, puzzled. The ox's nose was nearly at Chen Sun's feet. With strength to uproot mountains, my spirit fills the world. Moo. The big black ox was hoisted into the air by Chen Sun, who roared, Old ox, I'm talking to you. Moo moo. The big black ox calmed down, leaning against the earthen wall, keeping a distance from Chen Sun, its bovine eyes brimming with mockery. Let's practice for an hour, every day. If it doesn't work, well, drop it. Moo. The big black ox nodded, but seeing Chen Sun approach, it quickly shifted away. Yet Chen Sun wouldn't let it escape, leaving the ox on the verge of tears. They forced themselves to sleep side by side. The next morning, birdsong drifted into the earthen cave as a ray of sunlight streamed in. Let's go, old ox. Time to gather herbs. Chen Sun slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and said sleepily, Then we'll put some medicine on your head. Moo. The big black ox woke too, its head still aching slightly. Time flew like an arrow. 3 years had passed since they settled in the Ningyan Mountains. They encountered no more dangers like demon beasts emerging from the mountains. Yet they saw countless bones of common folk. When idle Chen Sun and the big black ox returned to their old trade, the mournful sound of swonas and bells echoed through the woods, guiding souls back to their homeland. Chen Sun now wore a beast-hide coat, carried a bamboo basket on his back, an axe in hand with 2 more at his waist. He had painted several stripes on his face and bore a bow and arrows on his back, a veritable savage. The big black ox's horns had finally fully healed that year. It too was draped in beast hide with bold stripes painted on its head. Without close inspection, one would hardly recognize it as a black ox. A wild boar fled in panic, terror in its eyes. It recalled that just days ago its father had been killed by a savage with bare hands, and its mother had been rammed to death by a wild ox. Grunt, squeal. The boar suddenly stopped trembling as it looked ahead and behind. There stood the savage and the wild ox. Haha. Chen Sun grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile blocking its path. Moo moo. The big black ox sealed its retreat. Little pig, become a part of us. We'll take you along as we grow stronger. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun flashed a twisted grin, then vanished and reappeared atop the boar's head. The big black ox charged instantly, their coordination flawless. Squeal. A flash of blood, and the boar collapsed weakly. The entire family had been neatly dispatched by Chen Sun and the ox. Let's go, old ox. Moo. Chen Sun hoisted the boar's carcass while the ox covered the bloodstains with earth, and they headed back to their cave. Old ox, I never expected that manual to be real. Chen Sun wolfed down wild boar, meat, his mouth greasy. My hearing has improved. These cultivators really are different from us mortals. Moo moo moo. The big black ox nodded vigorously, splattering broth. In the dead of night, it could see things far more clearly than before. This feeling was entirely different from what the longevity points brought. The points seemed to enhance the physical body, while cultivation elevated the senses, a true advancement of life itself. But we've hit another plateau. Chen Sun shook his head in frustration. Not believing it, he added longevity points to speed, bringing it to 21, and even applied it to the ox. Yet, just like with strength, they seemed to encounter a bottleneck, unable to further enhance their physical foundation. How strange. Moo moo. The big black ox was equally puzzled. Could it be that they were destined to live forever only in the mortal world, since no commoner could now defeat them in single combat? Maybe next year we should try mana. Chen Sun suggested uncertainly. He understood it as a kind of energy pool, but they had no skills to use it. Moo. Moo. The big black ox shook its head and nudged Chen Sun. Essence of all things. Moo. The ox nodded frantically. That was worth trying. Mana seemed too arcane, and its black ox charge was already formidable. All right, you win. Chen Sun smiled, patting the big black ox with an oily hand, though the ox didn't notice. In the following year, they continued gathering herbs in the mountains, identifying medicinal plants, studying medicine daily, and cultivating the art of qi refining. Chen Sun often sighed with contentment, feeling that life was truly worth living. He had once fantasized about what immortality would be like, watching the world's upheavals and historical changes from a distance with countless tombstones behind him, leaving only a solitary figure in the mortal realm. But now Chen Sun would say to hell with profundity. The joy of a wild immortal was something mere mortals could never understand. In a cave, Chen Sun and the big black ox had moved again. Heavy rains in the mountains had washed away their earthen dens, but the ox had managed to save their pots, bowls, and other belongings, so things were still going smoothly. Old ox, ha! Chen Sun was drenched, but he laughed heartily, unconcerned about losing their home. He gave the big black ox a firm pat. You've got it. I knew you had it in you since you were a calf. Moo moo moo. The big black ox hopped about joyfully. While Chen Sun was clearing the cave entrance, the ox had single-handedly saved all their possessions. Come on, let's give it a try and see what this primal essence of all things really is. Chen Sun grinned and started a fire. Gazing at the torrential rain outside the cave, he felt a surge of ease. The sound of the rain was truly melodious. Moo. The big black ox responded and began to help as well, occasionally running out to enjoy the rain before shaking the water all over Chen Sun. Chen Sun feigned rage, summoning the strength to uproot mountains and soak the stubborn ox until it looked like a drowned rat. Man and ox sat by the fire to warm themselves. Chen Sun allocated his longevity point to the primal essence of all things. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically as a green light surged from his body. Moo moo moo. The big black ox's eyes widened in terror. It sprang up and circled Chen Sun, anxiously bellowing in panic. Old ox, I'm fine. Chen Sun took a deep breath and embraced the big black ox. It's the primal essence of all things. Moo the ox whimpered, utterly frightened. If anything happened to Chen Sun, it wouldn't want to live either. Chen Sun's expression turned serious. He spread his palm, and his body flickered with green light. Gradually, a drop of emerald liquid condensed in his palm, shimmering like a gem, brilliant and crystalline. He felt weak all over, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had run a marathon. This thing isn't draining my essence, is it? Moo. Old ox, give it a try? Moo. Before long, a drop of green liquid also formed on the ox's hoof. Both collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The big black ox finally understood what Chen Sun meant. It seemed to see several young heifers giggling. It's a trap. Chen Sun quavered. With his impressive 16-pack abs and a reputation among neighbors as the most enduring blacksmith, he was utterly spent. Moo the big black ox stared blankly, utterly despondent. It had thought itself invincible among oxen, only to be defeated in a single round. An hour later, they had fully recovered. Chen Sun shuddered at the thought of how dangerous it would have been if a beast had attacked them in that state. Old ox, we can't use this primal essence of all things carelessly. At least we should use it separately. Chen Sun assessed his body and felt no depletion, but as a physician he knew better. Tomorrow, he'll brew some medicinal broth to replenish us. We mustn't be careless. Moo the big black ox nodded happily. Learning medicine had its perks. What's the point anyway? It's just like a green gem. Chen Sun frowned as he stared at the drop of green liquid in his palm. It was indeed peculiar, not evaporating like a water droplet. He placed it on his axe, but nothing happened. He tried it on pots and pans. Nothing. Then on a stone. Still nothing. Finally, in desperation, he placed it on a bandit's headband. Again, no reaction. Moo. The big black ox let out a startled cry. Chen Sun was alarmed and looked toward the ox. He then prostrated himself on the ground, examining a wild grass, studying its veins. Incredible, Chen Sun said in awe, looking at the big black ox. He placed the green liquid from his palm onto the grass, and it instantly merged, clearly causing a change. Moo. Old ox, this is a huge discovery. This green liquid can accelerate growth. Chen Sun exclaimed in wonder, spitting out a bit of dirt as he spoke. But we need to observe more. If it's true, we're on our way up. Moo. The big black ox grinned and carefully protected the wild grass. Chen Sun opened his palm, determined. His face twisted as he roared, I am a healer. Let it drain me dry if it must. The big black ox Silent as death save for the pattering rain outside the cave. Chen Sun was mortified. His palm showed no reaction, unable to condense another drop of green liquid. He cleared his throat. Old ox, you try. Moo. The big black ox extended its hoof, exerting all its strength, but there was also no reaction. It's fine. We'll take it slow. We have all the time in the world. Moo moo. Time like a traveler pushed them ever forward. Another year passed swiftly and tales of a wild man began to spread from the outskirts of the Ningyun Mountains, terrifying tales indeed. This wild man was said to haunt the deep forests accompanied by a wild ox feeding on human bones. Many villagers' remains had been collected by them. At night, eerie Swana tunes echoed through the woods accompanied by ghostly bell sounds like a soul-reaping envoy. If one encountered this wild man and couldn't kill him, it was best to dig a grave and bury oneself. Countless villagers broke out in cold sweat. They dared not venture into the depths of the Ningyun Mountains, but now a wild man had appeared on the outskirts. How were they supposed to survive? Now villagers entered the mountains only in groups, armed with weapons on guard against a sudden attack from the wild man. Many bounty hunters quietly joined the hunt, hoping to claim a reward from the authorities for his capture. At the foot of a peak, Chen Sun and the big black ox were collecting human bones. Old ox, even though we didn't know them, our profession has its rules, doesn't it? Chen Sun picked up another bone from a thicket. Let's build them a grave. It's a way to accumulate merit. In these times, who has it easy? Moo moo. The big black ox nodded vigorously. They had accumulated quite a bit of merit, just as Old Sun had said. Heaven would bless them. See, with that step, you've lost 10 years of merit. Moo moo moo. The big black ox lifted its leg and bellowed in alarm. It had accidentally stepped on a bone, and it looked at Chen Sun pleadingly. How about this? Today I eat meat, and you drink the broth. Buddha will forgive you. Moo. Moo. The ox's expression was conflicted, but for the sake of merit it nodded. Skipping a meal wouldn't kill it. They found a nearby pit, buried the bones, and began performing a ritual. The big black ox worked with great fervor, its bell clattering loudly, trying to make amends for stepping on the remains. During that year they finally understood the primal essence of all things. They could only condense 1 drop per day. When the skill was at level 1, 1 drop accelerated plant growth by a month. Now they had upgraded the primal essence of all things to level 2. As Chen Sun had predicted, 1 drop now accelerated growth by 2 months. They were overjoyed, as this meant they could cultivate many precious herbs. They had also made progress in the art of chi refining, reaching the 2nd layer. Their 5 senses were now clear, and the world appeared much sharper to them. A faint trace of what could be called magical power began to appear within Chen Sun's body, but it was utterly useless. No skills to use it with. All right, let's go, old ox. Chen Sun smiled. They felt no fear in doing this kind of work. Instead, they felt a deep peace. It had become their daily evening stroll. Moo moo. The big black ox rubbed against Chen Sun, trying to steal some of his merit. Ha ha. Chen Sun wrapped an arm around the ox's head, and they walked side by side back to their cave. On the way, as they passed through a thicket, Chen Sun and the big black ox's ears twitched simultaneously. They instantly separated and dove to the side. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 3 arrows flew in, burying themselves halfway into the ground. The force was immense. Had they not dodged, the arrows would have pierced right through them. Oh, this savage and the wild ox are remarkably agile. A refined and elegant young man on the tree smiled slowly, casting aside his bow and drawing the sword at his waist. Senior brother Su, let this junior sister handle such barbarians. A woman giggled, a flicker of cold light flashing in her eyes. Junior sister one, you take care of the wild ox. Leave the savage to me. Don't get hurt. A scarred man grinned fiercely. Then thank you, senior brother Tian. Junior sister one turned back with a smile exuding an enchanting charm that stirred an itch in the scarred man's heart. Senior brother Su stood by, smiling silently. Hunting such savages was a fine opportunity to elevate the prestige of Baishian sect. Not only would it be a service to the people, but it would also draw donations from wealthy families in the city, boost their standing in the martial world, and attract many newcomers seeking fame. Are you not afraid of killing the wrong person, striking with lethal intent right away, eh? A chilling voice came from beneath their tree, as if barely containing immense restraint. Senior brother Su looked down at Chen Sun and sneered. With a blurry face clad in animal hide and accompanied by a wild ox, you are surely the savage who feasts on human bones. We have not mistaken you. We have never eaten human bones. Those were burial mounds we built. You may verify for yourselves. Chen Sun spoke each word with firm resolve. Old ox, and I have never provoked any of you. Huh. The 3 burst into laughter, as if hearing the world's most ridiculous joke. Senior brother Su shook his head and sighed. Do you think you have any say in this, savage? Old ox, and I can confront the accusers. But I repeat, we have not provoked any of you. Chen Sun's gaze swept coldly over the 3 on the tree. You are mistaken. Savage, I think you are the one mistaken. The truth no longer matters. The scarred man drew his blade with a sinister grin, leaping down to land steadily on the ground, his inner power profound. Only with your death will the people be at ease, and only then can my Baishian sect advance further. As the words fell, the scarred man charged forward, veins bulging on his forehead, his blade humming with a fierce aura, aiming straight for Chen Sun's head. So slow. Chen Sun squinted, slightly sidestepping as he drew a mountain-cleaving axe from his back to meet the swift and heavy strike. Clang. Sparks flew. The scarred man's hand trembled, his eyes widening in shock. This savage possessed immense strength, yet his movements lacked technique, clearly untrained in martial arts. Chen Sun silently exchanged a glance with the great black ox, and the two swiftly engaged in battle. The clang of metal rang out incessantly as they fought, fiercely locked in a stalemate. The great black ox was about to join the fray when Junior Sister One darted out from behind, striking with her sword. However, the ox dodged nimbly, evading every cut without a scratch on its hide. What a beast! Junior Sister One's eyes widened slightly. It was her first time encountering such an agile black ox. Her sword flashed relentlessly, chasing the ox across the ground. Senior Brother Su frowned. This savage was immensely strong. Junior Brother Tian might not hold out much longer. He shouted, "Junior Brother Tian, I'll assist you. Senior Brother Su, come quickly and slay this fiend." The scarred man's eyes were frantic, cold sweat streaming down his face. His hands were now covered in blood, his palms split open. Each clash with the mountain-cleaving axe sent a tremor through his body. Senior Brother Su leaped into the air. The savage was full of openings. He swung his long sword, descending with a fierce, killing intent to strike Chen Sun from the side. "Finally, here are you." A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Sun's mouth. With lightning speed, he drew another mountain-cleaving axe from his waist, with his left hand blocking the ambush. A piercing clash rang out. Senior Brother Su was startled. He wielded twin axes. Chen Sun suddenly accelerated, vanishing from his spot. "Junior Brother Tian, watch out." Senior Brother Su was horrified. This savage had not been using his full strength earlier. But the warning came too late. Two flashes of axe light swept past. Blood sprayed from the scarred man as his head soared into the air, his body thudding to the ground. The afterimage did not stop. Senior Brother Su stood stunned, eyes darting wildly, his sword gripped tightly in his hand. Boom. Chen Sun stomped hard, leaping from the side, both axes crashing down with immense force. Senior Brother Su reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block, but he underestimated the sheer power behind the strike. Senior Brother Su roared in anguish. His sword was cracking, his hands and body echoed with the sound of snapping bones. His sword was cleaved clean through. The two axes, undiminished in force, plunged into Senior Brother Su's body, sending a torrent of crimson blood gushing forth. "You?" His eyes were filled with hatred, unable to believe he was dying like this. "I haven't mastered lightness skill yet. If you had escaped, it would have been a pity." Chen Sun snorted coldly, slowly withdrawing the axes from his body. "The moment you decided to kill, the outcome was sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted words with you." Senior Brother Su collapsed limply, his eyes still wide with disbelief. A scream also erupted from Junior Sister One's direction. Seeing Chen Sun act, the great black ox joined in. With a single kick, it crippled her, and a charge from the black ox left her lifeless. "Old ox, get to work. Moo." The man and ox, both furious, cremated the bodies, scattered the ashes, and staged the scene so flawlessly that even a master detective would declare nothing had happened. The two figures gradually faded away, their brows furrowed in displeasure. What a senseless affair. Yet it served as a harsh lesson for Chen Sun about the treachery of human hearts. They changed into fresh clothes and prepared to head down the mountain to gather information, for they had indeed committed no wrongdoing. The next day, Chen Sun, strapped on a bamboo basket, washed himself and the great black ox clean, and carrying the herbs they had cultivated, began his descent down the mountain, his eyes appearing utterly innocent. At the foot of the mountain, there were commoners, soldiers, and martial artists alike, all with their chests puffed out and arrogant gazes, chattering incessantly about how to besiege the savage. "Brother, what's happened up on the mountain to cause such a commotion?" Chen Sun approached, leading the great black ox. The onlookers gave him only a cursory glance before looking away. "Just a cowherd boy." "Little brother, haven't you heard? A savage has appeared in the mountains." A middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. "They say he killed people and even gnawed on their bones." "Don't go up there." "Off." Chen Sun was taken aback. Could they be talking about him? Aside from yesterday, he hadn't killed anyone in years in these mountains. So your life is precious. With such vast mountains, finding that savage won't be easy." The middle-aged man seemed pleased by Chen Sun's shocked expression and added a few more words. "Thank you, brother. They'll stay away from the mountains then." Chen Sun clasped his hands in gratitude, leading the great black ox toward the city. His eyes grew increasingly bewildered, as if he had grasped something but couldn't quite articulate it. He felt that a trivial matter had somehow been blown out of proportion by certain people. "Old ox, forget it. Let's not get entangled in these troubles." Chen Sun patted the great black ox and said with nonchalance, "It might be some big shot scheme." "Moo." The ox didn't understand, but it didn't matter. They had already fled. Back in the city, Chen Sun visited the Ning residence and found everything well. Ningxi's hair had turned much whiter. Chen Sun presented several precious herbs as gifts. Ningxi sighed repeatedly, saying he had taken on a fine disciple, albeit one too kind-hearted, fearing he might suffer for it. He kept Chen Sun talking through the night. The next day, Chen Sun bid Ningxi farewell with a cupped fist salute as they were to return to the blacksmith shop, their true home, in Pan City. A few days later, Chen Sun smiled and pushed open the door, only to be met with a cloud of dust that made him cough uncontrollably. He gazed at the vacant spot and murmured softly, "Grandmaster Sun, we're back." The great black ox let out a couple of low moos in response. "Old ox, time to work. Let's clean up." Moo. Man and ox set to work scrubbing and washing every corner until the blacksmith shop was completely transformed, spotless and tidy. A passing neighbor, startled to see the shop door open, called out, "Is that you, Brother Chen Sun?" "It's me, Aunt Li." "Aunt Li, it's me." A booming reply came from within the shop, delighting Aunt Li, who hurried off to spread the news to all the neighbors that Chen Sun had returned. Chen Sun had been gone for over a decade, and his return was a big event. He was a master blacksmith. Some of the tools he had forged for the villagers were still in use unbroken. Neighbors flocked in, some familiar faces and some new, all complaining about the other blacksmiths, their poor workmanship and exorbitant prices, and praising Chen Sun as the only one they could trust. "Hey, Brother Chen Sun, you haven't aged a bit. In fact, you look younger." Aunt Li looked him up and down, clicking her tongue in amazement. She herself had aged considerably since they last met. "Hey, I went to study medicine and learn the art of health preservation," Chen Sun explained, turning to Aunt Li. "The most important thing is to stay optimistic. The more positive you are, the younger you feel." "Really, Brother Chen Sun?" "Of course, just crawl into your old man's bed and you'll find out." The neighbors burst into laughter while Aunt Li's face flushed crimson as she spat, "You rascal." With that, she scurried away. "All right, everyone, come back tomorrow. I need to get things ready." "Sure, Brother Chen Sun, wishing you a prosperous opening." "Indeed, well, I'll be here to support you." The neighbors were overflowing with warmth, and Chen Sun returned their smiles with a cupped fist salute, his mindset now completely different from before. When the other blacksmiths in the neighborhood heard of Chen Sun's return, they cursed loudly. "Damn it, lower the prices. Slash them." But later, Chen Sun's shop only opened for half a day and stopped taking orders after that. He was too busy and only needed to make a modest living. Now they were in the backyard tinkering with herbs. The all-origin essence could increase a herb's age even after it had been harvested. Truly miraculous. "Old ox, I've noticed a fundamental problem." Chen Sun spoke seriously. He had been pondering this for a long time. The great black ox looked up confused. "Don't you feel like we've hit a bottleneck at the second level of chi refining? Absorbing the world's spiritual energy feels sluggish, like we have to grind it out over time." "Moo. You think that if we just have enough time we can keep strengthening our cultivation, right? That we can always grind through it?" "Moo. Hell, old ox, you're so naive." Chen Sun gave a sly smile. "Spiritual roots are innate talent. Maybe we can grind through the chi refining stage, but foundation establishment is a different story." "Moo. Without external aid, what we call opportunities, we might get stuck at a certain stage, unable to break through for a lifetime. That's talent, and it's not something you can overcome just by spending time." "Moo. Moo." The great black ox cried out in alarm. The more it thought about it, the more sense it made. Chen Sun recalled the world-shaking geniuses of his past life. Some things simply couldn't be caught up to with time alone. An ordinary person might live forever and gain knowledge and experience, but they could never reach the heights of those prodigies. That was talent, a harsh reality. And as luck would have it, Chen Sun and the great black ox were exactly such ordinary immortals. They exchanged a deep look and suddenly embraced. Behind that heartfelt hug, they both wore sly grins. "So you're a scrub too. But we still need to be careful. Look at us. We didn't do anything in the mountains, and we still made enemies." Chen Sun said gravely, the whole affair riddled with suspicion. "If something feels off, don't get curious. Just stay out of it like we're doing now." "Moo moo." The great black ox gazed at Chen Sun with admiration. Back when they were in the village, the villagers had asked Old Man Li the secret to his longevity and had said, "I never meddle in others' affairs." It hadn't understood then, but now it had experienced it firsthand. The ox's heart raced. All this was valuable experience. Stick with your bro, son, and everything will be crystal clear, won't it? "Moo." The great black ox was completely convinced Chen Sun was truly a genius. "Like I said, even if there's a tenth of sandy or spirit herb in the Ningyun Mountains, we're not going. Don't risk our lives chasing opportunities. Stay calm." "Moo moo." The great black ox nuzzled against Chen Sun. Chen Sun smiled and patted its head. "We have the all-origin essence, so we can improve our strength slowly. We don't need to take revenge on anyone, so let's not ruin our happy days." The great black ox nodded emphatically. It had indeed become a bit restless after practicing the chi refining art. "Old ox, don't lose sight of the goal. Even if you reach the highest realm of cultivation, eternal life able to destroy the world with a thought, you still have to live your life day by day." Chen Sun had long noticed the ox's impatience. "The journey we take is what matters, not some lousy cultivation level. If we're unlucky and kick the bucket, so be it. Who's afraid of who? Moo 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 moo. The great black ox nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Enlightened, truly enlightened. Maybe some mighty being will take a dislike to us and wipe us out with a wave of their hand. Well, die together, and in the next life we can still be together. Chen Sun spoke with a devil-may-care attitude. That was his mindset. Life was a gamble, and after all he had gotten his immortality for free. The great black ox felt as if a light bulb had gone off. It rushed to Chen Sun's side, thinking that a mighty being might show up at any moment, and it had to die together with him. Chen Sun burst into laughter, pushing the ox away again and again, but it kept pressing closer. Half a year later, a thunderous boom from the Ningyun Mountains shattered the tranquility of Pan City. Countless cultivators stood in the sky, visible, even from the town, looking like UFOs. Holy crap, old ox, come out, and see the flying men. Chen Sun yelled, grabbing a handful of melon seeds and a stool as he dashed out. Moo moo. The great black ox bounded out happily, also munching on melon seeds, its bovine eyes fixed on the distant sky. It was indeed impressive. The streets were packed with people. All the neighbors had poured out to see the immortals, some even kneeling and begging for blessings. Chen Sun and the ox had far sharper eyesight than the common folk, like built-in telescopes. Old ox, what do you think? Are they fighting? Chen Sun sat on his stool, leisurely cracking melon seeds. Why are they all standing together? Shouldn't they form some kind of formation? Moo. The great black ox didn't understand either and lay down to continue eating its seeds. On the horizon, a streak of rainbow light flashed, followed by a violent explosion that thundered across the sky, terrifying countless commoners who prostrated themselves, muttering incoherent prayers. That's incredible. At least Foundation establishment level. Chen Sun marveled, the melon seeds tasting even better. Old ox, if we can fly one day, will that be called awesome to the sky? Moo moo. The great black ox was furious. It now understood that Chen Sun was mocking it. It immediately snatched Chen Sun's melon seeds, but he quickly pried open its mouth and grabbed them back. The battle in the distance grew fierce. Beams of magical light flashed continuously and cultivators even fell from the sky, a spectacular sight. Chen Sun and the ox couldn't help but applaud. This was far more entertaining than a circus. My god, they're like human weapons. Chen Sun's jaw dropped. It was an eye-opener. No matter how skilled a mortal martial artist is, when a spell comes flying like a laser, who can withstand that? Moo. The great black ox's mouth also fell open in agreement. It was simply too absurd. The townspeople looked on with awe. This was the power of immortals, the ultimate height mortals could never reach. The immortal battle ended as quickly as it had begun. Streaks of light appeared on the horizon, and after half a day, they gradually faded. That's it. I haven't seen enough yet. Oh well. Moo. Chen Sun and the ox were left wanting more. They could have watched for a month. This was way more exciting than any TV drama. Old ox, time to work. Moo. Life had to go on, and the battle had nothing to do with them. Still, Chen Sun began to fantasize if he ever entered the world of cultivation, watching others fight every day would be pretty great. In the backyard, Chen Sun and the great black ox widened their eyes at the century-old wild ginseng. Those countless nights drained of their essence now seemed insignificant in comparison. Old ox, we've struck it rich. Chen Sun stared spellbound. This wild ginseng, cultivated with all their might using the green liquid, was worth its weight in gold at the very least. Moo. The great black ox was ecstatic. It had never seen gold before. At this age, it's definitely a treasure sought by countless wealthy families in the city, capable of prolonging life itself. Chen Sun swallowed hard. Most herbal texts recorded such a find as a divine object of the mortal realm. Old ox, should we sell it? Moo. Moo. The great black ox hesitated, then shook its head. They weren't short of money, but it was enough for daily expenses. This was their treasure. All right, well, keep it then for a rainy day. Chen Sun nodded, also feeling it would be a waste to sell, betraying all those nights of essence they had poured into it. Old ox, let's cultivate some other herbs. A few decades will be enough. Anything more would be too conspicuous and cause trouble one day. Moo. The great black ox nodded emphatically. Chen Sun had told it many tales of the perils of possessing a treasure, and it understood. In their years on the Ningyun mountain range, they had only gathered ordinary herbs, never encountering the legendary spiritual plants. One couldn't be that lucky in a lifetime. However, after the celestial battle in the sky that day, the citizens and nobles of Panning City grew restless, their hearts burning with the desire for immortality. Hordes of people ventured into the Ningyun mountain range. Among them appeared many swindlers who tricked others into ruin and bandits who killed for goods. The coffin-selling business, however, began to boom. These martial sects also grew restless. The disciples, the immortal sects, reject, we want. The matters, the immortal sects ignore, we handle. Thus tales of chivalry and righteousness began to spread among the people, and the wild men of the Ningyun mountain range were gradually forgotten. Time, it seems, can ease everything. The leisurely years passed with no place to return to, and in the blink of an eye another 5 years went by. Over these 5 years, Chin Sun had poured all his longevity points into the essence of all things, and he and the great black ox had finally honed their chi refining stage to the 3rd layer. The neighbors who had once called him brother had aged or passed away. Chin Sun and the great black ox handled many funeral rites, bustling about for their families. In the autumn night, the sky was high and the dew heavy. The cold, clear moonlight spilled onto the earth, dim and somber, yet it illuminated one funeral hall after another. It seemed many had departed this year. Unaware that the autumn night was growing long, a cool breeze brought a deepening chill. Chin Sun stood outside the funeral hall, playing the swona. The leaves fell silently, and his heart sank with a quiet sigh. Those familiar smiles were vanishing one by one. Perhaps with time those smiles would also fade into blurred memories. Inside the hall, soft sobs and murmurs filled the air. Chin Sun walked slowly through the crowd. He had done all he could. What else was there to do but partake in the funeral feast? Brother Chin Sun, thank you. My deepest condolences. Chin Sun stood up and said softly, forcing a faint smile. We have performed the rites. No minor demons will block their path on the Yellow Springs. Their families nodded solemnly, gripping Chin Sun's hand tightly, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. Moo moo, the great black ox called out softly outside the hall, its bells jingling, blessing the departed souls. The deceased are gone, but the living must carry on. It seemed this street was no longer a place for them. Chin Sun and the great black ox had become too peculiar, drawing more and more people to them, while the blacksmith shop was all but forgotten. The next day at dawn, all was silent. The wind carried a bone-chilling cold, and the old trees by the roadside were tinged with withered yellow. The sound of the closing door was very soft. Chin Sun and the great black ox left. He took one last look at the street, and inadvertently his gaze was folded into layers of memory by time. They were like travelers through time, fleeting passers-by. No one knew where they had gone. That blacksmith shop never opened its doors again. The neighbors said Chin Sun had likely died in a foreign land. Years later, they only vaguely remembered a blacksmith who was fiercely strong at his craft. A month later at night, in West Panning City. This was the most prosperous area in the city. Those who lived in the West were either wealthy or noble. The land prices were astronomical, making commoners kneel in awe and dogs shake their heads. A group of people walked along the bustling street. The men were distinguished and spirited, the women elegant and ethereal. Their eyes were full of wonder, yet their bearing held an air of otherworldliness. The mortal world is so much more exciting. The girl among them laughed, her voice crisp as a spring. Stuck in the sect cultivating, I could only play with the spirit beasts in the mountains. Junior sister, you're mistaken. Let me say something. A man with a stern expression shook his head slightly. You haven't seen the cities of cultivators. Panning City is but a drop in the ocean. The world is vast beyond your imagination. Senior brother, you really? Is that true? Junior sister Yi grew excited, her cheeks flushing. Has senior brother you been there? Senior brother Yes expression turned even more stern. He said seriously, I have not. The others' faces twitched. Hey, what's that? Junior sister Yi seemed to have spotted something astonishing and dashed off. The others had no choice but to follow, but they were all startled by what they saw. It was a small house on 4 iron wheels. The little house had a signboard that read Sunway Snacks. Part shop, part stall, it occupied a large area surrounded by a bustling crowd. The atmosphere was electric, the place packed to the brim. The owner was sweating profusely, wielding a large wok. Flames leaped high as he occasionally added seasonings that surprised the diners. Inside the little house was a window from which a black ox head protruded, using a black hoof to collect copper coins and even making change. Outside, numerous skewers of grilled food were laid out. The aroma wafted for miles, making even this group feel their stomachs growl with hunger. Such a popular stall naturally attracted jealous rivals. But the owner, with 3 cleavers strapped to his waist and the 16-pack of abs inadvertently revealed when he bent over, turned everyone into brothers. Boss, I want to eat this. Junior sister Yi exclaimed, joyfully wanting everything. And that. Miss first come first served right. Go pay first. The owner was quite straightforward. The waiting customers felt a surge of pleasure hearing that eating here was truly satisfying. Senior brother, you come pay quickly. Junior sister Yi hopped and waved, constantly sniffing the aroma with her delicate nose, utterly enchanted. Senior brother, you felt deeply uncomfortable. He pushed through the crowd to the window, pulled out a silver ingot, and slowly locked eyes with a great black ox. In that gaze a millennium passed. Senior brother, you was stunned, his mouth slightly agape. How could it be an ox? The great black ox was equally stunned, letting out a snort. Why give so much? It couldn't do the math. Moo. The great black ox called out to Chin Sun. Coming. Chin Sun turned around, and his eyes lit up the moment he saw the silver coins. A wealthy patron, indeed. He smiled at Senior brother Yu and said, Young master, my old ox has never laid eyes on silver before. Please forgive his rudeness. No harm done. Senior brother Yu blinked, accepted the scattered silver, yet remained dazed. Standing apart from the crowd while his junior brothers and sisters had already gone off to eat, he frowned slightly and gazed intently at the great black ox, his eyes flickering with subtle light. Mortal body, no anomalies whatsoever. He murmured softly, then glanced toward the stall owner. Also a mortal body. It seems I overthought this. Chun Sun's hand paused mid-stir as he sensed someone probing him. His inner cultivation energy stirred faintly, but was instantly veiled by the all-encompassing primordial essence. A cultivator is among us. Still bustling cheerfully about his cooking, Chun Sun grew inwardly vigilant. With a hearty cry of "dish served," he lifted his head, smiling broadly, and swept his gaze across the assembled crowd. That young girl addressed him as senior brother. This group is almost certainly affiliated with a sect. Best not to provoke them. He mused silently, his hands never slowing, his smile ever warm and welcoming to all. As midnight approached, nearby townsfolk gradually returned home. The streets grew hushed and nearly empty. Chun Sun prepared to pack up his stall. "Gentlemen, ladies, we're closing up for the night. Please don't order any more." Chun Sun exclaimed in genuine astonishment. They'd been feasting here all evening. His provisions were nearly exhausted, though his purse thankfully was full. "Master Chef, keep cooking. We have plenty of silver." Young sister Yi huffed playfully. "Master Chef, your flavors truly are exceptional." "Indeed." Senior brother Yu suddenly interjected. Seeing how enthusiastically his juniors praised the dish, he sampled it himself, and now found himself unable to stop. "Exactly. Master Chef will surely pay. You needn't worry about that." The others chimed in with nods of approval, their eyes gleaming with sincere admiration. "I'm out of ingredients, sirs and madams." Chun Sun's pupils contracted in disbelief. Could cultivators truly eat so much? More importantly, his seasonings contained rare cultivated medicinal herbs, beyond the reach of ordinary folk. "Then tell us, will you be here every night, Master Chef?" Young sister Yi beamed. "It's been ages since I've tasted something this delicious." "Not necessarily. I'm a wandering vendor." "Wandering? Wherever the wind carries me. I settle where I please." Chun Sun explained, adding quietly that lingering too long in one place would be unwise. "Why not join our sect as its official chef?" "Qing Ling." Senior brother Yu snapped coldly. "We depart now. If you speak again, you'll be sent straight back." Young sister Yi froze her hair, standing on end. Her junior brothers and sisters stiffened in unison. Senior brother Yu was furious. "Safe travels, everyone." Chun Sun bowed with a warm smile. Finally, the celestial deities had departed. He exhaled softly in relief. "Old ox, let's go. Moo." The great black ox burst from the tiny mobile house, and together they pushed it effortlessly, stopping at last upon an empty, secluded meadow. "Old ox, how much did we earn today?" Chun Sun wiped his brow and grinned. "You worked hard. Moo moo." The ox nudged him gently, dismissing such formalities as unnecessary. "Let's save every coin. We've spent all our earnings these past years arranging funerals for friends." "Moo." The ox nodded solemnly. Life was good as it was. No need to socialize or meet strangers. After all, if they did, their friends would vanish forever. In truth, the ox had many friends. The neighbors often sought it out to chat and unburden their hearts. They assumed the ox couldn't understand, but it did, believing their confidences were offered in genuine trust. And it loved listening to their stories. "Old ox." Chun Sun suddenly slapped the ox's head. Startled, it bellowed in pain, its eyes wide with confusion as it stared at him. "Cheer up. What's with this brooding act?" Chun Sun feigned anger. He'd scarcely seen the ox smile all month. Still dwelling on it. "Moo." The ox lowered its voice, slumped into the little house, and began licking its hoof, its gaze heavy with sorrow, still unable to recover. "Everything we do accumulates boundless merit. Quietly dedicate it to our friends. They'll be born into wealth and prosperity in their next lives, living joyfully every day." "Really? I've already done it. Otherwise would I look like you?" Chun Sun declared, earnestly, speaking with unwavering conviction. "Moo." The ox's eyes sparkled. Merit was its greatest passion, and it believed in it utterly. "Mumamoo." "Absolutely true. I swear it. I've already transferred it. Just look at me, calm, composed, unburdened." Chun Sun insisted, voice firm and persuasive. "Mumamumamoo." Instantly the ox rose, sat cross-legged, and began chanting low, rhythmic moos, reciting who knew what sacred mantra. Chun Sun shook his head and smiled wryly, letting out a soft sigh. His heart had begun to shift. This wandering abode marked his first deliberate step beyond the mundane. The longer one lingered in one place, the deeper the bonds grew. Yet they were not heartless beings, and ultimately the mortal realm was no home for them. "Moo." "Finished." "Moo." The ox nuzzled close against Chun Sun, grinning broadly. It had bestowed all its merit upon its friends, and now must begin anew to accumulate more. "Ha ha." Chun Sun patted the ox affectionately, and side by side, they drifted slowly into sleep. In the days that followed, they wandered freely through Panding City, exploring its alleys and markets, selling snacks by night, sourcing supplies by day, buying whatever caught their fancy. A year later, Chun Sun's mobile stall had earned considerable renown across Panding City. Patrons flocked from afar, raising thumbs high, delicious. Then one sun-drenched morning, while restocking supplies, their mobile house vanished. Chun Sun stood frozen, two heavy sacks of meat slipping from his shoulders, crashing onto the grass and into their hearts. Where's our house? Moo moo. Moo. The ox bolted frantically across the meadow, searching desperately, but found no trace of their home. Man and ox collapsed onto the grass, hollow-eyed and desolate. Home, gone once more. Cursed heavens. Cursed heavens. Rage contorted Chun Sun's face, veins pulsing fiercely across his forehead. How could anyone steal something that large? The ox trembled violently, snorting furiously, tossing clods of turf skyward. Unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable. A syndicate. This was no lone thief. Spittle flew from Chun Sun's lips as he studied the ground's tracks. Today we unleash slaughter. Every pot, pan, and ladle rests inside. That house has traveled with us for years. Moo. The ox surged upright, muscles swelling, tendons coiling. Its gaze locked onto the direction of the wheel ruts, impossible to move swiftly. They required great effort just to push it. Chun Sun reached into his robe and withdrew the long-forgotten bandit mask. Unfastening his collar, he revealed 16 chiseled abdominal muscles, then slowly drew 2 mountain-splitting axes from his waist. The ox stood motionless beside him, silent and resolute. Their eyes converged on a single point. Chun Sun's chest heaved. Old ox, pursue. Moo. 2 figures blurred into twin cyclones, bloodshot eyes burning with fury, racing forward in merciless pursuit. Today they would turn heaven and earth upside down, until neither sun nor moon dared shine. Thieves who stole homes would die. They vaulted the meadow, crossed the bridge, and there it was, their little house. Chun Sun roared, leaping higher and farther than any mortal should. Thud. He landed squarely atop the mobile house, majestic, commanding. His voice cut like ice. Beneath this bright sun and clear sky, you dare commit such outrage? He turned slowly, gazed downward, and his pupils contracted in shock. Officers, dozens of them, were innocent. Moo moo. Chun Sun and the ox were thrown back into prison, not for theft, but because their stall occupied excessive public space, displacing ordinary vendors who also needed to earn their livelihoods. Prime locations in the city were scarce and fiercely contested. Countless street vendors had filed complaints insisting Chun Sun's oversized stall violated civic order and threatened their very survival. 10 days later, Chun Sun and the ox emerged from jail ragged and weary. Prison life was no life at all. Tilting their faces upward, they smiled. Freedom tasted sweeter than ever. Yet the authorities acted fairly. They returned the pots, pans, and utensils, but ordered the mobile house dismantled, warning them never to repeat such a violation. Chun Sun fell to his knees in profound gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Long live the upright magistrates, he cried. He vowed solemnly never to disrupt public order again, admitting fully that they had been in the wrong. This year's longevity points were still allocated to the essence of all things, a single drop of green liquid, accelerating 8 months of growth. Their current longevity points: strength 21, agility 21, essence of all things 8. Chun Sun's hair was disheveled, his clothes dirty and tattered. He and the big black ox began a wandering life, often playing with stray dogs by the roadside, their laughter echoing. 2 months later, he and the big black ox gradually reached the southern city. Chun Sun heard some news. That physician Ning was nearing his end. He visited in person, handed the century-old wild ginseng to his master's wife, and left immediately. Another month passed. Ning's soul returned to heaven and earth, mourned by countless common folk with tears in their eyes. The Pingtai Medical Clinic had benefited so many people. The Ning family was large, with many people all wearing white headbands. Chun Sun stood silently at the edge of the crowd, as if his presence was dispensable. The frosty wind howled, brushing against the edges of Chun Sun's memories, leaving only the fading fragrance in the air, never to be found again. In his life, so far, 3 people had been the most important to him. The first was the old village chief who remembered them in their direst times and offered that meal of kindness. The second was elder son, who gave them their first home when they arrived in Pannin City with no one to rely on. The third was Master Ning, who imparted knowledge and resolved doubts, teaching him countless principles of navigating the world. It seemed that medical skills had become secondary. They seemed to have all left. This time Chun Sun could no longer hold back. His lips trembled incessantly. He dared not even look at Master Ning one last time. The big black ox simply nuzzled Chun Sun, who fiercely hugged its head with one arm. They followed the crowd in farewell, as if walking slower would make Ning Si depart more slowly. The setting sun was like blood, its afterglow spilling over the southern city. From beyond the mountains came a few cries like those of returning geese, and the vast sky seemed to hold only their fleeting shadows. The Ning family members carried the coffin farther and farther away, gradually disappearing through the city gates. Chun Sun stood still for a long time, 2 lines of clear tears slowly flowing. Countless common folk chased after them, figures brushing past him, their eyes all revealing sorrow. Chen Sun led the big black ox, walking in the opposite direction from them, their steps heavy and slow, his eyes devoid of grief or joy. They left, completely departing from Panning City. Another year passed swiftly. Countless wish lanterns soared within Panning City. As the mountain wind blew, Chen Sun and the big black ox sat on the mountaintop, gazing into the distance, silently making wishes in their hearts. This year's longevity points were still added to the essence of all things, which was crucial for them. Old ox, let's go. Chen Sun smiled faintly. He had matured a great deal, with an air of experience in his demeanor. Brother Fatty is still waiting for us. Moo. The big black ox nodded reluctantly, gazing at the wish lanterns on the distant horizon. They used to release them in the city every year. Even when they were in the Ningyun mountain range, they would return at year's end. Two figures slowly descended the mountain, their eyes carrying an inscrutable meaning. At the foot of the mountain, a chubby young man with shrewd eyes, dressed in luxurious brocade robes, seemed to be waiting for someone. Brother Fatty. A shout came from afar. It was Chen Sun leading the big black ox, a smile on his lips appearing utterly harmless. Brother Sun. The chubby young man cupped his hands and smiled, his demeanor mature beyond his years. The path of immortality is long, one should not become too attached to the mortal world. The chubby young man was at the third layer of Qi refining, a well-known middleman for rogue cultivators in the Ningyun mountain range. He specialized in leading rogue cultivators to the annual Ascension Assembly, earning a fortune and enjoying great popularity. Brother Fatty speaks the truth. Chen Sun nodded with a grin, but inwardly he scoffed. Not attached? Then why are you bribed by some precious herbs? The way you look, you're stuck in the mortal world. Yet he understood, if the middleman didn't say that, who would go to the Ascension Assembly? Brother Sun, are you really bringing that ox along? The chubby young man frowned slightly. That would cost extra. If you enter a sect, it's best to get rid of this black ox beforehand. Brother Fatty, you jest. With my aptitude, how could I just enter as I please? I'm just going to broaden my horizons. Brother Sun, your mindset is commendable. No wonder you've cultivated to the second layer of Qi refining on your own at such a young age. Can't you tell I'm a herb gatherer? A few years ago, I picked a spiritual herb and accidentally ate it. Chen Sun said carelessly, looking like a naive youth. They were now adept at using the essence of all things to conceal their internal spiritual power. Outsiders could not detect their true strength at all. It was truly the perfect method for securing a livelihood and ensuring comfort. I see. A flicker of understanding passed through the chubby young man's eyes, dispelling some of his doubts. Brother Sun, do you know why the major sects hold the Ascension Assembly? The chubby young man led Chen Sun and the big black ox forward, gradually heading deeper into the mountains. On the way, they even encountered a few rogue cultivators, startling Chen Sun. But their expressions were quite indifferent, as if they knew the chubby young man. They sized up Chen Sun for a moment and then walked away on their own. I beg Brother Fatty to enlighten me. Chen Sun's demeanor was extremely humble, which greatly pleased the chubby young man. Besides the disciples recruited by various sects from different places, there are still many rogue cultivators scattered outside. The chubby young man spoke eloquently. Those people embarked on the path of immortality due to various unforeseen circumstances, and among them are no lack of talented geniuses. Brother Fatty makes a good point. If they were overlooked, it would be a loss for the major immortal sects. Ah, exactly. I've been in this business for years, and the number of rogue cultivators each year is like a river of carps. The chubby young man clicked his tongue in admiration, constantly sighing. This is also a great opportunity for the major sects to expand their strength. Who doesn't want to advance further? It mainly relies on people like Brother Fatty, otherwise how would we rogue cultivators get such a chance? Chen Sun's words were sincere, and he deeply felt it. The chubby young man suddenly patted Chen Sun on the shoulder, his eyes filled with approval for his perceptiveness. He had originally intended to charge extra, but decided against it. He had seen too many rogue cultivators come to nothing, so he was more open-minded than them. Without hope for foundation establishment, it was better to enjoy the mortal world. Brother Sun, let me say one more thing. Please, Brother Fatty, instruct me. These great sects have extremely high requirements for immortal aptitude. If you don't get a chance, you must remain open-minded and not be troubled by inner demons. The chubby young man said sincerely. It was the first time he had met such a perceptive rogue cultivator. The others before had all been insufferably arrogant, calling themselves immortals. When they entered the Ascension Assembly and discovered the harsh reality, they often became deranged, doing unpredictable things. I will remember Brother Fatty's words. Chen Sun stopped, cupped his hands solemnly, and bowed. Good, let's go. The chubby young man smiled and continued leading the way. Gradually, they approached a valley surrounded by thick fog, so dense they couldn't see their hands in front of them. Brother Sun, this is it. 9 Stars Valley. The chubby young man stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the fog. This is a formation jointly established by the various sects. If a mortal wanders, and they will get lost and eventually be sent out. Can we just go straight in? Chen Sun asked instinctively, awe in his eyes. This dense fog was actually a formation altering the very weather. Naturally. The formation can detect the spiritual power within a cultivator. The chubby young man chuckled. Well, Brother Sun'll take my leave here. I have other rogue cultivators to guide. All right, thank you, Brother Fatty. Chen Sun cupped his hands, joy in his eyes. The chubby young man nodded, turned, and left with great flair. Old Ox, we've arrived. The world of immortals. Moo moo. Chen Sun and the big black ox stood outside just as they had when they first arrived in Pannin City, trembling all over their hearts, even more stirred than before. Chen Sun, however, did not enter. Instead, he led the great black ox to the side as the Ascension Assembly was not yet to officially commence for a few more days. This was the time for rogue cultivators to enter. He silently observed this group of rogue cultivators. Their attire varied. Some wore bamboo hats, others donned masks, exuding an air of profound mystery. One by one, they stepped into the mist and vanished from sight. Chen Sun suddenly understood. Moo moo. The great black ox seemed impatient, wondering why they hadn't entered yet. Let's go. Chen Sun bellowed, pulling a bandit's headcloth from his bosom and wrapping it around his head. He led the great black ox and strode into the thick fog. A resonant hum filled the air as the dense mist gradually parted, unveiling a brand new world before their eyes. The Nine-Star Valley was far vaster than he had imagined, stretching beyond the horizon. Countless rogue cultivators roamed within, their hushed whispers echoing through the valley. The surroundings were lined with ground stalls, yet there were no cries of vendors hawking their wares. Chen Sun had never seen any of the items on display, nor could he even name a single one. In the distance stood some pavilions, permanent residences of minor sects that came annually to acquire items from rogue cultivators. Incredible. Moo. Chen Sun led the great black ox slowly through the valley, keeping a wide berth from the stalls. He halted to observe. The currency in their transactions was not gold or silver, but hexagonal crystals known as spirit stones. Many rogue cultivators also bartered with pills. Chen Sun's throat went dry and his eyes widened. The great black ox was utterly bewildered. What were all these things, and where did they come from? In all its years, it had never seen any of this. Old ox were such country bumpkins. Chen Sun swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly. He felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, clumsy and utterly out of place. The great black ox nodded vigorously, its bell-like eyes growing wider and wider. It nudged Chen Sun, its head pointing in a direction. Is that a spirit herb? Chen Sun followed its gaze and unconsciously stepped forward, approaching a young maiden's stall. There he saw 3 spirit herbs, verdant and dripping with vitality, exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. These were utterly different from ordinary herbs, whether in their veining or their medicinal fragrance. They belonged to a completely different realm. The maiden was tidying her wares, head bowed, when she suddenly noticed 2 legs and 4 ox hooves before her. Fellow Taoist, might you be interested? The maiden looked up with a smile, but her expression abruptly changed. What is this getup? What do you want? Miss, don't misunderstand. We're good people. Chen Sun offered a gentle smile. We're just looking. The maiden broke out in a cold sweat. Why did that smile beneath the cloth headpiece feel so terrifying? This man was certainly no saint. He might have been a bandit who robbed homes in the past. All right. Look then. The maiden scooted back a step, her expression tense. That headpiece exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Miss, how do you distinguish the age of spirit herbs? Are you buying? I don't have spirit stones at the moment. Do you have pills to enhance cultivation? They'll trade for those. Not yet. Then why are you asking? The maiden snapped, already frightened and now feeling mocked. My apologies. Somewhat embarrassed, Chen Sun led the great black ox away. These cultivators did business very differently from mortals, and he realized he needed to change his mindset. Whenever someone stopped at a stall, they would stand nearby and listen to the explanations of the items' names and uses. After a while, they had gained quite a bit of knowledge about talismans, writing brushes, cinnabar, and pills, grasping at least the basics. Old ox, I've memorized it all. Now I can sound impressive when boasting. Chen Sun was in high spirits, having learned many new things. Come on, let's check that out. Moo moo. The great black ox let out a cheerful bellow. It had been memorizing too. At one stall, a white-bearded elder was brimming with confidence, surrounded by several rogue cultivators. He declared, this is the chi-nourishing pill. With long-term use, a single bottle can advance one's cultivation by a whole layer. I spent 14 days refining these. Even those at the 5th layer of chi refinement will benefit. 3 low-grade spirit stones, fair and square. With that, he opened a bottle, and a wave of spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance wafted out. Many rogue cultivators were tempted and began reaching for their spirit stones. That old fraud is at it again, swindling people at the Ascension Assembly. Suddenly, several furious shouts rang out from a distance. Gentlemen, I feel a sudden epiphany. My cultivation may advance further. I shall return tomorrow. The old man's face changed. He swept his wares away and fled, disappearing into the depths of the crowd with practiced ease. This was clearly not his first time pulling such a shady trick. Fellow Taoists, do not trust that man. Those pills are all fake. They have no effect whatsoever. The newcomers cupped their hands and addressed the crowd, fury flashing in their eyes. They had clearly been duped before. The rogue cultivators around them cupped their hands and thanks a wave of fear washing over them. They had nearly been deceived, unable to detect anything wrong with the pills. After the crowd dispersed, Chin Sun clicked his tongue in wonder. Old ox, see. Even in the cultivation world, there are swindlers. It's no different from the mortal realm. Moo moo. The great black ox nodded heavily, its pupils trembling. It too had been taken in by the old man's nonsense. Chin Sun led the great black ox onward, eavesdropping on conversations and gathering information, their behavior quite furtive, though he himself was unaware of it. Only 3 days until the Ascension Assembly begins. The 10 great sects of Qian Kingdom will all be there. If I get an ITLL, be like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Haha, don't even think about it. Getting into an ordinary sect is already a stroke of luck. The 10 great sects aren't for mediocre talents like us. True, but I can't bear not to try. Each of those 10 great sects sets up 5 trials at the valley center. Without great wisdom and perseverance, it's best not to attempt them. I hear there are casualties every year. You'd better be at least at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Sigh. Several rogue cultivators shook their heads and sighed as they passed by Chin Sun. The path to ascension was like a single plank bridge over a river of death, fraught with difficulty. Not like those prodigies who were whisked away at birth. Valley Center 10 great sects, 5 trials. Chin Sun and the great black ox committed these key points to memory. They exchanged a knowing smile, feeling they had gained something valuable. Old ox, let's head over there. Looks like they're selling weapons. Chin Sun shouted excitedly, for blacksmithing was his specialty. He led the great black ox over to where a crowd had gathered. They stood at the periphery, but Chin Sun was disappointed to find these were not weapons, but magical artifacts not forged by hammer and anvil. Laid out were flying swords and various odd-shaped objects, all requiring spiritual power to wield. Truly incredible. Chin Sun's mouth watered with envy. If he could forge his cleaver into a magical artifact, he might one day truly split a mountain with a single blow. Moo, the great black ox drooled as well. If it could refine its horns into magical artifacts, who could withstand a charge from the black ox? Man and ox seemed to share a mind, each lost in fantasy, drool streaming down. The surrounding rogue cultivators frowned deeply. Where did these country bumpkins come from with an ox, just as clueless? They paid no heed to the stares, instead spotting another stall. Old ox, it's all skills. No spells. Chin Sun was beside himself with excitement. He led the great black ox closer, startling the burly rogue cultivator at the stall. Damn, even bandits practice cultivation now. Spells such as object manipulation, fireball, chi concealment, and body binding lay spread out on the ground stall, a dazzling array. Chin Sun and the great black ox kept swallowing their saliva. They wanted it all, but lacked spirit stones. For the first time, they felt such a dire shortage. Fellow Taoists, see anything you like. Brother, where did you get all these spells? So many. What do you mean? The burly man frowned, suspecting this man was planning to revert to his old trade. He quietly pulled out a talisman, ready to summon help. Brother, don't misunderstand. They'll come back to buy when I have spirit stones. Chin Sun waved his hands, hastily flustered, and pulled the great black ox away, his heart still racing with excitement. What the hell was that? The burly man put the talisman away, glaring venomously in the direction Chin Sun had fled. Moo moo, the big black ox kept rubbing against Chin Sun, its eyes brimming with excitement. So this was the world of cultivators. How utterly magnificent. Old ox, old ox. Chin Sun wrapped one arm around the big black ox's head, his voice trembling slightly. We've lived so long, yet it was all in vain. Moo. The big black ox nudged Chin Sun, as if to say, you said it. Chin Sun kept muttering amazing under his breath, as if bewitched. A single stall was enough to keep them rooted in place for an entire day, yet this was merely the tip of the iceberg in the world of cultivation. They wandered until nightfall, then found a secluded spot, using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed. Leaning against each other, they gradually drifted off to sleep, though they dared not slumber too deeply. Within the valley, disciples from various major sects maintained order, keeping things from descending into chaos. Those with grudges would settle them outside the valley. 3 days later, countless rogue cultivators had gathered in the valley, jostling shoulder to shoulder. Their eyes burned with fierce ambition, and spiritual light shimmered continuously from their magical artifacts. They were determined to ascend to immortality in one fell swoop. What a lively scene. Chin Sun led the big black ox to the edge of the crowd, gazing toward the valley's center. 10 towering platforms stood within, adorned with intricate patterns. The materials used for their construction were clearly no ordinary iron. Moo moo. The big black ox raised its head high, gazing at the structures from afar. It could sense an overwhelming aura, something they had never encountered in the mortal realm. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as a colossal ship slowly sailed into view. Several ethereal figures stood upon it, their forms indistinct, while a banner fluttered boldly against the wind. The Qingyang sect has arrived. one of the 10 great immortal sects of the Qian kingdom, a sky-breaking vessel by the heavens. The valley erupted in a cacophony of astonished cries. These rogue cultivators were well-traveled and recognized the ship instantly. Chen Sun and the big black ox could only mutter wow over and over. Chirp, 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 chirp. For colossal crimson spirit beasts soared across the sky, their high-pitched cries piercing the air. Figures stood upon their backs, surveying the 9-star valley from above. One of the 10 great immortal sects of the Qian kingdom, the Purple Cloud sect. I've heard their sect is filled with countless peerless beauties. If only I could win one's favor. The Crimson Rain Jade Wand. Only a sect of such stature could afford to raise such beasts. Another wave of clamor swept through the crowd. Even spirit beasts had been deployed, truly a display of immense wealth. The rogue cultivators' yearning grew even more intense. The smaller sects within the valley felt a pang of bitterness. When would they ever be able to make an entrance like the 10 great sects? Each year they could only pick up the scraps trapped in what seemed like a vicious cycle. One by one, the 10 great sects made their appearances, each more extravagant than the last. The sky above the valley thundered incessantly. It was as if they were competing with one another, or perhaps showcasing their respective sects' strength to the rogue cultivators. The rogue cultivators were stirred into a frenzy, their faces flushed, hearts pounding with excitement, as if on the verge of bursting. This was the moment to ascend in a single step. Chen Sun and the big black ox had already knelt drenched in sweat, even more overwhelmed than the other rogue cultivators. Their muttered exclamations of wow never ceased. This was far more spectacular than that time when a cultivator came to the mountain village to take on disciples. This, by the heavens, was true cultivation. If I were given another chance and a cultivator from the 10 great sects invited me to do chores. Chen Sun gazed longingly at the platforms, speaking in a daze. I would say I'm willing. And if a time limit were added, I'd wish it to be 10,000 years. Moo moo. The big black ox nodded vigorously. It could help too. It could do chores with gusto and even plow fields. On the 10 platforms, cultivators from various sects stood at the forefront, both men and women. They clasped their hands behind their backs, their gazes sharp as they unleashed the pressure of their foundation establishment cultivation upon the gathered rogue cultivators. Everyone's expression shifted, their minds cooling considerably as they all turned their eyes to the platforms. The rules remain unchanged. Those under the bone age of 40 have the chance to pass the 5 trials and enter the immortal sect. An elder standing at the very front channeled his magical power and bellowed, "Those interested, enter the trials. The valley will close in 7 days." Roar, roar, roar. Low growls echoed as the rogue cultivators' eyes turned bloodshot. They fixed their gazes on their preferred sects and stepped forward. Some sects set up arenas, others tested spiritual routes. Each had their own methods, all aimed at selecting 1/10,000 disciples from among the rogue cultivators. Every year, countless rogue cultivators perished, yet no one gave up. In the Qian kingdom, a single foundation establishment pill was nearly impossible to obtain. Only within the great sects was there a chance. Elders from various small and medium sects roamed about, secretly observing the failed rogue cultivators. When they found someone promising, they would personally extend an invitation. This was tacitly permitted by the 10 great sects. After all, everyone needed a way to survive. Old ox, let's not go. Moo. There's not much of a chance. We'd fail the spiritual root test, and our strength is even less worth mentioning. Chen Sun shot the big black ox a disdainful look. Going there would be suicide. But I've suddenly thought of a way to make money. Moo. The big black ox perked up. They were desperately short of spirit stones. Chen Sun stealthily pulled out a small notebook and glanced around before saying, "Let's memorize the trial conditions of each major sect and analyze their pros and cons." Moo. He said, "The rules don't change, right? Once we figure out roughly how strong each trial is, we can compile it into a booklet and sell it to the new rogue cultivators." Chen Sun patted the big black ox. "This can save them so much time and prevent so many casualties. Get it? Moo moo." The big black ox nudged Chen Sun, its eyes gleaming with excitement. "You're a genius. Let's go." A sly grin spread across Chen Sun's face as they headed to the arenas, first diligently recording the strength of each rogue cultivator and determining what level of power was needed to win reliably. He categorized the trials of each major sect, organizing and analyzing them to figure out which type of person would be best suited for which sect. 7 days flew by in an instant. Chen Sun and the big black ox were stunned. How had it gone so fast? They hadn't even finished their analysis. The 10 great sects each departed gracefully with a dozen or so rogue cultivators in tow. The elders of the smaller sects also left satisfied, while countless rogue cultivators were left dejected and lost. The rogue cultivators who had died in the trials were taken care of by the smaller sects who were responsible for maintaining order in the valley. Sigh, I shouldn't have gone to the Purple Cloud sect's trial. I wasted so much time and magical power, and it wasn't even suited for me. A rogue cultivator beat his chest in frustration. Another year wasted. How many years did a person have? After 40, there would be no more chances. At least the purple cloud sex trial was the safest. Look on the bright side. Fellow Taoist Zhou didn't even make it out alive. Sigh, if it doesn't work out next year, he'll just go enjoy the pleasures of the mortal world. That's all we can do. Rogue cultivators filed past Chen Sun, their eyes filled with gloom and self-doubt. Some even went mad and were slain on the spot by sect disciples within the valley. Others came to terms with the fact that the path of cultivation wasn't for them and returned to the mortal world never to be seen again. But the real conflict seemed to be just beginning. Some rogue cultivators, over 40 seasoned veterans of the game, had come to the Ascension Assembly precisely to scout for prey. Fierce battles erupted outside the valley. Chen Sun grabbed the big black ox and fled headlong. Fortunately, they were too poor to attract any attention. Old ox head for the mountain range's outer perimeter. Moo. Chen Sun and the big black ox bolted like mad, refusing to stop for anyone. The dark underbelly of the cultivation world was just beginning to unfold. Another year passed in a blur as they lived a rugged life on the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, never daring to collect human bones again. Their cultivation had only improved slightly, still stuck at the third layer of chi refinement. They had allocated their longevity points to the vital essence of all things and cultivated a century-old medicinal herb. Each day they searched for spiritual herbs on the mountain's periphery, but found not a trace. They dared not venture deeper, where not only demon beasts roamed, but also small immortal sects resided, a place fraught with peril. Another year, another Ascension festival. Chen Sun and the big black ox arrived as promised, a hint of cockiness in their eyes as they critiqued the goods on display. They tried to sell the century-old herb, but were harshly humiliated, told that if they had no brains, they shouldn't bother with cultivation. Damn it, why look down on us? Don't you have mortals in your family? All dead. Moo. The big black ox spat in disdain. Chen Sun and the ox walked through the valley, grumbling incessantly, still the same style, the same flavor. 3 days flew by, and it was time for the 10 great sects to show off. Chen Sun and the big black ox stood in the valley, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. After all, the sects did put on a magnificent show. Once again, cheers and gasps filled the air, but today Chen Sun joined in, at least able to name the sects as they appeared. During those 7 days, Chen Sun and the big black ox continued to scribble in their little notebooks, with the ox occasionally adding comments. As soon as the valley closed, Chen Sun and the big black ox were the first to dash out, faster than even the 10 great sects, moving so swiftly that no one noticed they had already fled. In the face of absolute speed, even schemes seemed to step too slow. Time in the mountains passed without notice. Another 5 years went by, but the beasts of the Ningyun mountain range suffered greatly. Chen Sun and the big black ox devoured them one by one, each day bringing misfortune to some creature. They finally pushed their chi refinement stage to the 4th layer, funneling all their longevity points into the vital essence of all things, hoping that one day, while relieving themselves, they might stumble upon a spiritual herb. Their current longevity points were Strength 21, Speed 21, Vital Essence of all things 15. This year's Ascension Festival arrived, and Chen Sun and the big black ox came as promised, again and again, radiant and refreshed, as if returning home. Besides the pots and pans hanging on the ox's sides, they had also printed many pamphlets in the city. Chen Sun began to gain notoriety at the Ascension Festival, earning the nickname Ascension Squatter, so poor he clinked with nothing but a big black ox. No one knew his face or name. He was quite mysterious. But he was rumored to be slow-witted, always wearing a black headscarf, dreaming of becoming a bandit in the cultivation world. Rumor had it that all stall vendors should be wary of him, as he often lingered around their stalls without a single spirit stone to his name, presumably casing the place. But these were merely idle gossip for some bored rogue cultivators after a meal. No one truly paid Chen Sun any mind, dismissing him as a fool. Every year newcomers arrived, and oldtimers left, all desperate to seek immortality. At the 9-Star Valley, brother, this is my masterpiece, years in the making. It contains the trials and precautions for every major sect. Chen Sun bent over, smiling as he pitched. "It'll greatly boost your chances of entering a sect." Oh, a few rogue cultivators paused, intrigued. "May we take a look?" But seeing Chen Sun's fierce bandana, they were startled. This man was no good. Of course, pay only if satisfied. Chen Sun smiled. These people looked unfamiliar, clearly new to the Ascension Festival, so his chances of making a sale were much higher. "Brother Zhang, this actually looks good," one cultivator said, eyes lighting up as he showed the others. "It even describes what kind of disciples the 10 great sects are looking for." "Indeed, but who knows if it's true?" the two nodded. "If it were real, it would be invaluable. Don't worry, I'm here every year. If there's any issue, come straight to me." Chen Sun patted his chest solemnly. "Just one low-grade spirit stone. You can't lose. Even if it only increases your chances by a 10th, isn't that a gain?" "Fine," the man exclaimed, eyes still glued to the pamphlet. This fellow Taoist seemed straightforward. "I'll take it. You have a keen eye, brother. You'll surely enter a sect this year." Chen Sun flattered, gleefully accepting the low-grade spirit stone, overjoyed. All right, I'll take your blessing. The man smiled. This fellow sure knew how to talk. The stone was well spent. Farewell, brothers. Moo. Chen Sun and the big black ox called after them, grinning from ear to ear. They had finally earned their first fortune. Old ox, let's go. Moo moo. Chen Sun was ambitious. Without stealing or robbing, earning spirit stones felt so satisfying and clean. The big black ox was so moved it almost wept, nuzzling Chen Sun. They had truly done it. Chen Sun hugged the ox's head, knowing how much effort they had poured into this. This brother looks exceptionally heroic and talented. If I'm not mistaken, you're here for the 10 Great Sects disciple recruitment, right? What business do you have, fellow Taoist? A young man paused, surprised. Was his excellence so obvious? Damn, to be seen through so easily. Chen Sun squinted, sizing him up. But brother, you might be missing something crucial. The young man studied Chen Sun in return. Despite the headscarf, those wise eyes betrayed him completely. Coupled with the big black ox behind him laden with pots and pans, it only added to his aura of wisdom. This man was extraordinary. Please speak freely, fellow Taoist. The young man was quite polite. Chen Sun pulled out 3 pamphlets, spreading them in one hand. To become an immortal, first read this. What a... The young man was startled, quickly taking them. Could this be the legendary? The trials of the 10 Great Sects are all in here. It's up to you to recognize their worth. Chen Sun said calmly, hands behind his back. Over the years, his eye for who had spirit stones and who didn't had become razor sharp. The young man wiped cold sweat. The pamphlet was packed with solid information, far better than hearsay. Fellow Taoist, this must cost quite a few spirit stones. Just 1 low-grade spirit stone. No, that's too cheap. The young man shook his head vigorously. Chen Sun's expression shifted. Had he misjudged? I think at least 2. The young man said earnestly, pulling spirit stones from his storage pouch. Brother, no need. It's a fixed price. Chen Sun frowned. He disliked price gouging. Just 1. 2. 1. Are you disrespecting me? The young man's expression suddenly turned fierce, as if he had transformed. Startled, Chen Sun quickly relented. Fine, 2 it is. Brother is no ordinary man. Hearing this, the young man's face immediately softened into a smile. You are no ordinary man either. I like this pamphlet. I'll take it. Farewell, brother. Chen Sun called out, shaken. In that instant, he sensed the man's vast internal magical power, several times his own. And he even had a legendary storage pouch. He might be someone of great origin. Chen Sun decided to keep his distance. Moo, the big black ox nudged him, wondering why he stood frozen. It's nothing, old ox. Let's keep selling pamphlets. Moo. The man and ox bowed and smiled, tirelessly peddling their guides. Some called them fakes and scoffed as they left, but Chen Sun took no offense. It was only natural. Yet the day's harvest was quite gratifying. They had sold 50 pamphlets, netting 51 low-grade spirit stones. Yet he had heard that there were also mid-grade spirit stones, with the accepted exchange rate being 1 to 100. However, if one truly wished to trade, a single mid-grade spirit stone could easily fetch 120 low-grade ones. He and the great black ox hid in a secluded corner, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, one hand gripping the mountain-splitting axe tightly. Old ox, we've struck it rich. Chen Sun whispered joyfully. Moo. The great black ox lowed softly, resting its head on Chen Sun's chest, its eyes brimming with delight. The greatest use of low-grade spirit stones was for cultivation. Their pure spiritual energy was far superior to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which required constant refinement to remove impurities. But that was the way of the wealthy elite of the cultivation world. Ordinary cultivators could only use them for trade, as the effects of pills were somewhat better, though they came with the drawback of medicinal resistance. And to have consumed enough pills to develop medicinal resistance was to be an exceedingly wealthy elite. Such resistance was never a concern for ordinary cultivators. The next day, they continued selling their booklets until they finally scraped together 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Sun trembled with excitement, and the great black ox mooed incessantly, circling around him. Old ox, we must keep a low profile, Chen Sun said, furtively, feeling as if everyone wanted to steal their spirit stones. Moo. Moo, bellowed the great black ox, understanding. On the 3rd day, they stopped selling booklets and instead browsed the various stalls. Suddenly, Chen Sun's eyes lit up as he spotted a familiar old acquaintance. Miss, it's you. The young woman's appearance had not changed much, still as it was back then. On her stall were a few spirit herbs and several bottles of pills. Her expression stiffened. Those legs were still so familiar, and those 4 black ox hooves as well. The thought involuntarily crossed her mind. Why had this bandit brought his ox again? Hey, it's you, the young woman said with a forced smile. This image was far too unforgettable. We've come to buy something. We have spirit stones. Oh, that's good. What would you like to buy? The young woman's eyes brightened, and she perked up instantly, as long as he wasn't there to mock her. Could you tell me about these 3 spirit herbs? Chen Sun crouched down with an awkward smile. However, he had studied medicine and could discern a thing or two. Under the young woman's astonished gaze, Chen Sun pulled a few spirit stones from his crotch to prove he truly had them. All right. The young woman was speechless, her gaze dropping as she pointed at a spirit herb. This is watercloud grass, 20 years old, a material for chi-gathering pills. This is frost maple grass, but it's only 10 years old, a material for heavy feather pills. This is spirit converging grass, 30 years old, also a material for heavy feather pills. The young woman introduced them one by one. Though their ages were not high, it was no easy feat for a rogue cultivator to gather so many spirit herbs. Had they been older, many demonic beasts and spirit beasts would have fought over them. Miss, how many spirit stones for the lot? He'll take them all. Chen Sun licked his lips, his eyes fixed on the herbs. Their ages seemed particularly easy to judge, just as he had anticipated. 20, the young woman said after a moment's thought. What a... Chen Sun stood up and exclaimed, his shrill voice making her frown. Then how much will you give? She asked delicately. 8. What a... This time it was the young woman's turn to stand up and exclaim. Was this how one bargained? Why don't you just rob me? Chen Sun's face showed difficulty. He reached into his crotch and laboriously pulled out a few spirit stones. 10 spirit stones, that's all I have. The young woman's chest rose and fell slightly as she studied Chen Sun's expression, but she could discern nothing. Only his nose, eyes, and mouth were visible. Fine deal, the young woman nodded firmly. And give me 3 more boxes, I have nothing to store them. Chen Sun eyed the medicine boxes behind her longingly. Truly worthy of a spirit herb seller. This was professionalism. The young woman's eyes widened. This man was a true bandit, plucking every feather from a passing goose. Still she relented, and even gave Chen Sun a sweet smile in the end. Old ox, you have to know when to save, and when to spend, understand. Moo moo. The great black ox nudged Chen Sun discontentedly. They had been in the mortal world long enough to understand this principle. Brother, how much for this fireball art? Chen Sun approached a stall selling spells, his eyes calm and unreadable. A middle-aged man glanced at Chen Sun, his pupils widening slightly. 4 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Sun's face showed difficulty, his eyes hesitant. The great black ox tugged at him, signaling to leave. Hold on, fellow Taoist. The middle-aged man looked from Chen Sun to the ox. Do you truly want it? And I have a bit of a desire, Chen Sun nodded. Take it for 2 spirit stones. Generous brother. Chen Sun praised, pulling 2 spirit stones from his crotch, grabbing the spell, and leaving in one fluid motion. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly and pulled out another copy of fireball art from under his stall. It was a common minor spell, he could print countless copies. Chen Sun and the great black ox bought 1 spell from each stall, nevermore. They acquired object levitation art, basic alchemy art, compendium of spirit herbs, spirit clarity art, and others. They even splurged on a bag of spirit herb seeds, quickly depleting their 100 spirit stones. Walking through the valley, Chen Sun and the great black ox felt their hearts pound rapidly. They felt their wealth was too great, and countless rogue cultivators seemed eager to rob them. Old ox, moo. The man and ox exchanged a deep glance, quickened their pace, and dashed out of the valley, vanishing without a trace. The 10 great sects had not even made their appearance before they fled. On the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, they occupied a beast's den, sealing the entrance with a massive boulder that no ordinary person could move. The boulder was covered in thick vines, making the cave nearly impossible to spot unless one was looking for it. Crack! A fire flared to life, illuminating the entire cave. Chen Sun's face was flushed red, and the great black ox ran in circles like a mad thing. Old ox, keep your wealth hidden and steady your mind. Chen Sun said with a trembling voice, a low laugh escaping him. Look at you, and will you ever be as composed as I am? Moo. The great black ox rubbed against Chen Sun, brimming with joy. Moo moo. We have 15 points of essence, each 30 in total. That's over 2 years of spirit herb growth acceleration per day. Chen Sun grew more excited, spittle flying. Old ox, can you do the math? How many years in a month? Moo moo. The great black ox called out twice, picking up a stone to scribble on the ground, beginning its calculations. 75 years. Chen Sun exclaimed excitedly, looking at the ox. A century-old spirit herb every month, my heavens. Moo. Moo moo. The great black ox was startled, dropping the stone. They had inquired and learned that a century-old spirit herb was worth about 1 to 200 low-grade spirit stones. They had spirit herb seeds too. Sell them, buy more, repeat endlessly. Who in the cultivation world could rival their wealth? Don't get ahead of yourself. We don't have the strength to sell in bulk yet. Chen Sun saw the look in the great black ox's eyes and knew what it was thinking. Strike once and move on, that's how you avoid drawing attention. Besides, we need to refine pills ourselves. Moo moo. The great black ox nodded repeatedly, its eyes wide and vacant, nearly losing its composure. First, let's cultivate those 3 spirit herbs in the medicine box to a century old. As for the seeds, we'll grow them one at a time. Chen Sun said calmly. A century-old spirit herb planted outside would emit a peculiar medicinal fragrance that could attract many demonic beasts and spirit beasts. This medicine box could not only preserve the herb's potency, but also mask the scent. He would need to acquire more in the future, Chen Sun thought to himself. Moo. The great black ox responded solemnly. Old ox, time to work. Chun Sun chuckled. We still need to practice our spells. Moo. The great black ox's eyes lit up. It had long anticipated the fireball technique, which even the street performers could wield. They began their daily routine of nurturing spiritual herbs, practicing spells, and refining the chi-refining art. When hungry or thirsty, they hunted in the mountain range, living a life of utter contentment. Half a year later, a tense atmosphere filled the cave, fraught with peril. Shaman Black Ox, I never expected you to reach the 4th layer of chi refining in such a short time. It seems I cannot let you live today. Chun Sun's brow was cold and stern, his palms and fingers clashing continuously as mana surged within him. Watch my object control technique. Moo. The great black ox was on high alert. A pebble suddenly moved from behind it, attempting a sneak attack. Moo moo moo. It stood on 2 legs, its eyes wide open. With a burst of mana from its hooves, a small fireball shot forth, heading straight for the pebble. Sizzle. Sizzle. The entire cave was filled with a wave of scorching heat. Watching the pebble turn to ashes, the great black ox grinned. Is that all? I could pull down mountains with my might, and my spirit covers the world. Moo. The great black ox let out a startled cry as Chun Sun roared with laughter, lifting it over his head once more, a trick that never failed. After a bout of play, Chun Sun and the great black ox sat on the ground. Their smugness was practically soaring to the heavens. They finally had spells to rely on. However, the great black ox truly astonished Chun Sun. From their years at the Ascension Immortal Convention, they had learned that spirit beasts were vastly different from humans. Generally, spirit beasts could not cultivate human techniques or spells, but the great black ox could master them all. It had completely surpassed the limits of an ordinary spirit beast. Yet regardless of what kind of beast the great black ox truly was, it would always be his family. Chun Sun smiled warmly and patted the still-mooing great black ox. Another year, the Ascension Immortal Convention arrived. Chun Sun led the great black ox forward, walking alone, their eyes filled with infinite calm. Many rogue cultivators glanced at them, then silently shook their heads. This was the most tragic lot in the cultivation world. Those without talent who could not see the truth, destined to die in obscurity in the wilds. Yet there was no longer mockery in their eyes. Such a figure was worthy of admiration, a true portrait of the majority, a profound sense of desolation. Some old-timers narrowed their eyes. Compared to this man, they felt inferior. If he failed to show up, their hearts would feel strangely empty. Chun Sun was never a target for their murder and robbery. He was too poor, and his pursuit of immortality was so pure that it seemed almost foolish. Inside the valley within a sex pavilion, Chun Sun's calm demeanor shattered as he cried out miserably, "Senior, please add a bit more. I've spent half my life and only found this one." The old man furrowed his brow, slightly hesitating as he examined the century-old spirit convergence herb. "Senior, look at this century-old spiritual herb. Its quality, its essence. Not a shred of potency has been lost. I brought it here right after finding it." Chun Sun forced 2 joyful tears from his eyes. "Add a bit more, and it's yours. Then I'll add 10 more spirit stones. The potency is indeed good." "All right." Chun Sun's expression instantly turned calm, showing no intention of pushing further. The old man watched his sudden shift in demeanor, his face twitching. Was this young man putting on an act for him? "Senior, I'll take a few more herb boxes. My old ox is quite fond of them." Chun Sun grinned, pocketing 120 spirit stones. "If I find another, I'll bring it to you. Have 5 boxes for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Help yourself." The old man shook his head with a faint smile, glancing at the great black ox outside the pavilion. It was not so easy to stumble upon such century-old spiritual herbs. To the old man's astonishment, Chun Sun bought 30 boxes in one go, placing them into the great black ox's saddlebags before disappearing. Such an inexperienced lad. The old man murmured, even reclaiming the herb box that held the spiritual herb. Deep within the Ningyun mountain range, crane spirit trees were everywhere. These herb boxes were made from crane spirit wood, requiring little effort. Years later, when Chun Sun learned this, he beat his chest and stomped his feet, feeling as if ants were crawling all over him. Every time he saw a crane spirit tree head, take an axe to it. They now stood outside an alchemy pavilion where the pills were more expensive than those sold by rogue cultivators, but guaranteed in quality. "Fellow Taoist, is there anything that catches your eye?" A sect disciple came to greet Chun Sun. The pavilion was filled with a dazzling array of goods: alchemy furnaces, spiritual herbs, pills, and alchemy manuals, everything one could need. He had seen too many eccentric rogue cultivators. This man in a black face veil failed to stir any emotion within him. "How much is this alchemy furnace?" Chun Sun cleared his throat, putting on an air of expertise. "This is a yellow-grade low-tier alchemy furnace, only 20 low-grade spirit stones." The sect disciple introduced with a smile, pointing to a smaller furnace. "This larger one is also." "He'll take this one." Chun Sun's heart trembled. Why was it so expensive? He couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist, I've seen rogue cultivators selling furnaces for only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Most of those are ungraded furnaces, or ones with considerable damage." The sect disciple explained patiently. That would severely affect the success rate and quality of the pills. Professional, Chen Sun praised. Truly for such magical artifacts one should stick with reputable merchants. He paid the spirit stones and left. Most items in the cultivation world were classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, xian, and yellow. Though higher grades existed, they were beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators like them. Moo. The great black ox was enamored with the small furnace, nudging Chen Sun to show it to him again. Wealth, companions, methods, and land. The ancients were not wrong, Chen Sun sighed inwardly. Even the path to immortality could not escape this law. To hole up in one place and cultivate until the end of time was a mere dream. One's cultivation would surely stagnate. They continued selling their pamphlets. The previous year's response had been excellent, earning them over 100 spirit stones in a single day. In a dark corner, a glint of light flickered in Chen Sun's eyes, but there was no trace of smugness. Old ox, let's stop selling after this year. Moo. The great black ox was utterly perplexed. Wasn't it selling well? This kind of pamphlet is too easy to copy, and it draws too much attention. We only needed the initial capital. Moo. The great black ox suddenly understood. Its mind was growing sharper by the day. Oh, a single hint was enough. With just a look from Chen Sun, it knew exactly what to do. Of course, it was not so adept at reading others' expressions. Ah, fellow Taoist, there you are. An old man in flowing white robes walked over with a smile, as if he had been searching for them for a long time. What is it? Chen Sun narrowed his eyes. It was that old swindler who had sold fake pills. I have an opportunity here related to your pamphlet. Are you interested, fellow Taoist? The old man clasped his hands behind his back with a grin. He had been observing Chen Sun for a long time. The man came every year, but never dared to take the trial. He was sure the bait would be taken. Chen Sun silently shook his head, said nothing, and led the great black ox directly into the street, his eyes devoid of any interest. The old man stood frozen, then muttered, so he really is a fool. A blockhead. On the street. Old ox, remember this: in this life we harm no one, we covet no bargains, but we must never believe that good fortune will simply fall into our laps. Chen Sun's gaze was profound as he spoke each word deliberately. We may miss many opportunities, but we will never be taken advantage of. Moo moo. The great black ox kept nudging Chen Sun. It had remembered. They set out once more to search for spiritual herb seeds. While spiritual herbs were rare, seeds were plentiful, and Chen Sun purchased several bags, though most were dead seeds mixed in to deceive. Chen Sun immediately refused. At the 4th layer of chi refinement, and armed with the fireball art, he was not one to be trifled with. I paid for a full bag of spirit stones, yet you only give me half a bag of seeds. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow, though no one noticed. Moo, moo. The great black ox bellowed angrily at the stall. What's the meaning of this? Spiritual herb seeds are inherently like this. Are you looking for trouble, fellow Taoist? The man sneered, raising a yellow talisman into the air. With a flick of his fingers, a burst of light flared and vanished instantly as he glared provocatively at Chen Sun. This fool leading an ox and wearing a black hood. Anyone who had done business here for a few years knew he was at the 3rd layer of chi refinement with no backing whatsoever. Chen Sun's spiritual insight art flickered in his eyes. This man was at the 4th layer of chi refinement and seemed quite wealthy. Brother Liao, who dares to cause trouble here? Several figures rushed over from behind the crowd, all wearing similar attire, likely members of a cultivation clan. All of them were at the 4th layer of chi refinement, with one even at the 5th layer. Loose cultivators gathered around, watching Chen Sun with mockery and indifference. What bullying the outnumbered? Chen Sun gave a cold laugh, his eyes devoid of fear. This is no way to do business. I thought it was who? It's this bandit fool, a round-faced man said disdainfully. Brother, leave him to me. Fine, the other man nodded slightly. No magic within the valley, mind your limits. Fool, kneel and count out of my brother a few times, admit your mistake, and today's matter ends here. The round-faced man tilted his head up, looking down his nose at Chen Sun. I don't want to see you at the Immortal Ascension Assembly again. These people clearly meant to mock him. Those more discontented in life often took pleasure in bullying the weaker. If he didn't show some backbone, these loose cultivators would think they could push him around. Who do you think you are, looking like a rotten watermelon? Chen Sun spat calmly, standing his ground. You're not fit to bark before me. Sharp-tongued brattle, smash that mouth of yours. The round-faced man's face twisted in fury. This fool dared to insult him. He stomped forward, a faint glow emanating from his hand, and hurled a diamond fist with a fierce gale straight at Chen Sun. Bang! Chen Sun stepped back, throwing an unremarkable punch that collided with the round-faced man's fist. The latter's expression shifted, pain flickering across his face before he let out a sharp cry. Ah! Cracking sounds of bone echoed as the round-faced man flew backward, his eyes filled with terror. What monstrous strength was this? The Liao family's diamond fist was broken. This man is hiding his true skill. I didn't expect this fool, fellow Taoist, to possess such power. A clamor arose from the crowd, their gazes toward Chen Sun shifting markedly. So he was no fool after all. The Liao family, is it? Chen Sun nodded slightly, looking at the enraged group. Remember, you still owe me half a bag of spiritual herb seeds. Then you'd best be careful outside 9-Star Valley, fellow Taoist. The man helped the round-faced man, smiling darkly. A bit of body art won't decide everything. Oh. Chun Sun smiled, his hood making the grin even more sinister and terrifying than the others, chilling the Liao family to the bone. The watching loose cultivators gasped inwardly. So this hood's oppressive aura was this strong. Chun Sun led the great black ox away with a Liao family member tailing them, but their pace quickened faster and faster. After 3 sharp turns, they dashed out of 9-Star Valley and vanished. The Liao family follower was dumbfounded. Where had they gone? On the road. Old Ox, I was impulsive this time. If I hadn't cared about that half bag of seeds, we wouldn't have made enemies. Chun Sun's eyes held remorse. Over the years they had heard many rumors, but let them slide. Moo. Moo. The great black ox's eyes showed no concern. They had deliberately bullied us. In life, one couldn't yield to everything. Let's skip the Immortal Ascension assembly for now. The Liao family will surely block us. Chun Sun said softly. Let's improve our strength first. We have no backing, and this cultivation world is far crueler than the mortal realm. Moo. The great black ox responded. Its senses were sharper than Chun Sun's. The Liao family had clearly harbored murderous intent. Back in the cave on the mountain's edge, Chun Sun reflected constantly. He had stayed too long in the mortal world and fought for pride here, which could bring deadly disaster upon them. Old Ox, if this happens again, we endure. When we're strong enough, we'll take back what we lost. Chun Sun muttered a curse the great black ox didn't understand. Damn it, those little brats. Moo moo moo. The great black ox nudged Chun Sun. Their mindset hadn't yet reached the point of letting everything slide. They still had to go through it. Old Ox, it's fine. Chun Sun hugged the ox. You tend to the spiritual herbs, and he'll study alchemy. Moo. The great black ox obediently hurried off, hoping to cheer Chun Sun up. Chun Sun flipped through the basic alchemy manual. First, he had to condense a pill flame within his body, then slowly refine the medicinal properties of the herbs, and finally fuse them into a pill. But the pill flame consumed considerable spiritual power. One misstep, and a furnace of pills would be ruined. A true alchemy master was invariably built on countless spiritual herbs. Yet the manual also mentioned that earthly vein flames could replace the pill flame, but such places were usually occupied by immortal sects beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Chun Sun read with great interest, having studied medicine before, and found some principles in common. The most common pills for the Qi refinement stage were the heavy feather pill and the Qi enhancing pill, both excellent for improving cultivation, with recipes widely known. 20-year-old spiritual herbs can be used for medicine, Chun Sun murmured. Of course, the older the better, but older herbs were usually reserved for refining superior pills. Time flew like a shuttle, and a year had passed unnoticed. They missed the Immortal Ascension assembly, and the Liao family, having waited in ambush outside the valley, was stunned to find no one. It seemed that Fool had some sense, knowing he had offended important people, and played the turtle. That year a few people appeared selling pamphlets like Chun Sun's, which became quite popular and earned a fortune. Inside the cave, Chun Sun continued to allocate his longevity points to the essence of all things. Today he sat in quiet meditation, while the great black ox stood up constantly, massaging his shoulders, snorting excitedly. The auspicious hour has come. I, the master, open the furnace to refine pills. May the immortals and gods bless me and grant me face. Moo 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 moo. The great black ox bellowed behind him. Chun Sun's half-closed eyes snapped open. Before him lay a pill furnace. He pointed, and the furnace spiraled upward level with his gaze. Around them were dozens of sets of heavy feather pill herbs, all over 30 years old, accumulated over the past 2 years. Go! Chun Sun shouted, and a herb soared into the furnace. A pill flame emerged from his palm, draining his spiritual power as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The pill flame flickered under Chun Sun's control, growing and shrinking. The great black ox's heart raced like a roller coaster, not daring to breathe loudly. One herb after another flew into the furnace, releasing a rich medicinal fragrance. The great black ox's eyes widened. Pop! A sound like a bursting bubble rang out. One set of heavy feather pill ingredients was completely ruined, turning into pools of waste liquid. Chun Sun panted heavily, taking out a blank booklet to record his sensations, noting the heat applied to each herb. Theory and practice were entirely different. Moo. The big black cow continued to hammer its shoulders. It couldn't handle such delicate work and could only do the coarse tasks. Old cow, it's fine. I need a few days to recover my magic power. Moo. The big black cow replied, you can take as long as you need. 3 days passed, and Chun Sun finally restored his depleted magic power. Today, filled with vitality, he shouted, the auspicious moment has arrived. I shall open the furnace to refine pills. I hope the celestial beings and Buddhas will bless me and give me Chun Sun some face. Moo 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 moo. The pill furnace spiraled into the sky as various spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace. Before long, there were puddles of wasted herbal liquid cooling down. 3 more days passed, magic power restored, Chen Sun sat cross-legged, his arm veins bulging, as he roared, "The auspicious moment has arrived. I shall open the furnace to refine pills. I hope the celestial beings and Buddhas will bless me and give me Chen Sun some face." Moo 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 moo. The pill furnace spiraled into the sky again as various spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace. Before long, there were more puddles of wasted herbal liquid cooling down. A month later, Chen Sun's fingers trembled slightly, his mouth quivered, and he murmured, "The auspicious moment has arrived. Oh, I shall open the furnace to refine pills. I hope the celestial beings and Buddhas will bless me and give me Chen Sun some face." Moo. The pill furnace spiraled into the sky as various spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace. Before long, there were even more puddles of wasted herbal liquid cooling down. Another month passed. The big black cow looked dispirited, while Chen Sun's eyes were sunken and his hair danced wildly. He trembled as he said, "The auspicious moment has arrived. I shall open the furnace to refine pills. I hope the celestial beings and Buddhas will give me Chen Sun some face." Moo. The pill furnace spiraled into the sky as various spiritual herbs continued to fly into the furnace. This time a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and Chen Sun finally grasped the essence. The big black cow's eyes sparkled as it slowly stood up, wanting to express its admiration, but was unable to articulate it. "Old cow, it worked. I succeeded, ha." Chen Sun laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to swallow the pill furnace whole. So many spiritual herbs had been wasted. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, even dogs do not become alchemists. Those with backing from immortal sex are the fortunate ones. Moo moo. The big black cow was very excited, watching the dozen or so pure white pills and continuously hammering Chen Sun's shoulders. The fragrance of the pills could be smelled throughout the cave. It was truly marvelous. "First, I must record this. All of it is experience." Chen Sun almost lost himself in the moment. This was a significant matter. He began to take out a notebook to write and draw, reviewing it daily. He had plenty of time. "Old cow, try the effect." Moo. They each took a pill which slid smoothly into their mouths. Chen Sun and the big black cow felt a surge of pure medicinal power radiate within them. That feeling was like swimming in the vast ocean, utterly free, bringing the most exquisite enjoyment. "So comfortable," Chen Sun couldn't help but say. As the medicinal power dissipated, it seemed the bottleneck loosened. He consumed another heavy feather pill and continued to refine it. The big black cow continually emitted joyful mooing sounds, sitting cross-legged on the ground. "Incredible." Moo. Upon consuming the third pill, the bottleneck that had been holding him back burst open, instantly breaking through to the 5th level of chi refinement. Chen Sun and the big black cow jumped with joy. They did not want to be stuck at a particular realm. "Let's not refine pills this month. Let's stabilize our realm." Chen Sun excitedly said, "Then let's find a river, take a bath, and open the furnace next month." Moo moo. The big black cow nodded vigorously. Starting anything is difficult. In the following days, they lived a life of working from sunrise to sunset, nurturing seeds, refining pills, and cultivating. Another year passed quickly, and the Ascending Immortal Conference began as scheduled, yet that bull-headed bandit was nowhere to be found. The Liao family was furious. Their ambush had failed, feeling powerless. No one knew what the bandit looked like, nor did they know its origin, as if it had evaporated from the world. Inside the cave, Chen Sun added the longevity point to the essence of all things. In the latter half of the year, Chen Sun succeeded in refining 3 more batches of pills. They consumed the pills while stabilizing their realms, remaining neither arrogant nor impatient. Time was the least valuable thing for Chen Sun and the big black cow. And taking every step steadily was the most important. They had already broken through to the 6th level of chi refinement, which was terrifying. Though the growth conditions for these spiritual herbs were extremely harsh, it seemed that their essence of all things could overcome everything. Chen Sun and the big black cow opened another hole in the cave filled with spiritual herbs, all several decades old. He had read in the Complete Guide to Spiritual Herbs that these herbs needed to grow in spiritual soil. They could not be planted in ordinary dirt. Moo, the big black cow, looked at their territory overjoyed. The spiritual energy was overwhelming. They were currently cultivating there. "This pill furnace is just too worn out." Chen Sun frowned, feeling that the furnace was not performing well. "It seems I need to replace it soon." The big black cow nodded. It didn't understand much about alchemy, but felt that the outer shell of the furnace had somewhat deteriorated. The following year, although Chen Sun did not refine pills, he was extremely busy, continuously studying the Complete Guide to Spiritual Herbs, reading and researching every day. The big black cow managed the spiritual herbs, harvesting them when they matured and placing them in a medicinal box. Life was ultimately peaceful. There were no troubles knocking at their door. At the next Ascending Immortal Conference, many new faces appeared. They were ambitious and full of hope, aiming for ascendance. Some familiar faces shook their heads in sighs aback. Then they mocked the bull-headed bandit. Yet now they themselves had become bandits with opportunities right in front of them, feeling unwillingness in their hearts. They looked down on the mortal realm, preferring to die in the Nine-Star Valley than to return in disgrace, unaware of how many skeletons were buried deep within the Ningyun mountain range. Those selling books were overjoyed. There were more and more competitors, and fresh blood was needed. What most people did not know was that such ascending immortal conferences were quite numerous. The 10 immortal sects would not convene only in this one place. The Liao family completely gave up continuing to do business in the Nine-Star Valley. It was just a small matter. There was no need to let others mock them for being petty. They speculated that the bandit had likely been devoured by some demon beast, leaving no trace behind. Inside the cave, Chen Sun added the longevity point to the essence of all things and began to calm his mind, preparing to open the furnace to refine pills. The big black cow prepared the spiritual herbs, acting as a cheerleader beside Chen Sun, rubbing his shoulders and back. Now my magic power has greatly increased. I wish to open the furnace to refine pills. I hope the celestial beings and Buddhas will bless me and give me Chen Sun some face. Chen Sun's gaze sharpened, his robe fluttering without wind and his long hair billowing behind him. The sense of ritual was at its peak. Moo. The big black cow let out a long bellow. Chen Sun skillfully placed the spiritual herbs into the furnace, proceeding smoothly. Originally, refining a batch of pills required 3 days of recovery, but now it only took 2. Time rushed by, and after more than half a year, a loud bang suddenly echoed through the cave. The pill furnace exploded. Chen Sun was covered in soot, his face dumbfounded, spewing thick black smoke, his hair resembling a Mediterranean hairstyle, with the center completely blown away. Moo. The big black cow was panicked, exhaling heavily as it hurried to check. Fortunately, Chen Sun was unharmed. In an instant, its legs gave way, its eyes narrowing, and it retreated slightly, its belly twitching with suppressed snorts escaping. It actually exploded. Chen Sun frowned slightly, still unaware of the severity of the problem. It seems this magical tool is also subject to wear and tear. Why does my head feel a bit chilly? Chen Sun felt something was wrong, touching his head, and feeling it again, his features twisted gradually. Where is my hair? A roar like that of a lion reverberated in the cave, causing some stones to tumble down. Gaa. The big black cow was close to panicking, emitting strange cries. It had never seen Chen Sun like this. That year passed slowly amidst the sound of Chen Sun's exploding alchemy furnace. They had allocated their longevity points to the essence of all things, which now stood at 19. Heavy goosefeather snow fell over the Ningyun mountain range, blanketing the earth in silver. Heaven and earth merged into a single line, blurring boundaries and the horizon itself. The Qian kingdom seemed to be in turmoil this year. It was said that border conflicts had erupted and countless righteous warriors of the nation embarked on journeys to guard the frontier. Amidst the swirling snow, their families bid them farewell with lingering gazes. The snow-covered ground was filled with footprints, each one a tether of concern. Countless families of these warriors stood rooted in place until dusk. Yet the snow at dusk was deep and poignant, carrying emotions as intricate as 1,000 threads, surging like the sea, capable of drowning everything. But no matter what transpired in the mortal world, it could not obstruct the path of countless rogue cultivators seeking immortality. The ascension ceremony commenced as usual. The cow-eating hooded cultivator never returned and gradually faded from memory. However, a major incident occurred within the valley. Hundreds of sect cultivators personally descended to arrest those who sold the booklets. Though no lives were taken, all their possessions were confiscated. Such booklets had severely impacted the interests of the major immortal sects. Competition had once been fair, but now with this guidebook appearing, the number of rogue cultivators attending the trials of certain sects had notably increased. Moreover, promising talents were being snatched away, which they attributed to the booklet's fault, misleading the youth. The 10 major sects united against this threat to eradicate the menace. Should such a thing occur again, they vowed to bring about the death and annihilation of all involved. In a cave on the outskirts of the Ningyun mountain range, they had now exhausted their supply of spiritual herb seeds, and the alchemy furnace had also exploded. Chen Sun began to contemplate the next step. The big black ox sat to the side, grinding medicinal herbs with its powerful hooves. These herbs were the seasonings they used for their daily meals. Old ox, let's first use up the remaining pills and keep the other spiritual herbs for later. Moo. The big black ox responded perfunctorily, using its hoof to scoop the powder into a bottle before continuing to grind, its eyes filled with earnest focus. Chen Sun hoisted 2 water vats which also contained their clothes, and said with a smile, "Old ox fetching water." "Coming." Moo. The big black ox called out anxiously, quickly tidying the stone mill. Wherever Chen Sun went, it would follow. The big black ox directly moved aside the massive boulder blocking the cave entrance. After Chen Sun went out, it replaced the boulder and even checked for any flaws. Outside, snowflakes drifted and the cold wind raged. Chen Sun wore only a thin garment, but felt no chill at all. They arrived at a creek and began chiseling holes in the ice everywhere. Chen Sun held a water vat to collect water with one hand, while the big black ox stood in the middle of the stream with another vat, thoroughly enjoying itself. At one point, the big black ox frolicked so wildly that the ice cracked and it fell in, but Chen Sun pulled it out with a swift hand. After filling the vats, they sat together to wash clothes. The man and the ox chatted about something, their laughter echoing continuously. Snowflakes danced wildly in the sky as they sat amidst drifts several feet deep. It seemed that in all the world there were only this youth and a big black ox. Time stood still as they savored the moment. Before long, the sound of breaking twigs reached them, accompanied by heavy footsteps crunching through the snow. Though distant, their keen hearing had already detected it. Chen Sun and the big black ox looked toward the snow-laden forest. A large group of people dressed in tattered clothes and leaning on wooden staffs was approaching. Their faces were dirty and flushed red from the cold. There were at least 100 of them, men, women, and children alike. Shock was written on every face. To see someone washing clothes in such heavy snow and a big black ox sitting up holding clothes and soap in its hooves, it was astonishing. "Elder, have you lost your way?" Chen Sun asked casually. Since they were mortals, he gradually lowered his guard. The big black ox glanced at them, sensed no danger, and resumed scrubbing clothes, occasionally letting out a moo. "Young hero, we are refugees from Dansong City." An elderly man tottered over. This youth was clearly a martial artist, robust and unafraid of the severe cold. "Dansong City? That far? It's on the other side of the Ningyun mountain range." Chen Sun was astonished. He had heard of Dansong City, which was adjacent to Panning City, but the journey was long. "Are you heading to Panning City?" Yes, the old man nodded, a glimmer of joy in his eyes indicating they were almost there. "Elder, what happened?" "The Ningyun mountain range is so perilous, yet you dared to cross it." "Young hero, you misunderstand. We took the outer paths and went around." The old man shook his head and sighed deeply. "The Qian kingdom is in turmoil now. Rebel armies have risen everywhere and bandits run rampant. The lord of Dansong City has been killed." "Oh." Chen Sun was startled and immediately understood their plight. If it were him, he would flee too. "Panning City is to the southeast. You've taken a detour." "Thank you, young hero." The old man cupped his hands. After all this talk, he had simply been asking for directions. "It's nothing. Chen Sun waved his hand and looked at the refugees. "Be careful on the road. There are many wild beasts here." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, young hero." "Thank you, big brother." Many voices of gratitude came from the crowd, including a crisp call from a little girl. Hope flickered in their eyes. They were finally nearing Panning City, a large city known for its stable order. Chen Sun smiled faintly as he watched them leave. The big black ox also let out a moo in their direction. "Old ox, let me tell you, no matter which world it is, wherever there is a kingdom, there will be endless warfare, and the common people will suffer." Chen Sun said with emotion. The history of his previous lives' country was a painful chronicle of war etched into everyone's blood. "Moo, moo, moo, moo." The big black ox perked up, stopping its hoof work. It rubbed against Chen Sun, urging him to continue. "Well, it all begins with the Xia dynasty." Chen Sun began to narrate solemnly and earnestly. The big black ox's eyes widened, listening with rapt attention, even memorizing a few names. Half an hour later, they had finished washing clothes and sat together admiring the snowy scenery. Chen Sun continued recounting history to the big black ox, both of them deeply immersed. "If you want to know what happens next, listen to the next installment." Chen Sun patted the reluctant big black ox and pointed to the washed clothes. "Our clothes have frozen into blocks of ice." "Moo." The big black ox snapped back to reality. "Indeed they had. Let's go. Good thing we have the fireball art." Chen Sun stood up, hoisted the water vats, and carried the clothes, leading the big black ox back to the cave. With magic, it was easy to dry them. On the way, they gradually sensed something amiss. A smell of blood wafted through the wind and snow. "Old ox," Chen Sun said in a low voice, taking a hood from his bosom and pulling it over his head. "Be careful." "Moo," the big black ox replied softly, its eyes alert. Its sense of smell was exceptionally sharp. In the distance, several bodies lay under a tree, the snow beneath them stained red, slowly being buried by the falling snow. Chen Sun frowned deeply, slowing his pace. It seemed that every half a li there were a few more bodies bearing knife wounds. They hadn't been dead long, and the footprints around were chaotic and unclear. "Moo." The big black ox looked at Chen Sun. A few of the dead looked familiar. They were among the villagers who had asked for directions. Chen Sun drew closer and turned over several bodies. One woman was clutching a little girl protectively, but both had already breathed their last, their wounds beginning to freeze. Chen Sun remembered this little girl. The crisp voice saying "Thank you, big brother" still echoed in his mind. Chen Sun's heart trembled, and he slowly said, "Your mother. Utterly vicious, not even sparing a child." "Moo moo." The big black ox was still nudging them, trying to wake them up. "They're not cultivators, must be some vicious bandits." Chen Sun crouched and looked into the distance. The corpses here were all elderly and women. The murderer must still be chasing those villagers. The two water vats and clothes were left behind by Chen Sun and the big black ox. Two mountain-splitting axes spun slowly, slicing each snowflake in half. Whoosh, whoosh, boom. The thick snow beneath them quaked and fierce sonic booms tore through the air. They moved as if treading upon a sea of snow, sending vast waves of white behind them, their momentum overwhelming. In the distance, dozens of mountain bandits laughed wildly. Blood dripped continuously from their large blades. Panning City was now in turmoil, with most warriors conscripted. Who could possibly stop them? Big brother, more and more refugees are coming to Panning City. A bandit grinned savagely. They're bringing all their belongings. Hitting them is like hitting a jackpot. This is the good life. The leader laughed maniacally, brandishing his blade. Our time has finally come. Men, kill them all. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. The bandits roared in response, their blades raised high. Behind them lay a field of corpses. Murder and plunder brought them boundless joy. Once hunted by Imperial troops, now those soldiers were off to war. Life had become easy. Screams rang out one after another as more helpless villagers fell to the ground, dying with deep resentment in their eyes. They had been so close to their destination. The bandits laughed even louder, rifling through the victims' clothes for gold and silver, favorite treasures of fleeing refugees. Suddenly a commotion erupted behind them. All the bandits turned to look, squinting. Why was the snow on the ground splashing so high? What the hell is that? The leader spat, clad in animal hides, blade in hand, standing at the front. The snow was too heavy to see clearly. Huh, something's running. Damn it, boss, something's not right. Is it a person? Or a black ox? No good, run. The leader's pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly roared. But by the time they made out the figures, it was already too late. Chun Sun stomped the ground, still accelerating. The sound of air splitting erupted abruptly, and he arrived in an instant. The leader's mind went blank. In the blink of an eye, the man was above him. Those eyes, the coldest he had ever seen in his life. Swoosh. The leader's head shot into the air, his eyes still uncomprehending. Blood gushed from his body like a fountain as he pitched forward. The big black ox charged straight into the bandit crowd, bellowing in fury. The bandits' faces twisted in agony, as if struck by a mountain crushed to death beneath the ox's onslaught. One despairing scream after another rang out. Even in death, they never knew who had killed them. Smoke filled the sky. The bodies of dozens of bandits were incinerated by fireball technique. Chun Sun and the big black ox gradually vanished into the heavy snow. Inside the cave, Chun Sun and the big black ox had retrieved the water vats and clothes. They were silent, realizing their good intentions had led to disaster. They had not disposed of the corpses, if thick snow had already buried them. Many were lost without a trace. If Chun Sun hadn't pointed the way, perhaps they wouldn't have encountered those vicious bandits. Old ox, some things are beyond our control. Chun Sun sighed softly, patting the big black ox. This era, this environment. We can't decide them, nor can we change them. Mu, the big black ox, laid its head against Chun Sun's chest. The only thing we can decide is ourselves. We just need to have a clear conscience. Chun Sun looked at the big black ox and smiled faintly. Things like this happen everywhere all the time. Let it go? Mu the ox nodded, but in its heart it found those people utterly detestable, robbing and killing. Old ox, let's start cultivating. We still have some heavy feather pills left. Chun Sun's expression sharpened, sweeping away the gloom. Look ahead. There's still much to do. Moo moo. The big black ox's eyes widened as it perked up. They consumed the pills very slowly and steadily. Once they had taken several at once, now they took one and meditated for days, gradually refining the medicinal power and familiarizing themselves with their growing mana. Time slipped away as they depleted their resources. Another year passed, and it seemed the snow had finally stopped. They had now broken through to the 7th layer of chi refinement. The heavy feather pills were completely gone, but they had saved 7-century-old spiritual herbs, planning to strike it rich. Chun Sun had finally maxed out the essence of all things at 20. They planned to start adding points to mana next year to see if it would increase. More and more refugees came from the other side of the Ningyun mountain range. Some starved to death on the road, devoured by vultures, some were killed by wild beasts, some were robbed by bandits. Some even passed by their cave. The outside world seemed increasingly unstable. Seeing the starving and freezing villagers, Chun Sun and the big black ox would secretly give them some dried meat, but they never interacted too much. Who could truly understand the karma of this world? In such times, rogue cultivators craved power more fiercely. They scrambled desperately to enter the 10 great immortal sects rather than muddle through life in the mortal realm. Compared to the misery outside, the Ascension Festival was in full swing, more fervent than ever. Their ambitions soared high, yearning for the boundless world of cultivation. Inside the cave, the man and the ox lived in peace, each occupied with their own matters, untouched by the chaos outside. Old ox, I'm going to the Ascension Festival. Wait for me here. This time Chun Sun decided not to wear a mask or bring the big black ox, to be safer. Moo moo. The big black ox clamped its mouth onto Chun Sun's clothes, refusing to let go. They had never been apart. He'll be back in a day. If I don't return, come find me. Moo. Really, have I ever lied to you? If all goes well, he'll be back in half a day. Chun Sun smiled. They had no more spiritual herbs or alchemy furnaces. He had to go. Moo, the big black ox, nodded, moved the boulder from the cave entrance, and waited there for Chun Sun. Chun Sun dashed off like an arrow. This time he carried 4 medicine boxes containing 4-century-old spiritual grasses, and he no longer used the essence of all things to conceal his cultivation. The big black ox hesitated, then chased after him, seeing him off for a long distance. It only turned back when they neared the mountain depths, letting out a series of moos. Chen Sun looked back every few steps. Only when the big black ox disappeared from sight did he quicken his pace. There are a lot more people now. On the road, Chen Sun encountered many rogue cultivators. Seeing his 7th-layer chi refinement cultivation, they all addressed him as senior with respect in their eyes. In a world where strength reigned supreme, precedence was always given to the more powerful. Chen Sun remained low-key, acknowledging no one. Entering 9 Stars Valley, he navigated the paths with ease. He heard talk of the booklet-selling scheme and merely smiled, a strange glint in his eyes. Inside the valley, more rogue cultivators were selling goods, bartering to improve their odds in the trials. He walked toward the pavilion of a small sect, composed himself, and stepped inside with a mournful expression. Senior, on that night of raging storms, this spiritual herb was something I plucked from the peak of a cliff after enduring countless hardships. Chen Sun, on the verge of collapse again, his eyes brimming with tears, added, to preserve its medicinal potency, I suffered severe injuries, all to deliver it to you with utmost haste. With such a performance, the sect elder was thrown into hesitation once more. After a moment's deliberation, he added 10 spirit stones to Chen Sun's reward. You have a discerning eye, senior. Truly a keen eye. Chen Sun cried out in excitement, as if he had never seen spirit stones in his life. The sect elder probed Chen Sun with his spiritual sense, and a shock rippled through him. This was a chi refining 7th-layer cultivator, and so young at that. Under the elder's astonished gaze, Chen Sun purchased 30 more medicine boxes, still carrying them in a snakeskin sack. Is this truly a chi refining 7th-layer cultivator? The sect elder stood frozen for a long while. This man's demeanor and speech betrayed no trace of his cultivation. He seemed more like a common mortal from the marketplace. Chen Sun hunched over, ambled slowly through the valley, haggling at various rogue cultivator stalls for quite some time. He bought 3 bags of spiritual herb seeds, but this time he inspected them thoroughly before handing over the spirit stones. He was utterly unremarkable, especially with the holes in his snakeskin sack that inadvertently revealed empty medicine boxes, much to the chagrin of the seasoned rogue cultivators who found it an ill omen. Chen Sun wandered around a bit more before entering another sect pavilion, where he spun a different version of his tale. Not a single word betrayed his destitution, yet every line reeked of it. Chen Sun's back seemed to bend even lower under the weight of the snakeskin sack. Chen Sun's mournful expression, as if he had lost his family's cow, never wavered. He argued vehemently over a single spirit stone's price difference at the stall. At the alchemy pavilion, he purchased a superior cauldron for 50 low-grade spirit stones and inquired about furnace explosions. I see. Walking on the path, a realization dawned on Chen Sun. So the cauldron, too, required nurturing with spiritual energy. He had always just left it aside after use. Every hour he visited a different sect pavilion to sell century-old spiritual herbs. The 4 herbs were quickly sold out. His snakeskin sack now held over a dozen bags of spiritual herb seeds, but all were for materials used in chi refining stage pills. He could not acquire any better ones. He scavenged everywhere unhurried. Seeing his chi refining 7th-layer cultivation, many rogue cultivators treated him with considerable respect and dared not cheat him. Then Chen Sun quickened his pace, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and vanished from 9 Stars Valley. He returned to the cave without incident. Old oxen back. Chen Sun moved the boulder aside with one hand, and a dark shadow darted out. The great black ox lunged at him, mooing incessantly. Haha, come on, let's talk inside. Chen Sun hugged the ox's head, glanced around, then sealed the cave with the boulder, and went in. Moo moo. The great black ox circled Chen Sun, its eyes brimming with joy, tugging at him with its mouth. All right, just this once. I won't leave you behind again. Chen Sun said, cheerfully glancing at the snakeskin sack. Quick look at the treasures inside. Moo. The great black ox's eyes lit up, but seemed to smell many spiritual herb seeds. It hurried over to check, and was utterly dumbfounded. Moo. The great black ox stared at Chen Sun in shock. Over 20 bags. That was incredible. Haha, old ox, they're yours to tend to. There are also plenty of chi-nourishing pill herbs inside. Chen Sun, however, turned his attention to the cauldron, cherishing it in his hands. He was determined to take good care of it this time. Moo moo. Excitement flashed in the great black ox's eyes. It stood up and carried the bags to another cave. It loved cultivating spiritual herbs. Their combined essence of all things had now reached 40, enough to nurture 3 herbs of over 30 years in a month. Old ox, time to work. Moo. Man and ox, brimming with passion for the future, each busied themselves, their footsteps never ceasing. Clouds drifted lazily, time flew by, and another year passed. Life was short. How many memories and past events settled like sediment. Old ox, store the medicine boxes, properly nurture them with spiritual energy, and keep the bugs away. Moo moo. Old ox, remember to sort the herbs. Don't be so careless. If you don't form good habits now, what will we do later? Moo moo. At the edge of the Ningyun mountain range, inside a certain cave, even two immortals were tirelessly striving, seizing time for meaningful endeavors, leaving little room for sighs and lamentations. This year the Qian kingdom seemed even more turbulent, with rogue cultivators even committing evil deeds among mortals. The 10 great sects dispatched a multitude of disciples vowing to stabilize the mortal order. After all, mortals were the source of countless disciples. Were they trying to leave them with no successors? As cultivators revealed themselves to the mortal world, countless commoners were stirred, burning incense and praying to the heavens for blessings. With the 10 great sects personally intervening, the Qian kingdom descended into greater chaos, with even demons and monsters appearing. More mortals came to the Ningyun mountain range, seeking immortality. The deep mountain beasts grew excited, adding countless corpses to the land, and the immortal ascension assembly itself became fraught with disorder. Inside the cave, Ding host, you may now allocate points. The voice of the longevity system echoed in Chun Sun's mind, and a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. Old ox, this year we can try testing our magical power. Chun Sun called out to the great black ox. Who knows, our power might surge, and we could break through in one go. Moo. The great black ox wide-eyed trotted over quickly. Covered in soot-black hide, it looked like a lump of coal. If not for its horns, one could hardly tell it was an ox. Come on, I'm ready to ascend to immortality. Moo moo. Chun Sun and the great black ox, eyes gleaming with excitement, sat cross-legged on the ground and began allocating their points. Their current longevity points: magical power 1, strength 21, speed 21, essence of all things 20. A surge of warmth flowed through their bodies. Chun Sun and the ox grew increasingly tense, their eyes half closed as they focused on sensing the magical power within. Half an hour passed. Huh, that's it. Moo. Chun Sun was dumbfounded, and so was the great black ox. They felt nothing different, still at Qi refining 7th layer. The cave remained dark, lit only by candlelight. The breeze slipping through the crack in the boulder was as gentle as ever. Too few points allocated. Moo. The great black ox nodded at Chun Sun. That must be it. The more points, the better the effect. Let's see again next year. Get to work now, there's much to do. Chun Sun said nonchalantly, and the great black ox nodded in agreement, heading off to the spirit field utterly unconcerned. 2 months later, Chun Sun and the great black ox were drying clothes with a fireball technique when suddenly the cave erupted in a blaze, thick smoke billowing everywhere. Holy crap. Stop it. Moo. Chun Sun and the great black ox roared in alarm. They withdrew the fireball technique, but the clothes were completely incinerated. The great black ox quickly pushed the boulder aside, and Chun Sun dashed out in nothing but his underpants, a look of utter despair on his face. What? What just happened? Chun Sun muttered numbly, then slowly turned to the great black ox. I used the fireball technique. Moo moo. The great black ox shook its head, its eyes wide with suspicion as it stared at Chun Sun. Had he secretly learned some other spell? Was that a fireball technique? Moo. The great black ox nudged Chun Sun aside and stood up. Let me show you what a real fireball technique looks like. Don't try to fool this old ox. Chun Sun stared blankly at the ox, still unable to comprehend. Moo. The great black ox bellowed, facing the distance with a serious look. Magical power surged from its hooves, conjuring a massive, blazing fireball. Boom. Crackling and sizzling flames blazed everywhere. Countless dead branches and leaves were consumed, and thick smoke rose. Old ox, stop it. Put out the fire. Chun Sun was horrified. They hadn't even learned any water element spells yet. This was practically setting the mountain ablaze. Moo. Moo moo moo. The big black ox stared in disbelief at its own masterpiece, but before it could react, Chun Sun had already pulled it away. An hour later, the fire was finally extinguished. Chun Sun's face was covered in soot, his shorts nearly burned off, and his hair a wild mess. He looked worse than the fleeing refugees. They returned to the cave and sat facing each other. Old ox, I get it now. This magical power isn't the same as what we had inside us before. Chun Sun swallowed hard, burped, and puffed out a wisp of black smoke. This power is a boost to our spells. Moo. The big black ox finally understood, its eyes still wide with shock. This is incredible. The key is how little magical power it consumes. Chun Sun gaped. Now the consumption of his fireball technique was less than half of what it used to be. So this is the key point. Moo. Old ox, move aside. Chun Sun narrowed his eyes and opened his palm. Let me try the alchemical flame. Moo. The big black ox scurried far away, hiding in the cave where spirit herbs were planted, poking out only half its head. So pure. A small flame slowly appeared in Chun Sun's palm. He steadily increased the flow of magical power within him, and the flame grew larger. He stopped only when it matched his original alchemical flame. Just as I thought. Chun Sun smiled faintly, continuously controlling the flame as the magical power in his body drained at an incredibly slow rate. If this continues, I can achieve micro-level control over the alchemical flame. Moo, the big black ox slowly approached, gazing at the flame. Though it looked the same as before, it somehow felt more lively. Chen Sun clenched his fist, and the alchemical flame returned to his body. He looked at the big black ox. Old ox, we need to start cultivating our magical power anew. Moo. Because I don't want to end up in just my shorts again. Chen Sun said, annoyed. Got it. Moo moo. The big black ox grinned. Got it. In the days that followed, they gradually adapted to their internal magical power, finally finding the knack and achieving full control. During this time, Chen Sun also opened several furnaces. Not only did his success rate in pill refinement increase, but his magical power consumption also decreased. Many alchemists had failed precisely at the stage of controlling the alchemical flame. Because even the slightest fluctuation in magical power could ruin a furnace of pills, most chose the safer option of earthly fire. The man and the ox slowly curled their lips into a crooked smile inside the cave, their figures cast monstrously by the flickering candlelight. Heaven may be repaired, the sea filled, and the southern mountain moved. But time once past can never be pursued. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The border of the Qian kingdom saw fierce battles. The crown prince officially ascended the throne, leading to a bloody purge of the court. The people wailed in misery, suffering beyond words. The ambitious Wu kingdom pressed its armies forward, destabilizing the Qian kingdom's national fortune. The 10 great immortal sects began to intervene in the war. The immortal sects of the Wu kingdom naturally resisted, sparking a new round of conflict. Undercurrents surged everywhere, and amidst the great tide of the world, no one could remain untouched. In prosperity, the people suffer. In ruin, the people suffer. At the edge of the Ningyun mountain range, a man wearing a bandit's hood led a big black ox slowly deeper into the mountains. As they passed a forest, over a dozen bandits leaped down from a large tree. They licked their lips, their eyes fixed greedily on the figure below, their broadswords gleaming coldly. A man leading an ox couldn't be anyone important. Even bandits had some discernment. They knew who to target. Attack. Hee, leave the ox behind. Die for me, ha. Over a dozen bandits leaped into the air, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Killing was a joy, especially hearing the final desperate screams of their prey. But the man leading the ox seemed not to have reacted, yet still walking forward. The bandits' eyes gleamed with even more excitement. What a fool. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and with the ox leader as the epicenter, countless pebbles shot into the air like arrows. Their speed was so great and fierce that it surpassed the naked eye's ability to track. Screams of terror echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Over a dozen bandits collapsed powerlessly to the ground, their skulls pierced through by individual pebbles, leaving gaping holes from which blood gushed. Moo. The big black ox let out a soft call, and a blaze of fire swept through the forest. The bandits' corpses were reduced to nothing, yet not even the surrounding grass was singed. The man and the ox continued forward, their eyes calm and untroubled, as if nothing had disturbed their peace. Old ox, these times are getting more and more turbulent. Chen Sun said calmly, looking straight ahead. The Ningyun mountain range is a den of mixed characters. We need to prepare to leave. Moo. The big black ox responded heavily, a hint of killing intent in its eyes. They had experienced and witnessed too much in these 5 years. This world had never been as beautiful as they had imagined. There were refugees so hungry they ate the flesh of their companions, entire clans migrating only to be reduced to a single survivor who was then killed by bandits. Some sought immortality and enlightenment only to die in the jaws of demon beasts. Others harbored ill intentions toward them, repaying kindness with enmity, and were mercilessly slain in turn. Through all these experiences, a trace of indifference finally appeared in the eyes of Chen Sun and the big black ox. They were just passers-by whose names we never knew. A faint smile curled on Chen Sun's lips. Old ox, don't let them affect your state of mind. Our world is far wider than this. Moo moo. The big black ox rubbed against Chen Sun, a grin spreading across its face. Man and ox continued onward. Over these 5 years, all their cultivation points had been poured into magical power, elevating their spellcasting to a transcendent level, a qualitative transformation. They now dared not unleash their full magical power. Even a simple object manipulation technique had become terrifyingly potent, capable of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away as easily as picking something from a pocket. Standing on the ground, they could strike down low-flying birds within their field of vision. The fireball technique was even more fearsome. The pills they refined also possessed an indescribable quality, their potency seemingly stronger than before, to the point of destroying their alchemy furnace. However, after consuming a vast quantity of pills, they had now broken through to the 10th layer of the qi refining stage. Heavy feather pills and qi-enhancing pills could no longer increase their cultivation. A distinctly visible membrane blocked their path inside them. Their dantian had solidified like a fortress of steel, impossible to breach no matter how they tried. That day the sun blazed fiercely, and though a north wind blew, there was still a lingering warmth. Entering the depths of the Ningyun mountain range, the air was filled with the fragrance of unknown flowers. Walking along a rugged mountain path, they encountered a group of people descending the mountain. Oh, the young woman leading the group paused, staring at Chin-sun for a long moment. It's you. Chin-sun and the big black ox were taken aback. Who was this? Was she trying to pull a scam? Even the people beside the young woman looked at her in confusion. How could she recognize someone wearing a hood? It's been almost 10 years. I didn't expect you to come back. The young woman suddenly smiled, a faint fragrance emanating from her. I remember your hood and your ox. Chin-sun frowned. Her smile now seemed to slowly merge with the memory of a young girl he had once startled. Her voice had matured, her face no longer that of a youthful maiden, and her eyes held more stories and steadiness. That's you. Chin-sun recalled. Isn't the Ascension Assembly starting? Aren't you selling spirit herbs anymore? No more. My aptitude for cultivation is limited. I'm going home. The young woman laughed. His hood was still as comical as ever. My family has arranged a marriage for me. Congratulations. I'm actually well-versed in both happy and solemn occasions. Chin-sun said, seriously cupping his hands. I can see from your features that you're a blessed person. May everything go smoothly for you from now on. Then I'll take your kind words to heart. The young woman nodded slightly, casting a deep glance toward the direction of the Ascension Assembly. I also wish you a smooth ascent to immortality and success in all endeavors. Fellow Taoist, may your journey be smooth. Chin-sun led the big black ox and stepped aside. The young woman turned, giving him that same sweet smile from years ago, and departed with her group. Chin-sun also continued on his way. The two parties walked in opposite directions, heading toward different futures, brushing past each other. He suddenly paused and looked back at the group descending the mountain. A mountain breeze swept through, stirring a sea of flowers across the slopes. The young woman's dark hair danced in the wind. Chin-sun smiled calmly, then turned and walked away. Inside the 9-star valley, Chin-sun led his big black ox as he stepped in, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Scattered cultivators hurried about, their eyes filled with a burning desire for power. 3 days later, the representatives of the 10 great immortal sects arrived, and a cacophony of voices rose. Chin-sun and the big black ox watched the high platform in silence. The envoys sent by these 10 sects changed each year, but all were foundation establishment cultivators. Old ox, moo, let's take the challenge. Chin-sun led the big black ox toward the platform of the Purple Cloud sect. The gathered cultivators stared in astonishment. This man was actually bringing an ordinary ox to the trials. How utterly ridiculous. Atop the platform, 3 women stood with their hands behind their backs, their gazes sharp as lightning. They looked at the hooded man, a glint of amusement flickering in their eyes. The first trial, puppet beasts, 10 mechanical constructs at the 5th layer of chi refining. The goal was to evade their attacks and advance to the next stage. Many cultivators found their attention drawn to Chin-sun. He was actually a 7th layer chi refining cultivator. As Chin-sun stepped forward, the puppet beasts flashed with a red light. They formed an array from all directions, charging at him without fear of death. Chin-sun stomped the ground, leaving an afterimage in his wake. With one hand lifting the big black ox, he swiftly dodged several spells and appeared behind a puppet beast in an instant. His palm was engulfed in flames, and the back of the puppet beast melted like lava. A crystal core was exposed, and the puppet beast suddenly froze, unable to move. Repeating the technique, Chin-sun executed it with swift precision and ruthless efficiency. All 10 puppet beasts were neutralized without much effort. What spell did he just use? He took out the Purple Cloud sect's puppets with a single hand. Do you know how valuable those materials are? This is an eye-opener. Most of us just try to dodge, but he destroyed them all. Such terrifying strength. A wave of murmurs rose beneath the Purple Cloud sect's platform. They had never heard of anyone taking down 10 puppet beasts with one hand while dragging an ox with the other. Atop the platform, the 3 women were stunned. Senior Sister Yun, this rogue cultivator has gone too far, one of them said indignantly. These were the sect's assets, and he had destroyed them all. Interesting, Senior Sister Yun said softly, her thin lips parting. Her eyes showed no concern. I want to see what his talent is. With that, the 3 of them took out tokens. The second trial, testing bone age and aptitude. Chin-sun led the big black ox into a grand hall. The hall was filled with a kaleidoscope of light, and at its center lay a formation. He stepped directly into it. Bone age 20. The woman stared at the token in her hand, her voice trembling. Aptitude. 5-element mixed spiritual root. What a pity. Still, he's quite a figure among rogue cultivators. Senior Sister Yun said with slight regret. This rogue cultivator clearly hadn't used his full strength in the first trial, but the Purple Cloud sect was strict about cultivation aptitude. Compatibility at the chi refining stage wasn't a priority for them. Inside the hall, Chin-sun smiled faintly. He had achieved his goal. The Purple Cloud sect valued talent above all else, so there was no need to continue the trials. This first trial was merely a way to give everyone hope. After observing for years, he had long seen through the sect's methods. Old ox, let's go. Moo. Chin-sun left through another door, with without continuing the trials, as if acknowledging his lack of talent. Senior Sister Yun gave him a deep, lingering glance before shifting her attention elsewhere. Several disciples of the Purple Cloud sect released new puppet beasts from their storage pouches, and a new round of trials began. Fellow cultivator, please wait. A middle-aged man in green robes with a kind look in his eyes called out to Chen Sun from another doorway. But hunters often appear as prey. Chen Sun led the big black ox, looking at him with confusion. What business do you have, friend? I am Yin Jun, a disciple of the 5 accumulation sect from the Jiang prefecture. The middle-aged man introduced himself, then sighed slightly. I witnessed your prowess in battle just now, yet you are limited by your aptitude. It's truly a pity. The Qian kingdom had 9 prefectures, and the Ningyun mountain range was in the Yongquan prefecture far away. Traveling on foot would take at least half a year. The 5 accumulation sect was a major immortal sect in the Jiang prefecture. Though not among the top 10, its reputation was formidable within the Qian kingdom's cultivation world. The 5 accumulation sect maintained good relations with the Purple Cloud sect, and it was said that their higher-ups were on excellent terms. That was why Yin Jun could come here to pick up the leftovers. A disciple of the 5 accumulation sect. I've long heard of you, Chen Sun said, cupping his hands in salute. A look of realization dawned in his eyes as he awaited the man's next words. This man was actually a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator. Would you be interested in joining the 5 accumulation sect? Yin Jun asked with a smile. There were no major sects in Yongquan prefecture, and cultivation resources were relatively scarce. In the past, rogue cultivators had always been honored to receive such an invitation without a second thought. How can you prove you're a disciple of the 5 accumulation sect? I can't just follow you based on your word alone, can I? I've been observing for a while. Why do some sects always seek rogue cultivators with strong combat power regardless of their aptitude? Please be honest with me. What will I need to do after joining the 5 accumulation sect? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I understand that. And most importantly, can I bring my family's hereditary big black ox? Chen Sun said in a deep voice. These questions had been on his mind for a long time, and they were the main reason he had never dared to join one of the top 10 sects. These mid-tier sect disciples could be reasoned with, but those foundation establishment seniors wouldn't waste words on you. What if they told him to get rid of the big black ox? When he first arrived, that little fatty had told him it would be best to dispose of the ox. That would be worse than killing him. Yin Jun was dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open wider and wider. What was wrong with this guy? Did he have some traumatic childhood? Here is the disciple token of the 5 accumulation sect. Please have a look. Yin Jun took a cyan token from his storage pouch. It bore the inscription 5 accumulations and had mysterious patterns that were clearly no ordinary item. If this token is activated, it can summon support from 5 accumulation sect disciples within 100 miles. Yin Jun was slightly exasperated. If recruiting a qualified disciple didn't come with benefits, he wouldn't have wasted so many words. Then activate it and show me. Please don't mind, friend. As a rogue cultivator, I can't compare to you sect disciples. When the recruitment period ends, I will activate it. Then you can verify its authenticity. Good. Chen Sun nodded with a smile, looking at Yin Jun expectantly. Yin Jun took a deep breath, blinked, and said, It's actually not a big secret. It concerns the lifeline of low-level cultivators in the Qian kingdom. Please speak plainly, friend. It's about the medicinal herbs for the foundation establishment pill. Yin Jun began to explain slowly. It turned out that the Qian kingdom possessed a secret realm known as Nanda Mountain, which opened once every 20 years. It was a sealed land jointly sealed by hundreds of great cultivators tens of thousands of years ago, intended solely to ensure the future of the Qian kingdom's cultivation world. Within it lay countless spiritual herbs, among which the ingredients for the foundation establishment pill were the most precious. Yet these had already been divided and guarded by the major immortal sects with limited quotas available. Moreover, the secret realm imposed strict restrictions on cultivation levels, permitting only chi refining cultivators to enter. The competition every 20 years was so brutal that fewer than 1 in 10 survived. Aside from the 10 great immortal sects which possessed the methods to cultivate the main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, no other sects had such knowledge. This was the most fundamental gap between the immortal sects. Our relying on natural foundation establishment not only wasted time, but also risked falling into demonic possession. Chi refining cultivators only had a lifespan of 100 years, and reaching the 10th layer already consumed a vast amount of time. Even fighting for a single extra year was enough to cause bloody conflicts. Beyond the Qian kingdom, the wild foundation establishment herbs had long been gathered to extinction. There were simply too many chi refining cultivators, and supply could not meet demand. So that's how it is. After hearing this, Chen Su understood they were meant to be hired hands, or even cannon fodder. Of course, if you gather 3 main spiritual herbs and the sect's master refines a batch of foundation establishment pills, the gatherer will naturally receive a share. Yin Jun added, then shifted his tone. Our Wuyun sect never forces disciples to participate. You need not worry, fellow Taoist. Chen Su chuckled lightly in response, but said nothing. Inwardly, however, he grumbled what was there to force. Those with poor aptitude who saw no hope for Foundation establishment would beg to go. After joining the Wuyun sect, you can choose your own duties and merely need to meet the annual contribution requirements. Jun said, one hand behind his back, speaking unhurriedly. For example, I am an outer sect steward. Contributions can be exchanged for techniques, spells, and so forth. There is also an annual sect tournament. If an elder takes a liking to you and accepts you as a disciple, you would soar to prominence and become an inner sect disciple. And if one fails to meet the contribution requirements, make it up the following year. If one fails for 3 consecutive years, they will be expelled from the sect. A flicker of fear passed through Jun's eyes as he spoke of expulsion. It meant having one's cultivation abolished. That is the lot of outer sect disciples. Inner sect disciples are not subject to this, nor are Foundation establishment cultivators. Many thanks for your guidance, fellow Taoist. However, this ox of yours. Jun looked at the big black ox, his brow slightly furrowed. The sect only accepts spirit beasts. That couldn't be better, Chen Su said, patting the big black ox. Moo. The big black ox stepped forward, a surge of spiritual power emanating from within. Jun's expression shifted dramatically. It was at the second layer of qi refining, and he had never noticed. Then there is no problem, Jun said, stepping back. Spirit beasts were a major combat asset for cultivators. The Yusho sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects, specialized in training spirit beasts and boasted formidable strength among low-level cultivators. Very well. I, Chen Su, am willing to join the Wuyun sect, Chen Su said, cupping his hands, solemnly locking eyes with Jun. Please accept this disciple token, fellow Taoist. Joy flickered in Jun's eyes. Another contribution secured. You have not yet formally entered the sect, so we cannot address each other as fellow disciples yet. Thank you. Chen Su took the cyan token, smaller than the previous one, and felt a stir of excitement within. On the day of the valley closure, the sect master will activate the token. You will then know where to gather, fellow Taoist. Very well. I shall not disturb you further, Chen Su said with a smile, leading the big black ox away. Jun nodded, then turned his gaze toward the Ziyun sect's trial grounds. He too held a token similar to those of the 3 female cultivators. On the street, the big black ox's eyes gleamed with excitement as it occasionally nudged Chen Su. Old ox, were leaving this place. A faint smile touched Chen Zu's lips, yet he felt a sense of haste, as if he had grasped much, yet like sand slipping through his fingers, he had unknowingly lost much. Nevertheless, joining the Wuyun sect had always been part of Chen Zu's plan. He had inquired about the sect's strength back in the valley, neither top tier nor too weak, and it perfectly matched their expectations. Moreover, the Wuyun sect disciples roamed near the Ziyun sect's high platform every year. Though he did not know their connection, it was enough to attract attention. Displaying extraordinary strength in the Ziyun sect's first trial, then losing in the second, would naturally draw the Wuyun sect's notice. This time they had brought all their belongings. A clear jingle sounded as the big black ox shook its body, looking at Chen Su. He paused, walked to its side, and gazed at their pots and pans, worn yellow and covered in rust. We'll polish them up nicely when the time comes. These are treasures. Moo moo. Chen Su and the big black ox ambled slowly through Jiuxing Valley, their steps for once unhurried. Gradually they emerged from the valley's mouth, and their bodies suddenly accelerated. On the mountainside of a great peak, a solitary grave stood. They arrived before Sun Kale's tomb, clearing the weeds and offering a few sticks of incense. Old Sun, we're leaving for a place far away. I don't know when we'll return. Chen Zu's voice was very soft, one hand still plucking weeds. How we've never been that far before. Moo. The big black ox murmured softly beside him, speaking its own thoughts. The mountain wind blew and the jingle sounded from the ox's body. 2 figures had already departed, and a faint sigh drifted away on the wind. Half a day later, Chen Su arrived before Ning Si's grave, beside which stood the tombstone of Ning Si's wife. Master Mistress. Chen Zu's voice trembled slightly as he bowed with cupped hands. Their smiling faces seemed as if they were yesterday. Though you may not be the most gifted, I believe you will become the greatest physician. This child is indeed fine, upright in character, and of excellent temperament. The 2 seemed to sit before the grave, still smiling at Chen Su, their eyes filled with approval. We are leaving, and have come to bid you farewell, master and mistress. Chen Zu's expression was solemn as he bowed deeply. The big black ox followed suit, its movements cautious and deliberate. He patted the big black ox and turned to leave, but suddenly his foot slipped as if pushed by someone. Chen Zu's pupils constricted violently, his eyes trembling. Moo. Old ox, it's nothing. Let's go. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Zu's mouth. He did not look back, leading the big black ox away. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew and countless catkins suddenly filled the sky. Without confusion or hesitation, the 2 figures walked farther and farther away. A huge round moon hung high in the sky. The winter moon was clear and cold, spilling icy silver radiance from the west. Outside Jiuxing Valley, many scattered cultivators had begun to leave. The valley would close tomorrow, and they had lost all hope. From a distant patch of grass came furious roars and screams. Blood dripped onto the grass, and 7 or 8 figures stood around, cold smirks curling their lips. The cold wind howled, bending the grass left and right, like waves rolling across the sea, one wave pushing another, surging in a magnificent spectacle. This is the price for provoking our Liao family. The middle-aged man who had sold Chen Su the spirit herb seeds stomped the cultivator's head into pulp, his eyes icy cold, flying swords circling around him. Brother, that hooded fool has shown up. The round-faced man grinned fiercely, never having forgotten the punch he had suffered. I didn't expect him to come again. The Liao family had long conducted business in Jiuxing Valley with many cultivators in their clan. Though they lacked a foundation establishment cultivator, they were not to be trifled with by mere scattered cultivators. He's been hiding for so long. He won't escape this time. The middle-aged man said darkly, the flying swords around him growing sharper. Suddenly a wave of dread washed over them. The Liao family members' expressions stiffened as they looked toward the high ground, horror dawning in their eyes. Beneath the full moon, a hooded figure and a large black ox stood on the heights, their robes rustling in the wind. 3 broad axes and the ox's horns gleamed even colder under the silver glow. The Liao family. Long time no see. The hooded figure tilted his head slightly, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he looked down at the crowd. I hear you've been looking for me. A calm voice struck the Liao family like a heavy hammer. When had this man and his ox appeared, and why had they not sensed a thing? Boy, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. The round-faced man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clutched a talisman. A faint glow emanated and he bellowed, hold. Whoosh. Chen Sun moved. A sudden gale arose, flattening the grass beneath an immense pressure as his cultivation level surged. Qi refining layer 5. Qi refining layer 6. Qi refining layer 10. The Liao family was stunned, their eyes wide with terror. The round-faced man's pupils trembled violently, for Chen Sun was already before him, cutting off his spell. Too slow. Chen Sun lifted the round-faced man with one hand. The latter trembled, his lips quivering, and the talisman slipped from his grasp onto the grass. Moo! The great black ox bellowed furiously. A vortex of flame swirled, and in an instant boundless fire erupted. Walls of flame surrounded every member of the Liao family. An overwhelming wave of heat washed over them. The flames pulsed with violent magical energy, hiding a visible raging power. What? What is happening? A foundation establishment senior. We're doomed. The remaining Liao family members went weak-kneed, their hair standing on end. Their voices trembled as flames filled their vision, the searing heat palpable on their skin. The middle-aged man stood in a daze, watching Chen Sun approach step by step, the round-faced man in his grasp. Instinctively, he directed his flying sword forward. Crack! Crack! Chen Sun caught the flying sword and crushed it inch by inch, mirroring the middle-aged man's crumbling heart. His legs gave way as he stammered, Senior, we failed to recognize your greatness. Where's my half-sack of spirit herb seeds? Here. Right here. The middle-aged man scrambled, pulling several sacks of seeds from his storage pouch and offering them all to Chen Sun. Chen Sun took only the half-sack of spirit herb seeds, his gaze turning icy. But I never spare those who harbor murderous intent toward me. You, brother? No. Screams of utter despair echoed within the walls of flame. With cold, stern expressions, Chen Sun and the great black ox headed toward 9-Star Valley. They had learned that the Liao family had been lying in wait for them for years. The next day the sun shone brightly. The token in Chen Sun's hand emitted a faint glow. He channeled a stream of spiritual energy into it and looked toward a certain direction. Old ox, let's go. Moo, the great black ox responded. In a clearing within the valley, an airship stood surrounded by over a dozen people. A few dressed in uniform looked respectfully at a man with an upright posture. This man was one of the outer sect elder stewards, Ao Gu, a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. Elder Ao, a few have yet to arrive, Injun said deferentially. No matter. This year's disciples are quite promising, Ao Gu said, stroking his beard. I hear there are a few wandering cultivators of quite young bone age. One with a bone age of 20 has already reached the 7th layer of Qi refining and single-handedly broke 10 puppet beasts of the Purple Cloud sect. A hint of admiration flickered in Injun's eyes. He also has a 2nd layer Qi refining spirit beast. However, his spiritual root aptitude is a miscellaneous one. Oh, to think such a person exists. If he had attempted the trials at other sects, the 5 Elements sect would have missed out. Aogu nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied. Such a person would be a mainstay for the Nanda Mountain secret realm, and Injun had managed to snatch him up. At that moment, Chen Sun arrived leading the great black ox. They looked travel-worn, and the clatter of pots and pans rang out incessantly. Fellow Taoist Chen, let me introduce you. Injun stepped forward with a smile. This is Elder Ao, an outer sect elder of the 5 Elements sect. He then turned to Ao Gu. Elder Ao, this is the person I mentioned. Greetings, Senior Ao. I apologize for arriving late. Chin Sun said, cupping his hands and bowing his head. He quickly removed his hood, revealing a clean, innocent-looking face. Good, good. Aogu looked at Chin Sun and the great black ox, a slight smile on his face. He appreciated respectful juniors. Go to the back. Yes. Chin Sun quickly led the great black ox to stand with the other wandering cultivators, greeting them with a smile. Half an hour later, everyone had arrived. They all stood before the airship Chin Sun and the great black ox's hearts pounding with excitement. The airship was enormous, over 10 zhang in length. Without masts or sails, its entire structure was wooden, capable of holding over 100 people. Though not comparable to the top 10 sects, it was still a sect of considerable strength. Let's go. Aogu stepped onto the airship. He struck his palms together, channeling a stream of magical power toward a certain spot. A deep rumbling sound emanated from the vessel. Jun led the wandering cultivators aboard. Chin Sun, leading the great black ox, touched and examined everything. The material was clearly no ordinary wood. This airship is so huge. Chin Sun exclaimed in awe. It was his first time seeing one up close. Old ox, give a couple of jumps. Moo moo. The great black ox actually jumped twice, but not a sound was heard. Solid. The other wandering cultivators were also exclaiming in admiration, their eyes bright with joy, no different from Chin Sun. Another deep rumble echoed as the airship slowly ascended. Chin Sun and the others swayed, quickly rushing to the edge and looking down at the ground. Old ox were taking off. Moo. A strong cold wind blew, making Chin Sun and the great black ox's lips tremble. 9-Star Valley grew clearer below. Aogu sat cross-legged, array flags placed around him. He pointed with both hands, and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire airship, blocking the fierce wind. Awesome. Chin Sun stared at the light barrier, swallowing hard, one arm tightly wrapped around the great black ox. Moo. The great black ox was panicking inside, realizing it was a bit acrophobic, and buried its head into Chin Sun's chest. The full view of 9-Star Valley spread before them. Chin Sun was mesmerized. He had never realized how vast it was, with exotic flowers and herbs growing in every corner. The figures on the ground gradually shrank. Mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth became clearly visible. The airship completed its ascent and began to race forward at full speed. Old ox were really leaving. Chin Sun growled with excitement, one hand gripping the airship's edge tightly, his eyes wide. Ningyun Mountain Range. Moo. The great black ox also stuck its head out, looking at the mountain range where they had spent so many years. This time they were truly leaving for good. Old ox, look. Panning City, it's huge. Chin Sun pointed to another spot. The outline of a massive city appeared, and they could even see countless figures moving within. It was their first time seeing it from above. Moo. Moo moo. The great black ox seemed to be searching for something, looking down everywhere. The airship pierced through clouds and mist, passing one massive mountain range after another. Old Sun's Peak. Chin Sun saw it. The great black ox saw it too. He suddenly shouted outward, Old Sun. Moo. The great black ox also became excited. Even though some clouds drifted by, it had seen it. Chin Sun's eyes inexplicably grew misty. Perhaps the wind was too strong, or sand had gotten into them. He also saw the final resting place of his master and mistress. We're leaving. Everything on the ground grew smaller and fainter. The airship was incredibly fast. Panning City gradually disappeared. The Ningyun Mountain Range gradually faded until they were gone. The man and the ox continued to gaze in that direction. It held so many of their fondest memories. The airship streaked across the sky, scattering clouds in its wake. Their thoughts drifted far away. Farewell, little mountain village. Farewell, Panning City. Farewell, Ningyun Mountain Range. The world was vast. Countless birds soared through the sky, flying alongside the airship against the blue sky and white clouds, only to be left far behind. Chin Sun and the great black ox moved away from the airship's edge, their gazes fixed firmly ahead. One winding mountain range after another grew distant. The airship adjusted its course several times, heading straight for Xiang Prefecture of the Qin Kingdom. A magnificent and stirring journey was about to begin. Aboard the flying vessel, Elder Ao gazed at the crowd, sensing their spirits had mostly settled. Elder Ao. The scattered cultivators bowed with clasped hands, all feeling the weight of his stare. The sect has spared no expense to dispatch this vessel for your transport, hoping you will keep a sense of balance in your hearts. Aogu spoke in a deep tone, knowing some harsh truths must be stated up front. Regardless of the sect's stature in the cultivation world, every individual contributes. Do not squander your time and abide by the sect's laws. We shall heed Elder Ao's teachings. A tremor ran through the scattered cultivators. The creed of killing for treasures and self-preservation at all costs held no sway within the sect. A flicker of understanding passed through Chin Sun's eyes. The sect was no place for idleness. It demanded annual contributions. Since it provided a stable platform for cultivation, one must give back in return. Everyone understood this unspoken truth. Having climbed step by step as scattered cultivators, none among them were fools. Aogu swept his gaze across the group and nodded slightly. Though these scattered cultivators had modest talent, they were the main force for the Nanda Mountain secret realm every 20 years, bold, ruthless, and resourceful. The elders were reluctant to risk the sect's promising seedlings. Thus, each year, every sect spared no expense to recruit formidable scattered cultivators solely to pave the way for those elite disciples. Good. Aogu nodded with an impassive expression, then fell silent. He sat cross-legged at the forefront, and the few Wuyun sect disciples behind him also began their cultivation. Esteemed friend. A man as wiry as a monkey approached Chen Sun. His face was fair, his features quite handsome, and he possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of qi refining. Chen Sun and the great black ox sat at the stern looking at this future senior brother and nodding with a smile. My name is Ji Kuan. We shall be fellow disciples from now on. I hope you don't mind my intrusion. Ji Kuan clasped his hands and smiled, glancing around. The other scattered cultivators were either too advanced in cultivation or exuded an aura of inapproachability. This one seemed the most amiable. My name is Chen Sun. So you are senior brother Ji, a pleasure. Please have a seat. Chen Sun patted the space before him, speaking generously. Then he glanced at the great black ox. This is my family's heirloom, the great black ox at the 2nd layer of qi refining. Moo. The great black ox, which had been lying low, suddenly stood and bellowed at Ji Kuan. A spirit beast. Greetings, junior brother ox. Ji Kuan sat cross-legged and chuckled, not entirely versed in sect etiquette, so he used the title casually. Yet hearing Chen Sun call him senior brother stirred a sense of elation within him. After wandering as a scattered cultivator for so long, he had finally joined an organization. Moo. The great black ox, delighted at being called junior brother, let out another bellow. May I ask which hall you intend to join, junior brother Chen? The Wuyun sect is vast with many factions. The sect's rules can be miswritten, but the path of our lives must not be chosen wrongly. Oh, does senior brother Ji have some inside information? I know nothing about the Wuyun sect. Chen Sun looked at Ji Kuan with feigned admiration. This fellow clearly had connections within the sect. You overthink it, junior brother Chen. I merely inquired with the Wuyun sect disciple who invited me. It's nothing worth mentioning. Ji Kuan quickly waved his hand, though a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. Are there many people in the Wuyun sect? Chen Sun asked, puzzled. He had thought those Jianghu sects had only 1,000 members. Ji Kuan extended his hand, mysteriously forming the number 5 with his fingers. 5,000. Chen Sun exclaimed in shock, turning to the great black ox, who stared back with equal astonishment. In all their years they had never seen so many cultivators gathered. Huh. Ji Kuan felt immense satisfaction at Chen Sun's expression, then shook his head. 500. That seems a bit few. Chen Sun's eyes showed slight disappointment. Junior brother Chen, it is over 50,000. Ji Kuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Hearing this, Chen Sun's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Junior brother Chen. Moo. After a moment, Chen Sun revived, his mind churning with shock. He exclaimed, Senior brother Ji, 50,000 cultivators. Indeed. I had a similar reaction when I first heard it. Then the 10 great sects of Qian Kingdom. Are they like ascending to heaven? Absolutely. Not just the Qian Kingdom. I've heard cultivators from other nations are also among the 10 great sects. Ji Kuan said with emotion. It seemed all the finest cultivators of the Qian Kingdom were gathered within those 10 great sects. He wondered how splendid life must be there. Old ox, did you hear, senior brother Ji? This is insight, this is vision. Chen Sun spread one hand, while the great black ox, dumbfounded, nodded repeatedly. It had once thought the 9-Star Valley was the pinnacle of the cultivation world. However, for outer disciples like us without connections, joining the Outer Affairs Hall is the best choice. Ji Kuan said gravely. Though it involves dangerous missions, the contribution points are high. You can exchange them for many treasures, gain combat experience, and rapidly improve your cultivation. Chen Sun understood. Ji Kuan had spoken so much just to recruit him, forming alliances this early. Very well, senior brother Ji. I will consider your words. If I decide to join the Outer Affairs Hall, you will be the first I seek. Chen Sun clasped his hands solemnly, sincerity shining in his eyes. Good. Then I shall not disturb you, junior brother Chen and junior brother Ox. Ji Kuan clasped his hands with a smile, then departed gracefully to seek out other friends. Moo. The great black ox called out after Ji Kuan's retreating figure. Chen Sun's expression grew calm. He would not make any decision based solely on Ji Kuan's words, and the Outer Affairs Hall clashed with his own philosophy. Having brought the great black ox, he had no desire to engage in strife within the sect. After finally finding a place of order, he only wished to live peacefully. But everything would have to wait until they reached the Wuyun sect. The flying vessel continued its journey through the sky, and the hearts of all scattered cultivators aboard grew increasingly restless. Jiang Prefecture lay in the northern reaches of the Qian Kingdom. Within its borders were mostly plains and great rivers teeming with wild beasts. The local populace was fierce and valorous, known for their chivalry. Yet within Jiang Prefecture lay several magnificent mountain ranges shrouded in mystery. The Jade Bamboo Mountain Range was one of them, ranked second in the prefecture. It was situated on the western side of Jiang Prefecture, while the most majestic and imposing range, the Cold Cloud Mountain Range, lay to the east. The Jade Bamboo Mountain Range stretched for 10,000 li, its end invisible. Perpetually enshrouded in thick fog, countless commoners who ventured in and returned spoke of witnessing celestial wonders. Despite its vastness, the range was rarely trodden by humans. Countless folk tales sprang from this place, and even the authorities issued decrees forbidding mortals from entering. The mountains were a tapestry of towering peaks and undulating ridges with precipitous cliffs wrapped in mist, ancient trees reaching for the sky, and waters nestled against the rocks, adding layers of mystery. Yet none of the prefecture's inhabitants knew that this was the seat of the great cultivation sect, the Wuyun sect. The boundless illusionary array, continuously reinforced and refined by generations of Wuyun sect elders, had long concealed it from the mortal world. Within the array, pavilions and halls were built into the mountains, and over a dozen majestic palaces crowned the peaks overlooking the entire Jade Bamboo Mountain Range. Among the steep ridges, dense clusters of cave dwellings dotted the landscape. From time to time, divine light flashed within the mountains, and spiritual energy exuded an overwhelming presence. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless Wuyun sect disciples clad in uniform attire streaked through the low sky on flying swords. Their expressions were tense, appearing immensely busy racing against the limited span of life. Above the heavens, several flying vessels sailed past. After a month's journey, Chen Sun and the others had finally arrived. Chen Sun and the big black ox lay by the flying boats, edged their mouths agape, in endless wonder, their limbs trembling with a sensation of weakness. So overwhelming was the sight. Old ox, this is the true world of immortal cultivation. What is the 9-star valley compared to this? Chen Sun spoke with a quavering voice, his eyes fixed longingly on the ground below. Those structures were utterly unlike anything in the mortal realm, exquisite, grand, and steeped in elegance. Moo! The big black ox's eyes quivered, its bellow drawn out, as it beheld the countless cultivators on the ground. With a deep hum, several colossal boats came to a steady rest on the ground. This was an open, high platform akin to a vast square where hundreds of disciples stood before them, holding robes and magical artifacts in their hands. The elders within the boats departed gracefully atop their respective magical instruments, chatting incessantly along the way, their laughter echoing. No more than 40-odd rogue cultivators descended from the vessels, casting timid glances at these sect disciples, uncertain of what to do. Chen Sun, leading the big black ox, stood at the fringe of the rogue cultivators, looking around. There wasn't even an initiation ceremony. Fellow cultivators. Yin Jun, his expression radiant, stood at the forefront, his demeanor entirely different from what it had been at the 9-star valley. Receive the sect's belongings. From now on, we are all fellow apprentices. As his words fell, the disciples behind him stepped forward, and the rogue cultivators hurried over to collect their robes and tokens. Dust cleansing art, sword control art, 5 essence technique, sect code of conduct, and even a storage pouch. Chen Sun could barely contain his grin, chuckling softly as he gazed at the disciple standing before him. That disciple frowned slightly, harboring a distaste for rogue cultivators. He said coldly, "After accepting these, proceed to the Grand Sect Hall to choose your respective duties. Contribution points determine your future within the sect." Thank you, thank you. Chen Sun nodded with a smile, quickly donning the green robe. His demeanor shifted. May I ask? Before he could finish, the disciple turned and walked away, unwilling to exchange a single superfluous word with him. So aloof. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow. How was he supposed to find the Grand Sect Hall? He glanced at the big black ox and spun around. Old ox, do I look like an immortal? Moo moo, the big black ox let out an admiring bellow. Truly, clothes made the man. Chen Sun seemed far more refined than before. But we shouldn't discard our old clothes. Chen Sun carefully folded his linen garment and tucked it into the pouches on either side of the big black ox. These were sewn by his own hand, stitch by stitch, of superior quality. Moo. The big black ox nodded, its eyes brimming with delight. The spiritual energy within the sect far surpassed that of the Ningyun Mountains. Junior brother Chun. Ji Kuan, also clad in his new attire, had fastened his token to his belt. Let us head to the Grand Sect Hall. He noticed Chen Sun's bewildered look, likely having failed to get directions. These sect disciples seemed quite haughty, unwilling to converse with them. Excellent, many thanks for guiding us, senior brother Ji. Chen Sun led the big black ox as he followed Ji Kuan down from the high platform. You're too kind, junior brother Chun. We all hail from the 9-star valley. Naturally, we should look out for one another. Ji Kuan declared in a resonant voice, exuding the aura of a natural leader. Chen Sun nodded, a fondness for Ji Kuan budding in his heart. Though the man was lean as a monkey and occasionally bore a somber expression, his character was beyond reproach. The Grand Sect Hall of the 5 Essence sect was built halfway up the mountain, a bustling hub where disciples streamed in and out. The hall was ancient and elegant, imposing in its grandeur. Chen Sun and the big black ox stood before it like mere ants, insignificant and forced to crane their necks in awe. The massive black pillars outside were carved with unknown spirit beasts, their scales and claws, splayed whiskers dancing as if ready to soar into the sky. So lifelike, they seemed poised to take flight. Junior brother Chen Il-head in first. Ji Kuan, observing Chen Sun still lost in wonder, added, "But do consider what I said." "Certainly, senior brother Ji, go ahead." Chen Sun snapped back to attention and cupped his hands in salute. Ji Kuan said no more, turning toward the grand sect hall with hope gleaming in his eyes and a heart thrumming with excitement. A long-cherished dream finally realized. "Old ox, look at this architecture. This is the heritage of a great sect." Chen Sun marveled, leading the big black ox closer, even reaching out to touch it. "A forged artifact." "Moo." The big black ox grew intrigued, rubbing its head against the pillar. It felt so cold. Compared to the other sect disciples, they seemed less driven by ambition, pausing instead to admire the grand sect hall, offering endless commentary. Chen Sun and the big black ox were wide-eyed with delight, touching this and that. Disciples came and went in waves from the hall, yet the pair remained circling the building. This junior brother, a man with a righteous countenance, approached, his aura formidable. "What are you doing here leading an ox?" Chen Sun started looking at the newcomer. He was a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refining. Cupping his hands, Chen Sun said, "Greetings, senior brother. We were admiring the grand sect hall." "Admiring the grand sect hall?" The man was taken aback. He glanced at the massive pillar. "Junior brother, I am a disciple of the enforcement hall. Time is fleeting, you do not squander it on such trivialities." I am instructed. Chen Sun cupped his hands, sweating profusely. "Good heavens, what a kind soul. You are a new disciple of the 5 Essence sect, aren't you?" The man smiled faintly. This fellow not only wore his sect token reversed, but was clutching a storage pouch. The big black ox had bags hanging from its sides laden with belongings. Clearly a rogue cultivator new to the sect. "Senior brother has keen eyes." Chen Sun felt rather ill at ease. "Come, let me accompany you into the hall and introduce you to the various divisions of the sect." The man was remarkably familiar, like a warm-hearted elder brother, taking Chen Sun by one hand and the ox's rope with the other. All right, senior brother, slow down." "Moo." 2 startled cries echoed from outside the hall as the earnest senior brother dragged them into the grand sect hall. The earnest senior brother was exceedingly talkative, having spent years within the sect steering countless junior disciples back to the right path. It was said he had even moved many to tears with them, crying out, "I was wrong, spare me." His name was Lu Feng, a capable hand in the enforcement hall of the 5 Essence sect, deeply respected and beloved by his fellow disciples. For outer disciples, the Grand Sect Hall offered numerous choices: the Alchemy Hall, Artifact, Refining Hall, Talisman Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, Enforcement Hall. The Outer Affairs Hall, however, was the most extensive, handling tasks such as subduing demons, managing the sect's marketplaces, and recruiting new disciples. Yet one position remained the least popular: managing the sect's medicinal gardens, widely regarded as the most thankless task. Spiritual herbs were notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring daily watering with spiritual water and weeding, along with an annual tribute of herbs from the managed plots. Initially, all disciples thought it an easy task and flocked to it. But they soon found themselves with no time for cultivation, unable to meet the herb quotas, losing contribution points, and enduring harsh reprimands. Growing spiritual herbs was a true craft, demanding years of experience, something these chi refining disciples lacked. Even with increased contribution rewards, only a handful took it up, forcing the sect to assign seasoned elders. "Senior brother Lu, that's it. He'll grow spiritual herbs," Chen Sun exclaimed excitedly. It was a perfect match, utterly perfect. "Oh, junior brother Chen, I have warned you about the drawbacks. Rest assured, senior brother Lu, my family specializes in planting spiritual herbs." Although Lu Feng may seem meddlesome to outsiders, Chen Sun did not feel that way. Lu Feng had helped him greatly, and he remembered this favor. "Good, junior brother Chen, since you are new to the sect, if you have any questions you can come to me at the cave." Lu Feng smiled calmly, reassured that it was someone else's family specialty, and then took out a talisman from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Sun, saying, "You can activate it if needed." Chen Sun carefully accepted it, a glimmer of meaning flashing in his eyes, and nodded earnestly. "Junior brother Chen, you must cultivate diligently and not waste time. I will take my leave now." "Yes, senior brother Lu." Chen Sun and the great black bull watched Lu Feng leave, both unable to suppress a smile, as if they had returned to that little mountain village. He walked to a high platform inside the hall and said, "Master Uncle, I wish to manage the herb garden." "You may." An elderly man, seemingly on the verge of collapsing from the wind, replied lightly, taking out a jade pendant and a booklet. "Thank you, Master Uncle." Chen Sun was overjoyed looking at the jade pendant, which was a restriction talisman for a certain herb garden. Without it, one could not enter, and forcibly breaking in would be considered trespassing. "Kid, managing the herb garden is not easy." The old man with sleepy eyes seemed unsure whether he was asleep or meditating. Just come here every year to submit the spiritual herbs. All right. Chen Sun nodded with determination. This little bull is quite good, full of spirit. The old man looked with a hint of interest at the great black bull behind Chen Sun. Moo. This is my family's ancestral great black bull. Kid, hurry up, what are you daydreaming about? The old man seemed to regain some spirit. The disciple's gaze made him feel as though he was about to snatch away this second-tier spirit beast. I won't disturb you any longer, Master Uncle. Chen Sun smiled, awkwardly realizing he had thought too much. This was a major sect of cultivation. What kind of spirit beasts did they not have? It wasn't like they were at the 9-Star Valley. Old bull, let's go. Moo. Chen Sun pulled the great black bull, happily both of them walking lightly, finally free from a life of anxiety and scheming. The cultivation sect was indeed better. On the way, they let their fellow disciples pass, their faces full of kindness, and they did not initiate conversation. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, they arrived at a secluded valley surrounded by unfamiliar exotic flowers and plants with spiritual energy wafting through the air, refreshing the mind. In the distance, a large waterfall cascaded, rolling white waves and splashing water droplets like jade and silver into the pool below, accompanied by colorful rays of light. The sound boomed like spring thunder, magnificent and powerful, making this place feel like a paradise. Old bull, don't wander off. As Chen Sun was lost in thought, the great black bull had already sprinted off, sniffing the fragrance of the flowers and chasing after the fluttering butterflies. Moo. The great black bull was entranced, quickly returning to Chen Sun, its eyes full of joy. Ha ha ha. Chen Sun cradled the bull's head, looking up at a formation that was operating. He channeled his power into the jade pendant, and the formation instantly opened a portal. Let's go. Chen Sun pulled the great black bull, constantly sighing in his heart, realizing how vast the Wuyun sect was with the entire mountain range as its base. Inside, there were several large spirit fields filled with all kinds of strange spiritual herbs, surrounded by ancient trees and fragrant grass with a vibrant atmosphere. Chen Sun and the great black bull were dazzled by the sight, unable to recognize some of the spiritual herbs. In the deepest part, there was a thatched cottage, outside of which an old man with messy hair looked towards Chen Sun as if he were seeing a long-lost son. You have come. Yes. Moo. Chen Sun and the great black bull felt a surge of horror. Why did it seem like this old man was about to go mad? It has been 10 years, finally someone has come, ha ha ha, the heavens are watching. The little old man knelt down, arms outstretched, gazing up at the sky, with a long sigh, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi, refining a master indeed, Chen Sun looked at him, in confusion, wondering how he had ended up like this, worse off than they were in the Ningyun mountain range. Junior brother, I am going to report, this place is now entrusted to you. The little old man, excited, unleashed a burst of earthy power and stepped onto his flying sword, passing by Chen Sun as if he did not want to stay here for another moment. With tears welling in his eyes, he had been forcefully assigned here by the sect 10 years ago, living a life accompanied by spiritual herbs. Not only was his cultivation slow, but who could understand the loneliness and solitude he felt? Chen Sun looked at the old man's back, and then at the great black bull. Moo. The great black bull did not understand this person's actions, either, completely unaware of how fortunate he was. They entered the thatched cottage, which was filled with books, all insights on planting spiritual herbs. Chen Sun accepted them all. Chen Sun then led the great black bull to the edge of the waterfall, where the great black bull set down its things and rushed in, splashing water everywhere. He sat nearby, flipping through the small booklet which detailed the types of spiritual herbs and the rules governing them. For instance, one cannot hoard spiritual herbs. Every herb is recorded, and every 5 years disciples from the alchemy hall will come to count them. The annual quota is comprehensive, and Chen Sun carefully read through each line, committing them to memory. Moo. The sound of the great black bull echoed from the water. It was not at all worried about the growth of the spiritual herbs, as it had discovered that their vital essence could be diluted with water. Moreover, it quite enjoyed planting spiritual herbs, finding it even more pleasurable than plowing the fields. Old bull, we cannot use the thatched cottage. Let's dig a few caves ourselves. Chen Sun looked around. The cliffs were steep and suitable for excavating cave dwellings. Moo. The great black bull replied, as they were already accustomed to living in caves, especially since they would need to plant spiritual herbs themselves. Sword control technique. Chen Sun took out a spell book from his storage bag, but he had no sword. He would need to exchange contributions for one, as the Wuyun sect had its own rules. Moreover, within the Wuyun sect, there was a pill highly favored by low-level disciples, which was the fasting pill. Taking one lasted a month, without the need for relief. There are indeed many good things in the sect, but also many rules. Chen Sun continued reading the sect's regulations, noting that one cannot engage in private duels, and if caught must go to the law enforcement hall to be punished. Grievances must be reported and settled in the arena. Except for disciples on missions, one cannot leave the mountain without permission, but they can descend twice a year for 1 month each time, which can be accumulated. However, once they reach the foundation establishment stage, there are not so many complicated rules. Those in the foundation establishment stage are the backbone of the sect akin to elders. This Wielding sect is larger than a city with everything available. There is no need to leave the mountain. Old Bull. Moo. The great black bull drenched ran over, staring intently at Chen Sun as if it had not played enough. Our first step is to open a cave dwelling and begin cultivating these medicinal herbs without increasing their age. The second step is to accumulate contributions for the sect. If we submit enough medicinal herbs, our contributions will far exceed those of ordinary disciples. The third step is to exchange our contributions for a flying sword. I have observed that behind the waterfall is a very concealed area. We will fly there and open a cave dwelling to cultivate the medicinal herbs. The fourth step is to inquire about the foundation establishment pills within the sect. The South Dipper Mountain secret realm is too dangerous, and there is no need to take risks. Chen Sun spoke methodically, and Dahe Nyo listened intently, feeling an even deeper admiration for him. The most important thing is that there is that sect competition every year, and we can go watch the excitement. A loud laugh erupted beside the waterfall as Chen Sun stripped off his clothes, revealing his 16-pack abs, and dove into the water with a splash, feeling refreshed. On this clear day with a gentle breeze, Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo began to busy themselves. The valley echoed with booms as Chen Sun wielded a mountain axe, striking the cliff wildly, causing rocks to fly and dust to billow. Dahe Nyo fetched a water bucket from the thatched hut, repeatedly drawing water from the waterfall. It also wanted to practice a spell called Water Spirit Art. This art specifically infuses water with spiritual energy, a rather lackluster spell used for irrigating spiritual fields, yet it surprisingly has 3 layers. Dahe Nyo was overjoyed as it could learn something new. On the long road to immortality, nothing invigorates them more than learning something new. Both Chen Sun and Dahe Nyo felt this way, filled with enthusiasm for the future. Old Nyo, be careful when fetching water. Don't drown, I won't save you, haha. Chen Sun was covered in lime dust, even his hair was coated. He turned to look at Dahe Nyo, recalling their days of ice carving. Moo. Dahe Nyo was furious. It wouldn't fall into the water. Last time was just an accident. However, what they didn't know was that this water spirit art was quite difficult to cultivate, and most disciples managing the medicinal gardens had only mastered the first layer. After generations of summation, this little technique truly requires time to hone, with no shortcuts available. It's unclear who authored it, but every sect uses the water spirit art, as they cannot find anything better. In this world of cultivation where strength reigns supreme, only those who are well-fed waste time practicing this technique, which is a significant reason for the scarcity of herb farmers. However, among the 10 great sects there are indeed such remarkable individuals, but they are treasures rarely revealed to the public. Forceful strike on Mount Hua. Chen Sun gritted his teeth and struck the cliff fiercely again. Damn. Moo. Dahe Nyo disregarded the water bucket which fell to the ground and hurried to find Chen Sun. Is it really this hard? Chen Sun widened his eyes, his eyebrows dusted with lime. Old Nyo, the mountain axe is chipped. Moo. Dahe Nyo's eyes filled with disbelief. The cliff of the Ning Yun mountain range had been split by a single strike of Chen Sun's mountain axe. After all this time of chopping, he had even broken the mountain axe. Odds fine, I'll polish it again. This is just ordinary iron. Chen Sun sighed, looking at his mountain axe with distress. This was his proud creation from the blacksmith shop. Maybe the stones in this mountain range are just too hard. Moo. Old Nyo, go ahead and don't worry about me. Chen Sun sat down, found a stone, and began to polish the axe. Dahe Nyo nodded and ran off to fetch more water. 2 days later, Chen Sun finally completed the cave dwelling, placed all the pots and pans inside, and began to chop wood to make various tools. Chen Sun's craftsmanship was quite impressive. He quickly made a wooden table and chairs. Old Nyo arranged the things properly. This will be our home from now on. Chen Sun smiled with emotion as he took out various wooden carvings and arranged them around. Moo. Dahe Nyo also ran around dragging things. Dust removal technique. Chen Sun cast a spell and a gust of wind swept through, refreshing his entire being, shining bright. Huh. Moo. Dahe Nyo was shocked. It was cleaner than a bath. Old Nyo, don't underestimate these little spells. Chen Sun marveled. He realized that every little spell saved them time, even things like the pill of absorption. Moo. Dahe Nyo grinned, starting to sit down and cultivate the water spirit art. That night the night sky was like water filled with countless stars. Chen Sun quietly stepped out of the cave dwelling and gazed up at the starry sky alone. What kind of world is the cultivation world after all? Chen Sun revealed a faint smile, his eyes dreamy. While on the flying boat, he had heard Ji Kuan bragging, claiming to have seen in ancient texts that there are true civilizations of cultivation in infinitely distant places, and that their current place is merely a backward land. Like primitive people. Chen Sun scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Isn't this the most orthodox form of cultivation? Cultivation civilization. Chen Sun murmured softly, leaning against the outside of the cave dwelling, gradually falling asleep. Old Nyo, and I will definitely go there. The next day dawn broke and the sun rose. Chen Sun shook off all distractions and began to busily work with Daheng Nyo. Old Nyo, let's go hunting. Moo. Chen Sun carried an axe on his shoulder and led Daheng Nyo into the mountains where wild beasts were abundant and the sect wouldn't intervene much. As time flowed, a trickle of clear spring emerged, and in the blink of an eye over half a year had passed. The valley was filled with thriving medicinal herbs, and the fragrance of medicine wafted everywhere. Chen Sun and Daheng Nyo sat cross-legged among them. Waves of water spread around them, transforming into vivid water balls filled with spiritual energy and magical power. Pop! Pop! One water ball after another burst in the air, and Chen Sun and Daheng Nyo slowly opened their eyes. Second layer of the water spirit art completed. It doesn't feel difficult at all. Chen Sun frowned slightly, but inwardly felt quite smug. Even old Nyo has cultivated to the second layer. Moo. Moo. Daheng Nyo blinked confused. It was progressing slowly, but the practice of the technique was quite fast. However, our chi refinement stage cultivation really takes time. Chen Sun pondered for a moment and continued, this Dantian transformation into liquid, if we grind it for another 100 years, perhaps it will succeed. Moo. Daheng Nyo's pupils contracted, nudging Chen Sun, feeling wronged. Haha, just kidding you. Chen Sun laughed heartily, patting Daheng Nyo. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Let's move. Moo. Daheng Nyo happily called out and hurriedly followed behind Chen Sun. In the valley, Chen Sun even made himself a straw hat and knitted a large straw hat for Daheng Nyo, which delighted it so much that it even wore it to sleep. Under the sunlight, a person and a cow, both wearing straw hats, busily worked in the medicinal fields, their eyes gleaming with joy, and no one ever came to disturb them. As spring gives way to autumn, today the sun shines perfectly. It marks the first year since they arrived at the Wuyun sect, and they have continued to invest their longevity points into their magical power. The barrier of the Medicine Valley opened a passage, and Chen Sun led the great black ox out with a spirited demeanor, carrying a storage bag filled with spiritual herbs, all of which were their mandatory contributions, without a single herb missing. They skillfully made their way to the main hall of the sect, having observed it from outside for a long time, and today they finally did not encounter Senior Brother Lu, or else they would have to endure another lecture. Inside the hall was still the same old man. Chen Sun, wearing a straw hat, respectfully said, "Uncle Master, I have come to submit the spiritual herbs." The old man lazily responded as if he had never fully awakened with a simple hum. On the stage, Chen Sun laid out all the spiritual herbs from his storage bag, not one more, not one less, with the fragrance of spiritual energy wafting in the air. A glimmer of light flashed in the old man's eyes as he quickly counted, then produced a token and cast a spell, his eyes revealing understanding. Not bad. The old man looked closely at Chen Sun under the straw hat, and then glanced at the great black ox. You are the first disciple to enter the sect and immediately enter the herb garden, and you have managed to submit your spiritual herbs in full in your first year. Uncle Master, you may not know, but my family specializes in growing spiritual herbs, and I have gained some insights. Quite impressive. The old man spoke a bit more today, producing a bagua token. This is your contribution value for this year. It is now yours. Thank you, Uncle Master. Chen Sun was overjoyed, respectfully taking it and gripping the bagua token tightly in his hand. Just drop a drop of blood to recognize it as yours, and off you go. Yes. Chen Sun ran off with the great black ox, having long known where the contribution hall was located. Old ox, we've hit the jackpot. Moo moo. The great black ox continuously opened its mouth and bellowed. As they ran past, surrounding disciples frowned, wondering where this straw hat person came from making such a ruckus. Reaching outside the hall, Chen Sun found a secluded spot, quickly dropped a drop of blood to recognize ownership, and upon checking found they had 200 contributions. Woohoo! Chen Sun jumped up and exclaimed, looking at the great black ox. Old ox, we have 200 contributions. Moo. The great black ox was startled, standing on its hind legs and leaning on Chen Sun, quickly looking at the bagua token. One must know that the sect's minimum contribution requirement for outer disciples each year was only 100. They had surprisingly exceeded it by over double. Let's go to the contribution hall. Today, we're going to spend wildly. Moo. One man and one ox began to sprint, ready to wash the contribution hall with their expenditure. Half a day later, Chen Sun and the great black ox emerged from the contribution hall with sorrowful faces. He held a long sword in both hands, his gaze hollow, devoid of life. Damn it. That black hall. Chen Sun muttered softly, his mouth moving as he kept mumbling, that black hall. Moo. The great black ox also looked dazed. Their contribution value had been completely depleted. A fairy sword, 50 contribution points, a low-grade yellow-tier magical artifact. An alchemy furnace, 100 contribution points, a mid-grade yellow-tier magical artifact. A fasting pill recipe, 50 contribution points. Chen Sun looked blankly at the great black ox, his voice rising from low to high. So our contribution points are gone. Oh, is that all? Moo. The great black ox let out an angry cry, wanting to return to the valley to properly till the spiritual fields and save up several thousand contribution points. Old ox, back to the valley, let's farm. Can't we empty out a contribution hall? Yes, Chen Sun exclaimed angrily with lofty ambitions. Let's farm for a few hundred years and clear out that contribution hall. Moo. The great black ox stood up, letting out a long howl, its muscles bulging. What are you shouting for? No noise allowed outside the hall. Scolding voices came from inside the hall. Moo moo, let's go, let's go. Chen Sun chuckled awkwardly, leading the great black ox to hurry away, his movements sneaky, and they were checked by the law enforcement hall disciples several times along the way. On the road, there were disciples of the Wuyun sect everywhere, chatting excitedly in groups, their words filled with fervor. The sect's grand competition is about to begin. Ooh, I heard senior brother Bai Shi has emerged from seclusion. Oh my, he is the pillar of our outer disciples. The Grand Master has praised him for having the potential for foundation establishment. If he wins this year for the trip to Nanshan 4 years later, I heard, he can be directly rewarded with a foundation establishment pill. Winning is something our outer disciples shouldn't hope for, it has long been monopolized by inner disciples. However, we can still try to mix in some contribution points and enhance our strength. Several disciples passed by Chen Sun, animatedly speaking, completely unaware of the straw, hat-wearing oxherd standing beside them. Senior brothers, please wait a moment. Chen Sun lightly coughed, leading the great black ox over. How many contribution points are needed to participate in the sect's grand competition? The few were startled. How did this person appear like a ghost looking like a farmer? Hee, this junior brother must have just entered the sect, right? Yes, please enlighten me, senior brother. Chen Sun accidentally placed 3 low-grade spirit stones into their hands. Oh. The 3 exchanged glances, never having seen such an earnest junior brother before. With their hands behind their backs, they laughed heartily. We are all fellow disciples. That's right, we are all brothers, all brothers. Chen Sun also smiled. What you may not know is that the sect's grand competition is only for Qi refinement stage disciples to participate. If one ranks in the top 500, they will receive 500 contribution points. If one enters the top 100, they will receive 1,000 contribution points, and there is also the possibility of being taken in by the elders. If one enters the top 10, they will receive 2,000 contribution points, directly promoted to inner disciple, and can choose their own master. If one enters the top 3, it will be astounding. Not only are there various magical artifact rewards, but also some things we are unaware of included. The few revealed faint smiles, their eyes showing yearning. If they could enter the top 100, they would soar to greatness. How many people participate? Chen Sun casually asked, his heart fluttering. He just wanted those 500 contribution points. He had just seen that the foundation establishment pill recipe required 3,000 contribution points, which would take 15 years of work, and he wouldn't be able to exchange anything else. Generally speaking, around 30,000 people. So many. Chen Sun was greatly shocked. In his past life, he had never ranked in the top 500 among 1,000 candidates in exams. Of course, not only do many inner disciples participate, but the descendants of those elders are also included. The few slightly shook their heads, gently sighing. Those people possess high-grade yellow-tier magical artifacts and various spells. They are not comparable to us. That's just too unfair. How can we compete? Chen Sun frowned. Such magical artifacts were like you holding a kitchen knife while they wielded a Gatling gun. Oh, what's the point of playing? The sect will consider us, inner disciples, also have their own competitions, and they only participate in the top 100 rankings. But that's not fair. Isn't this just inner disciples entertaining themselves, eh? Chen Sun shook his head. The resources for cultivation were too unequal. You are mistaken, junior brother. Our outer disciples are also talented. Take senior brother Bai Shi, for example, in the 10th level of Qi refinement. Who can match him? The few spoke boastfully, as if senior brother Bai Shi were one of their own. Hee, indeed, then I won't disturb you fellows any longer. Chen Sun led the great black ox away, slowly lost in thought, as disciples flew by all around, and others riding on flying swords whizzed past. Let's go, old Nyo. We'll go see the spectacle too. Moo. Chen Sun seized the great black ox and broke into a gallop, trailing behind the crowd. The venue for the sect's grand competition lay atop another towering peak, far distant from here. As they neared the competition peak, disciples of the Wuyun sect grew ever more numerous. Chen Sun, wearing a straw hat and leading the great black ox, had long since faded into obscurity. Not only were their senior brothers brimming with vigor and confidence, but also junior sisters as delicate and endearing as nesting birds, giggling softly, their laughter making many disciples unconsciously swallow hard. At the summit sprawled a vast plaza encircled by 9 stone pillars. A dozen elders sat in serene meditation atop each pillar, gazing down upon the disciples below with sovereign grace and unmatched majesty. Whoa! Chen Sun led the great black ox across the plaza, observing countless disciples seated everywhere, brandishing golden tokens to register their names. The plaza buzzed with clamor. crowded with figures, yet never feeling cramped. Even drifting clouds glided through, imbuing the air with ethereal celestial charm. Moo! The great black ox nudged Chin Sun gently. Why not sign up? This year you'll first observe how things stand. No rush. Chen Sun smiled, faintly intent on gauging the caliber of those ranked within the top 500. The great black ox nodded, stretching its bovine head this way and that, sniffing curiously at the cultivators all around. 3 days later, divine radiance erupted from the 5 great peaks of the Wuyun sect. A resonant thunderous bell tolled across the land, stirring low fierce roars from disciples throughout the mountain range. Boom, boom. 9 times it struck, its reverberations lingering, endlessly echoing across the Yuzhu mountain range. Several cultivators shot skyward in streaks of light, soaring unaided, without any magical artifact beneath their feet. The annual sect grand competition had officially commenced, the rare occasion when disciples could behold the sect's most venerable figures. A colossal peak shed its mist, revealing a sacred path upward. All disciples ascended reverently, daring not to soar on flying swords. From above, the mountain slope teemed with a sea of black-robed figures, so vast it made one's scalp prickle. Chen Sun led the great black ox at the very rear of the procession, scarcely daring to draw breath. He had just witnessed a cultivator walk upon empty air. That overwhelming torrent of profound magical energy emanating from the figure left both Chen Sun and the ox certain a single glance from him could shatter them utterly. Upon the colossal peak stood countless dark viewing platforms overlooking over 100 martial arenas. At every trio of arenas stood a foundation establishment elder. Their expressions remained calm and composed as they sat cross-legged awaiting the younger generation. Respect to all elders, and to the sect master. Respect to all elders, and to the sect master. All disciples bowed deeply, hands clasped in reverence, their collective voice booming across the peaks, agitating the clouds, majestic and awe-inspiring. 13 paramount figures rose upon the viewing platforms, each bearing distinct countenances and attire, as their gazes swept over the 10,000 disciples below. Their transcendent aura was so pronounced that even amid the throng none could overlook them, each instantly visible, unmistakable. The younger generation is truly formidable. The Wuyun sect grand competition begins now. Sect Master Yu Yuanhua offered a gentle smile, his robes billowed though no wind stirred. His deep, resonant voice filled every corner of the realm, each disciple feeling as though personally observed by him. Without further preamble, disciples trembled with excitement, faces flushed, inner magical energy surging violently within their meridians. Foundation establishment elders' eyes flashed with sharp light as a jade slip unfurled across the sky. Grand competition rules, life and death are fated. Should one find oneself outmatched upon the arena, surrender is permitted. Elders mounted their magical artifacts and ascended into the air, yet dared not rise higher than the viewing platforms. With impassive faces they surveyed the disciples below and channeled magical energy into the jade slip. Begin. At that instant, talismans in the hands of registered disciples shimmered faintly, pairings entirely random. The first match was pure chance. Below the viewing platforms, over 100 inner-sect disciples stood poised at the front, clad in white robes, eyes blazing with brilliance, gazing intently at the myriad martial arenas. 13 paramount figures upon the platforms likewise turned their penetrating gazes across the arenas. These juniors were the sect's future, and none wished pearls to gather dust. As those august gazes fell upon them, duels across the arenas ignited into white-hot intensity, each combatant striving to shine, pouring forth every ounce of strength. On one arena, 2 disciples clad in azure robes faced each other. One broke into cold sweat, heart lurching. How did I draw him? Senior brother, by sure. I humbly beg your instruction. I am only at the 8th layer of chi refinement, my strength limited, yet I possess the will to fight. I shall not let myself be underestimated. Should you lose, junior brother, do not despair. Next year offers another chance. Baishir smiled warmly, exuding an innate gentleness. Paired with his chiseled features, he was perfection incarnate. A roar of cheers erupted from the crowd. Countless junior sisters enraptured, chanting, "Senior brother, bye." Many junior brothers gathered round that arena, cheering wildly for their senior brother, leaving the opposing combatant overwhelmed by sheer psychological pressure. "Oh my!" A jarringly irreverent voice cut through the air. Chen Sun, leading the great black ox, strolled beneath a shady tree, watching the junior sisters with wry amusement. Such handsome features, paired with genuine strength, would win admiration in any world. Moo. The great black ox shook its head, nudging Chen Sun gently. It believed he was the most handsome of all, though he never bothered to groom himself. Chen Sun leaned against the tree's shade, lazily fanning himself with his straw hat, occasionally picking his nose, eyes alight with rapt fascination. On the arena, Baishir's gaze suddenly sharpened. A wind-riding art surged beneath his feet, He stomped fiercely onto the platform, sending a tremor rippling through the wood. Magical energy rippled outward like waves, carrying an oppressive force that slammed directly into his opponent, while slowly a slender sword materialized in his hand. His opponent reacted without delay. A talisman flared in his palm. White light flashed across the arena. Then abruptly jagged earth spikes erupted from the floor beneath Baishur's feet. Earth Spike Talisman. You've spared no expense, junior brother. Baishur smiled faintly, his body twisting with uncanny fluidity, evading every spike flawlessly, his eyes calm, unruffled. What a... His opponent stared, disbelief flooding his face. He hadn't even brushed Baishur's robe. Clang. Baishur's sword, chi amplified by raw magical energy, slashed forth in a single stroke. The disciple drew a sharp breath, gritted his teeth, and met the blow heat in, staggering backward several paces. A metallic tang rose in his throat. He swallowed the blood hard, steadied his stance, veins pulsing crimson in his eyes, and hurled another talisman. Might Talisman. Defiance blazed in his gaze. If magical power could not prevail, then let brute strength decide. Muscles swelled across his frame, a chilling aura of slaughter enveloped him. He roared and charged forward, sword raised high. A flicker of seriousness crossed Baishur's eyes. He tapped his storage pouch. Another flying sword shot forth, shrieking shrilly as it cleaved the air. Yet it halted abruptly. Mere half a zhang from the disciple, stopped dead by a golden barrier shimmering before him. Baishur chuckled softly, Vajra Talisman. Beneath the tree, Chen Sun and the great black ox gaped wide-eyed. Others fought with magical energy. This one fought with spirit stones. A wealthy disciple indeed. Chen Sun blinked, slowly glancing at the ox. When shall we possess such abundance of spirit stones? Talisman after talisman clattered forth, driving even the revered senior brother to simmering frustration. Moo! The great black ox gave a perfunctory bleat, eyes bulging. Such bizarre, unpredictable dueling styles overwhelmed even its bovine comprehension. Whoa, body arts. Chen Sun perked up. He too longed to master a body art, to push speed to its absolute limit. On the arena, Baishur refused direct confrontation, dodging relentlessly with exquisite footwork until the might talisman's effect waned, leaving his opponent suddenly spent. Victory was inevitable, and yet this bout revealed little of Baishur's true strength. His real rivals were the inner sect disciples. Senior Sister Gushuang. Senior Sister Gushuang. A crowd of male disciples gathered around a martial arena, cheering wildly, spittle flying, splattering onto countless faces. On the arena stood a woman, her expression aloof, her figure graceful, her long sword flashing cold silvery light with every motion. This swordplay is like a live-stream dancer's performance, strangely captivating. Chen Sun chuckled softly, glancing toward Gushuang. Worth the trip indeed. Laonia, what do you think? Beautiful, isn't she? Moo. The great black ox nodded vigorously, his bovine head never turning away, signaling Chen Sun not to disturb him. Ah, how could she lose? I had high hopes for her. Moo. Oh ho, look at that junior sister. She's in tears now, haha. Momomo. Well now, why's that short fellow puffing himself up? Did someone eat his family's rice? Moo. Laonio, quick. Look, a spirit beast. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. Moo. Beneath the shade of an ancient tree, man and ox alternated between roaring laughter and indignant outbursts, until suddenly Chen Sun's expression shifted. He slammed his palm hard into the earth. Moo. The great black ox startled. What on earth had come over Chen Sun? Laonio, don't you feel something's missing? Moo. Moo. The ox shook his head, then nodded. Yes, something was off when unsettling hollowness lingered. Sunflower seeds. Chen Sun smacked the ox's flank. How could we forget something so vital? Moo. The great black ox lashed out with a hoof, striking Chen Sun squarely. Why didn't you bring sunflower seeds? No wonder it felt incomplete. Ah. Chen Sun's face twisted in deep remorse. This year we'll plant sunflower seeds ourselves, roast them fresh, then season them with our secret blend. Moo. The ox nudged him affectionately, mouth curled upward in a broad, bovine grin. Now that's more like it. During the sect's grand competition, disciples could choose to fight again immediately after their first match, or rest for a day before continuing. Victories were tallied cumulatively. Yet those lacking confidence often pressed onward, knowing the second day's trials would escalate sharply in intensity. True masters, however, remained unruffled. After each bout, they meticulously regulated their chi, restoring themselves to absolute peak condition before re-entering the arena. Not a single misstep tolerated. As the competition intensified, even Chen Sun and the great black ox drew nearer, abandoning distant observation for immersive participation. By the fifth day, inner sect disciples officially entered the fray, propelling the grand competition to its zenith. Even Chen Sun and the great black ox joined the thunderous chorus of encouragement. Among outer sect disciples, none surpass us. Senior brother Baishur, go forth. You are peerless. Chen Sun raised a wooden placard and bellowed with full throat. Countless disciples turned, thumbs raised in silent unanimous approval. Perfectly on point. Brother cultivator, does senior sister Guxuang not belong to the outer sect as well? A group strode forward bristling with indignation, suddenly sensing Guxuang's aura eclipsed by sheer volume. Nonsense. Chen Sun scoffed, glancing dismissively at them, and patted the great black ox. Understanding instantly, the ox raised a wooden placard bearing elegant calligraphy. Go senior sister Guxuang, let your sword awaken the 5 veils. The group froze, chills racing down their spines. Unbidden, their thumbs shot upward. Their gaze locked onto Chen Sun, conveying only 2 words: unbelievable. Chen Sun smirked coldly, then resumed shouting beside the great black ox, voices raw and resonant, fully immersed in the electric thrill of participation. Upon every arena, white-robed inner sect disciples leapt with ethereal grace, wide sleeves billowing, as they gazed upon their opponents with icy composure and furrowed brows. A faint chilling aura of killing intent drifted across the arenas. Ancient trees shuddered violently beneath the wintry wind, and golden leaves drifted slowly downward. Silence fell upon every arena, while elders seated in the viewing pavilions watched with quiet anticipation. A collective sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. These were the true heirs of Wuyun's sect, the future pillars who would shape its destiny. True center-stage brilliance. Disciples below the arenas straightened, instinctively overwhelmed by palpable pressure. Exhilarating. Moo. Chen Sun murmured, low, heart quickening with excitement, while the great black ox echoed him with a soft, reverent moan. Truly magnificent. Yet a flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Sun's eyes. Why did no one speak? Why this silent posturing of mastery? He'd hoped for verbal duels, blistering declarations, cutting taunts. A resonant bronze bell tolled across the mountain peaks. The grand finals had begun. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless shrieking projectiles tore through the air. On every arena, pupils dilated. Cultivation artifacts flared to life, spiritual energy surging forth in dazzling prismatic bursts. Boom, boom. Each arena erupted into full-scale combat, some unleashed torrents of flying swords reducing the platforms to billowing clouds of dust. Others conjured mist-like spells, obscuring the battlefield entirely, leaving only clashing metal sounds to betray the ferocity within. Still others deployed formation banners, summoning puppets to command from the rear, igniting chaos. Swordlight blazed everywhere. Spiritual energy roared everywhere. All held nothing back, giving their absolute all. Fierce gales howled across the grounds. Disciples standing too close were forced to expend spiritual energy just to stand firm. Blimey, blimey. Chen Sun's pupils contracted sharply. He shook his head in disbelief. These chi condensation-level disciples were terrifying, light years beyond wandering cultivators. Moo. The great black ox mirrored him, head whipping side to side, utterly dazzled. What sorceries were these? The grand finals raged for 2 full days and nights. Chen Sun and the great black ox sat rooted to the ground, never blinking, never looking away, snacking on flatbread when hunger struck. In the end, Bai Shi and Guxuang both fell short in the top 100. Outer sect disciples sighed collectively. Inner sect disciples' foundations ran immeasurably deeper. Finally came the elders' award ceremony. Words of praise, hollow platitudes, and gentle exhortations. As the grand elders and venerable patriarchs departed, the year's grand competition drew to its close. Descending the mountain path, Chen Sun and the great black ox cackled incessantly, gleeful, irreverent, utterly shameless. Lao Niu, that inner sect disciple, was sneaky. How dare he strike the opponent's life point? Chen Sun glanced at the ox's hindquarters and burst into fresh laughter. Remarkably, the opponent had taken the blow, catastrophically. Moo. The great black ox grinned broadly, still savoring the spectacle. Next year, we'll enter ourselves. Aim for the top 500. Earn some merit points. Moo. Let's go. Back to planting sunflower seeds. Moo. Man and ox broke into a cheerful trot, mountain paths echoing with unrestrained raucous laughter. Back in the medicinal herb valley, they first tended the fields, then discreetly plucked several rare herbs used in spirit abstinence pills, carefully harvested their seeds, and restored them to the soil. Lao Niu, the herbs are yours to nurture. I'll study the sword riding art. Moo. The great black ox nudged him firmly, cultivating rare herbs. That was his domain. Chen Sun nodded confidently, heading to his cave abode. He unrolled the sword-riding manual, withdrew a celestial sword from his spatial pouch, and his eyes gleamed with fierce anticipation. Will it lift? This very day decides everything. Calm and focused, he began cultivation. 1 month later at dawn, the medicinal valley bloomed with birdsong and fragrance, serene and tranquil. Chen Sun and the great black ox stood upon an open clearing. Before them rested the celestial sword, and slung across their backs 2 packs. Chen Sun had crafted 2 parachutes, safety above all else. Ride the sword upon the wind, roam free beneath heaven and earth. He assumed an arcane hand seal, channeling turbid, unrefined spiritual energy into the blade. Ascend. The celestial sword rose slowly, hovering half a meter above ground, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Moo! Moo! The great black ox bounded ecstatically, bellowing without pause. Laonyo! Get on! Get aboard! No, onto the sword! Chun Sun's voice trembled, his heart hammered violently. Already his mind soared, imagining them gliding effortlessly across vast mountains and rivers, unbound and free. Moo! The big black ox stood up, its expression tense. It crouched behind Chun Sun, its two hooves gripping his shoulders tightly. They stepped steadily onto the flying sword, fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Chun Sun's veins bulged as he raised two fingers upward and roared, "Ascend!" Moo! Whoosh! A fierce gale kicked up as the flying sword shot forth with blinding speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Thud! Thud! Two figures crashed heavily to the ground, swallowing a mouthful of dust. Where's the flying sword? Where's my sword? Chun Sun cried out in anguish, his eyes bloodshot as he spat out a clump of earth. Moo! The big black ox was also dazed from the fall, its bovine eyes suddenly spotting the flying sword in the distance, embedded in a stone wall. Before long, Chun Sun and the big black ox retrieved the sword. Old ox, our spells are enhanced, they're a bit different. Chun Sun took a deep breath and said slowly. Moo! The big black ox nodded. Indeed, the flying sword was far too fast. No matter, well, adapt slowly and practice slowly. Moo! The big black ox carried the sword in its mouth and headed straight for the waterfall, constantly tossing its head at Chun Sun. Old ox, that's clever. Chun Sun was taken aback. The water might add resistance, perfect for practice. Let's get to it, let's get to it. Another month passed, and Chun Sun had fully mastered the art of sword flight. On another clear morning, at the same spot, Ride the sword with the wind roamed free between heaven and earth. Chun Sun murmured as he channeled a burst of magic, and the sword slowly rose. He stepped onto it. Old ox, no time to explain, hurry. Moo moo. The big black ox stood up, leaped, and landed steadily on the sword, crouching behind Chun Sun with a hint of fear in its eyes. Ascend now. Moo whoosh. 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 A fierce gale swept by as the sword finally soared. The boundless wind lashed against Chun Sun's face as they left the ground, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. The big black ox slowly opened its eyes. The scenery around them had completely changed. It glanced downward, pupils contracting. Moo. Old ox, old ox. Damn it. Chun Sun was alarmed. The old ox had fainted. He quickly steadied it with one hand, halting the sword midair, his own eyes barely open. He slowly looked toward the herb valley, now nearly 10 zhang above the ground, his breaths coming in rapid gasps. Flying the sword himself was a completely different feeling from riding a flying boat. He now felt a hollow sensation in his chest, as if he might fall at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind howled in their ears. The big black ox woke up, its legs trembling as it looked at the ground. Moo. It's okay, old ox. The sword is firmly stuck to our feet. Last time was just an accident. Chun Sun comforted it, though the ox's grip tightened. Yet its eyes held a flicker of joy. They were truly flying. A faint magical barrier opened, and the howling wind ceased, bringing silence to their ears. Old ox, let's adapt slowly. No rush. Chun Sun smiled and began to fly the sword again, this time at a much slower pace, growing more adept. Moo. The big black ox also felt increasingly comfortable, gradually losing its tension. But Chun Sun frowned slightly. With the magical barrier, it didn't feel right. There was no sense of the wind rushing past. An idea sparked in his mind. Let's go. Chun Sun shouted again, circling above the valley. Woo! The air echoed with Chun Sun's exultant cries and the big black ox's continuous bellows, yet it was thrilling. The ox was in a state of painful pleasure. After half an hour of play, Chun Sun felt increasingly unsatisfied. It was time to put his idea into practice. Old ox, I'm off to work, and he'll look for materials too. Chun Sun headed into his cave, dwelling with an axe. Moo. The big black ox was still lying in the pond, unable to recover for a long time. Another month later, an orange sun rested quietly between the distant ink-black mountains, clouds and mist burning like brocade lighting up the sky. From the cave in the herb valley came a strange laughter with repeated cries of, I've done it. I've done it. Moo moo. The big black ox looked at the sky. It was time for what Chun Sun called the wind-riding hour. It kept calling at the cave entrance. Old ox. Chun Sun emerged from the darkness. The big black ox's eyes widened in shock. What kind of getup was this? Had Chun Sun crafted some kind of artifact? Chun Sun wore a huge pair of goggles and carried another in his hand, gleaming in the setting sun. Moo, moo. The big black ox hurried over, asking what it was. Chun Sun's eyes looked so big. Old ox, we need to feel nature, feel the true thrill of the wind. What use is a magical barrier? Chun Sun laughed heartily and quickly put the other pair on the big black ox. It was custom made for it. Moo. The ox shook its head left and right, hopping around. It felt amazing. With these, we won't have to worry about wind or dust in our eyes, ha. Chen Sun boasted proudly, then roared, "Old ox, let's ride the wind." Moo moo. The big black ox was thrilled. Its favorite activity now was wind riding at sunset. The scenery was incredible. Whoosh. Whoosh. The flying sword soared and a gap opened in the valley's barrier. Chen Sun immediately gained altitude. Countless towering peaks came into view as he shouted to the sky. Air Force One Chen Sun ready for takeoff. Moo moo moo. The big black ox joined in the bellowing, wearing its goggles as it crouched behind Chen Sun. That feeling, it was freedom. The fierce wind whipped their faces, but no longer entered their eyes. The sensation was finally right. This was true wind riding. They sped toward the setting sun, leaving countless ancient trees and massive peaks behind. They could even see beasts running on the ground chasing their prey. A colossal sun hung high in the sky. Disciples flew on their swords at low altitudes, but their speed was far inferior. It was like comparing a Ferrari to an electric scooter Chen Sun used. Ahead of them, a junior sister at the 5th layer of chi refining was flying her sword, following the same route. Whoosh. The junior sister with 2 long braids was startled. Why was there a person and an ox standing on a flying sword beside her, staring at her with strange things over their eyes? Senior brother. The junior sister said timidly, but before she could finish, her mouth gradually fell open, her expression turning to utter shock. The man and the ox raised 2 fingers and a hoof to their foreheads, then flicked them toward her, their mouths twisting into a smirk. Their flying swords suddenly accelerated toward the sun, vanishing in an instant, incredibly dashing. Good heavens. The junior sister was dumbfounded. Even an ox could be so suave now. But that flying sword was incredibly fast. What grade of artifact was it? Many disciples were stunned by the swift sword art and the stylish getup. The fierce wind howled past, and the big black ox grinned as it watched the sword-flying disciples left far behind. Truly amateurs. Old ox, see that? This is what cultivation and life are all about. Moo moo. The big black ox nodded repeatedly, endlessly admiring the scenery below and savoring the joy of wind riding. Woo! The sky resounded with carefree shouts and a series of ox bellows. As the years turned the years and arrived once more, Chen Sun added his longevity point to his magical power as usual. Leading the big black ox and carrying spiritual herbs, he went to the sect's main hall to collect a solid 200 contribution points. Old ox, save it up, no spending. Let's join the sect tournament. Chen Sun carefully placed his gossip token into his storage pouch. The big black ox let out a joyful moo. Chen Sun registered himself and the ox, receiving a talisman that would later indicate which dueling platform he was assigned to. Days later, the bell tolled. The tournament peak was packed with people as lively and bustling as in previous years. However, Guxuang and Baishir did not participate this time, rumored to have been taken in as inner disciples by some elder. The sect tournament officially begins. A resonant voice echoed through every corner. The talisman in Chen Sun's hand activated. He immediately looked toward a certain platform, led the big black ox, and strode off with an eager glint in his eyes. On the platform, his opponent was a chi refining layer 8 disciple named Zhang Song. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Song's face. His adversary was also at layer 8 and accompanied by a spirit beast. This would surely be a fierce battle. Senior brother, please go easy on me. I've just broken through to chi refining layer 8. Chen Sun chuckled lightly, his eyes sharp with vigilance. These disciples wielded tricky techniques and numerous spells. He could not afford to be careless. From his observations the previous year, he knew that ranking within the top 500 at layer 8 was safe and wouldn't draw attention. Of course, the tournament is about skill, not life. I won't harm you, junior brother. Zhang Song's expression turned strange. This man and his ox, both wearing straw hats, looked utterly absurd and peculiar. Senior brother, shall we begin? Zhang Song felt a twinge of speechlessness. The man had 3 hatchets strapped at his waist, clearly forged from ordinary iron, not even magical artifacts. Still, he must not underestimate him. Zhang Song's gaze sharpened. His fingers flicked rapidly and wisps of moisture coalesced into ice crystals, flowing like drifting clouds and leaving countless afterimages in their wake. Icy projectiles shot toward Chen Sun. The big black ox was only at chi refining layer 3, so Zhang Song aimed for its master. Capture the chief to subdue the followers. Impressive. Chen Sun bellowed, dodging frantically as he was chased in a sorry scramble. Truly worthy of senior brother. Each icy spike nearly struck Chen Sun, but he shifted his feet at the last moment, narrowly evading them. The spirit beast also scampered away in tandem. Junior brother, why keep dodging? Zhang Song stood unmoving, his finger gestures growing faster, the icy projectiles taking increasingly tricky angles. Chen Sun pulled out a hatchet, cleaved one projectile apart, then resumed his evasive maneuvers. Sweat drenched him and terror filled his eyes. Junior brother, how long will you run? Zhang Song's patience frayed. Why couldn't he land a hit? His spiritual energy was draining fast. I won't hold back any longer. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clapped his palms, a gleam of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Several ice blades materialized out of thin air, slashing toward Chen Sun without warning. Zhang Song stepped forward with his sword, following the blades, sealing off all escape routes. How terrifying. Chen Sun and the big black ox shrank and vanished from their spot. Zhang Song's pupils contracted. Both his spell and his strike had hit nothing but air. Fireball art! Chen Sun shouted. Several small fireballs shot forth. Zhang Song's eyes narrowed, and he swept his hand back, conjuring ice spikes to meet them. The center of the platform melted into a large puddle. Zhang Song realized this man was a tough nut to crack, unlikely to be defeated by spells alone. The two clashed in a furious melee, locked in a stalemate. Why can't I hit him? The big black ox watched from the sidelines, mooing incessantly, as if cheering him on. On other platforms, some had already won 2 matches. After nearly an hour of brawling, Zhang Song was drenched in sweat. Chen Sun sat on the ground, gasping for air, as if on the verge of collapse. I have to use my trump card. I never expected such a troublesome opponent in the first round. Zhang Song hesitated, but unwilling to waste more time, slapped his storage pouch. Several array flags descended around him. A sudden gust of wind swept through. Before Zhang Song could react, 2 of his flags were pulled out. Hey, that's a sneak attack. A dark shadow charged in. The big black ox rammed him fiercely. Zhang Song flew through the air, a bewildered expression frozen on his face, before crashing heavily outside the platform. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Zhang Song winced in pain, his eyes still dazed. He looked at Chen Sun, a giant question mark hanging over his head. Senior brother, you yield, you yield. Chen Sun stumbled off the platform, returned the array flags, and wore an apologetic smile. Junior brother, your speed is truly remarkable. Zhang Song stepped back, took the flags, and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Could such speed interrupt spellcasting? I got lucky. Without the platform's limits, I'd never be a match for you, senior brother. You're too modest. Zhang Song shook his head, incredulous at such an absurd turn of events. Chen Sun trudged over to a platform overseer and said respectfully, Uncle Master, this disciple wishes to continue. The overseer replied flatly, channeling a stream of spiritual energy into Chen Sun's yellow talisman to match him against another first-round victor. In the second round, he faced a cold-faced disciple named Lu Tao, who was at Qi Refining Layer 9. Junior brother, if you concede now, you'll save yourself some pain. Lu Tao stared expressionlessly at Chen Sun and the big black ox, the latter clearly in poor shape. Please, enlighten me, senior brother. Chen Sun forced a weak smile and even sat cross-legged, as if to recover his spiritual energy. If you don't know, when you're well off. Lu Tao waved his hand, and a massive black ring appeared, growing from small to large as it hovered in midair. A dark wind howled, seemingly locking onto Chen Sun. The black ring shook violently and shot toward Chen Sun, a mid-grade yellow-rank killing artifact. A cold glint flashed in Chen Sun's eyes. He left an afterimage in his original spot, but the ring seemed to track him relentlessly. If you can't hold on, junior brother, it's not too late to surrender. Lu Tao sneered, watching Chen Sun flee in a panic, his movements never slowing. He raised his right hand and waved. The ring emitted a golden light, expanding even further as it descended from above Chen Sun. Truly worthy of a Layer 9 senior brother. Chen Sun still found time to compliment him, then suddenly punched out, slamming his fist hard against the ring. At that moment, a change occurred. Clang. A violent collision rang out. The ring's golden light dimmed considerably from the blow. Seizing the brief pause, Chen Sun fled again. Lu Tao's face changed drastically, shock blazing in his eyes. Though the artifact appeared unharmed to onlookers, he clearly heard the internal vibrations. His expression grew solemn. This junior brother, despite his poor condition, as if still recovering from a fierce battle, could not be underestimated. Fireball art. Chen Sun formed hand seals, sending several small fireballs at Lu Tao. Lu Tao sneered. Such a low-level spell was an insult. He opened his mouth wide. Inferno art. A blaze erupted across the platform, swallowing the small fireballs instantly. Chen Sun burst from the sea of flames, hatchet in hand, swinging at Lu Tao. Lu Tao snorted and drew a long sword. The platform descended into fierce combat once more, with Lu Tao pressing hard, driving Chen Sun back step by step. Half an hour later, Lu Tao was drenched in sweat, his control over his spiritual energy weakening. His face twisted with fury. Junior brother, can you even keep going? Still hanging in there, Chen Sun replied weakly, as if about to collapse at any moment. Lu Tao's spiritual energy was depleted, his eyes bulging. Why was his speed always a fraction faster? His mind was utterly drained. Finally, at the very moment they clashed, the spirit beast he had overlooked made its move. Moo. A sneak attack. A black shadow charged from the side, its speed so swift that, entangled by Chen Sun as he had no time to react. Ah, damn it. Lu Tao's expression was one of grief and indignation, utterly humiliated as he was knocked off the arena by the big black ox. Chen Sun, seemingly on the verge of collapse, fell onto the big black ox. Lu Tao, witnessing this from below the arena, was momentarily stunned, silently admiring his formidable perseverance. Senior brother. You yield. Chun Sun weakly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face. Junior brother, you should tend to your injuries first. Let us spar again next year. Lu Tao cupped his hands, inwardly acknowledging this man. The battle had been exhilarating, and he felt a glimmer of enlightenment. All right. Chun Sun struggled to return the gesture, then was led off the dueling platform by the big black ox. Lu Tao even stepped forward to offer a healing pill. Chun Sun burst into tears, moved, and grasped senior brother Liu's hand. Lu Tao was taken aback, his eyes even showing guilt, inwardly fretting that he might have struck too hard. The surrounding disciples cast strange looks at Lu Tao, as if Chun Sun were the one who had lost. Frightened, Lu Tao quickly fled, shaking his head all the way. Half an hour later, Chun Sun led the big black ox to the Foundation establishment. Elder cupped his hands and said, Elder, I wish to continue fighting. In your current state, can you still fight? The elder frowned slightly. This disciple wore a straw hat full of holes with messy strands of hair sticking out, his face covered in dust and bloodstains on his hands. I can. Chun Sun lowered his head and smiled, his eyes full of stubbornness. Since you insist, I won't go against your will. The elder nodded slightly. There were many such disciples, every year stubborn as mules, but it was always themselves who suffered. A surge of magical power was infused into Chun Sun's yellow talisman, causing it to emit a faint glow. Chun Sun then looked towards another arena, his opponent, for the second victory. Chun Sun staggered onto the arena, startling his opponent, who was at the 8th level of chi refinement. He worried he might accidentally kill him. An hour later, an enraged roar came from the arena. Junior brother, can you hold on or not? Senior brother. Come on. Chun Sun growled, his steps faltering, a large hole torn in his straw hat still smoking. The disciple at the 8th level of chi refinement looked frantic. You can still hold on, but I'm about to collapse. Which chi refinement cultivator duels for an hour? Who has such abundant magical power? Moo. The big black ox, seeing the opportune moment, a lecherous glint in its eyes, charged. Black ox charge. A sneak attack. The man shrieked, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing firmly outside the arena. Chun Sun's third victory. The big black ox carried Chun Sun away towards a distant patch of shade, appearing grievously wounded, as if at death's door. Under the shade, Chun Sun awoke, wobbled over to a tree, and leaned against it, a smile spreading across his face. Moo. The big black ox lay down beside him, its large mouth twitching constantly. I brought some, don't rush. Chun Sun took off his straw hat, revealing an afro of hair, his body covered in scars and bruises. The big black ox kept licking Chun Sun's wounds. He patted its head and took out some healing medicine from his storage pouch. Just flesh wounds, nothing serious. Moo. The big black ox still looked at Chun Sun with concern. Although they had often been injured back in their small mountain village, this was a duel. A single misstep could be fatal. I learned quite a bit of medicine from Master Ning. This little injury is nothing. Chun Sun said nonchalantly. As long as it wasn't internal damage, applying some ointment would heal it in a few days without leaving a scar. Their magical power is limited, they can't outlast us. If we really used our spells, they wouldn't survive. Chun Sun smiled faintly. He was quite fond of these junior brothers and sisters. Moo. The big black ox nodded. That was true. Their spells were too terrifying. If they truly used them, it would result in death or severe injury. Winning about 6 matches should do it. If I win 3 more tomorrow, we can get those 500 contribution points. Moo. The big black ox nuzzled Chun Sun, its eyes filled with joy. Chun Sun took out some melon seeds from his storage pouch, and they ate together, watching the various dueling arenas packed with people, the sounds of fierce combat unceasing. The next day, Chun Sun was full of energy. His opponents grew stronger, but no matter how flashy the spells, they still required magical power to sustain. Chun Sun began his path of torment. Arena duels starting at an hour, no exceptions. Pure relentless attrition. Disciples who came to watch were soon lulled into drowsiness and hurried off to other arenas, which were far more exciting than this one. Junior brother, I can't hold on anymore. A miserable cry rang out. His features were twisted, and his gaze at Chun Sun even held a trace of fear. Senior brother, hold on. Chun Sun roared encouragingly. I can still go on. Moo. The black ox ambushed him, knocking him off the arena. His expression even held a hint of relieved smile. It was finally over. Chun Sun smoothly secured his 4th victory. An hour later. Junior brother, I beg you, stop persevering, just admit defeat. Impossible. How can a cultivator have no pride? Senior brother, let's fight for another day. Moo. Black ox ambush, black ox tail whip. The senior brother, utterly despondent, stared at the sky, collapsed outside the arena, not a single drop of magical power left within him. Chun Sun secured his 5th victory. An hour later. Junior brother, I still have countless talismans unactivated, you can't outlast me. Senior brother, fire at will. Half an hour later, the senior brother, trembling, his eyes quivering, had all his talismans depleted. Moo. Ambush, black ox charge. Off. The senior brother screamed, his body flying midair, 2 clear streams of tears flowing from his eyes. My life savings. Chen Sun secured his 6th victory, but his legs were trembling. He had to be supported onto the arena by the big black ox for the next match. Although Chen Sun was unremarkable, his indomitable, while deeply impressed even a few Foundation establishment elders who turned their gazes to Chen Sun's arena. Junior brother. The senior brother frowned slightly, looking at the unsteady Chen Sun. How could he possibly strike? Chen Sun's hair flew wildly, his eyes bloodshot. He hunched over, pressing his hands on his knees, slowly raised his head, and said, "Senior brother, come and fight. I will naturally give junior brother the respect he deserves." The senior brother's expression was solemn. That gaze in his eyes was shocking and admirable. In just the time of a few incense sticks, with a loud roar, Chen Sun charged forward, swinging his fists, his entire body full of openings. The senior brother merely sidestepped slightly, his eyes full of emotion. A cold wind blew. Chen Sun could hold on no longer and fell like an iron pillar directly onto the arena. Junior brother. Moo. They rushed forward to check on him. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Even a Foundation establishment elder came to examine him. He's fine. He's just exhausted from the consecutive battles, both physically and mentally. A few days of rest at home will suffice. Thank you, Uncle Master. The senior brother cupped his hands. The Foundation establishment elder nodded, his eyes also showing some emotion. This man was likely a rogue cultivator. People like them often possess such traits. It was a helplessness towards one's own talent, a defiance against fate, refusing to admit defeat even if they had to fight to their last drop of blood. But the reality was that no grand figures cast their gaze upon him. Such a person was too ordinary. His indomitable will was merely the futile rage of the powerless, which could not change his aptitude for cultivation. Chen Sun was dragged down the mountain by the big black ox. Old Ox Sequence 478 were set. 500 contribution points. 2 days' work is worth more than our 2 years combined. Chen Sun lay on the back of the great black ox, examining the yellow talisman in his hand. Once the sect competition ended, he could head to the sect hall to exchange it for contributions. Moo. The great black ox turned its head, gazing at Chen Sun with concern. Old Ox, what's the big deal? Back in Panning City, who had it easy? We were all just scraping by in the cracks. Chen Sun said, nonchalantly smiling. Getting a few injuries for so many contributions. We've made a profit. We should thank the sect for giving us this opportunity. Moo moo. The great black ox nodded, thinking to itself that it wished it could take the injuries for Chen Sun, given its thick hide and tough flesh. Returning to the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun perked up and applied medicinal ointment all over his body. The great black ox stayed by his side, doing nothing else. These fasting pills are only good for emergencies. It's not like we can't spare the time to eat. Chen Sun took out a yellowish-brown pill. He had refined one last year too. After swallowing it, he felt no hunger, but also no sense of fullness, utterly bland. Moo moo. The great black ox deeply agreed. These fasting pills were nowhere near as delicious as the wild game from the mountains that felt like having a pile of dry grass stuffed in its stomach. Old Ox, let's get to work. Tend the Medicine Valley. Chen Sun had already applied ointment all over his body, smiling slightly. They couldn't really hurt me. I dodged on purpose. Moo moo. The great black ox glanced back repeatedly as it left. The herb garden had indeed been neglected for 2 days. It needed to check on it. Once the ox vanished from sight, hiss. Chen Sun winced in pain, grinning through gritted teeth. Though he had no internal injuries, the external wounds were truly agonizing. A few days later, the sect competition concluded. Chen Sun and the great black ox raced toward the sect hall. The yellow talisman was not collected by the sect, left with the disciples as a keepsake. Junior brother Chen. A familiar voice sounded behind Chen Sun. His face lit up with joy. I didn't expect it to be you. Senior brother Ji. Chen Sun was also delighted, looking at Ji Kuan. His face had grown more resolute, though he still had that lean, monkey-like appearance. Chen Sun couldn't help but sigh. Even within the same sect, a chance meeting had taken a full 2 years. Junior brother Chen, did you not take an outer sect steward position? I went to manage the herb garden. My family used to do this back home. They walked to a quiet spot under a tree and began catching up. The great black ox followed behind, lying down when they stopped. Junior brother Chen, the herb garden isn't a good place. They call it the land of lost ideals. Ji Kuan spoke with a hint of frustration, trying to persuade him. It's where old sect members go. Those who've accepted they'll never reach Foundation establishment. We still have bright days ahead. We can't slack off, Junior brother Chen. Senior brother Ji, I appreciate your concern, but I truly dislike fighting and killing. Chen Sun looked troubled. He understood Ji Kuan's meaning. An outer sect steward position brought more opportunities and would definitely enhance his strength. Junior brother Chen, you don't know? Do you realize how the sect's disciples view us rogue cultivators? Ji Kuan's face twisted with indignation, one hand behind his back, the other clenched into a fist. I really don't know. Chen Sun shook his head. He felt the senior and junior sisters were quite nice, had never faced discrimination. They say we are stepping stones. Even the Foundation establishment elders don't favor us. Ji Kuan had spent the past 2 years as an outer sect steward where factions clashed endlessly and contributions were sometimes embezzled. Senior brother Ji, what does this mean? Chen Sun asked calmly. In the past, he'd have pulled out 3 battle axes and started a ruckus. In 3 years, the Nanda Mountain secret realm will open, but most of those sent there are rogue cultivators. Yes, I know. Otherwise, how would we have had the chance to join the sect? Junior brother, Chen, do you know how many can go every 20 years, and how many survive? Ji Kuan took a deep breath, his voice grave. 700 go, fewer than 100 return. If they don't gather Foundation Establishment spiritual herbs, they get nothing. That dark? Chen Sun exclaimed in shock. Though had known they were sent as cannon fodder, he hadn't realized it was this ruthless. Of course. Were the rogue cultivators left after the 10 great immortal sects picked the best? On the surface they treat us equally, but which elder truly values us? Ji Kuan's eyes dimmed. The past 2 years had shattered many illusions, making him more somber. The rogue cultivators with Foundation Establishment potential had already been taken by the 10 great immortal sects. For the rest, the only path to Foundation Establishment was that bloody road. Senior brother Ji, do you mean to go to the Nanda Mountain secret realm? Chen Sun sized him up. At the 8th layer of Qi, refining his strength might be insufficient. Exactly. Ji Kuan nodded firmly. I've saved enough contributions. They'll go into secluded cultivation. If I can break through to the 9th layer of Qi, refining my chances of survival will increase. Senior brother Ji, you could wait for the next 20 years. You're still young, you can improve your strength first. Junior brother Chen, in 23 years my Qi and blood will decline, and my strength will plummet. What would I have to fight with? Ji Kuan's fist tightened, his eyes burning with unwillingness. He truly couldn't accept it. Those words struck Chen Sun's heart. Yes, the Qi refining stage lasted barely 100 years, fleeting. How many 20-year cycles did a cultivator have? Junior brother Chen, today the sun shines bright. A good day for farewells. Ji Kuan smiled gently. He genuinely liked Chen Sun, feeling that he harbored no ill intentions, making their time together always easy. After 2 years in the outer sect steward hall, he realized friends like Chen Sun were rare and precious. Perhaps choosing the herb garden was the right call. Senior brother Ji, wait a moment. Chen Sun quickly pulled out his storage pouch, taking out 2 heavy feather pills and a bottle of fasting pills. Senior brother Ji, I bought these heavy feather pills at 9-Star Valley. 2 are left their potency intact. He understood the principle that great kindness could feel like a burden, so he didn't offer too much lest it harm their friendship. Heavy feather pills. Ji Kuan exclaimed in surprise. These were precious pills for the Qi refining stage, expensive and rare. Junior brother Chen, I had no ulterior motive. Please take them back. You need them too. Senior brother Ji, take them. You need them more than I do. We've been managing the herb garden while earning plenty of contributions each year. Chen Sun smiled sincerely, quickly placing them in Ji Kuan's hands. Your kindness is hard to refuse, but it'll only take 1 heavy feather pill. Take the rest back. Ji Kuan accepted solemnly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Oh, fine. Chen Sun sighed softly, putting the other items back into his storage pouch. Junior brother Chen, brother Ox, they'll take my leave. Take care of yourselves. Ji Kuan clasped his hands, then looked at the great black ox, which quickly stood on all fours and let out a moo. Beneath the tree, Ji Kuan departed. Chen Sun and the great black ox watched his receding figure, so lonely yet so resolute. Senior brother Ji will definitely reach Foundation Establishment, old ox, don't you think? Chen Sun murmured. Moo. The great black ox nodded. In this sect, Ji Kuan was the only one who treated it like a junior brother. The merit it carried would bless him. Let's go, old ox. We should head back too. The straw hats aren't woven yet. Moo. The man and the ox made their way back to the Medicine Valley. A gentle breeze blew, sending countless fallen leaves swirling beneath the tree, a beautiful sight. Time flew like a white steed passing a crevice. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had slipped by. Many new disciples had arrived at the sect, their eyes brimming with passion and visions of the future. The sect's grand tournament also gave rise to countless new talents. One dark horse after another rose to fame, looking down upon the masses with pride. However, one disciple became the nightmare of many. This person, wearing a straw hat and leading a black ox spirit beast, was considered the bane of the grand tournament. If one encountered this person and couldn't deliver a lethal blow, they had better prepare for a duel lasting an entire Shurchen. Many spectating disciples had nightmares well into the night, seeing straw hats in their beds. His opponents were even more miserable. Some, even at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, chose to forfeit, directly a testament to his ferocity. But due to the prolonged battles draining his body and mind, he fell short of the top 500 every year, a pity that drew many sighs. Nevertheless, this was merely idle chatter among the lower-level disciples. The top 100 in the sect's ranking each year was the hottest topic, igniting the ambition of countless disciples. This was the true goal of the Wuyun sect, using inner disciples to spur these dark horses. As for the reward for the ultimate victor, it remained unknown, but it was certain that outer disciples could not obtain it. Only with a constant influx of fresh blood could the sect endure for ages. Each year's grand tournament allowed many disciples to break through during their battles. In the low sky of the Yuzhu mountain range, a man and an ox skulked furtively, flying towards the main hall of the sect at a leisurely pace. Old Ox a full 3,000 contribution points. Chun Sun licked his lips and whispered, "Moo." The great black ox's body was stiff, trembling with excitement at the thought of how many good things this could buy. Yet its eyes dimmed slightly, knowing most of these points were earned through Chun Sun's countless scars. "What are you thinking, Old Ox? Let's exchange for the Foundation Establishment Pill Formula." Moo. Their flying sword whistled low through the air. They dared not ascend higher, fearing to offend some elder or great cultivator. Chun Sun had even calculated the safe flying altitude. Within the contribution hall, a high platform stood nearly empty, reserved for elders at the Foundation Establishment stage, where the Foundation Establishment Pill Formula was also kept. Reporting to Uncle Master, this disciple has come to exchange for the Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. Chun Sun bowed with cupped hands, presenting his trigram token to the gaunt man on the platform, whose face was as stiff as a zombie with protruding cheekbones. His expression icy, he stared at Chun Sun. A Chi Refinement 8th layer disciple with 3,000 contribution points indeed. The pill formula is prepared for Foundation Establishment cultivators. What use have you for it? The sect has no Foundation Establishment spiritual herbs for exchange. The gaunt man questioned, his gaze piercing. At the Chi Refinement stage you cannot refine it either. You'd best give me a reason. This Foundation Establishment Pill Formula was merely hung there by the sect to give Chi Refinement disciples a vain hope, like a clever woman who cannot cook without rice. It's for my own peace of mind, Uncle. This disciple intends to go on the Nandam Mountain expedition. Then you shouldn't waste contribution points on such useless items. Uncle, you may not know, but I was once a rogue cultivator. This formula is my obsession. Seeing it feels like Foundation Establishment is within reach. Chun Sun's voice trembled as he bowed lower, his battered straw hat seeming to lament the injustice of fate. Granted. The gaunt man nodded, then added, "Consider carefully. The Nanda Mountain expedition in half a year will not be easy." Surprise flickered in Chun Sun's eyes. This zombie-like Uncle Master, seemingly cold on the outside, was warm-hearted. He said solemnly, "This disciple will never regret it." The gaunt man gave Chun Sun a deep look, produced the pill formula, and cleared the contribution points from the trigram token. "Thank you, Uncle Master." Chun Sun accepted the token with both hands, then turned and led the great black ox away. They rode their flying sword back to the Medicine Valley, where the ox had set traps in many places. Any intruder would find every detail changed. "Moo." The great black ox called to Chun Sun, signaling no one had come. "Let's go." Joy in his eyes, Chun Sun rushed into the cave dwelling and quickly took out the Foundation Establishment Pill Formula. Heavenly Bane Fruit, Lunar Order Fruit, Scepter Flower, Ice Mandarin Herb, Cold Spirit Herb. Chun Sun muttered softly, his eyes widening. He had never heard of nor seen most of them, recognizing only a few. The Foundation Establishment Pill required 27 auxiliary ingredients, and 3 main ones: Earth Soul, Vine Yang, Ginseng, Lotus, and Phoebe Leaf. Moo. The great black ox stretched its head to look closely, but the Medicine Valley had none of these spiritual herbs. At Foundation Establishment, the Dantian liquefies, divine sense is born, and there are countless wonders. Chun Sun sighed, envy stirring within him. He longed to experience what divine sense felt like, said to surpass the 5 senses. Moo. If it takes 100 years to reach Foundation Establishment, the Wuyun sect will have no place for us. Chun Sun spoke each word deliberately, fixing his gaze on the great black ox. In half a year, the Nanda Mountain secret realm. We're going. Moo. The great black ox rose with a thunderous bellow, fighting spirit blazing in its eyes. All the cultivation sects of the Qian Kingdom would send disciples there. That would be the true battlefield. Go out every day to gather information. We need to start preparing. Chun Sun said. They knew nothing about Nanda Mountain, not even its location. The man and the ox gazed slowly out of the cave, dwelling, a glint of killing intent shimmering in their eyes. It seemed they would have to get serious this time. Half a year later, bells tolled continuously within the Wuyun sect. Figures on flying swords shot from each peak, their expressions cold and determined as they headed towards the sect leader's peak. The Nanda Mountain secret realm, held once every 20 years in the Qian Kingdom, was finally about to begin. Elders and disciples from every peak looked on with hope. A bountiful harvest could elevate the sect to new heights. Many minor sects had risen to prominence thanks to the Nanda Mountain expedition. This year, thousands applied to participate, but only the top 2,000 in the sect ranking had a chance, prioritized by their tournament performance. Many older disciples resigned themselves to disappointment. They packed their belongings and slowly descended the mountain, heading to the market towns built by the Wuyun sect, a place for cultivators to trade. The outer sect affairs hall would assign them duties, and they would wait for time to pass, eventually turning to dust, their names perhaps never known. But among the inner disciples, an unwritten rule circulated: they were absolutely forbidden from participating in the Nanda Mountain expedition. they would receive their foundation establishment pills separately. In a cave dwelling within a medicine valley of the Wuyun sect, the stone walls were covered in cracks. A pit was dug in the earthen floor holding a blackened cauldron that billowed white steam carrying a strong medicinal scent. Embers still crackled in the pit, but the cave was empty. The sky today was a clear azure unmarred by clouds. Distant mountains were tinged with a dark green hue, and a gentle breeze brought warmth. Chen Sun and the great black ox walked out of the medicine valley with expressionless faces, mounted their flying sword, and headed towards the sect leader's peak. These 3 years the points of longevity had also been added to his magical power. Their current points of longevity were Strength 21, Speed 21, Vital Essence of all things 20, Magical Power 11. But upon seeing the disciples, his face immediately broke into a warm smile. With a straw hat on his head, he appeared utterly harmless. Chen Sun, leading the big black ox, arrived at the edge of the crowd of disciples, his gaze searching for a particular figure among them, Ji Kuan. He had now broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, brimming with pride and confidence, as if he had found his place. Surrounded by a cluster of admirers, he was the center of lively conversation. A faint smile played on Chen Sun's lips. He did not disturb him, but turned his gaze to the grand hall of the sect leader. He and the big black ox were once again deeply captivated. People were arriving in a steady stream before the grand hall. There were 700 Qi refinement disciples in total. Chen Sun, leading the big black ox, stood at the very back, utterly inconspicuous. Several silhouettes flew out from behind the grand hall. They treaded upon the void, their auras formidable, and even faint glimmers of light trailed their figures. A golden core grand cultivator. They can tread the void. Chen Sun was shocked inwardly. He now knew what realm lay above foundation establishment. It was the golden core stage with a lifespan of up to 1,000 years, truly an ancient monster. Before the grand hall, all the disciples were solemn and silent, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. They stood upright in their places, not daring to act rashly. The big black ox was also terrified, its body going limp and breaking out in a cold sweat. Its spiritual perception was far stronger than anyone else's. These grand cultivators could certainly kill them. The sect leader Yu Yuanhua stood in the void before everyone and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. The journey to Nanda Mountain is an opportunity hard won. I hope all disciples will uphold the prestige of our 5-grain sect. Yu Yuanhua, with his steady demeanor, swept his gaze over the crowd one by one. With a grand wave of his hand, ethereal celestial music drifted out, and from the distant valleys came several piercing eagle cries. This journey will be led by Peak Master Wei Shan, a golden core early-stage cultivator. This shows the sect's regard for you all. As his words fell, the 700 disciples felt flattered and overwhelmed. The sect had actually sent a golden core peak master to escort them, which made their hearts burn with even more fervor to contribute to the sect. Wei Shan had flowing white hair, but showed no signs of age. He was truly a case of a hoary head with a youthful face, exceptionally handsome, causing the hearts of the female disciples among them to flutter. We respectfully obey the sect leader's command. Greetings, Peak Master Wei. The disciples all cupped their hands and bowed their heads, a sign of respect for their senior and an acknowledgement and aspiration for his strength. Disciples, no need for formalities. Wei Shan's words like a spring breeze rang clearly in everyone's ears without the slightest airs of a senior. Everyone felt a force gently lifting them. Chen Sun was dumbfounded, his body no longer under his control. At that moment, several piercing shrieks rent the air. 5 massive spirit beasts flapping their wings came from the distant horizon. The entire area before the grand hall was cast into shadow, sending chills down the spines of Chen Sun and the big black ox. With a thunderous crash that shook the ground, the 5 enormous spirit beasts landed before the grand hall. Their eagle eyes were piercingly sharp, and the feathers on their wings felt harder to Chen Sun than his own mountain-cleaving axe. These are the Green Cliff Eagles at the mid-foundation establishment stage. There is no need to worry. Wei Shan revealed a faint smile, stepped onto the void, and stood atop the middle Green Cliff Eagle. Come on up. Chen Sun quickly led the big black ox to the eagle on the far edge. It was huge, massive. They looked up at it like tiny dwarfs. Old ox, mount the sword. Fly up. Chen Sun took out his immortal sword from his storage pouch, and with a whoosh flew up with the big black ox. An unexpected change occurred. The Green Cliff Eagle actually turned its head to look at the big black ox, a hint of mockery in its eyes, as if regarding it as prey. The big black ox was enraged. If Chen Sun hadn't held it back, it would have already lashed out with its hoof. Treating me as food. Old ox, don't get excited. Do it for my sake. Chen Sun quickly soothed it, lowering his voice. It won't outlive you, will it? When the time comes, well, steal its eggs and make it cry its heart out. Moo. The big black ox responded fiercely, giving Chen Sun face. Apart from Chen Sun, who was still holding back the big black ox, all the other disciples were focused and serene, sitting cross-legged to conserve their energy, though tension was evident in their eyes. With a mere gesture from Wei Shan, a faint azure magical power shield enveloped the bodies of the 5 green cliff eagles. He clasped his hands in farewell towards the grand hall, and the few people before the hall nodded with smiles. Safe journey. A voice resounded in the ears of all the disciples. It was the sect leader's voice. The green cliff eagles spread their wings and soared, letting out several piercing cries. A gale kicked up dust from the ground. The scenery below grew smaller and smaller, and even Chen Sun's heart began to feel uneasy. The green cliff eagles flew across the sky, gradually disappearing into the depths of the mountain range. Countless disciples on the ground let out exclamations of wonder. Truly the 700 warriors of the 5 grains sect. Old Ox were really going to see a grand spectacle this time. Chen Sun's face was flushed with excitement as he looked at the surrounding clouds and mist. Below all were unfamiliar towering peaks that stabbed into the sky, swiftly passed by the green cliff eagles. This speed was incredible. Chen Sun marveled continuously, several times faster than the flying boat they had taken before. Moo Moo, the big black ox, was in high spirits. They had finally left their small mountain village to see the world. Chen Sun gazed into the distance. They were ready to face everything. Over the past 6 months, they had learned a great deal about the Nanda Mountain secret realm. The 10 great immortal sects had each sent 1,500 disciples. They were formidable and had many slots, making them the true victors of Nanda Mountain. However, Nanda Mountain was vast, the most magnificent mountain in the Qian Kingdom. Inside, one needed not only strength, but also luck. Many small sects sent no more than 100 people, yet each time many of them struck it lucky, bringing out countless spiritual herbs. Old Ox, we must be careful of the demonic beasts and spirit beasts inside. They are not friendly to humans. Chen Sun said in a low voice. Spiritual energy was suppressed within Nanda Mountain, preventing these demonic and spirit beasts from advancing to the foundation establishment stage, making them exceptionally irritable and prone to killing on sight. This he had heard from the elders in the sect. These demonic and spirit beasts even surpassed the strength of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, hovering between that and the foundation establishment stage. Moo. The big black ox nodded, emphatically understanding. Over the past 6 months, they had heard countless tales. Most of the disciples who died were killed by these demonic and spirit beasts which guarded the foundation establishment spiritual herbs. Gradually, Chen Sun and the big black ox began to calm down and stop their chatter. The green cliff eagles traversed one prefecture after another, occasionally being attacked by other demonic beasts, but Wei Shan only had to release his aura, and those flying beasts would flee in panic. Half a month later, the green cliff eagles began to slow down. Nanda Mountain, composed of 19 magnificent peaks, connected as one, resembled a winding, coiling dragon that soared into the clouds. It stood like a giant amidst the myriad mountains, coldly overlooking the land and the approaching cultivators. Even the green cliff eagles seemed minuscule at this moment. My heavens, how can such a stunning sight exist in this world? Chen Sun was deeply shaken, murmuring as he stood up. The big black ox was also so stunned it stood frozen in place, realizing just how insignificant they were. Gazing into the farthest distance, strange peaks, jutted out mountain ranges stretched endlessly, verdant and steep, shrouded in clouds and mist, all enclosed within a grand formation. Chen Sun marveled continuously. Truly, only countless grand cultivators could have sealed this place. Even Elder Wei was probably insignificant here. He wondered what kind of immensely powerful cultivator had accomplished this. The 5 green cliff eagles landed on an open expanse. In the distance were cultivators from various sects, a sea of people. They all cast unfriendly glances at the 5 grains sect before looking away. North of the clearing lay the territory of Nanda Mountain. Within all were towering 1,000-year-old ancient trees, dark and silent, carrying an ancient aura that inspired awe in one's heart. This is the Wu Yun sect's encampment. Do not wander about, Wei Shan warned, casting his gaze in all directions with a cold snort. Many present started in surprise, bowed, and withdrew their brazen looks. Chen Sun praised, inwardly relieved to have a tree to lean against. Wei Shan spoke little. He waited for the keys to the Nanda Mountain secret realm lay in the hands of the 10 great sects. The sky thundered without cease as enormous flying vessels and giant birds tore through the heavens, their suffocating presences rolling down in relentless waves. Shadows swept across the earth like demonstrations of dominance, proclaiming ownership. Banners of sects fluttered brilliantly atop them, stood countless silhouettes who regarded the land and the sect disciples below with indifferent coldness. Wei Shan's face remained composed and unruffled, but his heart was far less at ease. The 10 great sects loomed like towering mountains, weighing upon every cultivator in the Qian state. Chen Sun and He Niu kept shaking their heads in admiration. This display far exceeded what they had seen at Jiuxing Valley. One could only call it magnificent. Ho! Chen Sun pointed toward the heavens. Old Niu, look. Several great vessels hovered, and from them sprang scores of women in purple robes. They rode upon lotus leaf talismans and descended through the air. Their movements were like a dance in the sky, stirring a purple sea of robes. Chun Sun watched as if he could almost smell a faint fragrance on the wind. All eyes on the ground were irresistibly drawn to that distant spectacle. The 10 great sects, Ziyun sect's celestial maidens. If one could find a Tao companion so lovely even death would seem glamorous. Moo. Dahe Nyo nudged Chun Sun, unimpressed by romantic thoughts. Old Nyo, tell me, if a man joins Ziyun sect, would he also wear purple, stand upon a lotus leaf, and when dueling declare? Chun Sun mocked and mimicked in a sing-song voice, patting Dahe Nyo and teasing, "You hit me, you naughty." Laughter erupted. The two rolled on the ground, Chun Sun imitating now and then until Dahe Nyo laughed until his mouth cramped. "Ah, Chinshitty, is that you?" Ji Kuan stared at the pair rolling on the ground, surprised. "Chinshitty, why are you here?" Chun Sun laughed until tears brimmed. "Come here, I have something hilarious to tell you." Ji Kuan, intrigued, moved closer. After a moment, Chun Sun resumed his coquettish performance with vivid expression. Ji Kuan shook his head and laughed heartily. This junior brother, even standing on the brink of life and death, still found amusement. Ji Kuan wondered whether Chun Sun was simply thick-skinned or possessed of an unshakable optimism. "Old Nyo and I will scout and seek opportunities." I think Ji Shixiang was right before. Chun Sun stood and spoke with sudden solemnity. "Rest assured, Ji Shixiang, we will not be a burden to you." Ji Kun's face grew displeased. He laid a hand on Chun Sun's shoulder and said, "If you cannot win, then flee when you can. Life is most important." Chun Sun smiled. "Thanks for the concern, Ji Shixiang. Dahe Nyo and I will not clash Eden. The teleportation is quite random, at most 3 per group. I did not know you that day. Ji Shixiang need not worry about us. I knew you had already formed a group, so I did not wish to intrude." Chun Sun smiled. His and Dahe Nyo's strength and connections were unremarkable. Few would invite them. Ji Kun's expression soured. He wanted to keep Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo close so he could pull them back if danger came. "Ji Shixiang, do not worry. Go in peace. We have a special trick," Chun Sun said, patting the hand that still rested on his shoulder. "Over the past 3 years, I cultivated a method for 2.5 years, but..." Chun Sun continued earnestly. "If you regard me as a friend, go without worry. Dahe Nyo and I will return alive." Ji Kuan, still troubled, pulled his hand away sharply. Without another word, he turned and left. Dahe Nyo watched Ji Kun's departing back, then glanced at Chun Sun. "It's all right. Ji Shixiang only worries about our ability," Chun Sun said, gently looking after Ji Kun's retreating figure. Dahe Nyo nodded, thinking inwardly that they were indeed strong, and Ji Kuan need not have worried. Suddenly, beast roars echoed in all directions. A colossal python tore through the air, carrying atop its back 1,000 disciples of the Yusho sect clad in gray robes embroidered with strange spirit beasts. Many on the python wore predatory smiles. By their sides were an assortment of spirit beasts, some had spiders and small serpents coiling around their bodies. One of the 10 great sects, the Yusho sect, has arrived. Their spirit beasts are truly formidable. It is said that when the Nanda Mountain secret realm opens, every 20 years the Yusho sect suffers the fewest losses and gains the most. Low-rank cultivators simply cannot match the disciples of Yusho sect in duels. A murmur of envy rose from the ground. Spirit beasts were not easy to nurture, but once raised they were an immense boon. Chun Sun's Dahe Nyo was a rare exception. Those disciples had never seen an owner and his beast possess such a gulf in cultivation. Chun Sun squatted and tossed pebbles. "Old Nyo, if those beasts matched you, what are your odds?" Dahe Nyo issued an angry bellow, stamped the ground, and scored a confident 10. "Impressive." Chun Sun slapped Dahe Nyo approvingly. "I have believed in you since I was young." The ox tossed its head proud. One day later, members of the 10 great sects arrived in succession. They exchanged a few words at their encampments and behaved as if no other sects mattered. Wei Shan could no longer keep his composure. His face darkened, but beneath the eaves he had to bow his head. He could only hope his disciples would prove themselves. From the highest clearing came a series of thunderous sounds as multicolored spirit lights surged skyward and coalesced into a pillar, followed by wave after wave of spiritual pressure. "Do not worry. The 10 great sects are breaking the Nanda Mountain seals and opening the teleportation arrays," Wei Shan explained to his disciples, whose faces showed pain. "Yes, sect chief." They saluted, unwilling to make a fool of themselves in front of Wei Shan. Rumbles filled the air. Each sect's encampment produced a vast 7-star array of light, a teleportation formation. The leaders produced ancient tokens and placed them in the carved slots. "Hurry, the teleportation array will last only half a day," Wei Shan shouted, pouring his power into it. The Wu Yun sect's token could allow at most 700 people to pass through. "Yes, sect chief. Yes, sect chief." They entered in threes, each joining their prearranged teams, and vanished in an instant. Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo stood alone at the perimeter. Only after the last had been sent did they step forward and place a foot into the teleportation array. The 7-star light faded, and the formation winked out. Wei Shan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on Nanda Mountain. As dusk fell, Nanda Mountain lay in an uncanny peace, so still that even the roars of wild beasts were absent. The silence resembled death itself. Miasma arose in many places. Poisonous insects and toxic plants abounded. A single misstep allowing miasma into the body could cost one half of their life. Tens of thousands had been transported, and yet they scattered like a drop cast into the sea, unable to find their fellow disciples. Even the sect tokens failed to sense one another, a sure sign of great distance between them. Perched upon an ancient tree, Chun Sun and Dahe Nyo looked gloomily in all directions. Dahe Nyo remembered Chun Sun's admonition: safety comes first when one is away from home. Old ox, take the miasma-repelling pill and the insect-repelling pill. Chun Sun produced 2 pills, swallowed them in one gulp, and then handed 2 more to the great black ox. Moo! The great black ox responded, its tongue curling to take the pills. These were bought with spirit stones back at the sect. What an eerie place. Chun Sun muttered under his breath. The forest before them was unlike any they had ventured into before, and not a trace of vitality could be seen. A deathly stillness hung in the air, though spiritual energy was abundant. Moo! The great black ox stared with wide eyes, warily scanning its surroundings, its nostrils twitching as it sniffed. Old ox, the Nanda Mountain secret realm lasts 6 months. No rush, let's observe first. Chun Sun shrank his neck, pulling out a long and used bandit hood from his bosom. He slowly donned it, and instantly the aura. It was completely different. Moo! The great black ox patted Chun Sun, demanding its own hood. Gotta put it on, put it on. Chun Sun grinned. This was the gear they had used back when they raided Old Wang's place. Moo! The great black ox trembled with excitement. That feeling had suddenly returned. Chun Sun then slowly removed his Wuyun sect disciple robe. To outsiders it seemed a talisman of protection, but to Chun Sun it was a mark of identity that could lead to future reckoning. He slipped into a set of coarse linen clothes he had sewn himself, feeling light and unburdened, as if shackles had fallen away. Old ox, stay low. Chun Sun held the ox's head, their position shielded by dense foliage, utterly secure. Moo! The great black ox called in reply, having long absorbed Chun Sun's essence, but felt no panic. As days turned to nights while disciples from various sects toiled to find spiritual herbs, this man and his ox sat perched on a tree for an entire day, utterly motionless. Old ox, this place seems safe. Let's make some clothes. Moo! Just watch. I learned a trick from Aunt Wang back then. Chun Sun chuckled, his thoughts drifting to that small mountain village, vowing to return someday. Moo! The great black ox nodded, watching Chun Sun climb down from the ancient tree and stealthily gather piles of fallen leaves. It quickly went to help. Half a day later the task was complete. Chun Sun gazed with deep satisfaction at the ghillie suit crafted from countless withered leaves and promptly draped it over himself. Moo! The great black ox was astonished. When Chun Sun lay on the ground it felt as if he had vanished. He was utterly invisible. Huh! Chun Sun laughed softly, rising from the ground as countless dried leaves rustled. He quickly draped another suit over the great black ox, covering everything but its eyes. Even the horns were hidden. Moo! The great black ox's gaze toward Chun Sun said it all. Sheer brilliance. Hehe, old ox, move out. Chun Sun grinned, his face beneath the hood looking utterly fearsome. Moo! 2 clumps of dried leaves slowly navigated through the ancient trees, moving with minimal motion, yet remarkable agility. They pressed forward, spotting spiritual herbs along the way, the first they had seen in the wild. However, they refrained from picking them. They were of no use. They suddenly halted atop an ancient tree. Ahead lay a vast lake, its surface shimmering, surrounded by a profusion of spiritual herbs with a rich, invigorating aura. Yet a chill emanated from the lake, its surface veiled in wisps of mist, creating an eerie beauty. Moo! The great black ox extended a hoof to stop Chun Sun. Danger surely lurked within the lake. Old ox, are you teaching me? That's obvious. Only a fool would rush in. Chun Sun snorted with laughter. Good heavens, old ox had grown quite savvy over the years. Moo! The great black ox nudged Chun Sun, its eyes defiant. It had spotted the danger first, and here he was stating the obvious. Ice mandarin duck, grass, chill spirit herb. They're really here. Chun Sun gazed from afar. There were 2 auxiliary ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. Over the past 6 months, he had thoroughly memorized all information on these herbs. As his words faded, several sounds of tearing air came from another grove. A 3-person squad emerged, their sect affiliation unclear. Old ox, see. There really are fools. Chun Sun shook his head repeatedly, as if expecting a water monster to burst forth from the lake at any moment. Moo! The great black ox nodded in agreement. These people seemed less capable than itself. But the script seemed off. What the hell? Moo! Chun Sun and the great black ox craned their necks, growling under their breath, their faces etched with disbelief. The trio leisurely gathered herbs by the lake, and no water monster emerged. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chun Sun gripped the tree trunk so tightly that the bark began to flake off. The great black ox also shook its head in bewilderment. What was going on? The trio knew when to quit, taking only a few herbs before swiftly departing. Clearly seasoned veterans retreating decisively. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. From both groves, teams of sect disciples burst forth, their attire suggesting they were allied. Angry shouts rang out, and the two sides clashed in fierce combat. Damn ambushers. Chun Sun's eyes widened. So this was the real danger. Old Ox, see that. The threat isn't a beast, it's people. Moo. The great black ox was puzzled. There were still plenty of herbs by the lake. Why risk robbing others? This is the treachery of the human heart. Chun Sun clicked his tongue. Weren't we ambushed by those three bastards out of nowhere too? Moo. The great black ox's pupils contracted. Understood. In all their years together, they had encountered no shortage of absurdities. Then another change occurred. Countless bubbles rose from the lake. Chun Sun and the great black ox stretched their necks again, eyes fixed on the water. Was the legendary water monster finally coming? Large black fish leaped from the surface repeatedly, as if playing before sinking back after a while. Chun Sun and the great black ox exchanged glances, both seething with frustration, left to watch the distant battle with growing boredom. Yet another change. Right beneath their tree, a roar erupted. A gust of wind swept through, rattling their ghillie suits and filling their mouths with dust. A red shadow shot out. It resembled a red-furred lion with long, razor-sharp fangs. Its body was over 3 zhang in length, and its front claws, wreathed in crimson light, lunged madly at the battling figures. A chi refining layer 10 beast, quite formidable. Chun Sun calmly adjusted his ghillie suit, speaking nonchalantly. Moo. The great black ox was raring to go, battle intent gleaming in its eyes. From afar came shouts of alarm and fury. The red lion relentlessly pursued the herb-gathering disciples, casting spells and plunging everything into chaos. Blood splattered lightly. Forced to abandon their herbs, the disciples tossed them into the air and fled in all directions. Old Ox, ready. He'll grab a few herbs. It's yours to handle. Moo. 2 figures descended lightly from the tree, their expressions calm and unhurried, before darting toward the lake in a flash. Roar. The red lion erupted in fury. More intruders had entered its territory, 2 creatures covered in leaves. Confusion flickered in its eyes. What in the world were these things? It had never seen anything like them. Just as it was about to charge forward to stop the man from plucking the spiritual herb, a colossal figure blocked its path. Moo. The great black ox stood on its hind legs, clapped its hooves together, and struck with astonishing speed, leaving the red-hided lion utterly astounded. A burst of flames erupted, but the red-hided lion's spell was effortlessly neutralized by the great black ox. Its fangs were seized by one of the ox's hooves, and no matter how it struggled, it could not break free. Roar. Moo. The great black ox exerted its strength, hoisting the red-hided lion into the air and slamming it viciously against the ground. The lion's face twisted in agony, its eyes filled with sheer terror, and its heart pounded as it felt as though its very brains were being jolted out. Moo. The great black ox swung it again with brutal force. The red-hided lion questioned its very existence as a mouthful of blood gushed from its throat, its inner spiritual energy seized up, refusing to flow. Moo. The great black ox bellowed and continued to swing the lion by its hoofs. The red-hided lion's tongue lolled out, and it whimpered incessantly, "Big brother, I beg you, stop." Chun Sun plucked 2 stalks each of the ice mandarin grass and the frost spirit herb. They were as white and pure as jade, exuding a chilling aura. He carefully placed them in his medicine case for safekeeping. He then called out toward another lakeside. Old Ox, time to go. Moo. The great black ox hastily dragged the red-hided lion before Chun Sun, leaving a long trail of blood across the ground. Old Ox, you're something else, Chun Sun exclaimed in amazement. Damn, you nearly beat this lion to death. Moo moo. The great black ox grinned. This red-hided lion had no sense of danger. It was already daydreaming about being braised or steamed. Whimper. The lion's eyes were vacant. It had surrendered, truly surrendered. Ah, truly pitiful. Chun Sun shook his head. Brother, take your time to heal. If you'd met someone else, they'd have skinned you and refined your bones. Chun Sun hoisted the red-hided lion onto his shoulders and headed into the jungle with the great black ox. Had they not consumed the fasting pill, they wouldn't dare light a fire here, otherwise they'd have started feasting long ago. They tossed the red-hided lion into a hidden spot to fend for itself. It wouldn't be able to move for at least half a year, ensuring their fellow disciples wouldn't stumble upon it. Whimper. The red-hided lion called out weakly, "Big brother, I truly thank you. Old Ox, let's scram. Chun Sun and the great black ox climbed back into the trees and vanished in the blink of an eye. They left, but they had seared a lifelong shadow into the red-hided lion's soul. In days to come, upon seeing a clump of withered leaves, it would prostrate itself and weep, recalling all the wrongs it had ever done. Old Ox, take a look at the map. On an ancient tree, Chun Sun unfurled a crude map, many areas unmarked. Is that lake we were at right here? This map was the fruit of countless generations of disciples from the 5 Essence sect, bought with their very lives. Chinsu treasured it dearly. Moo. The great black ox pointed to several large lakes on the map. They all seemed somewhat similar. Chinsu was also perplexed. The teleportation was too random. Though it always sent them to the edge of the southern Dipper Mountain, the area was so vast that they couldn't tell direction at all. We'll take it step by step. We'll know where we are when the time comes, Chinsu said nonchalantly. Moo. The great black ox nodded and even patted Chinsu with its hoof, making the latter laugh. They continued deeper into the wilderness and even found a supplementary spiritual herb for foundation establishment. This sent Chinsu and the great black ox into a frenzy of joy repeatedly, saying that Sun Laoshi and Ningshi were blessing them from the heavens. 3 days later, Chinsu and the great black ox were dumbfounded. They had finally accepted the truth. Hey, they were lost. North, south, east, west. All looked exactly the same, a sea of towering ancient trees. They couldn't even be sure they weren't circling the same spot. Old ox, stride boldly forward. Chinsu began to sing for the great black ox, who wore a pained expression, mooing softly and occasionally plugging its ears with its hooves. The forest was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The tree trunks were so wide that lying on them felt spacious and not at all cramped. Sometimes they couldn't tell if it was night or day. Everything was dark, the sky completely blocked by the dense canopy of leaves. Suddenly, a venomous snake slithered into view, its tongue flicking, eyes gleaming with a sinister light. It sensed the heat of two prey and was about to spew its toxic mist. Chinsu seemed lost and thought oblivious, but in a flash his hand moved like the wind and snatched the snake toward him. He twisted the snake into a knot with a swift motion, then gave a sharp pull, snapping it. The snake was dead beyond dead, sent straight to meet the king of hell. Little trick. A faint flame flickered. The great black ox quickly rose to shield and conceal the light, and the snake's corpse turned to ash. They rested for a while, then were roused by the sounds of a scuffle. As luck would have it, it was happening right beneath their tree. A group of men and a group of women. The current situation had 3 women surrounding 3 men. Chinsu and the great black ox remained motionless, peering downward. It seemed to be disciples from the 10 great immortal sects, likely from the Cauldron and Elixir sect and the Purple Cloud sect. Dear Junior, brothers, no need to run. A woman from the Purple Cloud sect giggled, her eyes seductive. Senior sister, we are willing to hand over the spiritual herbs. Please spare our lives. The 3 disciples of the Cauldron and Elixir sect were at their last gasp, blood streaming from their mouths, their robes tattered. They had been hunted all the way here. How could that be? Another woman also giggled, as if she were toying with them. Suddenly, one of the women's expressions changed. The Silicon Valley bird in her hand was frantically warning. Someone was nearby. The 3 women of the Purple Cloud sect naturally trusted the Silicon Valley bird. It was how they had kept track of the Cauldron and Elixir sect disciples. The 3 men also showed a flicker of hope, seeing their unease and silently praying for deliverance. Fellow Taoists, stop hiding. Come out, we've found you. The 3 women called out in all directions. Even the Silicon Valley bird couldn't pinpoint the location. Whoever it was must be hiding very well. Chinsu and the great black ox sneered at this. Trying that trick on them. Did they think they were 20-year-old kids? They stayed perfectly still right above their heads. The women of the Purple Cloud sect exchanged glances. Since they couldn't find the hidden person immediately, they decided to finish off the Cauldron and Elixir sect disciples quickly, lest delays cause trouble. Kill. The 3 women summoned their respective artifacts and charged at them. Junior brothers, fight to the death. The Cauldron and Elixir sect disciples' eyes blazed with fury as they unleashed everything they had in a bloody battle. Spiritual energy howled beneath the tree, but Chinsu and the great black ox remained as steady as a mountain, with gusts of wind occasionally sweeping past them. However, the Cauldron and Elixir sect disciples were no match to begin with, and being at death's door, a few flashes of cold light later, their heads flew into the air, their bodies cleaved in two. What venomous hags, Chinsu muttered darkly to himself. The women formed a small circle, spiritual energy swirling in their hands, their eyes scanning the surroundings, never letting their guard down. Squeak, squeak. The Silicon Valley bird fluttered upward urgently. It had pinpointed the location. What a... The 3 women couldn't believe it. A chill ran down their spines, every hair standing on end. Someone had been hiding right above them, and they had been utterly oblivious. Chinsu frowned. Why was this bird so annoying? Only you disciples of the 10 great immortal sects have this many tricks, huh? Damn it. Who goes there? The woman shouted, stepping onto her flying artifact as she rose into the air, striking with her sword. The entire tree trunk was severed with a resounding crash. 2 clumps of withered leaves suddenly landed before them, obscuring everything in a sinister and eerie manner. Famir Chi, refining 8th layer, yet you dare to play tricks here. The woman from the Purple Cloud sect cried out sharply, pointing her sword at them. Since you've seen us, you cannot be spared. Chin Sun remained as calm as still water, uttering no superfluous words. His gaze fell upon the fluttering bird, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He lunged forward with explosive speed, seized the bird in his hand, and crushed the Silicon Valley bird with his bare hand, blood splattering across his palm. The speed was so astonishing that no one could react. The three women erupted in fury. He had killed the Silicon Valley bird right before their eyes. How dare you? You're asking for death. Where did this savage come from? The three women's eyes turned icy cold as spiritual energy swirled in their hands, and they struck from three directions. Chun Sun's eyes were deep and profound. The great black ox stepped forward to shield him, standing firm. It thrust out a hoof, and rings of fire rippled outward like water, suddenly transforming into countless blazing circles. Boom! Colossal fireballs surged forth from the rings, roaring down, with wild spiritual energy instantly engulfing the area in a sea of flames that rose to the heavens. As the sea of fire erupted, their expressions twisted in disbelief and terror. What is this? A sense of mortal peril instantly took root in the hearts of the three women, spreading through their bodies and transforming into a deafening roar within their minds. Piercing screams rang out from the sea of fire, their eyes filled with overwhelming dread. Their spiritual energy was being corroded, devoured by the flames, and they could not muster even the slightest resistance. The three women's terrified shrieks echoed through the inferno, gradually fading to feeble gasps until the flames swallowed their last sound. Old Ox, get to work. Chun Sun surveyed the surroundings, then rose into the air on his flying sword. But these storage pouches of theirs are truly shoddy. The storage pouches could not withstand their spiritual power. Each time they shattered within the void space, causing everything inside to vanish. Yet beyond storage pouches there were storage rings. He had seen such treasures on the fingers of those great figures, but they were still beyond their reach. Moo! The great black ox nodded its hoof, forming the water spirit seal. Countless droplets of water dispersed into the air, turning into mist that swiftly engulfed the sea of flames. Over the years they had cultivated the water spirit art to the third layer without any bottlenecks. Chun Sun and the great black ox erased all traces of the deed, scooped up the storage pouches of the three Danding sect disciples, and fled, without wasting a single moment. Old Ox, don't get cocky. We might handle a few, but can we take on hundreds or thousands of cultivators? As they darted swiftly through the ancient trees, Chun Sun continued, caution above all. Never stand out, never become a target. Moo! The great black ox replied earnestly. It had indeed grown a bit arrogant, but it always heeded Chun Sun's words, quickly suppressing those feelings and engaging in relentless self-reflection. They halted atop a towering ancient tree far from their previous location. Dense foliage surrounded them as they plunged into it, merging seamlessly with the environment, their dark, gleaming eyes scanning for any sign of disturbance. Just as I thought, a map. Chun Sun's eyes lit up as he pulled an identical map from the three women's storage pouches, far more detailed than the one from the Five Essence sect. The great black ox also picked up a map, its eyes widening with each passing moment. Not only were locations marked, but even the growth sites of various spiritual herbs were indicated. Old Ox, that should be the Baihun Lake. It's described on the map, Chun Sun explained carefully. The greatest boon of cultivation was the clarity of the five senses. Even in such dim surroundings, he could see with perfect clarity. So we're probably around here. He drew a small circle on the map. They were still on the periphery, while the three main foundation establishment spiritual herbs were marked with large red dots deep within Nanda Mountain. Moo! The great black ox nodded, its mind finally clearing. Those disciples from the top 10 sects should be heading to those three spots. They'll definitely be faster than us. Chun Sun used a contemplative look in his eyes. Let's not rush into the front lines. The battle there will be brutal. We'll gather the auxiliary herbs first. He pointed to various locations, the route becoming clearer in his mind. Moo moo! The great black ox nodded repeatedly. The terrain was a maze of towering peaks and dense, interwoven ancient forests. A single misstep would lead them far astray. We'll keep these spirit stones and herbs along with one storage pouch. Destroy the rest of the artifacts and techniques. Chun Sun examined the three women's storage pouches. Though he coveted their contents, he could not afford to leave any trace of evidence. These were disciples of the top 10 sects. Moo! The great black ox responded, its eyes devoid of any regret. After all, none of it was theirs to begin with. Before setting out, they had already prepared a method to evade detection. The great black ox would swallow the storage pouch, conceal it with the essence of all things, and later regurgitate it in the herb valley. Over 400 low-grade spirit stones, truly befitting disciples of the top 10 sects. Chun Sun praised, quickly stashing them in his own storage pouch. Old Ox, our concealment methods are too few. They even had detection-type spirit beasts. There might be more like them. Moo! The great black ox snorted, heavily caught off guard. They had never encountered such tactics before. Hell, Old Ox, did you think I had no backup plan? Chun Sun let out a cold laugh, thinking he would never need this after joining the sect. He slapped his storage pouch. 9-star Valley 5 low-grade spirit stones, the aura concealment art. A wave of awe washed over the great black ox as it stared at Chun Sun in admiration. Boss, you're incredible. They had also realized that aside from advanced techniques, they mastered minor spells with effortless ease, their comprehension remarkably sharp. Dispose of the evidence, make a run for it, find a new spot. Let's practice the aura concealment art. Moo. The two moved swiftly. The great black ox swallowed one storage pouch whole, while the other two were obliterated with spells, leaving not a trace behind. They vanished into the boundless darkness. This fluid sequence of actions, as if rehearsed countless times, showcased their bandit-like efficiency to the fullest. Half a month later, inside a tree hollow on an ancient trunk, a man and an ox sat cross-legged, not even a breath escaping them. Poisonous insects and snakes occasionally crawled over the withered leaves, yet never detected the two living beings. They had truly become one with Nanda Mountain. Old ox, time to move. Moo. One man and one ox slowly opened their eyes, their breaths barely a whisper. Cackling flames flickered around them, yet the withered leaves upon their bodies remained untouched. Two clumps of withered leaves darted out from the tree hollow, heading straight in a certain direction. Their destination, a great river. Half a day later they arrived, and the pair donned another set of ghillie suits over themselves. Verdant trees flourished here with numerous undulating hills dotting the landscape. In the distance, a long river meandered along the mountain ranges, and the faint sound of rushing water could be heard. By the riverbank, many enchanting blossoms grew along the water, among them the staff flower. It stood conspicuously taller than the other flora, exuding an air of distinction. Chun Su and the great black ox disguised themselves as piles of grass, activating the breath concealment art. They remained motionless, beginning their observations. Several corpses with pierced skulls lay by the river. The surrounding flora seemed to be continuously absorbing nutrients from the bodies, which had become noticeably shriveled, their cause of death indiscernible. They slowly inched forward, drawing closer, when a large group of disciples, dozens in number, arrived from behind. The two grass piles instantly froze. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and all was serene. Senior brother, do this is the place. Those tallest red flowers are the staff flowers. Do not be careless. These exotic flora all possess sinister methods. If you approach too closely, they will attack immediately. Senior brother Du squinted slightly, gazing at the corpses by the river. Not a trace of blood around them. He suddenly turned to a nervous junior brother at the 8th level of chi refining. You go test it. The man hesitated, his lips trembling, looking at senior brother Du with a pleading expression. Wasn't this sending him to his death? Hurry up, what's the delay? Are you ignoring senior brother Du's orders? Several in the crowd shouted harshly, driving him forward. His eyes reddened, and with a loud cry he charged straight at a staff flower. But the moment he touched the staff flower, countless vines coiled up from the ground. Numerous thorns shot from the vines, carrying a chilling, killing intent, instantly shattering his protective barrier. His mind trembled. As he tried to retreat swiftly, the vines tightly bound his feet. His pupils constricted, reflecting the countless thorns. Thwip, thwip, thwip. No, senior brother, save me. Senior brother Du. His face turned pale, intense fear in his eyes as he screamed, terrified out of his wits, his body trembling as he tried to resist. But before he could act, countless thorns pierced his head. No blood spilled, instead vines burrowed into his flesh, draining him. His corpse visibly shriveled at an alarming rate. The horrifying sight made the distant onlookers break out in cold sweat. Even senior brother Du, a 10th level chi refining cultivator, was no exception. Clear these ground vines. No need to worry, don't engage in close combat. Senior brother Du immediately identified their weakness. Their attack range was limited. Forming hand seals, he rapidly shot out wind blades. Yes, senior brother Du. Their eyes lit up as the method proved effective. The vines were severed one by the wind blades. They quickly unleashed their own spells, slashing at the man-eating vines, joy evident in their eyes. Humph, which minor sex disciple dares to covet the staff flowers? A dozen or so people shouted from a hill, their auras fierce spirit beasts by their sides, bloodlust gleaming in their eyes. What a... Senior brother Du spun around in shock, recognizing them as disciples of the beast-taming sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects. It seemed that as time passed, everyone was banding together. In the Nanda Mountain secret realm, we each rely on our own abilities. Do you intend to pull rank here? Senior brother Du's face was frosty. A mere dozen people dared to be so arrogant with no sect elders around. This Nanda Mountain is inherently the territory of our 10 great immortal sects. What do you think you are? A figure stepped forward on the hill, sneering. 3 breaths. Either leave or die. With those words, the morale of senior brother Du's group was completely crushed. Panic flickered in their eyes. They lacked the awareness of their numerical advantage. Then it seems we must test your skills. Senior brother Du spoke calmly, though anger simmered in his eyes. He turned to his group. They're barely a dozen, all at chi refining stage. What's there to fear? You're asking for death. The group on the hill looked down disdainfully, then charged down like tigers descending a mountain. Attack! Senior brother Du roared, charging at the front. The disciples followed, closely, feeling both humiliation and indignation, vowing to slay them here today. Battle erupted instantly. Dozens clashed with constant roars and screams, earth flying everywhere. Two grass piles began to move slowly unnoticed by anyone. They grabbed a staff flower each. The ground vines reacted instantly, but swift as they were, Chinsu and the great black ox were faster. A fireball technique scorched the vines, sending up black smoke. Old ox mounted the sword. Moo, whoosh, whoosh. They moved with incredible speed, skimming the ground like a flash of cold light, vanishing into the depths of the jungle in the blink of an eye. What was that? What's happening? Both sides shouted in fury, quickly separating to look at the faint flames by the river, exchanging bewildered glances. Two staff flowers had been clearly plucked, roots and all. But where were the people? The beast-taming sect disciples were enraged, robbed right under their noses. They redirected their fury at Senior Brother Dust Group, intensifying the battle. Deep in the jungle, eerie laughter echoed from a man and an ox, the merciless black hands. Old ox, danger lurks everywhere in this cultivation world. Even plants kill. Truly eye-opening. Perched on a tree, Chin-Su shook his head with a sigh. He hadn't noticed it before, but his strange knowledge had certainly expanded. Moo moo, the great black ox snorted. Now they had to be wary of everything, even checking the ancient trees thoroughly. Chin-Su studied the map carefully, then pointed to a spot. Hanyan Valley. Old ox. Let's go there. There are two foundation establishment auxiliary spiritual herbs. Moo, the great black ox grinned, relishing the thrill. Let's bolt. Two figures shot out from the ancient tree, heading toward Hanyan Valley. Those two herbs had no fixed growing spots. They'd need to search carefully. Inside Hanyan Valley, light mist swirled, miasma thick, obscuring vision, accompanied by eerie low growls. Corpses lay scattered throughout, some killed by people, others by unknown entities. Chin-Su and the great black ox crawled forward unhurried, maximizing their breath concealment art. In the dim light, 5 figures approached. They moved cautiously in perfect step, making no sound. The tokens at their waists emitted a faint glow. Clanging sounds came from ahead, but the miasma obscured most of the view. They halted, exchanged glances, and communicated without a word. The 5 formed a pentagonal formation. The one at the rear unleashed several silver-white threads from his hands, which emitted a subtle hum as they touched the ground. At the sight of the large battle ahead, over a dozen fluorescent emerald grasses grew. Unlike ordinary grass, their veins were dense, giving them an indestructible appearance. This was one of everyone's goals in Hanyan Valley, the Glimmerheart grass. The other 4 remained calm, pressing down with one hand to activate talismans. Without joining the battle, they vanished in a puff of smoke. The one crouching at the rear remained expressionless, the threads under his palm seemingly extending further. Their goal was to take the herbs, not to fight. Soon 3 Glimmerheart grasses were pulled back by the threads. The other 4 had yet to return. Got them. The man at the rear smiled faintly. The great sect disciples were nothing special, easily outmaneuvered. He carefully stored the 3 herbs in a medicine box and began waiting for the other 4. Suddenly the 2 grass piles beside his feet moved. Huh, what's that? The man jolted, a soul-chilling dread washing over him. Brother, thanks for this. A calm voice sounded. 2 fists the size of sandbags struck him, and his mouth was firmly covered. He lost consciousness instantly. After a while he sensed someone calling his name, and a pill was placed upon his tongue. Senior Brother Lu. Senior Brother Lu. What has befallen you? The 4 of them cried out in unison, their eyes wide with alarm. His storage pouch had vanished. What on earth had transpired? Where is the Ingsin grass? Senior Brother Lu's gaze flickered with confusion as he murmured weakly. Then, like a bolt of lightning cleaving through fog, memory surged back. His eyes slowly flooded with crimson fury, and he rose abruptly, roaring, "Someone ambushed me." Who dared ambush you, Senior Brother Lu? They demanded at once, united in outrage. That talisman had cost a fortune, yet the Ingsin grass had been snatched from under their very noses. Such an affront was intolerable. Their faces hardened into masks of lethal intent. Even disciples of the 10 great immortal sects would fall before their combined might. Senior Brother Lu looked upon the 4, his expression grim and strained. Hesitantly he admitted, "I do not know." They gaped stunned. He was renowned for his mastery of concealment and ambush tactics. How could anyone have outmaneuvered him so ruthlessly? Elsewhere, Chin-Sun and the great black ox were stripping a colossal serpent within the valley. The beast emitted low, guttural hisses, its pupils contracted to needle-thin slits. Pure terror gleamed in its eyes. How dare you pull off that kind of sneak attack? You're only at cultivation refinement level 10. You think you can fly, eh? Moo. There are countless Kongming vines here. We're taking just a few. Are we threatening your life? Is this your pet? Moo. Chin-Sun gripped the serpent's head while the great black ox clamped down on its tail. Alternately hurling it skyward and slamming it into the earth, they raged and cursed. Its internal organs trembled on the verge of shattering. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent shrieked desperate pleas for mercy. It had never encountered such a ferocious human at the cultivation refinement stage. A single punch nearly sent it back to the netherworld. Even in spell combat, it had been utterly crushed. Old ox, collect the goods. With a thunderous boom, the ground cracked open beneath them. Chen Sun pinned the serpent face down into the soil with one hand. Dust-billowed blood stained the earth. Resistance had long since fled the beast's will. Moo. The great black ox galloped off to harvest the Kongming vines. Chen Sun gave a cold snort, brushed dust from his palms, and strode toward the valley's edge with his companion. The herbs of the Hanyin Valley secured their journey onward, already decided. One day later, more cultivators arrived, and rejoiced at the sight. The Ening serpent is wounded. Hurry, harvest the Kongming vines. By whom was it struck? Such grievous injury. A few others recoiled in shock. Calmer and more cautious, they froze mid-step. Could something stronger than the Ening serpent truly lurk nearby? Their sect elders had warned them well, this serpent was merciless. During the last expedition to the South Mountain, numerous cultivators had perished beneath its fangs. Hiss, hiss. Enraged, the Ening serpent erupted from the earth, its head flung skyward. It bowed before those two, yes, but what were these humans to it? Daring to provoke, it was sheer arrogance. Beware. It was feigning death. Junior sister, behind me now. Chaos erupted. Talismans and spirit artifacts flashed into view as cultivators scrambled backward, faces paling. Hiss! The Ening serpent coiled and lunged. Blistering speed, howling wind. In response, spells erupted in unison, no quarter given. Battle ignited instantly across the valley. 1 month later, Chen Sun and the Great Black Ox had spent 2 months within the Southern Dipper Mountain secret realm, and grown astonishingly adept, mastering the art of the ultimate opportunist. Countless sect disciples suffered misfortune. Herbs shimmered tantalizingly close, then vanished without trace. Stealthy ambushes ended in sudden slips, sending them crashing unconscious to the ground, waking bewildered and disoriented. Beasts and spirit creatures trembled nightly. Mistaking a withered leaf or cluster of green foliage for them, they'd collapse, sobbing, confessing sins no one had witnessed. Was this the collapse of morality, or the grotesque distortion of nature itself? This may well be the pinnacle of opportunism. Moo. 2 clusters of green leaves stood motionless at the heart of an ancient tree, nearly fused into one, emitting a faint melancholy sigh. The Great Black Ox beamed with delight, nuzzling Chen Sun. They had gathered rare herbs, none seen before in any medicinal valley. As the old saying goes, an ox grows wealthy only through unexpected windfalls. A horse thrives only on midnight forage. Steady, old ox. Look at you, acting as if you've never laid eyes on true abundance. Chen Sun's eyes had transformed, shaped like medicinal herbs, and he withdrew his treasured journal, inscribing every observation. These were hard-won lessons, precious records of their shared journey. Moo. The Great Black Ox grinned broadly. The Southern Dipper Mountain expedition had been nothing short of exhilarating. Next we march toward the true battlefield. 3 ancient halls, and several auxiliary flavor herbs lie within. Chen Sun spoke, gravely unfurling a map and pointing to 3 crimson marks. The 3 most precious primary flavor herbs also reside there. Moo. The Great Black Ox listened intently. Within those halls dwelled beasts and spirit creatures surpassing cultivation, refinement level 10, some possibly manifesting traits of foundation establishment. Chen Sun drew a deep breath. Foundation establishment, the transcendence of life's very tier, was a realm apart from cultivation, refinement, incomparable in scale and essence. Moo moo. The Great Black Ox nodded, solemnly pressing close against Chen Sun. Let's go. Chen Sun smiled and patted its broad forehead. Their figures dissolved into mist atop the ancient tree, hurrying toward Wangyue Hall, one of the 3 ancient halls where the Yangshan lotus bloomed. Wangyue Ancient Hall stood at the heart of a desolate mountain, radiating antiquity, its origins lost to time. It was here, and almost nowhere else, that the extinct Yangshan lotus of the fallen Qian kingdom still flourished. Majestic and austere, the hall resembled the ruined main hall of some forgotten sect, imbued with the quiet sorrow of eras long past. Though the 10 great immortal sects possessed methods to cultivate foundation establishment-grade herbs, their yields remained pitifully insufficient, especially for primary flavor herbs, whose environmental demands were excruciatingly exacting. Before the hall lay pools of blood, severed limbs strewn everywhere. Even fellow disciples slaughtered each other, corpses entwined in eternal unblinking horror. Inside, battle cries echoed ceaselessly, spells clashed violently amid utter chaos. From a distant vantage point, Chen Sun and the Great Black Ox observed silently, brows furrowed. Damn it, old ox, this isn't the place for opportunistic looting. Chen Sun murmured, voice low and measured. Too many disciples from the 10 great immortal sects. This path is paved entirely in blood. Moo. The Great Black Ox nodded. More factions kept arriving outside the hall, slaughter raged on. Yet others like them lingered far away, watching, waiting, calculating. Old ox, patience. Let's observe first. Moo. Man and ox crouched low, utterly still, eyes fixed upon Wangyue Hall. Not even a single herb had yet been harvested, and already scores lay dead. Greed truly knew no bounds. Not even serpents could swallow such ambition whole. 3 days later, a deafening roar erupted from within the ancient hall. Roar, roar. The sound crashed forth like a mountain flood, vibrant, overwhelming, shaking the land for miles. Even Chinsun and the great black ox stationed far away felt their ears ring sharply, astonishment flashing across their faces. The white shadow leopard has emerged. Fall back. Flee, this spirit beast must be restrained. Damn it, we were so close. Countless disciples rushed out of the hall, their voices filled with alarm and fury. Behind them a spirit beast burst forth, its body pure white, and its eyes gleaming with ferocity. It exuded a menacing aura, its long white fur whipping wildly in the wind. Its massive frame stretched over 2 zhang in length, and it opened its bloodied maw to glare down at the intruders. The white shadow leopard's sharp claws were drenched in crimson. Its piercing gaze could anticipate the cultivator's every move, striking them down before they could react. Behind it lay a heap of mangled corpses, their eyes still wide with terror, as if death had claimed them in an instant. Roar, roar. Another roar shook the desolate mountains, stirring clouds of dust. The white shadow leopard paced back and forth at the hall's entrance, its body wreathed in a baleful aura bearing witness to the countless lives it had claimed. This ancient hall is enormous. Those disciples keep popping out like buns from a steamer. Chun Su marveled inwardly. The oppressive presence of the white shadow leopard was overwhelming, leaving even him uncertain. Yet this seemed to be the perfect moment. Disciples from various sects gathered, devising strategies. A frontal assault was futile. They could only try to divert its attention. The Wangyue ancient hall fell into a tense silence, broken only by the occasional beastly roar, which kept the lurking cultivators at a distance. As the sun set, no one dared to charge the hall again. With only one life to spare, it was a game of who would sacrifice themselves first. Chin Su and the great black ox retreated, returning to the jungle empty-handed. Old ox, let's dig a tunnel. Chin Su sighed helplessly. Their advantage lay in brute strength and endurance. I brought the tools. Well, dig straight under the hall. Moo. The great black ox's eyes widened in surprise. If it were them, it might actually work. They had spent years digging burrows in the Ningyun Mountains. This was practically their old trade. They'll scout the spot and calculate the distance. Chin Su coughed softly, gazing into the distance. He leaped down from a tree, scooped up a handful of soil, and fell into deep thought. Old ox, let's get to it. We can do this. Moo. The man and the ox began digging a tunnel under the ancient tree at a breathtaking speed. The storage pouches they had gathered over the past month were now filled with dirt. Old ox, the entrance is yours. They'll keep digging. Moo. The great black ox scurried out to conceal the opening. It knew this routine by heart. No skill, just years of experience. Days passed. Under the leadership of the 10 great immortal sects, fierce battles erupted outside the hall. They had to keep the white shadow leopard occupied so others could slip in to gather resources. But the white shadow leopard saw through their scheme. It held its ground at the entrance, and anyone attempting to rush in was met with a bloody end. Many were terrified into retreat. The 10 great sects and other factions were united in name only, each holding back and watching the others warily. Unbeknownst to all, beneath their feet a man and an ox were tirelessly digging a tunnel far below the surface, completely undetected. 10 days later, inside the tunnel. Old ox, I can't dig much further. Let me check the distance. Wait for me. Moo. The great black ox sat on a mound of earth, snorting heavily. For the first time, it felt that digging was exhausting. Chun Su took out a celestial sword from his storage pouch and wrote it. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, calculating distance by time and speed was no big challenge. He reached the tunnel entrance, measured twice, and shouted to the great black ox. Old ox were right above. Blast it. Moo. The great black ox stood up, its muscles bulging. It drove its hooves upward, sending large chunks of stone crashing down. Chin Su also gathered his strength, punching upward again and again. Their camouflage gear was caked with dust and mud. After a full half hour of relentless pounding, they finally broke through. A sliver of light appeared, revealing the ceiling of the ancient hall. 2 heads peeked out timidly. This floor is incredibly tough. Even we took half an hour to smash through it. If we'd been hitting a demon beast, it would have died a dozen times over. Chun Su whispered, scanning the surroundings littered with corpses. Old ox, let's go. He climbed out of the tunnel, pulling the great black ox up with him. Both wore expressions of barely contained glee. Moo. The great black ox jumped with excitement, gazing into the depths of the hall. There lay a pool of viscous water within which grew over a dozen young ginseng lotuses, accompanied by a host of rare spiritual herbs. A truly wondrous sight. Outside, the battle raged on. The cultivators took turns wearing down the white shadow leopard, both sides exhausted. Chin Su glanced at the situation outside and smirked. Old ox, just take 2 stalks. Wiping out the entire lot would harm our karma. Moo moo, the great black ox snorted in protest. In all their travels, when had they ever eradicated a spiritual herb? Chin Su was just trying to scare it again. It nudged Chinsu in annoyance and dashed to the pool, pulling out a medicine case to harvest the main and auxiliary herbs for Foundation establishment. Chinsu stood guard ready for any mishap. Moo, let's scram. Chinsu let out a sly yelp, grabbed the great black ox, and dove into the tunnel. He stepped onto his celestial sword and flew off. The great black ox kept tossing dirt from the storage pouches behind them. The man and the ox made their escape as quietly as they had come, leaving no trace behind. Inside the Wangyue ancient hall, the white shadow leopard suddenly sensed something amiss. It swiped its claws, driving back the crowd, and dashed inside, only to be stunned. Roar! Roar! The white shadow leopard grew frenzied, its bloodlust deepening. It turned its gaze slowly to the cultivators behind it, and went berserk. Today everyone shall die. What's happening? The white shadow leopard has gone mad. Retreat, retreat. Cries of shock and anger echoed through the hall. The cultivators were tormented beyond measure. The enraged spirit beast fought, without reason, trading wounds for lives. Whoever faced it died. A few cultivators cursed under their breath. Why was this expedition to Nanda Mountain so perilous? In previous years they had never heard of a spirit beast going berserk. Outside the Wangyue ancient hall, a brutal battle resumed. Many opportunists since the moment had come, eyeing the now unhinged beast. The Chilua Hall lay hidden in an ancient forest surrounded by numerous demon beasts. The sounds of combat echoed incessantly, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Within grew the Nanmu leaves long extinct in the outside world. The hall's entrance was nearly blocked by countless corpses. Outside stood 3 demon beasts at the 10th layer of chi refinement, their bodies scarred and bloodied. Behind them lurked an even more fearsome beast. Every 20 years the Nanda Mountain expedition was a bloody affair, wearing down the demon beasts until they weakened. Given such a dire situation, a wise man avoids danger. Chinsu and the great black ox certainly wouldn't charge in, but they could operate from the tunnel. They repeated their tactic, one dug, the other burrowed. Half a month later, a violent tremor shook a section of the hall's floor, and 2 wretched heads emerged, their eyes tinged with weariness. Old ox, get the spirit medicine now. Moo. The great black ox leaped out of the tunnel in a flash, darting toward the Nama leaves. Roar! Roar! This beast reacted far quicker than the white leopard, instantly detecting someone tampering with the Namu leaves, and turned to charge into the hall. Fireball art! Chin Sun was startled, a rare solemnity appearing in his eyes as massive fireballs surged forth, coalescing into a colossal wall of flame to block the creature's path. The beast let out a pained howl, but the bloodshot crimson in its eyes deepened, and a strange protective barrier slowly began to isolate the sea of fire. Damn it! Chun Sun's pupils contracted as he cast spells, frantically shouting sideways. Old ox, are you done yet? Moo! Roar! Roar! The beast suddenly burst forth from the inferno, snarling as it lunged at Chin Sun. He raised a massive palm, ready to slam down and crush the creature into pieces. Suddenly, a colossal figure shot out, shoving Chin Sun back into the tunnel. Boom! Roar! A thunderous crash echoed through the passage, deafening, accompanied by the beast's furious, defiant roars. Move, old ox! Moo! Chin Sun and the great black ox broke out in a cold sweat, flying on their swords through the tunnel as it collapsed behind them, revealing the beast's terrifying strength. After bursting out of the tunnel and reaching a safe spot, Chin Sun fumed, muttering, "Damn it, if it weren't for that crowd of cultivators outside, I'd have taught that beast a lesson." Moo! The great black ox grinned, patting Chin Sun with its hoof. Safety first. As they continued grumbling about the beast, half the time in the Nanda Mountain secret realm had already passed, and the stench of blood seemed to grow heavier. By a small stream, over a dozen women were carefully gathering spirit herbs. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared around them, smirking with amusement. These girls from minor sects had some charm after all. The women were terrified, recognizing the attire of the Songhai sect, one of the 10 great immortal sects. "We apologize, fellow cultivators. Well, leave at once and forfeit all the herbs," said the leading woman, her brow marked with valor and courage. "Is it your call, or ours? Did we give you permission?" sneered a Songhai sect disciple, arrogance dripping from his voice. "Please, fellow seniors, as disciples of a great sect, do not make things difficult for us. Heh, but our hands itch. We hope you junior sisters can amuse us." "You!" the leading woman exclaimed in fury, the women behind her bristling with anger, their eyes unyielding as they readied their artifacts. "Kill!" one of them declared, a cold smirk curling on his lips. At his word, chaos erupted by the stream, blood spilling and diluting into the water. On a high mountain, a lone rogue cultivator from some sect clad in black robes revealed a set of blackened teeth. At his feet lay several disciples of the 10 great immortal sects, their deaths gruesome. In a vast marsh, corpses drifted and bobbed endlessly. A beast-taming sect disciple, his face impassive, commanded a swarm of venomous insects as he moved. The slaughter in Nanda Mountain raged on. In this lawless land, murder for treasure was rampant. Everyone pressed toward the center, danger closing in step by step. Time slipped by, and before they knew it, Chen Sun and the Great Black Ox had been in Nanda Mountain for 4 months. Along the way, they grew far more composed. In the past month, they had witnessed countless sordid acts, murder for treasures, betrayal among comrades, and collusion and villainy. Without rules to bind them, the darkness of the cultivation world was laid bare. Chen Sun and the Great Black Ox were resting against a tree when their ears twitched. Many footsteps approached. 2 figures fled in disarray, their eyes blazing with indignation and hatred. Stop! If you run any further, she won't make it. Do you really want to watch your junior sister die? Ha ha. Laughter rang out behind them, as if they were being toyed with. One of the fugitives hesitated while the other glanced at him and bolted, valuing his own life above all. Senior brother G. I'm sorry, a woman whispered, weakly bound by a silver rope, clearly an artifact, held by their captors. Chen Sun and the Great Black Ox stiffened, their gazes snapping toward the scene. Good heavens, they were disciples of the Wuyun sect, and it was Ji Kuan. Thundergate, you disgraced the 10 great immortal sects with such despicable tactics. Ji Kuan trembled with rage. Many of his opponents were at the 10th layer of Qi, refining far beyond his ability. He'll hand over the spirit medicine, but release her first. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. A minor sect like yours should understand that. Ha ha ha. The Thundergate disciples laughed, and a man named Chao Chen stepped forward, his aura fierce. Hand over the Yangshan lotus. How dare you snatch it right under our noses? Release her. Senior brother G. Don't worry about me, the junior sister cried, writhing and sobbing. A slap landed, and she spat out blood, her hair disheveled. Ji Kuan clutched the Yangshan lotus, his expression cold and resolute. Let her go, or you'll get nothing. They'll destroy it right now. Threatening us. Chao Chen narrowed his eyes, mana surging in his hand. How many lives do you think you have? Suddenly chaos erupted. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 fierce gusts of wind tore through the air, with explosive sonic booms jolting every Thundergate disciple into trembling terror, their hair standing on end. What in the world was that? Chao Chen's face twisted in shock as a figure in a straw cloak appeared before him, their faces nearly touching. The stranger wore a black hood, but his eyes, they were so cold. Boom, boom, boom. A massive hand slammed down hard, and Chao Chen coughed up a torrent of blood. His neck was pinned to the ground, cracking the earth into countless fissures, debris and gravel flying everywhere. Chao Chen let out a muffled scream, his eye sockets bursting from the pressure, his organs feeling as if they were splitting open, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. A blazing wall of fire separated Ji Kuan from the rest of the Thundergate disciples. As the flames rose, the junior sister was hurled over. Senior brother, junior sister. Ji Kuan caught her, and she sobbed uncontrollably in his arms, but he had no mind to appreciate the moment. Beyond the sea of fire, he could see nothing clearly. Ji Kuan's eyes trembled with profound shock. How could a Qi-refining cultivator possess such heaven-defying power? Who was this? The wall of fire gradually faded, revealing the scene on the other side. Ji Kuan's eyes quivered, a chilling dread seeping into his heart. His junior sister stopped crying, collapsing to the ground, her body limp. Their fear did not stem from the brutality of the battle, but from its eerie stillness. Aside from the cracked earth, there was no trace of a fight, not even a single corpse. Instant kill. Disciples of the 10 great immortal sects were annihilated in an instant by 2 people. Ji Kuan gasped for air. The world was vast, and he was but a frog at the bottom of a well. Junior sister, let's go. Senior brother, who are they? His junior sister started to ask, hesitating. They seem to have come to rescue them. I don't know. Don't get your hopes up. We were just lucky this time. Ji Kuan shook his head. How could he possibly know such extraordinary figures? The 2 supported each other as they walked away, seeking a place to quickly recover their mana. Perched on an ancient tree, these disciples of the 10 great immortal sects are nothing but a bunch of arrogant pricks acting as if they're everyone's father. Chen Sun lounged against the tree trunk, letting out a scornful laugh. I think our 5 elements sect is much better, don't you think, old ox? Mu, the Great Black Ox, responded. These immortal sect disciples were each more arrogant than the last. They had no idea how badly they'd be bullied if they went to the 10 great immortal sects. Good thing we didn't go to the 10 great immortal sects. With our mixed spiritual roots, old ox, have you heard of sect violence? Mu. It's a situation where you're endlessly taunted, then you fight back only to be taunted again, and it goes on without end. Even a dog would bark at us. Mu. The Great Black Ox was startled. Wouldn't that make them complete suckers? Only a fool would bother with such nonsense. And besides, because we're too strong, we'd keep making enemies and facing endless conspiracies. Tell me, wouldn't our immortality be wasted on all this meaningless stuff? Mu. The Great Black Ox's eyes brimmed with tears of enlightenment once more. It had to be Brother Sun, my true big brother. A crooked smile curled at the corner of Chen Sun's mouth. He folded his hands behind his head, feeling like a hero who had done his deed, without seeking fame, leaving no trace of cause or effect. Only 2 words in his eyes, absolute badass. Old ox, let's rest for a few days. This tunnel digging is exhausting. Moo. The man and the ox began to snore loudly, completely out of place in the atmosphere of the Nanda Mountain secret realm. The odd thing was no one seemed able to do anything about them. A month later, countless purple lightning bolts streaked across the sky over Nanda Mountain, followed by one thunderclap after another. The thick, heavy clouds filled the entire secret realm with an oppressive gloom. The earth soul vine grew in the ancient hall by the marsh, yet it was widely acknowledged as the most difficult spiritual herb to obtain, for the hall sat in the middle of a massive lake, the Xinyuan Lake. This lake was saturated with the power of metal essence. To reach the marshside hall, one had to dispel this force, and the hall itself was guarded by spirit beasts, making every step a deadly gamble. Rumble. Another thunderclap boomed. The long-gathering clouds finally stirred, and sparse raindrops began to fall quickly, turning into a torrential downpour. The shores of Xinyuan Lake were dotted with figures, all wearing grim expressions. Numerous corpses floated in the lake, riddled with holes, their deaths horrifyingly gruesome. Many had already thought of retreating, unwilling to risk gathering the Earth Soul Vine. With so many spiritual herbs on Nanda Mountain, there was no need to court such danger. Besides, the three foundation-building spiritual herbs were not exclusive to these three ancient halls. With a bit of effort and luck, one might obtain them elsewhere. As many minds wavered, a deafening, earth-shattering roar erupted from the heavens, turning the world a blinding white. It also illuminated two figures on a cliff's edge. Their calm gazes were fixed on the distant Xinyuan Lake, rain lashing against them without eliciting the slightest reaction. Old ox, any chance? Moo. Moo. They had been lurking there for half a month, witnessing countless people charge into the marshside hall, and just as many fall to the metal essence, perishing miserably in the lake. But Xinyuan Lake had one glaring flaw: the altitude and speed of flight could perfectly evade the metal essence. However, meeting both conditions simultaneously was extremely difficult. Damn it. Time to show some real skill. Chen Sun took a deep breath, only to inhale rainwater, choking him so badly he burst into a fit of coughs. A flying sword slowly hovered at the cliff's edge. Chen Sun said solemnly, "Old ox, this is real speed and passion. Our future is in your hands." Moo. Moo moo moo. The great black ox's eyes widened, a roar erupting from its mouth as it rubbed its hooves together. It meant business. The wind howled relentlessly, and the rain grew fiercer. A protective barrier of spiritual energy rose, and the flying sword emitted a faint white glow. Air Force One. Chen Sun. A barely audible murmur escaped his lips. Veins bulged on his face as he roared, "Ready." Moo moo moo. Whoosh. 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 A piercing shriek cut through the air as the flying sword, carrying a man and an ox, dove toward the marshside hall. The pounding of their hearts seemed to echo in their ears. A streak of sword light tore across the sky, charging toward the hall at a breathtaking speed. "Look, someone's flying a sword in this weather. Such speed. Who is it? What?" They dodged the metal essence. The crowd by the lake erupted in shocked roars. The flying sword moved so fast, twisting at impossible angles to evade the metal essence, leaving even the essence a step behind. Good heavens. They were dumbfounded. What kind of demonic maneuver was that? In the blink of an eye, the sword had plunged into the hall, where furious roars and hundreds of startled cries erupted. In the torrential rain and darkness, no one could make out who stood on the sword. Even if they could, they would only see two clumps of dead leaves, and beneath those two, black hoods. "Which bastard is that? I'll slaughter your whole family. How dare you? State your name. Cowardly rats. Why are you running? Bastards. Roar, roar, roar." Everyone inside the marshside hall, including the spirit beasts, charged out. They leaped onto their magical artifacts and soared into the sky, faces twisted with fury. Those two had burst into the hall in front of everyone, rammed through, snatched two earth soul vines, and fled on their sword without a word. "Stop right there. Which sex beasts are you? Hiding your faces? Don't think we won't find out. Think you're so great just because you're fast, eh?" Behind them came a torrent of shouts, including shrill cries from women. Never had they suffered such humiliation. It was like having someone crap on their heads and then ask for toilet paper. Watching the disciples of various sects grow smaller in the distance, Chen Sun and the great black ox slowly curled their lips into crooked grins. "Sorry, but when you're this fast, you really can do whatever you want." Whoosh. The flying sword descended, plunging into the dense mountain forest and vanishing without a trace. From that day on, they gained a nickname, the Sword God of Xinyuan Lake. Yet no one could track them down. Even the flying sword was a common model, impossible to trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. They gradually became a bizarre legend among the low-level disciples of various sects. Some whispered that they might not even be human. And that guess was half right. "Old ox, I can't hold on. Quick, find a place to recover spiritual energy." Moo. The great black ox carried Chen Sun on its back, searching everywhere for a hidden tree hollow. Finally, a gleam flashed in its eyes. Found it. Chen Sun was drenched in cold sweat, his internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. Grimacing in pain, he pulled out a few low-grade spirit stones and managed a weak smile. Guess I'll have to play the rich fool for once. Mu the great black ox nuzzled against Chen Sun, its eyes full of worry. Old ox, keep an eye on our surroundings. I'll be fine. Chen Sun sat cross-legged, circulating his energy to regulate his breath. The low-grade spirit stones in his hand gradually crumbled, channeling streams of spiritual energy into his body as his depleted reserves slowly recovered. Mu. The great black ox responded, quickly sticking its head out, activating its aura-concealing technique, and staying perfectly still. That battle had been too intense. Its heart had leaped to its throat several times. The spirit beast had nearly struck them, only for Chen Sun to twist and dodge at the last moment. The great black ox turned its head to glance at Chen Sun, whose eyes were closed, a look of deep admiration in its gaze. Only now did it truly understand what it meant to be bold yet meticulous without losing steadiness. For 5 consecutive days, Chen Sun had been recovering his spiritual power and conserving his strength. This time his mind was truly exhausted, and only now had he managed to recover. Old ox, he said. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Sun's lips as he opened his eyes. With a low bellow, the big black ox excitedly pounced on him, nearly crushing the breath out of him. Old ox, are you trying to kill me, you bastard? The big black ox grinned and quickly stepped back. This place is unsafe. It's too close to the center with too many cultivators. Let's head toward the periphery. With another bellow, 2 figures darted out. Though they carried a fortune, their eyes held no trace of arrogance. Instead, they grew more vigilant, weaving through the ancient trees, moving farther and farther from the center. They ran for several days, and with less than a month left before the valley closed, they had already distanced themselves from the clamor of battle. Old ox, I'm entrusting this storage pouch to you, Chen Sun said. His gaze burned as he stared at the pouch in his hand. Inside are all the spiritual herbs needed for the Foundation Establishment pill. The big black ox nodded solemnly, took the pouch, and swallowed it in one gulp. When we get back, we'll cultivate them slowly, Chen Sun said in a low voice. We must be steady. We'll wait at least 2 years before starting. Time is not an issue for us. The big black ox nodded in understanding, its heart free of any impatience. Well, hand this storage pouch over to the sect, Chen Sun added. Looking at the pouch in his hand, which contained 3 main spiritual herbs and over a dozen others, he mused, I heard that the 10 great sects only have to hand over 70%. The big black ox let out a questioning bellow. Though it knew this, it still didn't fully understand why their sect demanded everything. And without collecting 3 main herbs, they wouldn't even receive a single Foundation Establishment pill. Old ox were nothing but cannon fodder and hired hands. How could we be as precious as those disciples of the 10 great sects? Chen Sun said with a nonchalant smile. But don't hold a grudge against the sect. This was our choice, and we have no one to blame. The big black ox nodded. Indeed, without the 5-element sect, they wouldn't even have had the chance to come. Let's just wait here for the teleportation, Chen Sun said, with a faint smile, satisfied with their fruitful journey. The teleportation will naturally pull us. We don't need to go to a specific spot. The big black ox looked around, marveling at the remarkable formation. They would have to learn it someday. Old ox, come on, let's plan for the future. We're busy, Chen Sun said. He patted the big black ox. Even if one achieved immortality, what then? Would they waste away, become lazy, lose faith in life, or wallow in the world's suffering? None of that existed. The immortal were busy with ideals and pursuits. Having witnessed too many partings filled with regret, they instead embraced life with fervor and passion, cherishing every moment as a hard-won treasure. The big black ox let out a series of bellows, eagerly thrusting its head into Chen Sun's embrace, its eyes trembling with excitement. The journey to Nanda Mountain had suddenly ignited a desire to learn so many things. Whether it was Chen Sun's camouflage suit, their mining and digging techniques, or the dazzling display of sword flight, these were all accumulated experiences and hard-earned skills now put to practical use. Every step they took was solid and fulfilling. Time passed as Chen Sun rode and drew each day, while the big black ox listened with rapt attention. This was only the beginning. Today, Nanda Mountain suddenly trembled as if struck by a massive earthquake. Chen Sun and the big black ox had lost their camouflage suits, and they left behind nothing. Not even the map of the Alchemy Cauldron sect. They were severely wounded, supporting each other, appearing on the verge of death. Old ox, let's go. Time to go home, Chen Sun said. With a bellow, Chen Sun tightly embraced the big black ox. Beams of light locked onto them from all directions, enveloping them. Their faces showed a hint of pain as a spatial pulling force surged, and in an instant they vanished from the spot. Thus the journey to Nanda Mountain came to a complete end. At the various sect camps, disciples descended continuously. Some wore expressions of great joy, others of fury, some were utterly dejected, while others bore severe injuries and disabilities. As time passed, the camps echoed with cries of anguish and pain. Gone was the spirited confidence of half a year ago. Instead, most felt a sense of relief at having survived a calamity. This expedition to Nanda Mountain had inflicted heavy losses on the 10 great sects, said to be the worst in years, all due to a major upheaval within the mountain. Wei Shan stood at the 5 Elements sect camp, counting the survivors. To his surprise, over 100 had made it back alive. On the open ground, Chen Sun and the big black ox sat leaning against each other covered in wounds that still bled. He glanced at a certain spot and saw that Ji Kun had survived a flicker of relief in his eyes. But Ji Kun's expression was somber. He merely glanced at Chen Sun before turning his gaze elsewhere, lost in thought. This place is not suitable for staying. Tend to your wounds on the Azure Cliff, Eagle Wei Shan said, distributing several bottles of pills to the injured disciples, even giving one to Chen Sun. When Chen Sun received the pill, his eyes brimmed with a profound gratitude that spoke of unwavering loyalty to the sect, drawing even Wei Shan's attention for a moment. Wei Shan had no intention of making the disciples present their spiritual herbs now only to compare and boast with nearby sects. This was his only way to honor the sacrifices of these disciples. Not just the 5 Elements sect, but even the golden core cultivators of the 10 great sects showed no interest in the quantity of herbs, focusing solely on the casualties among their own disciples. At the 5 Elements sect camp, everyone stepped onto their artifacts and silently boarded the Azure Cliff Eagle. No one spoke much, and they all bore a newfound aura of bloodlust. Their eyes held a strange wariness, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the ordeal of Nanda Mountain. They sat far apart from one another. The Azure Cliff Eagle soared into the sky, heading toward the 5 Elements sect. When they had arrived, 5 Azure Cliff Eagles were packed with disciples, all brimming with ambition and high spirits, chatting animatedly. But now it seemed a single eagle was enough to carry them back. The familiar faces were gone, lost to beasts or disciples from other sects. A heavy gloom settled over the Azure Cliff Eagle. Chen Sun frowned, the joy in his heart completely dissipated. He didn't want to dwell on it, for no amount of lament could change this brutal reality. The big black ox let out a low bellow and pressed closer to Chen Sun. He held its head, murmuring words of comfort. Place your spiritual herbs before you. I will record them, Wei Shan said calmly. Every 20 years, half of the returning disciples would be crippled, while the other half might rise through the experience. Yes, Peak Master, the disciples responded, each tapping their storage pouches. The sect only required the herbs, everything else was theirs to keep. If you have gathered the 3 main herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill besides contribution points, the sect's next batch of Foundation Establishment pills will include 1 extra for each of you. You know the rules, and I can vouch for this, Wei Shan said, his face calm, showing no intention of inspecting them, his eyes full of trust. As his words fell, several people produced 3 main herbs, causing even Chen Sun's eyelids to twitch. So formidable. Chen Sun and the big black ox exchanged a glance. They suddenly realized that the main herbs might not be confined to the 3 ancient halls, but they had chosen the safest path, though it was of hellish difficulty. Ji Kun's face twisted in pain as he produced only 1 main herb. Without the mysterious rescuer, he might have perished in Nanda Mountain. Chen Sun and the big black ox also took out all the spiritual herbs from that storage pouch, holding nothing back. If you fail to obtain the 3 main spiritual herbs, do not be disheartened. You can accumulate them for the next time, and there will naturally be sect contributions. Wei Shan stood with one hand behind his back, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes as he swept his gaze over the crowd with an impassive expression. I will record everything in the register. The sect will not disappoint you all. The promise that the sect would not disappoint them reignited a spark of hope in many eyes, stirring their hearts. This time they had gained experience. In another 20 years they would still have a chance. But Chen Sun and the big black ox trembled slightly. Although Peak Master Wei claimed he would not conduct a search under the perception of the myriad essence, he had thoroughly scanned everyone just now. Fortunately, no one dared to embezzle. They were all honest folks. He and the big black ox were the most honest, having contributed the most to the sect, while the others clearly did not sense this inspection and were still intently listening to Wei Shan's words. Present your 8 trigrams contribution tokens. Wei Shan, with an air of nonchalance, channeled his magical power through his fingers, collecting all the spiritual herbs from the ground into his storage ring. Once the sect confirms them, the contribution points will become tangible. Yes. Everyone clasped their hands and produced their sect contribution tokens. Wei Shan had already made a preliminary estimate based on the types and ages of the spiritual herbs. Over 100 people noticed that a virtual number had appeared in their sect contribution tokens. Chen Sun and the big black ox's pupils nearly shrank to pinpricks. The contribution value was actually 6,666. However, most of the spiritual herbs they had gathered were at the borderline of the age required for medicinal use, just under 300 years, otherwise it could have been even more. Dinghost can now add points. On the Azure Cliff Eagle, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Sun's mind. A series of high-pitched eagle cries pierced the sky. Chen Sun continued to allocate points to his magical power as they flew toward the Wuyun sect, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, the group returned to the Wuyun sect, travel-worn. Many finally relaxed their vigilance, fading from their eyes. As if a lifetime had passed, Chen Sun held the big black ox and gazed at the vast towering mountains below, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. They had finally returned. Before the main hall of the sect leader, the same few people were waiting, their eyes filled with expectation. After the Azure Cliff Eagle landed, they offered a few words of encouragement to the group before entering the Great Hall with Wei Shan and the others paying little further attention to them. Everyone felt a sense of emptiness, as if they were not so important after all. They were led down the mountain by several senior uncles. Chen Sun and the big black ox lagged behind, taking in the scenery of the sect leaders' peak, clicking their tongues in admiration. Their attention was entirely captivated by the landscape, and they did not overthink things. But after Ji Kuan returned, he had noticeably changed in temperament and had grown distant from Chen Sun. The latter did not disturb him. Everyone had their own path. After descending the mountain, everyone began flying on their swords, heading to their respective dwellings without exchanging a single word for conversation. Old ox, let's go. Chen Sun chuckled, slapped his storage pouch to produce his immortal sword, and carried the big black ox as they flew toward the Medicine Valley. In the Medicine Valley, a maiden as radiant as the morning sun was carefully tending to the spiritual herbs. She appeared to be about 16 or 17, dressed in a green robe, her smile like a blooming flower. She pursed her lips, her brows as delicate as ink paintings, her spirit like autumn waters, watching the butterflies in the valley with a smile, her eyes brimming with delicate innocence. Her name was Lu Yuan, a disciple of the Alchemy Hall. She had been brought into the Wu Yun sect since childhood, responsible for the spiritual herbs, and was now at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Junior sister Lu Yuan, we're back, ha. A piercing laugh rang out. Lu Yuan's face lit up with joy as she turned around and called out, Senior brother Chen Sun, Black Ox, you're back. Chen Sun and the big black ox held their heads high, grinning so wide their gums showed as they walked over step by step. Junior sister Lu Yuan, you've worked hard these past 6 months, but as we agreed, 30 low-grade spirit stones. Chen Sun said seriously. They had met Lu Yuan 2 years ago while checking the quantity of spiritual herbs in the Medicine Valley, and she had a deep knowledge of herbs. They naturally didn't want to abandon this place, so they had Lu Yuan look after it. Judging by the growth of the herbs, she had indeed not let them down. Senior brother, you've managed the Medicine Valley so well that I hardly did anything. Just give me 10 low-grade spirit stones, that's enough. Lu Yuan's face flushed red. How could she dare to accept so much? She had thought senior brother Chen Sun was only joking back then. Moo, the big black ox walked over to her and nuzzled her hand, urging her to take it. Junior sister, youth fades swiftly. 30 spirit stones for half a year is not a loss for me. Chen Sun said earnestly, then took out 30 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch. Lu Yuan was nervous, her small fists clenched. She had only come by every day to cast the water spirit art, as she hardly deserved such a generous sum. The foundation here was simply too good. Senior brother Chen Sun, if we leave again next time, will you come back? Consider this a token of gratitude, please accept it. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, firmly resolving in her heart not to discuss spirit stones with her senior brother next time. Junior sister, go ahead and get busy. We'll tidy up here. Chen Sun said with a smile, looking at the Medicine Valley, his heart at ease. All right, senior brother, will be off then. Lu Yuan's laughter rang out like silver bells as she returned the jade pendant of the valley to them and waved goodbye to Chen Sun and the big black ox. Safe at last. Chen Sun sighed with his hands behind his back, finally feeling a sense of relief. Old ox, let's start working. Moo moo, the big black ox let out a cheerful cry. They still hadn't handed in this year's contribution from the Medicine Valley. Chen Sun had said that every bit counts, and even with the hefty 600 contribution points, they shouldn't waste it. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen Sun flew his sword, positioning himself right at the center of the waterfall. The torrent of water crashed down, relentlessly deflected by the magical barrier he had erected. So fierce. Chen Sun looked up at the water above, which struck his magical barrier with the weight of 1,000 June, draining his magical power steadily. Clang, clang. Chen Sun drew his mountain-cleaving axe from his belt, and the rhythmic sound of stones splitting echoed, though the big black ox in the distance could not hear it, drowned out by the waterfall's roar. It trotted back and forth inside and outside the cave dwelling, tidying up while inspecting the spiritual herbs. It prepared the portion to be handed in for the year, and then began setting up its little traps. 5 days later, Chen Sun's 8 trigrams contribution token finally became tangible, a solid 6666 contribution points. He quickly took the big black ox to the sect's main hall to hand in the spiritual herbs, earning another 200 contribution points. Old ox, I can't break through that place anymore. Both my mountain-cleaving axes have chips. Chen Sun's expression was grim. If he used his bare hands, who knew what kind of mess he would create? Moo, moo moo. I have no choice but to learn some artifact refining. We have plenty of contribution points. Let's trade for some materials. Iron essence is the material for making yellow-grade artifacts. Chen Sun walked along the path, his mind heavy. Without a master to guide him, he could only study artifact refining manuals on his own, hoping he wouldn't waste the materials. Moo, the big black ox nodded and nuzzled Chen Sun. They didn't lack time to learn, or what they feared was having nothing to study. Chen Sun smiled faintly and said, Old ox, if I mess up the materials and blow through all our contribution points, don't blame me. The big black ox gave Chen Sun a disdainful look. What was there to fear? The man and the ox headed toward the sect's contribution hall. They entered with smiles, thinking that with nearly 700 contribution points they could obtain anything in the world. When they came out, their smiles had vanished. They had finally learned a truth: happiness does not disappear, it merely transfers. To the face of that foundation establishment senior uncle. Not bad, 1,000 contribution points. Oh, it seems this nephew is a rising star. A full 3,000 contribution points. Wow, formidable indeed, 5,000 contribution points. Huh. Chen Sun's head was buzzing now. Amid the senior uncle's stream of praises, he lost himself in exchange for a large number of items. The big black ox snorted heavily twice. This Chen Sun was unstoppable, like a nouveau riche. If it hadn't given him a hard shove from behind, he might have spent it all. Old ox, why are you in such a hurry? I specially swapped for a copy of the complete guide to basic formations for you. Chen Sun tugged at the big black ox and gave its head a firm slap. The impact from that head but earlier still hadn't settled within him. Moo, moo moo. The big black ox nuzzled against Chen Sun, its eyes brimming with immense joy. A fine exchange, indeed a fine exchange. Basic artifact refining, basic 5 elements escape technique, the complete guide to basic formations, the complete guide to basic talismans, the complete guide to basic heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Chen Sun chuckled foolishly. Though these items were rudimentary, they were unattainable outside the sect. Treasured heirlooms passed down through generations which only a sect would dare to offer its disciples for exchange. Moreover, there were 4 pieces of iron essence, a yellow-grade mid-quality artifact refining cauldron, and a full set of brush, ink, paper, and inkstone for crafting talismans, among other things. The big black ox too was lost in blissful fantasy. After mastering formations, it would be like those mighty cultivators unleashing a formation to seal an entire mountain with a single gesture. Just as they were deep in reverie. Bang, bang. 2 dull thuds rang out as a large tree swayed violently, its leaves rustling down in a cascade. Clearly it had sustained no minor injury. Oh, what the heck? How did this tree end up growing right in the middle of the road? Moo moo. Old ox, forget it, let's not stoop to its level. Let's head home. Moo. From the path came 2 voices, grumbling and cursing. Their spirits were soaring today, so they decided to let the matter slide for now. Back in the Medicine Valley, the big black ox immersed itself in studying the complete guide to basic formations, while Chen Sun took out basic artifact refining and began to read. Kindling a furnace for alchemy and igniting a cauldron for artifact refining shared a similar essence, yet they bore no relation to the crude craft of blacksmithing. The big black ox kept its distance from Chen Sun, a steady stream of moos escaping its mouth. It recognized every single character and perused the text with great care. Though basic, it was nonetheless profound and vast. Hiss, hiss. Chen Sun sucked in cold air through his teeth while nibbling on melon seeds. This art of artifact refining upended many of the common-sense notions he had honed through years of blacksmithing. It pushed the application of spiritual power to its extreme, while largely ignoring physical strength, demanding exceedingly high-quality materials. He gazed at the azure double-eared great cauldron before him, gently stroking it with one hand. Whether this sovereign's battle axe can once again grace the cultivation world depends on you, my precious. Moo. The big black ox trotted over, a hint of urgency in its eyes, and quickly pointed a hoof at several flags depicted in the book. You want to buy formation flags? Moo. They'll buy them for you once you've mastered the basics. First, learn the fundamentals. Chen Sun leaned over to take a look, then extended his palm. Grab a handful of melon seeds. Moo moo. The big black ox leaped with joy, scooped up a handful of melon seeds, and scurried to a corner, its eyes brimming with earnestness and curiosity. Man and ox alike settled back into a tranquil routine. Word had it that the Alchemy Hall was quite pleased with their Medicine Valley, remarking that this lad had the makings of a true herbalist, remarkably adept at enduring solitude. They further urged others not to disturb him, insisting that tending the spirit herb garden diligently was already the greatest contribution he could make to the sect. Time, like a merciless biting wind, swept away the vitality of all things. Yet perhaps if one kept pace with it on the long journey, growing old would hold no regrets. Unbeknownst to them, a year had slipped by. Chen Sun and the big black ox scarcely felt the passage of time, for there was far too much to do. He continued to allocate his longevity points to spiritual power. Half a year ago, an elder from the Alchemy Hall personally delivered a jet-black, gleaming foundation establishment pill and offered Chen Sun words of encouragement, praising his excellent stewardship of the Medicine Valley. The unspoken implication was clear: stay here and toil until the end of your days. The sect sorely needed someone as diligent, reliable, and tolerant of solitude as you. Chen Sun, upon receiving the pill, let a single hot tear slip, inadvertently declaring that the sect was his home and he would never fail its expectations. The elder, thoroughly pleased, casually imparted a few tips on cultivating spirit herbs. He even painted a grand vision, saying that if Chen Sun succeeded in foundation establishment, he would gain access to the sect's true spirit herb garden. a whole new world awaiting him. Chen Sun was overwhelmed with gratitude, even bringing out his specialty the Swana to see the elder off from the valley. And indeed the Five Essence sect had never stooped to the cliché of embezzling a disciple's foundation establishment pill, putting Chen Sun's mind fully at ease. After collecting this year's contribution from the Medicine Valley, they did not head to the contribution hall. With 2,000 contribution points still in hand, they kept them as a reserve for emergencies. Even if the sect master himself came to flatter him, now he would never spend those contribution points. Chen Sun was unbending in his integrity. How could he be swayed by honeyed words? To the contribution hall. Chen Sun could resist no longer. He had withstood the temptations of the outside world, but could not withstand the big black ox's relentless pleading. Moo moo, the big black ox bared its teeth in a grin, its tail swishing nonstop. Old ox, spend as you please today. With our 2,000 contribution points, a few formation flags are a cinch. Moo, see if there's anything else you need, and we'll get it all in one go. Chen Sun thought for a moment and said, I don't have time to study formations right now, and I hear setting them up requires quite a few materials. Moo moo. The big black ox nuzzled against Chen Sun, its eyes curving into crescent moons. We're brothers, no need for formalities. Let's go, let's go. Chen Sun led the big black ox as they dashed toward the contribution hall. They exchanged for a good number of basic materials, including formation flags and formation stones, though it wasn't expensive, only costing 1,000 contribution points. That year he also refrained from participating in the sect competition. It was unwise to keep tormenting his junior fellow disciples. After all, they had already achieved their goal. If they stirred widespread discontent among the disciples, they would become a target for all. Back in the Medicine Valley, inside the cave dwelling. Old ox, look at these things. They're truly different from ordinary mortal materials. Chen Sun narrowed his eyes slightly as he surveyed the various materials on the ground. They all carry a trace of spiritual energy. Let's not miss out on any we come across in the future. Moo, the big black ox, nodded solemnly. After finishing its study of formations, it also intended to look into the complete guide to basic heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Old ox, go ahead and get busy. He'll continue with artifact refining. Moo. The big black ox replied, rolled up the things on the ground, and scampered off. The path of artifact refining is vast and profound. There are still many issues to resolve in the smelting of materials. Chen Sun took out a new booklet and began jotting things down. Over the past year, he had used many of the rocks and stones within the Medicine Valley for artifact refining, not yet daring to touch the iron essence. He had proven through practice what it truly meant that diligence could compensate for lack of talent, and that having an abundance of time really did allow one to do as one pleased. Man and ox once again threw themselves into the bustle of the Medicine Valley. Every day Chen Sun would occasionally shatter some rocks and bring them back to the cave for refining, while the big black ox, besides tending to the spirit herbs daily, also studied formations. However, the initiation into formations and artifact refining did not rely on incantations. Neither of them possessed any particular talent. They simply studied diligently day after day. But their daily sunset joyride was an unmissable ritual carried out rain or shine. Chen Sun controlled the flying speed and altitude as he and the big black ox galloped across the heavens and earth, savoring the beauty of the world, their hearts opening wide with clarity. Yet one day they were caught by senior disciple Yu Feng from the enforcement hall. He confiscated their flying sword and gave them a thorough scolding in a small grove. Chen Sun and the big black ox nearly crouched on the ground, heads in their hands. Fortunately, Chen Sun's confession was resolute. He shouted, I am guilty. I should not have wasted time on frivolous pursuits. Only then did senior disciple Yu Feng return the flying sword to them. He kept saying that if they had any cultivation questions they should come to him for, as their senior brother, he could offer some guidance. Chen Sun casually asked a few questions about artifact refining, all of which Yu Feng answered correctly. To him, these were far too basic, and he proceeded to lecture them again on how they should not waste time on artifact refining. This time Chen Sun and the big black ox were truly exasperated. They loudly admitted their mistake, and only then did Yu Feng let them off. That year, man and ox spent their days under the shadow of senior disciple Yu Feng. They continued to add their longevity points to spiritual power and steadily went to the sect hall to claim the 200 contribution points. Within the Medicine Valley, Chen Sun and the great black ox gathered around a pit, their eyes fixed intently on the flickering flames within. It was worth noting that there was no wind inside the cave dwelling, yet a faint breeze had stirred here. Old ox, you are a peerless genius. Truly, if the Ox Emperor had not been born, the art of formations would be shrouded in eternal darkness. Chen Sun shook his head in awe, gazing at the formation stones in the three corners of the cave. This formation is truly wondrous. It can harness spiritual energy to borrow momentum, resonating with heaven and earth to achieve various effects. In merely a year, it had managed to set up a miniature formation, even though those formation disciples might have grasped it in just a few days. Yet in Chen Sun's heart, the great black ox was the most formidable. Even 10,000 brilliant prodigies could not match a fraction of its worth. Moo. The great black ox's tail nearly spun to the heavens. The formation's effect was enhanced by magical power. It focused its eyes and magical power flowed from its mouth. Moo. Suddenly a fierce gale howled within the cave, sending pots, bowls, and utensils flying everywhere. Old ox, you bastard. Clean up yourself. A furious roar echoed from outside the cave as Chen Sun's arms crossed was sent hurtling through the air, his voice fading into the distance. Moo. Moo. The great black ox's pupils contracted. It hastily ceased its spell casting and chased after him, forgetting that only it was immune to the formation's attacks. Before long, Chen Sun stood firmly on the ground, his neatly tied hair disheveled by the wind. He raised an eyebrow, and with a surge of might that could move mountains bellowed, Moo. The great black ox was tossed into a pond. Ha ha ha. Watching the bedraggled great black ox, Chen Sun felt a sense of satisfaction. Moo. The great black ox charged forward, shaking all the water from its body onto Chen Sun. Let's head back and clean up. I need to start forging with the cauldron. Chen Sun patted himself off, shaking his head with a smile. Moo. Almost ready. It's just a simple cleaver, no need for overly complex techniques. Moo. Then we can open up the cave dwelling behind the waterfall. 2 years have passed, and no one is watching us anymore. We can begin that plan. Chen Sun spoke mysteriously, raising an eyebrow. Keeping a low profile in all matters would never lead to mistakes. Moo. The great black ox leaped with excitement, dashing ahead to tidy up the cave. But formations are truly fascinating, Chen Sun praised. Though they were just minor formations, like stirring wind or kindling fire, to outsiders they seemed like a waste of time, inferior to their own spells. Yet to them it was a profound and boundless discipline. They had only just begun to grasp it, and no one else could understand their joy. For those who seek immortality, a utilitarian mindset may no longer matter. They never wished to stand out in the crowd, only to find that wherever they went they were met with gasps or mockery. Being a true invisible presence in the Five Essence sect was quite pleasant. No attention, no troubles. Inside the Medicine Valley cave, Chen Sun formally opened the forging cauldron as the great black ox scattered flower petals, mooing. Today I, this venerable one, begin forging. All you celestial beings, do as you will. Moo moo moo. Chen Sun flipped his palm, and a clump of silver iron essence emerged from his storage pouch. Its surface was pitted and uneven, oval-shaped, and about the size of a fist. Go. He formed hand seals with both hands, and the forging cauldron emitted a dull roar as a blaze of alchemical fire surged around it. Given the limited conditions, it would have to suffice. Yet Chen Sun's gaze grew more fervent. He had already tested it. His alchemical fire could be amplified by magical power, and this heat was surely enough to succeed. Moo. The great black ox watched nervously, only able to assist on the sidelines. It had tried such delicate work before and knew it could only be led by Chen Sun. He flicked his fingers again, and the iron essence vanished into the cauldron. Chen Sun half closed his eyes as the alchemical fire danced within like a living thing. The alchemy furnace and forging cauldron were entirely different. Without the boost from magical power, the alchemical fire alone might not have been enough to melt the material. Tiny cracking sounds echoed from within the forging cauldron. Chen Sun sent another surge of magical power, sealing the cauldron completely, a grueling process. At his chi refining stage, he could barely sense the subtle changes inside the cauldron and had to rely entirely on intuition. Old ox, add the ingredients. Moo. The great black ox focused its mind, also igniting its alchemical fire. The forging cauldron glowed red hot, and the cracking grew louder. Chen Sun's face turned pale as he gasped for breath. No one would have imagined that someone would spend 2 whole years preparing just to forge a lump of iron essence. Did they think they had too long to live? Open the cauldron, Chen Sun shouted. Moo. The cauldron's lid shot upward, crashing to the ground with a clatter. Inside, a ball of iron as fluid as mercury was suspended in the center by magical power. Old ox, keep the alchemical fire going, Chen Sun said quickly, his hands flashing through a series of incantations. The iron ball began to shift its form. Chen Sun's complexion turned from pale to red, overwhelmed by tension and excitement. The mercury-like state of the iron ball proved they had successfully smelted it without ruining the material. An hour later, the task was complete. Old ox, the cleaver is born. Ha! Chen Sun's veins bulged as he held a twisted silver cleaver. The entire blade was sharp and fierce, forged from pure iron essence, meant only for splitting mountains and crushing stones. Moo moo. The great black ox leaped with joy beside him. Let's go activate the secret base. Chen Sun's face flushed with excitement as he caressed the cleaver lovingly. This must count as a magical artifact at least. The great black ox nudged Chen Sun, its eyes full of certainty. It was definitely a top-grade celestial artifact. Chen Sun burst into laughter. They flew on their swords to the center of the waterfall, and Chen Sun, with all his might, swung the cleaver down, split the mountain. A thunderous roar echoed as countless rocks flew crashing against the magical barrier. The hard stone wall was split open by Chun Sun's strike, revealing a massive fissure. Moo! The great black ox bellowed in excitement, standing behind Chun Sun, startled by the cleaver's power, truly beyond ordinary iron. Old ox, see that? Chun Sun's veins bulged as he turned his head, his eyes blazing with intensity. Our secret base will definitely succeed. The great black ox grinned, patting Chun Sun repeatedly, its heart also racing with excitement. The future foundation establishment spiritual herbs lay within. Let's forge 2 more. There are still 3 pieces of iron essence. We'll blast through this. Moo! They returned to the cave dwelling on the ground to restore their magical power and continued forging. In the days that followed, Chun Sun spent each day carving out the cave dwelling in the center of the waterfall, while the great black ox tended to the spiritual herbs and practiced formations. It also picked up the cleaver Chun Sun had given it to polish a massive boulder. After the secret base was completed, they would seal the entrance with the rock. A month later, the cave dwelling was finished. Chun Sun and the great black ox sat in the shadowy cave listening to the cascading waterfall outside, their hearts filled with joy. Old ox, bring it out, Chun Sun said with a smile. At last they could begin planting the foundation establishment spiritual herbs. Moo! The great black ox exhaled heavily and spat out the storage pouch from its body, filled with medicine boxes. Both their heartbeats quickened. Inside the cave there was still an opening, now filled with soil, specially prepared for nurturing seeds. The green liquid condensed from the essence of all things allowed them to cultivate spiritual herbs regardless of the environment. Now they could grow a century-old herb in just a month, an astonishing feat. Chun Sun took a deep breath and said slowly, Old ox, let's begin our foundation establishment plan.